Chapter 1, Fellow Hunters. Before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like powers the next prediction. Now let us begin. The gate formation database was Kai Duran's domain. He had spent 6 years making it the most accurate gate prediction dataset in the nation, and he had not received credit for this because he was a night shift analyst at Metrodata Analytics, and credit at Metrodata Analytics flowed upward toward the senior analysts who presented quarterly reports, then outward toward the clients who paid for them. Kai was 28 years old. He was unranked as a hunter, had never been tested, never applied for registration, never stood in front of a guild intake officer. His desk was in the basement beside the server room because the building's HVAC ran loudest there, and the company had allocated that space to whoever complained least about the noise. He had never complained. He didn't mind the noise. He was there for the data. 6 years of careful work had built something inside him that the official database didn't contain and that no senior analyst had noticed was missing: a geological cross-reference. His own project, running in a personal folder he'd labeled Hobby, to keep it below the organizational attention threshold. 2 years of correlating gate formation timestamps against regional microtremor data from geological sensor arrays that Metrodata licensed for infrastructure risk modeling. The access to those sensor feeds was technically a credential error from an IT department that had not distinguished between departments when assigning access permissions 4 years ago. Kai had noticed the error and not reported it. Because the data was interesting. Because the pattern in the cross-reference data was almost there. He was working on the almost at 3:51 in the morning on that Thursday when his body had turned into a tuning fork. It started in his teeth. A vibration he had no name for, lower frequency than sound and higher frequency than feeling, like the moment before a large truck passes a building except the truck never came. He pulled his hands off the keyboard and pressed them flat on the desk. The vibration moved up his arms and settled somewhere behind his sternum. His vision didn't blur, but it layered. The server room wall still existed, but behind it he could sense, or feel, or somehow know, that 47 meters away and 6 meters below street level there was a region of space under pressure. Not physical pressure, dimensional pressure. He didn't have those words yet, but the sensation conveyed the concept with perfect clarity, the way your body knows the difference between summer heat and fever even if you've never been told the words. He sat with it for 4 minutes, not moving, while the pressure built in an area that his mind marked automatically with distance and vector. His workstation showed 17 monitoring dashboards. None of them registered anything unusual. The geological sensor array for grid sector 12 was completely flat. Standard atmospheric readings across the board. The official Hunters Bureau gate scan system, which Metrodata had API access to, showed 0 anomalies within a 30-kilometer radius. But Kai could feel something happening in the earth below the Riverside Commerce District, 6.5 kilometers northwest of his desk, and the sensation was so specific that when he opened a map and traced his finger along it, he stopped at the intersection of Caldwell Avenue and Merchant Row without consciously knowing why his finger had stopped there. He sat there for another 11 minutes. At 4:02 a.m., the Hunters Bureau gatescan pinged. Emergency formation in progress. Grid Sector 9, Riverside Commerce District. Estimated breach in 48 hours. Classification, pending assessment. Kai stared at his finger, still resting on the intersection of Caldwell Avenue and Merchant Row. He minimized his hobby folder, pulled up the standard monitoring dashboards, and spent the next 3 hours doing exactly the work he was paid to do, tracking the Sector 9 formation through official channels, logging the Bureau's response timeline, noting the deployment roster from the 3 guilds that filed early interest. He was methodical about it in exactly the way he was methodical about everything, which was to say he was also running a parallel process in the back of his mind that had nothing to do with Metrodata's official outputs and everything to do with the fact that his body had detected a gate formation before every piece of technology in the room had detected it by a margin of at least 11 minutes and possibly much longer. He did not tell anyone what had happened. He was going to wait for more data before drawing any conclusions, because premature conclusions about unusual data were how analysts embarrassed themselves. And he had spent 6 years in this basement building something careful and real, and he was not going to compromise that carefulness now just because something strange had happened to him at 3:51 in the morning. The second event happened 8 days later. He was eating lunch at his desk on a Tuesday when the sensation hit him again, a pressure rising from somewhere under the eastern industrial waterfront, medium intensity, further away than the first time. He logged it in a personal spreadsheet with timestamp, estimated coordinates, and subjective intensity rating. He described the quality of the sensation in 3 words: cold, deep, lateral. He didn't tell anyone. 41 hours later, the The Bureau scan flagged a D-class gate formation in the Eastern Port District, grid coordinates placing the epicenter within 90 meters of the point Kai had marked. He logged that result too. 90 meters. That was not a coincidence. He was methodical about verification in exactly the same way he'd been methodical about everything else. He needed a minimum of 10 data points before he would accept the hypothesis the data was suggesting. Premature conclusions were still dangerous even when you were sitting on remarkable data. Especially then, because the more remarkable the data appeared, the more motivated your reasoning became, and motivated reasoning was the enemy of accuracy. The 10th data point arrived on a Saturday morning at the coffee shop near his apartment. The sensation hit him so hard that he knocked his cup sideways and had to grab the edge of the table with both hands. He logged it with shaking hands, already calculating the trajectory before the Bureau notification arrived on his phone 46 hours later. When it came, the coordinates were within 60 meters of his mark. 10 for 10. 100% prediction accuracy. Location precision within 100 meters across all 10 events. Advance notice ranging from 38 to 53 hours for the events he'd logged. He stayed at the coffee shop after the notification arrived, not drinking anything, looking at his spreadsheet with the kind of careful, deliberate attention he usually reserved for conflicting data sets. The numbers were clean. The correlation was not coincidence, and it was not a fluke, and it was not an artifact of his geological cross-reference model, because his geological model had nothing in it that could produce forward predictions in real time from body sensations. His geological model was a pattern-matching tool built on historical data. What he had just documented across 10 data points was something entirely different. Something in him had changed, or had always been present, and was now active. And it could do something that no monitoring system in the world currently did: detect gate formation before the gate formed, with enough accuracy to be operationally useful. He finished his coffee, went home, opened a new spreadsheet, and labeled it Project Oracle. He began building the most detailed private gate prediction model anyone had ever constructed. He also began building the second document, the one he labeled Project Oracle Threat Model, which cataloged every possible way that his new ability could be discovered by people with bad intentions, because a data analyst who had spent 6 years watching how information flowed in commercial and institutional settings understood that valuable information attracted exactly the wrong kind of attention. He lay awake that night in the dark of his apartment, staring at the ceiling while somewhere under the city, dimensions pressed against each other in ways no one else could feel, and the question that kept him from sleeping was not what he could do with what he'd discovered. The answer to that question felt almost too large to contemplate comfortably. But who else might already be paying attention, and whether he had moved fast enough to get ahead of them? He hadn't been careful enough at the coffee shop. He'd knocked his cup over and grabbed the table, in public, during what turned out to be a significant prediction event. In his building, in front of colleagues, he could control his reactions. In public, he was exposed. He needed better control, which required understanding the ability well enough to manage its onset before the onset managed him. He turned on his side and closed his eyes and began, systematically, to plan, and somewhere out in the city's spatial substrate, a pattern he hadn't yet named was already running, already waiting for him to catch up to it. Chapter 2. The problem with knowing things you couldn't explain was that you couldn't act on them directly without explaining yourself. And explaining yourself required either revealing a secret you weren't ready to reveal or telling a lie you'd have to maintain indefinitely through consistent behavior. Kai had always been good at both patience and lies of omission. He was a night shift data analyst. Patience was professionally mandatory. He spent the first week after recognizing his ability doing nothing except observing it. He tracked everything: the moment of onset, the duration of the sensation, its location in his body, the way it built and peaked and faded. He built a vocabulary for the variations, not words he told anyone, just internal labels he used to keep categories distinct in his spreadsheet. A warm flicker indicated something small and far away. A cold press indicated something medium range and close to breach. A deep pulse indicated something large enough that his whole chest responded to it. The sensation he'd felt in the coffee shop, the one that knocked his cup over, he categorized as full resonance, and it indicated a B-class gate that had formed in a sub-industrial grid sector 17 kilometers away, confirmed 46 hours after his sensation. B-class gates killed preparation inadequate hunter teams with regularity. They were not events where 12 extra hours of advance warning was a small advantage. B-class events were ones where people died in the first wave of entry if the entry team was wrong about the gate's internal conditions. He started running calculations on what a 72-hour advance window was worth commercially. He got 2 hours into those calculations before he stopped. because the number he was arriving at was too large to think about casually. And thinking about it casually was precisely how people made the kinds of mistakes that ended careers or put them in institutions. And he had not spent 6 years in a basement building Project Oracle's predecessor just to blow his position by getting excited. He needed information first. Understanding the hunter system from the inside was necessary from the inside, not from the data analyst's external perspective he'd maintained for 6 years. He had API access to the Bureau's public registration system, which he'd used professionally to cross-reference formation data with response team deployment times. He now used it to read every piece of publicly accessible documentation on hunter abilities, awakening events, and ability registration requirements. The documentation was extensive and mostly written by lawyers. He read all of it. What he found was not encouraging. The Hunters Bureau required registration of all hunter abilities within 90 days of awakening. Failure to register was a Class 2 violation carrying fines and potential detention. Unregistered hunters operating in gate zones were treated as threats and could be detained immediately on site. The Bureau had an ability assessment division that tested all registered hunters and assigned classification codes. These codes determined what guild contracts were available, what gate zones they could legally enter, what equipment subsidies they qualified for, and critically, what level of government oversight their activities were subject to. Kai read that last part carefully. Government oversight was a bureaucratic phrase for a bureaucratic reality. A hunter with an ability the government determined to be a strategic national asset could have their contracts reviewed, their locations tracked, and their gate run scheduling subject to approval processes. The Hunter Bureau Regulations Act was explicit about this. He read the relevant section 3 times. His ability, if it performed the way his 10 data point sample suggested it would, was exactly the kind of thing that earned that designation. Forward gate prediction at 72-hour advance notice, with location accuracy within 100 meters, for events up to B class at minimum. That wasn't a hunter ability. That was a national intelligence capability. He was not going to register immediately. He needed time to understand what he had before he handed the definition of it to an institution that would then own the classification. He drafted a risk matrix in a new private document. Primary risks of remaining unregistered: legal liability if discovered, inability to legally enter gate zones, exclusion from guild support networks, exposure if any accurate high-tier prediction became visible enough to attract investigative attention. Primary risks of registering immediately, ceding control of information about his ability before he understood it himself, potential strategic asset designation before he'd established protective legal structures, assignment to a bureau-controlled operating framework before he had leverage to negotiate his own terms. The matrix came out clearly. Wait, but don't wait indefinitely, and use the waiting period to build the position from which he'd eventually engage. He was going to treat the registration deadline as a negotiating clock rather than a compliance deadline. He set the matrix aside and turned to the second problem: how to expand his abilities dataset without doing anything that would attract attention. The only controlled conditions available to him were the ones he could construct himself, which meant he needed to keep logging private predictions and comparing them against Bureau notifications, while keeping every aspect of that process completely invisible to outside observation. He started small and methodical. He began predicting gate formations and logging the predictions in Project Oracle's encrypted partition, then comparing them to Bureau notifications when they came in. He tracked accuracy, timing variance, and the correlation between sensation type and eventual gate classification. By the end of the second week, he had 22 predictions logged with 20 confirmed and 2 still pending. Both pending events resolved within the following 72 hours, one as a D-class formation in the northern residential grid, one as an E-class in the southern commercial district. 22 for 22. He updated his confidence intervals and sat with the numbers for a while. Then he noted something he'd been watching for but hadn't yet seen clearly. His ability was growing. The range was extending. In the first week, he'd sensed events within 30 kilometers. By week 3, he was picking up signatures 65 kilometers out. The sensitivity was increasing too. He could now detect the dimensional stress of an E-class formation, which he hadn't been able to sense at all during the first week. Low-level gates felt like a faint tingle in his fingertips now rather than nothing at all. Whatever had activated in him was still activating. The system was still coming online. He had no way to know how far it would develop or how fast, because there was no reference class for an ability like his, no registered hunter with anything comparable in the Bureau database he could use as a model. He noted the growth trajectory in Project Oracle and drew the obvious conclusion. Eventually, his ability would be impossible to keep quiet. It was expanding in range, sensitivity, and specificity. At some point, the predictions he made would be accurate enough, early enough, and frequent enough that someone paying attention to gate formation intelligence products would notice the statistical signature and trace it backward to its source. He needed to be ahead of that trace when it happened. He needed allies, carefully chosen allies, with motivations he understood and leverage points he controlled. People with specific capabilities that complemented his, who had their own reasons to keep a secret. He began building profiles of potential candidates in a restricted section of Project Oracle and ran his calculations into the night, while the dimensional substrate of the city hummed with the quiet industry of a system that was still learning how to talk to him. There was another layer to the problem he had not yet fully articulated. His ability was changing his relationship to time in ways that were difficult to manage quietly. Not the physical sensations. Those he had gotten better at controlling, keeping his face neutral when a formation signature arrived, reducing his reaction to a brief internal pause that most people would not notice. The problem was cognitive. He was now carrying a constant, low-level awareness of dimensional events across a 90-kilometer radius that ran in parallel with everything else he was doing. While he monitored metro data dashboards, part of him was tracking 3 low-level formation signatures in the northern grid. While he ate, he was aware of a distant dungeon scar's fading resonance 40 kilometers southeast. While he slept, the ability did not turn off. He had started cataloging what happened during sleep. The formation signatures his ability detected did not wake him, but they left impressions that manifested as a specific kind of dream. Not narrative dreams, but spatial ones, maps of pressure and release. As though his sleeping mind was processing dimensional data, his waking mind hadn't fully analyzed. He would wake with a complete spatial picture of the previous night's formation activity laid out in memory with a clarity that no sensor array in the world could provide. He had started keeping a notebook on his bedside table to log it before it faded. The notebook was now part of Project Oracle's dataset. It was also, he recognized, something that would look extremely unusual to anyone who found it. A notebook full of maps of gate formation pressures logged from dreams was not a product of data analytics. It was a product of something the Hunter's Bureau would want to classify, study, and potentially restrict. He had added a small lock to the bedside table drawer, feeling the quiet absurdity of the precaution while also understanding its necessity completely. He was running out of time to keep it all contained. The ability's expansion was not slowing. He needed to move on alliance building before the expanding detection radius became impossible to hide from anyone paying close attention to the statistical patterns in his professional outputs. The cover story, better geological cross-referencing, novel analytical methodology, would hold for months. It would not hold indefinitely against someone with enough data and enough motivation to trace the pattern backward to its source. He added a deadline to his Oracle planning document, 6 weeks. In 6 weeks, he needed a functioning operational network or he needed to revise everything. He closed the document, ran through tomorrow's schedule in his head, and let his ability show him the night's final formation signature. An E-class event 61 kilometers northeast, 40 hours out, barely worth a log entry, before he closed his eyes and let the spatial dreams come. They showed him a map of the city that felt like a language he was beginning, slowly, to read, but that would require speaking aloud eventually. And that moment was coming whether he controlled its timing or whether the timing controlled him, and the certainty that the answer mattered was the one thing he could not afford to get wrong. Chapter 3 The Gray Jacket Man appeared on day 14. Kai hadn't been looking for surveillance. He'd been looking at formation sites, walking the locations where gates had formed recently, standing on the street corners above confirmed epicenters, pressing his hands against building walls, and reading whatever residual dimensional signature the event had left. He discovered this capability almost by accident on day 8, when he'd walked past the intersection of Caldwell and Merchant in the Riverside Commerce District and felt the echo of the first gate that had formed there 3 weeks earlier. Not the future, the past. Not a prediction, a memory of the place itself, something in the stone and asphalt that had absorbed the dimensional stress of the gate's formation and still held a trace of it like a scar holds the shape of the wound. Post-event readings were a new capability. He began cataloging them separately in Project Oracle. If he could read formation history from physical sites, he could build a map of the city's dimensional past, and past events shaped future probability distributions in ways that his geological cross-reference model had always suggested but could never capture with enough granularity. He was on day 3 of systematic post-event site surveys when he noticed the man in the gray jacket. Notice was not quite the right word. He registered the man at a low priority level, mid-40s, slightly heavy, comfortable physical movement, standing near a news kiosk across from the formation site Kai was surveying. He registered him because the man had been at the previous site too, near the eastern waterfront, reading a message on his phone. Kai had filed him in background noise memory and moved on. But seeing him a second time at a second location elevated him from noise to signal, and Kai's noise signal threshold was calibrated by 6 years of professional pattern recognition. He didn't look at the man again. He finished his site survey and walked home by a longer than usual route, varying his pace twice, and noted that he did not pick up a matching variation in any following movement. The man wasn't actively shadowing him, wasn't professional enough for that. What he was doing was stationary observation with predictable positioning. He knew Kai's locations in advance, which meant he was using something to predict Kai's route, either Kai's phone location data or information from someone who knew Kai's professional activities and could predict when he'd visit which sites. He went home and ran a check on his own digital footprint. His phone location services were active only for navigation apps, which he'd already reviewed. But his calendar app, the one he used for work scheduling, which synced to Metrodata's corporate system, had logged several of his site visits as professional tasks, labeled with approximate addresses. He'd done this automatically, months ago, to track how much personal time he was spending on Oracle activities. He hadn't thought through what it meant that Metrodata's corporate calendar system was a shared data environment. Someone at Metrodata had access to his calendar entries. He removed the calendar sync immediately and began reviewing every other digital channel through which his movements or activities might be visible to external parties. The review took 3 hours and produced 4 additional exposure points he'd overlooked. He addressed each one. He also noted, without panic, that the damage was probably already done. Whoever was watching him had been watching him for at least 2 site visits, probably more. They had a behavioral profile on him already. He needed to know who they were and what they wanted, because those 2 facts would determine whether this was a manageable situation or a crisis. He ran a cross-reference through every public database he had access to, using the physical description of the man in the gray jacket. It was a slow process. Facial recognition wasn't available to him, and the description was generic enough that it matched thousands of records. He narrowed by age, by build type, by the specific combination of former physical labor bearing with current sedentary role that he'd read in the man's movement. He cross-referenced against contractor registrations in the hunter intelligence sector. The search took 3 days. At the end of it, he had a name: Torres Edvin, former D-rank hunter. Guild affiliation terminated 8 years ago. Current employment listing: private contractor, specialist in field observation, registered with the Bureau's vendor database as a licensed intelligence gathering contractor. His most recent known client was not listed publicly, but his guild affiliation before it was terminated had been the Consolidated Resources Hunter Collective, the CRHC. He looked at the name and ran a parallel search on the CRHC. What he found there was a picture he'd known existed in general terms, but had never examined in detail. The CRHC was an information and logistics operation that made money by aggregating hunter intelligence and selling it to industrial clients. They were one of Metrodata's licensed data purchasers, which meant they were buying the enhanced gait prediction outputs that Kai's work had been quietly improving for 2 years. If they'd run a statistical analysis on those outputs, which any competent commercial intelligence operation would do as a matter of routine, they would have noticed the accuracy improvement. They thought he was a better analyst. They wanted to hire him, or acquire his methodology, or both. They were willing to pay for it, which was why Torres was using passive observation rather than active pressure. You didn't lean on someone you intended to recruit. This was manageable. This was an opportunity, actually, because the CRHC wanted something he could give them without revealing anything he didn't want to reveal. He could give them a consultant who had a novel analytical methodology, who would charge professional consulting rates for carefully chosen outputs. He could use their interest as cover story infrastructure. The cover story would protect him while his ability continued developing and while he built the position from which he'd eventually deal with the world on his own terms. He decided to let Torres approach him. He adjusted his routines slightly, started eating lunch outside, at a park bench with clear sight lines, the kind of location where a casual approach would be easy. He waited 4 days. Torres sat down next to him on a Wednesday. "You're Kai Duran." "Not a question. I work at Metrodata Analytics," Kai said, not looking up from his lunch. "Who are you?" Torres gave him a cover name. Callum, from Integrated Risk Partners. That Kai recognized as false within 30 seconds of hearing it, because no entity called Integrated Risk Partners appeared in any commercial registry he knew. But he took the business card Torres slid toward him and asked 4 professional questions about contract structure and IP ownership, all of which signaled a person who cared about professional terms. He let Torres complete his pitch, which was a consulting offer for methodology documentation on his gait prediction approach, standard non-disclosure, competitive rates, 90-day initial engagement. "I'd want to review any agreement before signing," Kai said. "Of course. Take a few days." Torres walked away. Kai finished his lunch and watched him go and thought about the shape of the conversation they'd just had and the shape of the conversation he was going to have to navigate, which was not with Torres, but with whoever was directing Torres, and that was going to require significantly more preparation than a lunch. He had 4 days before Torres would expect an answer. He was going to use them to understand what the CRHC's full agenda was, because whatever Torres had told him was a simplified version constructed for maximum palatability, and the actual goal would be larger. He stood up from the bench and walked back toward the office, and 2 new formation signatures entered his awareness rising in the southern grid. E-class events, 60 hours out, and he noted them in his mental log without breaking stride and began drafting the outline of a response strategy that would use the CRHC's approach without letting the CRHC use him. And the question of who else might be running the same calculation in reverse was one he couldn't yet answer. Chapter 4: The 3-day research sprint on the Consolidated Resources Hunter Collective produced a picture that was more sophisticated and more dangerous than Kai had initially assessed. The CRHC operated legally, but with a precision that suggested very good lawyers working constantly at the edge of the regulatory framework. They bought and sold formation intelligence, which was legal. Their client list, however, included several parties that were not supposed to have advance access to that intelligence under anti-monopoly provisions the Bureau had enacted 5 years ago after a scandal involving industrial prepositioning. A major construction consortium had used advanced gate formation data to stake land claims in areas designated for post-formation development, locking in contracts before the gates were even publicly announced. 3 executives had been charged. 2 had been convicted. The regulatory response had been swift and extensive. The CRHC had survived that regulatory response because their contracts threaded through the new provisions without technically violating them. They'd hired a team of administrative lawyers specifically for that purpose. Kai read 3 of the relevant contracts in the Bureau's public vendor registry and came away with a clear picture of the legal architecture. The CRHC's intelligence was technically sold as analytical forecasting products rather than formation intelligence, a distinction that mattered under the new regulations even though the products were functionally identical. What they wanted from Kai was not methodology documentation, despite what Torres had said. He figured this out on day 2 of the research sprint, when he cross-referenced the CRHC's client roster against their recent contract modifications. The CRHC had been expanding their exclusive analytical advisor program over the last 18 months. A program that paid contractors substantially more than standard consulting rates in exchange for exclusivity clauses. Exclusivity was the key. They didn't want his methodology because any competent analyst could independently develop an improved cross-reference approach with enough time. They wanted his ongoing output exclusively because if they owned the output and nobody else had access to it, they had a durable advantage. They were not going to get an exclusivity clause. He had already decided that, as a matter of principle as much as strategy. Information asymmetry worked in your favor only as long as you controlled the asymmetry. The moment you sold exclusivity, you transferred control. What he was going to do instead was more carefully considered. He was going to provide enough of what the CRHC wanted to satisfy their immediate interest and keep Torres at a comfortable distance, while using the time he'd bought to build something independent and durable that didn't require the CRHC at all. The consulting arrangement, if he agreed to it, was going to be deliberately limited in scope, narrow enough to be commercially credible, shallow enough to reveal nothing about the actual mechanism of his predictions, and structured with enough contractual exits that he could terminate cleanly when the time came. He reviewed Torres's cover card and composed a brief response email to the address on it, expressing interest in a preliminary conversation and proposing terms that were clearly not what the CRHC wanted. The terms were structured to initiate a negotiation he controlled, not to accept a negotiation structured by the other side. While he waited for the response, he turned to a different problem. His ability was expanding, and the expansion needed analysis before it moved beyond his ability to manage. On day 12 post-awakening, he had sensed his first dungeon formation. The sensation had been qualitatively different from gate formation sensing, larger, slower, more distributed, with a complexity that his vocabulary of warm flickers and cold presses didn't capture. He logged it as distributed deep pressure and noted that it had covered an area of approximately 8 square kilometers rather than pointing to a single epicenter. When the Bureau confirmed the dungeon formation 42 hours later, he felt something settle in his understanding. His ability wasn't just a gate prediction tool. It was a spatial stress reader. It could potentially perceive any type of dimensional event, not just the common gate formations, because what it was reading was the underlying dimensional mechanics, the stress and fracture patterns in the fabric of space itself, rather than the specific signatures of any one formation type. He began building a taxonomy of event types in Project Oracle, sorting every sensation he'd experienced by its qualitative character and then mapping those characters against the confirmed events that followed. The taxonomy was incomplete, too few data points for some categories, too much subjective description in others, but it was a start, and starting with incomplete data and refining iteratively was how he built everything. By day 20, the taxonomy had 5 categories and 37 confirmed events. His prediction accuracy remained at 100% for events within 50 kilometers. Beyond that range, his accuracy dropped to approximately 85%, primarily on timing rather than location. He updated Project Oracle's confidence model and began planning the next phase of the project, finding an operational partner who could act on his predictions in the physical world, because Kai himself had no gate clearance authority and couldn't enter a gate zone to verify his predictions directly. He needed someone who could. He had one strong candidate in mind. He began preparing for that meeting with the same systematic care he gave everything else, which meant he spent a week studying the candidate's history, behavioral patterns, professional reputation, and motivations before he made any approach at all. That week of preparation was also a week of accelerating internal pressure. On day 18, his ability crossed a new sensitivity threshold for texture sensing. He sensed the internal composition of a B-class gate before it fully formed and logged what he described as angular, fast, volatile, a textural quality that the subsequent Bureau clearance report confirmed corresponded to a gate containing primarily wind-affinity aerial-type monsters. The clearance team that went in without that knowledge had deployed heavy armor and ground formation tactics, which was precisely wrong for the encounter type. 2 team members were seriously injured. He read the clearance report 3 times. He was sitting on texture data that had been accurate at the point of formation sensing. If that data had been passed to the clearance team 6 hours before entry, they would have reconfigured their approach. The outcome would have been different. This was the moment when the calculus of caution shifted for him. He'd been thinking about his ability primarily in terms of timing advantage, knowing when gates would form, positioning teams optimally. The texture sensing capability added a dimension that changed the moral weight of staying private. It was no longer just about commercial advantage. It was about information that bore directly on whether people survived their work. He was still not going to register yet. The reasons for the private phase were still valid. The ability's full development arc needed clarity. He needed legal and operational structures in place. He needed to control the terms of his engagement with the Bureau before the Bureau could control his. All of that remained true. But the timeline had just developed a sense of moral urgency that the commercial and strategic calculations hadn't carried. He added a note to the Oracle planning document. Texture sensing operationalization, priority 1 for first operational partnership. This capability has direct life safety implications and should not be held in reserve beyond the partnership establishment phase. He underlined it twice and went back to the candidate profile he was building. There was a person in the South Industrial Grid who might understand exactly what was at stake here. Not just the prediction advantage, but the full picture of what careful, timely information could do in a field where the cost of being wrong was measured in people who didn't come home. He was going to find out if he was right about that assessment, and he was going to find out soon, because the window for quiet development was closing faster than he'd originally projected, and the world had a way of making those windows close faster still once it decided to start paying attention to you. And the data was suggesting strongly that the window before that happened was closing faster than even his most pessimistic timeline had projected. Chapter 5 Van Rasker ran a small, elite hunter team out of a converted warehouse in the South Industrial Grid. He was 34 years old, D rank by official classification, but operating at a consistent B-class effectiveness level that Kai's analysis of guild deployment data had flagged 2 years ago as an outlier worth understanding. Fun's team took on gate clearance contracts at a rate that should have resulted in normal casualty statistics for a D-rank team operating at the B-class difficulty tier. Instead, their casualty rate was less than a third of the expected baseline. They completed clearances faster. They required less medical support. Their equipment damage was lower. Kai had been puzzling over this discrepancy for 2 years, and he had eventually arrived at an explanation that wasn't in any official documentation. Fun's team timed their entries with unusual precision. Not just they went in when the gate was stable. Every professional team did that. Fun's team went in during specific temporal windows that coincided with the natural low mana activity cycle inside the gate's dimensional space. This cycle was real but subtle, not detectable by standard Bureau equipment, and completely absent from official entry timing guidance. The only way to know about it was to have independent sensing capability that could detect the cycle before entry. Van Rasker had a sensing ability of his own. Short range, low advance warning, probably in the 12 to 20 hour window for moderate gates. Not enough for the kind of forward intelligence Kai could provide, but enough to validate that he was the kind of person who understood the value of what Kai had and would know how to use it responsibly. Kai went to the warehouse on a Friday evening. He'd prepared his presentation the way he'd prepare any analytical briefing. Opening statement of value, supporting data in ranked order of credibility, clear articulation of what he was offering and what he needed in return, anticipated objections with responses. He went to the working side door and knocked. A woman with engine grease on her forearms opened it and looked at him with the frank assessment hunters gave anyone who showed up without introduction. Not accepting applications. I'm not applying, Kai said. I'm looking for Van Rasker. I'm a data analyst. I have formation data I think he'd want to see. The woman studied him for 4 seconds. Wait here. He waited 7 minutes. When the door opened again, a tall man with a shaved head and the lean build of someone who had done high-intensity physical work for a decade looked at him with level, clear eyes. Not hostile, not welcoming. Present. You said data, Van Rasker said. Your team's entry timing for the last 14 gate runs was more accurate than any other team in the city, Kai said. I want to know how you're doing it. And I think I can show you something that would make it significantly better. Van stood in the doorway for a moment. Then he stepped back and opened the door wider. Come in. Inside, the warehouse smelled of machine oil and the specific metallic edge that came from man-reactive equipment in long use. Van moved a stack of equipment manifests off a workbench and gestured at the space. Kai opened his briefcase and produced a printed version of his prediction log, stripped of metadata that would reveal anything about his abilities mechanism, formatted as a standard analytical output. He walked Van through it without editorializing, letting the numbers speak. Van looked at the log with a quality of attention that was purely operational. He was reading it as a tool, not as a curiosity. He asked questions that confirmed Kai's assessment of him. Not, how does this work, but how accurate on location? What's the variance on class prediction? How far in advance on B-class events? Practical application questions from someone who already understood the value and was assessing the reliability. 72 hours, Van said when Kai had answered all of his questions. Just the number, held in the air between them. Typically, sometimes 70, sometimes 74. Bureau gets 12 to 18 on a standard high-tier event. I know. Van put the log down on the workbench beside the partially disassembled energy converter. He looked at Kai with a different quality of attention than before, not assessment exactly, but recognition. What do you want? Kai had prepared this answer with care. Protection and operational cover. I'm unregistered as a hunter, and I'm going to remain unregistered for some time while I understand my ability better. I need someone with standing who can act on my predictions without asking too many questions about where they come from. In exchange, you get 72-hour advance notice on every significant formation within 50 kilometers, with gate class and location data, accurate to within 100 meters. And when the range extends beyond 50 kilometers, it's extending now, currently running about 65. The ceiling isn't clear yet. Van absorbed that. He was not a man who filled silences for social comfort, which was one of the things the data had suggested about him. Why me specifically? Your entry timing data, Kai said. You're already doing something adjacent to this. You understand the value of information asymmetry in gate operations better than most hunters at your classification tier. And you're independent. You don't have guild leadership to report to or guild contracts that would create competing obligations. There are better resource people who'd pay more for what you're describing. Yes, I've already had one approach from someone with money and resources. He didn't elaborate on the CRHC. I'm not looking for whoever pays most. I'm looking for someone I can trust to not immediately try to leverage me into an exclusive arrangement or sell information about my existence to institutional actors before I'm ready for that. Van said nothing for a beat. You're asking me to take on legal liability by acting on predictions from an unregistered ability. The arrangement would be structured so you're acting on analytical intelligence from a consulting relationship, not an ability. I'll document it as data consulting. The legal risk to you is minimal. The operational advantage is substantial. How long is some time before you register? I don't know. I need to understand my abilities development arc before I engage with the registration process. Months, probably. Possibly 6 to 8 months. Van considered for some time. He was looking at the prediction log, but Kai could tell he wasn't reading it anymore. He was working through the decision matrix the same way Kai worked through analytical problems, systematically rather than intuitively. 30 days, Van said finally. I'll run on your data for 30 days. If the predictions hold through that trial period, we talk terms. Agreed. They shook hands. It was a brief, functional handshake that suited both of them. Kai walked out of the warehouse with the first operational partner in Project Oracle, and his ability hummed a warm flicker notification somewhere northeast, an E-class event, 62 hours out, and he sent Finn the coordinates via a burner email account before he reached the end of the block. Day 1 of the arrangement. He was already running the next calculation. Walking home in the autumn chill, he ran several calculations simultaneously. The most immediate: how long before Finn would have a formation event to test the predictions against? The answer came from his ability before he finished forming the question. The E-class event he'd sensed northeast, 62 hours out, would be Finn's first data point. After that, there would be others. In a 90-kilometer radius of a major city, there was never a long gap between formation events once you had the sensitivity to detect all of them. The second calculation: how the arrangement would evolve past the 30-day trial. He needed Finn to stay useful, which meant Finn needed to see the prediction advantage produce results that changed his operational position in concrete ways. Better contract terms, better gate clearance completion rates, better team safety numbers. Those outcomes would create a genuine alignment of interests that was sturdier than any formal agreement. The third calculation, the one he'd been avoiding slightly, which was a sign he needed to confront it, was about Elise Morrow. The A-rank hunter with Bureau family connections presented a more complex relationship than Finn. She was more powerful, more connected, and more likely to have her own agenda that could complicate things if he wasn't careful about how he positioned the Oracle arrangement relative to whatever her own interests and obligations were. Those interests needed to be understood before he approached her, and understanding them required data he didn't yet have. He was going to spend the next 2 weeks running parallel tracks, watching Finn's first test results come in while building the intelligence picture he needed on Elise Morrow. This was the kind of multi-threaded patience that 6 years in a basement had made second nature to him, and he was going to need all of it for what was coming. His ability showed him a faint pulse from somewhere far south, a formation signature so distant it was at the absolute edge of his current range, barely classifiable. He noted it and let it go. It would probably resolve to nothing, or to something that resolved itself before he had enough confidence in the prediction to act on it. There were limits to what he could do alone, and acknowledging those limits was part of working within them efficiently. He was already thinking past the limits, toward the version of Oracle that didn't have them. That version was still months away. He was going to build toward it carefully, one partnership at a time, and he was going to do it right, because doing it wrong would cost more than patience ever could, and the cost was not measured in career setbacks but in things that didn't come back. Chapter 6: The first 30 days with Finn produced 17 gate formation events in the relevant range. Finn's team acted on 14 of them. 3 were in gate zones outside their operational territory. All 14 produced confirmed results within Kai's stated accuracy margins. Finn sent him a single message on day 31, extending the arrangement. Terms to follow. The terms that followed were exactly what Kai had proposed, structured as a data consulting engagement, with liminal analytics, a legal entity he'd incorporated quietly during the early Oracle planning phase, as the contracting party. Finn got predictions. Kai got confirmation data on how predictions performed under real gate clearance conditions, and the occasional second-order data point that came from Finn's team inadvertently testing Kai's class accuracy estimates. He had also, during those 30 days, gotten Torres off his back temporarily. He'd called the number on the CRHC's cover card and declined their consulting offer, citing a non-compete provision in his Metrodata employment agreement that he'd invented and that the CRHC couldn't easily verify without a formal legal inquiry that would be disproportionate to their level of interest at this stage. The CRHC's interest didn't evaporate. He hadn't expected it to, but it moved from active pursuit to passive monitoring, which meant Torres was still somewhere in his vicinity, but was operating at lower intensity. He adjusted his own routines to make the passive monitoring boring. Same routes, same hours, predictable behavior, no obviously interesting contacts. His meetings with Finn happened inside the warehouse, which had no exterior camera coverage from the angles Torres typically used. He was managing the surveillance appropriately. What he was not successfully managing was his ability's continued expansion. By week 6, his detection range had extended to 90 kilometers. He could feel formations across the entire metropolitan grid and into 3 adjacent regions. The depth of information was increasing too. For high-tier events, he was now sensing not just location and class, but something he could only describe as texture, a qualitative character to the dimensional stress that seemed to correlate with the internal complexity of the gate's spatial structure. He started testing this texture sense carefully. He would log his pre-event texture description for each formation, seal the log entry, and then review Finn's clearance reports to see if the texture had predicted anything about the gate's internal conditions. The results were preliminary but striking. 3 times in a row, what he'd logged as dense, heavy, downward pressing texture had corresponded to gates containing primarily armored or earth-type monsters. What he'd logged as scattered, fast-moving, irregular texture had corresponded to aerial or swarm-type gate contents. He was developing gate composition sensing. This was not a capability he'd expected and not one he'd found in any hunter ability database he had access to. The implications were serious, and not just commercially. If he could sense gate composition before entry, specific monster types, rough density, possible elite class presence, that was tactical intelligence that changed how any competent hunter team prepared. The difference between walking into a fire-type gate without fire resistance equipment and walking in with it could be measured in burns. The difference between expecting a physical-type monster and facing a void-type without the right counters could be measured in bodies. He was sitting on information that could save lives, and he was keeping it private in a spreadsheet labeled Project Oracle. He held that fact steady and looked at it from several angles until he had convinced himself that the private phase was still justified, that moving too fast would create worse outcomes than moving carefully. And then he updated his timeline to acknowledge that the private phase had a hard outer limit he needed to start planning around. On day 42, he arrived at the warehouse to find Finn waiting outside. "The Harrow Dungeon," Finn said. The Harrow Dungeon had formed 3 weeks ago in the industrial zone, 42 hours before the Bureau detected it. He had felt it forming and had logged it in Project Oracle as a distributed deep pressure event, but had not sent Finn the prediction because he hadn't yet had confidence in his dungeon formation classification accuracy. A dungeon cleared by the Sovereign Hunter Corps had cost 4 hunters their lives. "I logged it," Kai said carefully. "I wasn't confident enough in my dungeon sensing accuracy to send it forward. I didn't want to give you data I couldn't stand behind." "What's your confidence level now?" 80% on dungeon versus gate distinction. "Improving." Finn absorbed that in silence. "There's another one forming. I can feel it. I have short-range sensing, always have. Eastern grid. It's been building for 4 days. This is bigger than a gate." Kai checked his own sense. He'd logged it yesterday, a slow distributed pressure in the eastern industrial waterfront. He'd put it at a 54-hour timeline to full formation, B-class dungeon. "I've been tracking it," he said. 54 hours from now, roughly. I classify it as a B-class dungeon." The silence between them was the kind that came from two people simultaneously understanding that they were looking at a decision with serious stakes. "B-class dungeon needs A rank minimum," Finn said. "Sovereign Corps is committed on 2 other events this week." "I know. We need to get this to someone who can respond." Kai had been thinking about this since he'd logged the dungeon yesterday. Not just the practical question of who to call, but the structural question of how to get information to the right people without exposing his identity or his abilities mechanism. He had one candidate for the next layer of the Oracle network, a hunter he'd been studying carefully and had almost approached 2 weeks ago. This might be the forcing function. "I have someone in mind," Kai said. "Give me until tonight." They went inside and Kai began a conversation that was going to shape the next phase of everything. He led with the dungeon data. The immediate operational urgency was the clearest way to establish that this conversation had real stakes, not theoretical ones. He described the eastern waterfront formation precisely. Coordinates, 54-hour timeline, B-class classification, the distributed pressure texture he was now fairly confident indicated dungeon rather than gate. Finn listened without interrupting, which Kai had come to expect, and when he finished, Finn asked one question. "How confident are you on the B-class dungeon classification versus a heavy B-class gate?" 80% dungeon, Kai said. "The texture signature has the distributed spread pattern I've seen in confirmed dungeons, and the cycling frequency is slower than any gate event I've logged. A heavy B gate would have a sharper onset curve." Finn absorbed that. 40% confidence spread still covers a B-class gate, which changes the response calculus significantly. A B gate I can coordinate a response team for. A B-class dungeon needs A rank. "Yes, which is why I'm bringing it to you now, with 30 hours of lead time remaining. You want me to contact Morrow?" He hadn't said Elisa's name. Finn had produced it, which confirmed that the two had a professional relationship he'd been correct to identify from the data. "I want you to get this information to whoever can respond appropriately without asking questions I'm not ready to answer about the source." Finn paced to his workbench and back, which Kai was coming to recognize as a movement that meant he was making a decision rather than deliberating. When he stopped, he had the look of someone who had made the decision and was now working out the execution. Elise won't ask questions if the data quality is right. She'll want to know prediction accuracy track record. I'll give you the full summary document. 32 predictions, 32 confirmed results, accuracy margins included. She's going to want to meet you. After the dungeon event confirms, Kai said. Not before. Let the prediction stand on its own first. That establishes credibility without requiring me to establish it in person. Fan nodded slowly. It was the considered nod of someone who understood exactly why that sequencing mattered. All right, give me the coordinates and the summary document. They spent another 40 minutes going over the Eastern Grid's recent formation history, with Kai providing the texture sense data that corresponded to each confirmed event and Fun providing the operational ground truth data from his team's clearance records. It was a productive 40 minutes, the kind of exchange that built a working relationship faster than any formal agreement could, because both of them were contributing real information and both of them were getting real value in return. Kai walked out of the warehouse with a plan for the dungeon event and something more. The clear sense that the Oracle network was going to work, not because the participants trusted each other in any personal way, but because each of them understood what the other brought and what the arrangement was worth. Professional clarity was sturdier than personal trust. He'd built 6 years of useful work on exactly that foundation, and he was building this on the same one. The dungeon was 53 hours away, and the work he had to do was the kind that would either prove he'd built something real or expose every assumption he'd made as exactly that assumption. Chapter 7 Elise Morrow was A rank, and she ran a small independent operation out of the 2nd District that had declined 3 guild absorption offers in 4 years. Kai had been watching her operation through gate clearance data for 6 weeks, and what he saw was exactly the profile he needed: elite capability, independence over security, a track record of clean decision-making in high-stakes situations. He also knew that she was the daughter of Director Harlan Morrow of the Hunters Bureau Regulation Division. He'd found that in a biographical cross-reference early in his research on her, and had set it aside under complicating factors, while he continued building his assessment. The complicating factor was real. Anyone with Bureau family connections had potential information pathways he couldn't fully map, but a hunter who had turned down 3 guild absorption offers had also, likely, calibrated carefully how she handled institutional relationships. She understood how information could flow in dangerous directions. He reached her through Fun, who knew her professionally, a standard hunter ecosystem contact, nothing that would draw attention. He asked Fun to frame it as a data contact with unusual formation intelligence for the Eastern Grid dungeon. Fun made the call. Elise agreed to meet. They met at a loading dock near the eastern waterfront, neutral ground, clear sight lines, no affiliations. She arrived exactly on time, which told him something. She was taller than he'd expected from the guild photo IDs in the clearance database, and she looked at him with the focused assessment of someone who evaluated threats for a living. Fun says you have dungeon data, she said. A B-class dungeon forming in the Eastern Grid, Kai said. Epicenter approximately here. He showed her coordinates on his phone. Timeline, 54 hours from now, plus or minus 3. I need someone with A-rank clearance authority who can get the right response team positioned. She looked at the coordinates. Why can't Fun's team handle this? D-rank team on a B-class dungeon without specific composition intelligence and without an A-rank anchor is a casualty situation, not a clearance situation. Why are you telling me instead of calling the Bureau directly? I'm not in a position to make a direct Bureau call on this. The data source needs to remain anonymous. She studied him for a long time. Anonymous data source making accurate dungeon predictions. She said it as though she was deciding what category it belonged in. How accurate? 7 dungeon and gate predictions in the last 30 days. 7 confirmed results within stated margins. Show me. He showed her the summary data, the same stripped metadata format he'd given Fun, organized for operational assessment. She read it with the quick, precise attention of someone who knew exactly what they were looking at. When she looked up, her expression had shifted to something more deliberate. The source is an ability, not a model, she said. It wasn't a question. I'm not going to confirm or deny that. You don't need to. The prediction accuracy at this range and advance notice isn't achievable with data modeling. She folded the summary and handed it back. I'll contact the Sovereign Core through a back channel. I have a direct line that doesn't go through the Bureau chain of command. They can be positioned within 40 hours. That leaves sufficient response time. Yes. Her gaze was steady. I want something in exchange. What? Continued access. Whatever you're doing, whatever you're developing, I want to be on your list when something this large comes up again. Not for exclusivity. I'm not asking for that. Just for access on high-tier events in my operational territory. He'd expected this. He'd prepared for it. We need to structure it through a formal data consulting arrangement. Legal entity, documented outputs, defensible cover story. I've reviewed contract structures before. I can work within that. There's one other thing you should know, he said. He decided during the walkover that he was going to tell her the next part, because the CRHC situation was going to create pressure and she needed context to make an informed decision about her exposure. There's a commercial intelligence operation that's been watching me, the CRHC. They've been trying to acquire my prediction outputs through a consulting approach. I've declined, but they're not gone. Being associated with me has some institutional scrutiny attached. She took a moment before responding. My father runs the regulation division. I'm already familiar with institutional scrutiny. I know. Something moved in her expression that might have been either amusement or recognition of someone who did his homework. How many active relationships does this Oracle project have? Currently 3, including you. Designed for compartmentalization. All right, she said. Get me connected to your consulting entity. She called the Sovereign Core back channel as they stood there, Kai a few steps away to give her privacy on the call, but close enough to observe the quality of the conversation. She spoke economically, with the authority of someone who expected to be listened to. She gave the coordinates and timeline. She answered 2 brief questions and ended the call. 42 hours, she said. They'll have a full response team in position. The dungeon formed at 51 hours. The Sovereign Core cleared it in 9 hours, at the cost of significant equipment damage and 1 serious injury, but no deaths. The Bureau's official assessment classified it as B+, 1 sub-tier above Kai's estimate. He noted that in his calibration log as a near miss in class accuracy and updated his B-class dungeon texture descriptors accordingly. He received Elise's confirmation via the secure channel liminal analytics had established. Cleared. No fatalities. Good data. He sat in his apartment and looked at those 3 words for a while. No fatalities. His prediction had been acted on. The right people had been positioned. And the dungeon that could have killed a whole response team instead left everyone walking. He updated Project Oracle and went to bed, and he finally slept without running calculations. The absence of calculations was itself informative. He recognized the feeling as the specific relief of a phase completing. The planning phase that had occupied his entire cognitive bandwidth since the awakening was giving way to the operational phase. He was no longer building towards something. He was inside it. In the morning, his sensing showed him 2 new formation signatures that he'd missed in the previous night's sleep processing, both E-class, both in grid zones that Fun's team didn't typically operate in. He logged them as routine Oracle entries without sending them forward, below the threshold that warranted operational action from any of his current network partners. They were data points, nothing more. He went to his Metro data shift and ran dashboards and thought about Elise Morrow's 3 words, no fatalities. Good data. The compression in those 3 words, the professional economy of them, told him something he hadn't gotten from all his data research on her. She cared about the outcomes, not commercially. The phrasing was not good contract result or clean clearance or any of the efficiency metrics that Guild reports used. It was no fatalities, leading with the precision of someone for whom that number mattered more than any metric that followed. That changed his risk model for her slightly. A person who led with fatalities was operating on a different set of priorities than a person who led with clearance rates. It meant her discretion was more reliable. People with that priority structure didn't compromise it for financial advantage. It also meant she would push back if she believed Oracle's predictions were being used in ways that increased risk rather than reducing it. That was a constraint he could work with, and in fact preferred to the alternative. He revised 2 assumptions in the Oracle planning document and added a note. Non-commercial primary motivation confirmed. Adjust relationship management accordingly. Transparency about prediction limitations more important than with pure commercial partners. He went back to his dashboards. 2 more formation signatures appeared at the edge of his range while he worked. 1 C-class, 70 hours out, northeastern grid. He sent that one to Fun with coordinates and timeline before logging off at 6 a.m. and walking home through the first light of a morning that felt, since 3:51 on that Thursday, like it was beginning rather than continuing something uncertain. The network was real. The predictions were working. And somewhere in the dimensional fabric under the city, the pattern he hadn't yet named was still running. Patient, deliberate, invisible to everyone but him. Waiting for a name he was going to have to find sooner than he expected. And something in the signal's quality, its patience, its regularity, suggested that the thing at the other end had been waiting for a very long time for someone capable of asking the right question. Chapter 8. The pattern of Oracle's operations was establishing itself. Predictions flowed to Fun for routine gate events, to Elise for high-tier events requiring A-rank coordination, and the CRHC maintained passive surveillance from a respectful distance. Kai ran his night shifts at Metro Data, logged his predictions in Oracle's encrypted partition, and continued building his taxonomic model of formation types with each new data point. He had 37 confirmed predictions logged at this point. Not one miss. What changed in Week 7 was not his ability's accuracy, but its scope. He was in the Institute for Spatial Dynamics District. He'd been scouting the area because Unicho's research on dimensional stress topology had appeared in his peripheral reading, and he wanted to understand her work before deciding whether to make contact, when he sensed something that didn't fit any of his existing categories. It was not a gate formation, not a dungeon, not a cascade signature of the type he'd been observing between the recent formation events. It was a signal embedded inside the ordinary dimensional stress background of the city, low frequency, regular, rhythmic, like a heartbeat running beneath the noise. He stood on the street outside the Institute's building for 4 minutes, listening with his body, trying to understand what he was hearing. The signal was faint but consistent. It had direction. It came from a vector rather than a point, which meant it was traveling from somewhere distant rather than originating locally. He couldn't track it to a source yet. His range on directional sensing was still developing, but the quality of it was unlike any formation precursor he'd felt. Formation precursors were organic. They built and peaked and released, following natural stress fracture mechanics. This was too regular, too precise, too deliberate. He filed it under anomalous signal in Project Oracle and kept the observation private for 3 days while he built enough additional data to say something coherent about it. The signal persisted. It didn't strengthen or weaken noticeably over those 3 days. It was just there, running underneath everything else, patient and invisible to everyone except him. On day 3, he decided to approach Unicho. He'd been planning a possible approach for a week, but the anomalous signal had accelerated his timeline. What he was sensing was not something he could analyze alone. He needed someone with theoretical grounding in dimensional mechanics to help him understand what a directional, regular, non-organic signal in the dimensional stress background meant scientifically. Unicho had published 3 papers in the last year on precursor signal theory. She was the closest available match. He went to her office at the Institute with his stripped data summary and presented himself as an independent analyst doing private research on gate formation precursor signals. He showed her 37 data points. He watched her face while she read them. She held herself still for almost a minute. Then she looked up. "This isn't a model," she said. "This is direct sensing. It's proprietary methodology. The accuracy curves are not achievable through data modeling at this range and advance notice." She said it the way she would report a result that violated a prior hypothesis, not with surprise, but with the focused attention of a researcher encountering genuine new information. "I've been studying precursor signals for 8 years. What you're producing is 3 times more accurate than the best sensor array data I have access to. I've been asked not to disclose methodology." She set the summary down and folded her hands in the precise, deliberate way of someone organizing their next question. "What do you want from the Institute?" "I want to understand the theoretical framework for what I'm observing," he said. "In particular, I want to understand the distinction between organic formation events and what might look like a signal embedded in the dimensional stress background, a regular, directional, non-organic pattern." She was very still again for a moment. Then she turned to her display and pulled up her dimensional stress topology map, the most detailed visualization of the city's formation history he'd ever seen. "Show me what you're observing." He described the anomalous signal, location, direction, quality, the contrast with organic formation precursors. She listened with complete focus. When he finished, she turned back to her map and ran her finger along the directional vector he'd described. "There are 14 events in the last 15 years in my historical dataset that I've never been able to classify under the organic stress fracture model," she said. "They don't follow the probability distribution of natural formation events. I've had 3 alternative hypotheses, and I've published none of them because I didn't have forward sensing data that could confirm or refute them." Her attention moved to him. "Now I might. I'll share what I can," he said. "Under the same terms as anything else, analytical outputs, no disclosed mechanism." "Fine." She was already pulling up a new analytical window. "What I need from you is direction, timing, and qualitative description for every occurrence of this signal. I'll build the theoretical model from that." He gave her the 3 days of logged observations before he left. On the walk home, the anomalous signal pulsed through his awareness again, steady and patient, running underneath the city's ordinary dimensional noise like a question someone had been asking for a very long time. He had been thinking of the carrier wave as a mystery to be solved. Walking home from the Institute with Yuna's theoretical framework beginning to construct itself in his mind from the structural elements she'd already provided, he was starting to understand it differently. Not a mystery, a communication system, which meant it had a purpose, a sender, and a receiver. All 3 of those were unknown to him. All 3 were, potentially, discoverable with enough data and enough time. Yuna had said something at the end of their meeting that he kept returning to. The signal isn't just propagating through the dimensional fabric. It's using the fabric. The formation events aren't interference. They're the medium. She'd been drawing a diagram on her whiteboard when she said it, and she'd stopped drawing and looked at it for a long moment before continuing. Someone built a communication system that uses gate formation events as signal carriers. The gates aren't the goal. They're the infrastructure. He had stood in her office and let that restructure everything he'd understood about the carrier wave. And what it had restructured was his entire picture of who was behind this and what they wanted. A person who built communication infrastructure using gate formation events as signal carriers was not interested in the gates themselves. They were interested in what the gates communicated. They were sending a message, or receiving one. He stopped on the street corner where he'd been pausing for 6 weeks to check his sensing range across the city, and he extended his ability along the carrier wave's vector and tried, for the first time, to follow the signal backward to its source. His range wasn't sufficient. The source was beyond his current outer limit by what felt like a significant margin. But the direction was clear: east. East of the city, east of the metropolitan grid, into terrain that his professional experience told him contained nothing of operational significance. Which was, of course, exactly the kind of terrain where something of operational significance would be placed if you didn't want anyone to find it. He went home and added source location mapping, directional triangulation, to Project Oracle's active research agenda. He was going to need multiple observation points to triangulate effectively. He was going to need time. And he was going to need to keep the carrier wave research completely separate from the operational predictions he was running through Fun and Elise, because the carrier wave was a different kind of problem, one that was going to require institutional action eventually, and for which he needed to build a much more careful case before he could take it anywhere. He was running 2 investigations in parallel now. One was Oracle, the prediction service, the thing that was building him a position and a network and a track record. The other was something he didn't have a name for yet, something darker and larger than gate timing predictions, something that connected to every unexplained death in every engineered formation event for however long the carrier wave had been running. He needed a name for it. He typed Project Anchor into a new document, looked at it for a moment, and deleted it. He tried Project Source, deleted that too. He settled, finally, on Project Signal, because whatever was at the end of the carrier wave, Signal was the beginning of finding it. He reviewed the signal's characteristics from memory, the way he reviewed a data set he'd been analyzing for days. Frequency, lower than any formation precursor he'd cataloged. Amplitude, consistent, not building or decaying. Direction, coming from a vector rather than a point, which implied a distant source rather than a local event. Duration, present since at least his first observation 3 days ago, and possibly much longer. His ability had been developing sensitivity throughout the awakening period, and it was entirely possible the signal had been present all along, simply below his detection threshold until now. That possibility was more disturbing than the alternative. If the signal had been running before he had the ability to notice it, then it had been running in the city's dimensional background for an unknown duration, invisible to every instrument the Bureau operated and every sensing ability any registered hunter possessed. He pulled up his Project Oracle formation history and cross-referenced it against the signal's frequency signature, looking for any past formation event that had produced a signature matching the carrier quality he was currently sensing. It was a long search through 12 weeks of logs. At the end of it, he found 3 past events that had seemed slightly irregular. Their formation timing had been off from his geological cross-reference model by a margin he'd attributed to model error at the time. With the carrier signal in mind, he revisited those 3 events and found something that changed their meaning entirely. They were not model errors. They were formations that had followed the carrier wave rather than the natural stress topology. The signal had triggered them, or amplified them, or directed them. He could not determine which without more data, but the correlation was unmistakable. 3 formation events in 12 weeks, produced or influenced by this signal. He ran the obvious next calculation. If the signal had been running before his awakening, how many formation events in the city's 20-year gate history had been produced or influenced by it rather than arising naturally? How many hunters had died in formations that weren't organic? How many clearance operations had been shaped by dimensional pressure that was not accidental? He didn't have enough data to answer any of those questions tonight, but they had the quality of questions whose answers were going to change everything once he found them. He updated Project Oracle with a new notation. Carrier wave, possible formation influence, priority, escalation. He was going to talk to Una tomorrow, and whatever she told him was going to require him to start moving faster than his original timeline had planned, because the private phase had a hard outer limit that was now closer than it had been, and someone at the other end of this signal was, whether they knew it or not, making it closer by the day, and somewhere in that closing distance was something old and deliberate that had never, in 15 years, been afraid of being found. Chapter 9: The Anomalous Signal. Kai had started calling it the carrier wave, privately, in his Project Oracle notation, was not the only new development of Week 7. He was walking through the Eastern Waterfront District on a post-event site survey, reading the dimensional scar the B-class dungeon had left in the spatial fabric, when he sensed another person conducting a similar reading from the opposite direction. The sensation was precise enough that he could locate them without looking. Approximately 15 meters away, stationary, hands in contact with a surface, running a short-range passive sense through the physical environment. He looked. A woman in her mid-20s was crouched near the waterfront wall with her palm pressed flat against the concrete, eyes half closed. Her technique was visible once you knew what to look for: the subtle stillness, the micro-expressions of a person processing sensory data. He watched for a moment, then stepped closer. "The scar runs about 30 meters to the northeast," he said. "If you're mapping the edge of the residual signature." She stood and turned fast, hand moving toward her hip where a weapon probably lived, catching herself partway through when she reassessed what she was looking at. A civilian-dressed man who had just demonstrated he could read the same dimensional scar she was reading. She stood very still. "Who are you?" she said. "Someone doing the same thing you're doing," Kai said. "Post-event dimensional reading. Your ability is long-range forward," she said. It wasn't a question. She'd just processed what he'd implied about the dungeon scar and drawn the correct inference from the fact that he'd known where it ran without touching it. Yes. How far forward? He considered for exactly 2 seconds. He'd gotten faster at making these calibrations. 72 hours typical. Her expression shifted through a sequence he recognized. Recalibration, followed by a rapid internal assessment of implications, followed by a decision to continue the conversation rather than end it. "My name is Sora Vane," she said. "Independent hunter. Short-range contact sensing, 12 hours, 12-meter maximum range. You were analyzing the scar, not just reading it." "I've been building a map of every major formation site in the Eastern Grid for 2 years, she said. "The dungeon scar has a different quality than the gate scars nearby. Something in how the dimensional membrane collapsed differently." Her eyes moved to him with care. "If you have 72-hour forward sensing, you would have felt this dungeon forming before it was detected." "Yes." "Did you act on it?" "I passed the prediction through channels that resulted in the sovereign core being positioned in time for a full response. 0 fatalities." Something moved in her face. "That was your data." "Through intermediaries." She studied him for a long moment. "There's a network of hunters and researchers who've been looking at the Eastern Grid Cascade for 18 months. We think the formation events here are not random. We think they're following a pattern that the Bureau's analysis isn't equipped to recognize." She reached into her jacket and produced a contact card with a single stylized sine wave symbol. "If your forward sensing is as good as you're implying, you're the piece we've been missing." He took the card. "What does your network do with pattern observations?" "Try to understand them," she said. "And try to get ahead of the next event in the cascade before someone else dies in it." He held the card and thought about what he'd been sensing. The signal running underneath the cascade, the directional signal from somewhere far away, the quality of the recent formation events that matched nothing in Yuna's historical organic stress taxonomy. He had been building toward this conversation without knowing it. "I'll contact you," he said. She nodded. She pressed her palm against the wall one final time, got whatever last data the contact reading offered, and walked away with the unhurried efficiency of someone who'd said what needed to be said. He stood at the waterfront holding her card, and the carrier wave reached him through his sensing running beneath everything, steady, patient, coming from far away, and something shifted in the way he understood his own position in the problem he was investigating. He had been building Oracle as a private prediction service. He was starting to understand that it was actually a detection capability for something much larger than gate formation timing, and that the thing it was detecting was connected to the deaths that had already happened in the Eastern Grid, and that the connection meant he was not investigating a mystery for commercial or professional interest. He was investigating it because people were dying in a system that someone had engineered, and he was the only person currently positioned to read that system's carrier wave. He stayed at the waterfront after Sora left, holding her card and letting his ability sweep the area. The dimensional scar from the cleared dungeon was still legible to him here, not fading yet, still carrying the specific imprint of a large-scale dimensional membrane collapse. But layered beneath it, visible now that he knew what to look for, was something else, the carrier wave's local signature, embedded in the scar's energy profile. The dungeon had formed along the carrier wave's propagation path. It had not been coincidental positioning. He was standing where someone had engineered a formation event that killed people, and the physics of that engineering were written in the stone and water around him. And he was the only person in the world who could read them. The weight of that was not comfortable. He had been treating Oracle primarily as a strategic and commercial problem: how to build leverage, how to control the registration timeline, how to use the abilities advantage optimally. The carrier wave evidence was pushing the problem into different territory. Strategic and commercial problems had solutions that could be managed at a careful pace. The problem of a 15-year deliberate engineering campaign that had produced deaths was a different category of problem, and it required a different category of urgency. He contacted Yuna from the waterfront and told her he needed to meet the following day. He told her why. She said, simply, come early. He arrived at the institute at 7 a.m., before anyone else was there, and they worked for 3 hours on the framework before the rest of the staff arrived. What they built in those 3 hours was the beginning of an analysis that neither of them could have done alone. Yuna's theoretical spatial dynamics framework combined with Kai's direct sensing data, producing a model of the carrier wave's properties and probable source characteristics that was more rigorous than anything either had attempted separately. The model's first output was uncomfortable in its specificity. The carrier wave had been running at a consistent level for at least 2 years, possibly longer. The oldest geological cross-reference data Yuna could pull went back 2 years, and the signal was present throughout. For the events before that, she could only infer from the formation anomalies in the historical data. But the inference was strong. Whatever this was, it had started before either of them had been paying attention. Kai walked home from the institute in the midday light and thought about Sora's network and what they'd been building for 18 months without the forward sensing capability that would have let them see the carrier wave directly. He was going to call her and say yes. And then he was going to start moving faster, because the careful timeline he'd built was being adjusted by facts outside his control, as careful timelines always eventually were, and the force adjusting his now was not uncertainty, but certainty, which was both more manageable and more alarming. He stood at the waterfront and did a final sweep of the area with his sensing, the dungeon scar, the carrier wave signature embedded in it, the distant steady pulse from somewhere far east that he was still learning to map precisely. All present, all consistent, all waiting for whoever was building the picture that would make them legible. He was that person. He was going to have to be ready for what that meant. Chapter 10, he called Sora 3 days later. He'd spent the intervening time doing full background research on her and on every person she'd mentioned in connection with her network. 7 people total, including Sora, 3 hunters with sensing abilities of various types, 2 academic researchers with backgrounds in spatial dynamics, 1 former bureau analyst, and 1 hunter with no sensing ability but excellent operational experience who served as ground truth validation for the network's predictive claims. The former bureau analyst was the one who required the most careful assessment. Dex Okafor had worked in the Bureau's research division for 6 years before resigning over a suppressed report. The suppression was a matter of partial public record. Dex had given 2 interviews to trade publications in which she described the incident in general terms, carefully avoiding specific allegations that would create legal liability. Kai read both interviews and cross-referenced them against the Bureau's published research archive, which had a gap at exactly the period she described, and concluded that her account was credible. A person who had left a job over a principled objection to information suppression was, paradoxically, a safer informational partner than someone who'd never been tested. You knew what their line was. You knew they'd hold it. He went to the network meeting. It was in a rented private research space that Sora had arranged, not affiliated with any of the 7 participants' professional addresses, which showed basic operational competence. He introduced himself as an independent analyst with forward sensing capability and gave them the strip data summary, same as he'd given Fun and Elise. The room's response was the response of people who had been working with a puzzle that had a missing piece for a long time. Dex immediately pulled out a cascade analysis she'd been building for 5 years, 14 formation events in the eastern and northern grids, plotted over time, with intervals and geographic clustering data, and cross-referenced it against Kai's prediction timeline. These 3 events in your log, she said, pointing. These are in my cascade analysis. I mapped them as part of a single causal chain. Each formation created dimensional stress that triggered the next one at a predictable interval and distance. The Bureau classified them as independent events, Kai said. I know. I was told to reclassify them before my report was published. Her voice was even, reporting a fact. The person who told me to reclassify them is now the deputy director of the research division. Silence moved through the room. What's the next event in the current cascade? Sora asked, directing the question at Kai. He'd been tracking the eastern grid cascade for 2 weeks. A C-class gate formation in the northern port subgrid, he said. Approximately 43 hours from now, plus or minus 4. The silence that followed was different from the silence after he'd given the summary. It was the silence of 7 people doing simultaneous real-time assessment of a claim that was either remarkable or false, and arriving at the understanding that the person making it wasn't the type to make false claims. You know that right now? Dex said. Not from a model. You're reading it. Yes. And in 43 hours we'll have confirmation one way or the other. Yes. The network ran the 43-hour clock. The C-class gate formed in the northern port subgrid at 41 hours after Kai's prediction, within his stated accuracy margins. Dex sent a single message through the group's secure channel, 41 hours, 60 meters from predicted epicenter. C-class confirmed. Kai incorporated the network into Oracle structure on the same terms as the other relationships. Data through liminal analytics, analytical framing, source confidentiality. He gave them cascade prediction data specifically, not just individual formation events, but the cascade timing and sequencing that his ability was increasingly able to map as a whole structure. And he began telling Yuna about the carrier wave. Not to Sora's network, not yet. He was still gathering data on the signal. But Yuna had the theoretical framework to help him understand what it was, and he needed that understanding before he brought it to a larger group. A directional, periodic, non-organic signal embedded in the dimensional stress background, she said, working through his description the way she worked through everything, systematically. That's consistent with what I've theorized as a resonance transmission phenomenon, a deliberate signal propagating through the dimensional substrate. Someone transmitting something. Or the cascade is itself the transmission. The formation events are not just natural stress releases, they're the signal. Her focus sharpened, which means someone is creating gate formations deliberately, not discovering dimensional weak points, making them. He let that sit in the air between them. He had been approaching this conclusion for 2 weeks and had not let himself land on it until he had more corroborating data. Yuna had arrived at it from a different direction in 15 minutes, from his description alone. I need the directional vector pinpointed as precisely as I can get it, he said. Give me everything you have on the signal, she said. I'll map it. He stayed at the institute another hour, giving her the full log, watching her build the first version of what would become the carrier wave model. She worked quickly and without unnecessary comment, which he appreciated. When she did speak, it was to ask a precise question or note a specific anomaly in the data. She caught 2 things he'd missed in his own analysis. A slight regularity in the signal's amplitude variation that she noted could indicate a transmission schedule, and a spatial resonance pattern that appeared only when she plotted his observation points in 3 dimensions rather than 2. The signal has a depth component, she said, turning the 3-dimensional plot to show him. It's not just traveling laterally through the dimensional substrate. It's traveling at a specific angle, which means the source is at a different altitude than my initial model assumed. She marked a point on the map. Underground. Significantly below surface grade. An underground installation. Kai looked at the mark on her map and thought about what kind of structure could house a dimensional transmission system powerful enough to produce formation events across a 90-kilometer radius for 15 years. It wasn't a small project. It wasn't something that could be hidden in a standard building or a commercial space. Bureau infrastructure, he said. The engineering profile would be consistent with their Tier 3 research installations, she said. The ones they built in the early years of the Gate era, when they were still trying to understand the dimensional mechanics rather than just respond to them. Most of those facilities were decommissioned in the austerity cycles. She paused. Most of them. He walked home from the institute with the map of what she'd built so far on his phone and the weight of what it implied pressing in from every angle. Not just someone creating gate formations deliberately. Someone with bureau-grade infrastructure doing it, from an installation that was either never decommissioned or was decommissioned on paper while continuing to operate in practice. And somewhere in the network connecting that installation to the city, 14 confirmed formation cascade events over 5 years, at least 3 deaths, and a suppressed research report that the deputy director of the research division had ordered reclassified. He was no longer working on a prediction service. He was working on something that connected to the Bureau's own history, its decommissioned infrastructure, and a decision by a senior official to bury the evidence of what that infrastructure was doing. He updated Project Oracle that evening with a new section, Project Signal, Structural Analysis. He had the vector and the depth component. He needed the distance. He needed to map multiple observation points to triangulate the source's location precisely enough to search the decommissioned facility records. He would find it. The question was whether he found it before whoever was running it noticed that someone was looking, because a system that had been running invisibly for 15 years did not do so by accident, and the people running it were paying attention to their operational security in ways he had not yet fully mapped. And the question he couldn't stop returning to was whether those people were afraid of him yet, or whether they were still the ones setting the terms. Chapter 11. The vector mapping took 4 days and required Kai to make 12 separate observations of the carrier wave's direction from different locations around the city, triangulating toward a source point by comparing the directional vectors from each observation site. The result was striking. The signal appeared to originate from a point approximately 200 kilometers east, in the geological uplift region east of the metropolitan grid where, according to public land records, nothing of significance existed. Industrial adjacent territory, mixed public and private land, low population density. He cross-referenced the coordinates against Dex's historical cascade analysis without telling Dex why he was asking. He described the area generally and asked if she recognized it in connection with any of the formation events she'd been tracking. She sent back a document she'd never published, a map of what she called formation shadow zones, areas of the metropolitan grid that had experienced zero formation events in 15 years, despite dimensional stress measurements that should have made them prime formation sites. I've always assumed the stress readings in those areas were erroneous, Dex wrote, or that there was some geological characteristic I didn't have data on, but I've never been able to explain it. He looked at the formation shadow map and at the vector to the signal source and at the historical cascade timing and let the picture assemble itself without forcing a conclusion. The formation shadow zones were arranged in a rough corridor connecting the metropolitan grid to the region east of the city, as though the dimensional energy that should have produced formations in those areas had been redirected, channeled, focused. Focused where? He looked at the vector and thought about what was 212 kilometers east, in the geological uplift, where nothing of significance existed. He ran a different search: land records, zoning history, construction permits, environmental assessments. He was looking for anything that had existed in that location and stopped existing, or that existed nominally, but without obvious operational activity. He found it on day 3 of the search. A Hunter's Bureau research installation, listed in decommissioned facility records, Bureau Spatial Research Station 7, operational from year 8 through year 22 of the Postgate era, officially decommissioned for budgetary reasons. The decommissioning documentation was routine. The timing was not. The facility had been decommissioned 8 months after the first event in Dex's historical cascade analysis. He sat with that correlation for a long time. Then he called Yuna on the secure channel. The signal source is a decommissioned Bureau research facility, he said. How long has the signal been running? She said. If the cascade analysis is right, 15 years. Another silence. That facility has been running a signal into the city's dimensional substrate for 15 years, she said, working through it. And no one has detected it because no one has had the sensing resolution to read the carrier wave rather than just the formation events it's producing. Until now. Until now. She paused. The 4 hunters who died in the eastern waterfront dungeon. The dungeon that the Sovereign Corps cleared at cost. Yes, he said. He'd thought about that. He'd thought about it quite a lot. That dungeon was produced by a 15-year-old deliberate signal running from an abandoned Bureau facility. That's what the data suggests. She took longer with this one. Kai, this is not something liminal analytics can handle. I know. This is national-level intelligence. This affects every formation event in the metropolitan region. The Bureau needs to know. The Bureau may already know, he said. The facility was Bureau property. The decommissioning came 8 months after the cascade started. If someone in the Bureau decommissioned the facility to cover that it was still operational, he let the sentence in there. He heard Yuna's breath change on the line. Who do you trust inside the Bureau? She asked. His mind moved through Elise Morrow and her father's position, the registration meeting he'd been planning, the risk matrix he'd built at the beginning of all this, and the hard outer limit on the private phase that he'd noted 2 weeks ago. I'm going to register tomorrow, he said. Full documentation. The carrier wave observations, the cascade analysis, everything. That's faster than you wanted. The situation is faster than I wanted. He spent that night assembling the complete project Oracle record into a registration package. Every prediction log, every cascade analysis, every carrier wave observation, Yuna's theoretical framework, Dex's historical data, the correlation between the decommissioned facility and the cascade start date. He organized it into a document that was, he estimated, the most comprehensive ability registration submission the Bureau had ever received. He filed the appointment request at 11 p.m. The confirmation came through at 11:04. 9 a.m. the following morning, Hunter's Bureau, Ability Registration Division. He went to sleep knowing that everything was about to change. He ran through the registration meeting one more time in his head as he lay in the dark. Not because he was anxious about it, but because he prepared for important events by running simulations. He had been doing this since college, since the first time he presented a controversial analysis to a senior manager and gotten it right, because he'd already lived through every version of the conversation in his head the night before. Park, the examiner, would have questions about the accuracy parameters. Kai had answers. He would have questions about the commercial arrangement. Kai had documentation. He would escalate, almost certainly, because an ability of this type triggered mandatory escalation protocols. Kai had anticipated escalation and had structured the package to be complete enough that escalation would produce additional resources rather than delays. The carrier wave section was the part he was least certain about. It was the part of the package that went beyond routine ability registration into something that would require people with authority he didn't yet have access to. He'd included it because withholding it would be wrong. If the Bureau needed to know anything in that registration package, they needed to know about a 15-year engineered formation cascade running from what was probably a decommissioned Bureau facility. But including it meant the conversation in that meeting was not going to be a standard registration interview. He had prepared for a non-standard conversation. He had prepared for every version of it he could imagine. What he hadn't prepared for, and couldn't fully prepare for, was the version where the examiner had institutional reasons to not engage with what Kai was presenting, where the signal data hit a wall of deliberate bureaucratic inertia rather than the engaged professional attention he was projecting onto Park. He'd noted that risk in his preparation documents. He had a contingency for it. If Park went sideways on the signal data, Kai had Elise's connection to her father's regulation division as a direct path around the standard registration channel. He would use that path if he had to. He hoped he didn't have to. He closed his eyes. The spatial dreams came almost immediately. The city laid out in dimensional pressure and release, the carrier's signal threading through it like a base note under everything. The formation scars marking the history of what had been done here. And he let them run, because they were data, and data was always worth processing even when it arrived in dreams. And tomorrow was the meeting that changed everything, for better or for worse. And his ability ran through the city's spatial fabric like a hand reading a text, and he understood in a new way that the text was a warning he had almost missed. He fell asleep with that thought, and the spatial dreams replaced it with something simpler. The formation map of the city, every event he'd predicted laid out in chronological order, and between each one the carrier wave running steady, patient, and old. Older than his ability. Older than the Bureau's detection system, older than anything he'd been built to find. He'd find it anyway. That was what tomorrow was for. Chapter 12. The examiner was named Park. He was compact, precise, and professional in a way that Kai found easier to work with than either enthusiasm or skepticism, because professionalism was predictable and he had prepared for predictable. Kai handed Park the registration package without preamble. Park opened it, read the first page, then began reading with the full, focused attention of someone who understood immediately that they were looking at something unusual. He read for 9 minutes without saying anything. Kai sat across from him and was still. Forward sensing, Park said finally. 72-hour advance notice on B class and above. That's the current typical figure. It's been increasing since awakening. The package indicates you've had the ability for approximately 10 weeks. 73 days. And in 73 days the range has extended from 30 to 90 plus kilometers. Correct. Park looked at the data summary section. 43 confirmed predictions. 100% accuracy on location within stated margins. 100% on class within one tier. He set the summary down. The best passive forward sensing ability currently registered in this bureau has an 8-hour advance notice maximum on high-tier events. I know. I reviewed the ability registry. Your package includes a theoretical framework from the Institute for Spatial Dynamics. Dr. Yuna chose analysis. She's been studying precursor signal theory for 8 years and has independent confirmation of the data quality. Park turned to Yuna's section and read for 4 minutes. He set it aside and moved to the next section, the carrier wave observations. He read slowly. His expression did not change, but his posture changed slightly, a small adjustment that Kai's analyst training recognized as a shift from standard assessment to heightened attention. The anomalous signal observations, Park said. A periodic, directional, non-organic signal in the dimensional stress background. I first detected it 6 weeks ago. It's been consistent since. The directional vector maps to coordinates in the geological uplift region east of the city. You've included triangulation data. 12 separate observation points over 4 days. The vector is stable. And you cross-reference those coordinates against decommissioned facility records. Bureau Spatial Research Station 7. Decommissioned 14 years and 8 months ago. The facility decommissioning occurred 8 months after what an independent cascade analysis identifies as the first event in a 15-year formation cascade affecting the metropolitan region. Park studied the facility records section, then at the cascade analysis section, then back at the signal data. He was doing what good analysts do when they encounter data that changes the shape of the problem, not rejecting it, but reconstructing the framework. "Why are you registering today?" he said finally. Kai had prepared this answer with care. "Because the carrier wave data required institutional action that I couldn't take as an unregistered hunter. I've been private during the ability development phase because I needed time to understand what I had before going through a process that I knew would attract significant institutional interest. I now believe I have enough understanding to engage productively, and I have data the Bureau needs. The registration delay is technically a violation. I know. I've documented the commercial arrangement I operated under during that period, liminal analytics, and I'm prepared to accept whatever administrative action is appropriate." Park reviewed the liminal analytics documentation with the same systematic care he'd given everything else. He closed it. "I need to escalate this registration across multiple divisions," he said. "The carrier wave data alone requires research division involvement. The ability classification requires standard regulatory review. The commercial operating arrangement requires administrative review. And the formation cascade data requires operations involvement. I expected that. The process will take several weeks. I understand. In the interim, provisional registration as a support/sense class hunter. Ability classification, spatial precognition, forward active. No operational restrictions during review except mandatory 24-hour reporting for any carrier wave observations." Agreed. Park stood and extended his hand. It was a formal handshake that meant the conversation was now officially documented, a kind of beginning and ending simultaneously. "Mr. Duran," Park said, "I've processed 18 years of ability registrations. This is the most thoroughly prepared submission I've encountered. I'm a data analyst," Kai said. "I'm used to making sure the documentation is complete before the meeting." He left with a provisional registration card in his pocket and the precise, vertiginous sense of having crossed a threshold. He was now an official part of the hunter ecosystem. The terms of his engagement with every institution that mattered had just changed permanently. His ability pulsed, the carrier wave, steady and patient. And something else, a new resolution, like a picture snapping into clearer focus. The threshold crossing had triggered another development in his sensing. He stood on the Bureau's front steps and realized he could now feel the signal's source with a precision he hadn't had this morning. 212 kilometers east. Something old and deliberate, using the city's dimensional fabric like a transmission medium, patient enough to have been running for 15 years before anyone could hear it. He put his registration card in his wallet and walked into the city that was now officially his operational territory. The city looked the same. The street outside the Bureau building was the same street it had always been. The same pedestrians, the same traffic, the same dimensional background hum that his ability had been reading for months. Nothing visible had changed, but his relationship to it had changed completely, and in ways he was still processing as he walked. Before today, he had been an analyst with an unregistered ability, operating in a legal gray zone with carefully constructed cover, managing institutional risk through secrecy and controlled information. After today, he was a registered hunter. His ability was on record. His legal entity was documented. His prediction history was in the Bureau's files. The carrier wave observation was in the investigation queue. He was exposed in ways he had never been before. He had chosen to be exposed. He had done it carefully and strategically and with better preparation than he'd had for anything else in his life. And it still felt like standing at the edge of something large and feeling the wind from it. Park had said unprecedented. He'd said it without drama, just as a factual assessment, which made it land heavier than any more dramatic presentation would have. Kai had spent 6 years being precisely calibrated and careful and good at his job and not receiving credit for it. He was about to receive more attention than he'd accumulated in all 6 of those years combined, and he needed to be ready for the ways that attention would change the calculations. He updated his threat model on the walk home. The CRHC was the most immediate concern. They would see his registration filing and adjust their strategy. Whatever passive surveillance Torres had been running was going to shift to something more active or more strategic. He needed to address that directly and soon. Elise was right that the solution was establishing his public position strongly enough that the CRHC's leverage diminished. He hadn't been ready to do that before the registration. Now he was positioned for it, and the registration had given him the institutional credibility that would make a public demonstration land with weight rather than as mere claim. He was also going to update every Oracle network partner today. They each knew pieces of the picture. They deserved to know that the registration had happened and what it meant for their arrangements with liminal analytics going forward. Nothing in the arrangements changed legally. They had already been structured for this transition, but the context changed, and they were people who had taken risks on his behalf and who deserved current information. He called Fan first, then Elise through her channel, then sent a message to Yuna, then to Sora's network. All 4 responses came back within the hour, and all 4 were, in different ways, the same thing. A note of acknowledgement and a question about how the new phase changed what they were doing together. The answer was, it made it more durable. The cover story was no longer a necessity. The relationships were now built on a foundation that could survive institutional scrutiny rather than requiring it to stay at a distance. He went home and started planning the next phase, and his ability showed him the signal running steady through the city, and beyond it, the source facility 212 kilometers east, patient and invisible and not, he was fairly certain, unaware that someone had just filed a report about it with the Bureau's Regulation Division, and whatever was at that facility, patient and operational for 15 years, had now run out of the time it had taken for granted. Chapter 13. The 3 days after registration were quieter than he'd expected, which he'd also expected. Institutions moved at institutional speeds, and the Bureau's review process was going to take weeks. The CRHC had paused their pressure while they assessed what Kai's registration meant for their acquisition strategy. A registered hunter with a legal operating entity was a different legal problem than an unregistered analyst. He used the 3 days to consolidate Project Oracle. He updated the full operational structure, Fun for routine gate events in his zone, Elise for high-tier events requiring A-rank coordination, Yuna for theoretical research and carrier wave modeling, Sora's network for cascade pattern analysis. He documented each relationship in liminal analytics files with appropriate contractual framing. He reviewed the security posture of each relationship and tightened 2 communication protocols that had gotten sloppy. He also spent 12 hours reviewing his ability's current state with Yuna, mapping what he could now do against her theoretical framework. What he could do as of day 76 after awakening. Detect gate and dungeon formation events up to 100 kilometers out, 72 hours in advance, with location accuracy within 80 meters and class accuracy within 1 tier. Sense the texture of gate interiors, monster type, rough density, possible elite class presence, with approximately 75% reliability. Read post-event dimensional scars for historical analysis. Sense the carrier wave signal and map its directional vector. New. As of the day of registration, detect the carrier wave source point to within a localized area rather than just a direction. The registration event triggered a threshold crossing, Yuna said, reviewing the ability progression data he'd given her. That's consistent with my tiered theoretical model. The ability advances in discrete steps rather than continuously, and certain events can trigger the step changes. What kind of events? That's what I'm trying to understand from your data. She pulled up the development timeline. Week 1, initial activation, 30-kilometer range. Weeks 2 through 3, range extension to 65 kilometers, onset of texture sensing. Weeks 4 through 6, range extension to 90 kilometers, texture sensing improving, dungeon type discrimination appearing. Week 7, anomalous signal first detected. Week 11, registration, threshold crossing, source localization appears. She traced the timeline with her finger. Each major step is associated with a significant event or decision. Week 1, the awakening. Week 7, the carrier wave. Week 11, the registration. The ability responds to engagement, Kai said. It responds to you acknowledging what you're doing, she said. Each time you committed fully to a new phase of the investigation, when you decided to log the carrier wave seriously, when you decided to register, the ability advanced. As though it's calibrating to your understanding of it. He sat with that. It implied a dynamic system rather than a static one. The ability was not just developing on a fixed growth curve. It was responding to him. What comes next, he said, if the pattern holds? A development that corresponds to whatever the next major commitment is. Her gaze stayed on him. The carrier wave source. When you go there, or when you bring the right institutional resources to bear on it. I think the ability will show you something about that event that it can't show you from here. That's not a comfortable implication. No, she said, but I think it's accurate. He left the institute and walked home through the late afternoon, and his ability showed him the carrier wave's source point with a clarity that was new and that he hadn't yet fully examined. Something at the decommissioned facility was not just transmitting. Something at the decommissioned facility was also receiving. There was a bidirectional quality to the signal that he hadn't been able to resolve before today's threshold crossing. He stopped on a street corner and held that observation very still in his mind. A transmitter that also received. Designed for two-way communication. Transmitting into the city's dimensional fabric through formation cascade events. Receiving what? From whom? He started walking again, faster, and pulled out his phone and called Elise. I need to meet with your father, he said. A pause. When? As soon as he'll see me. It's about the carrier wave data. Another pause. Longer. He'll see you. Tomorrow morning. I'll set it up. He thanked her and ended the call and kept walking, and his ability hummed with the signal's bidirectional quality, two-way and patient, and somewhere under the eastern waterfront, the dimensional scar from the cleared dungeon pulsed faintly in sympathetic resonance, as though the scar and the signal were parts of the same system. He had been building Project Oracle for 76 days. He was starting to understand that Oracle was not the endpoint. It was the beginning. He sat in his apartment that evening and ran through everything he currently knew about the investigation's shape. The carrier wave source was at Bureau Spatial Research Station 7, 212 kilometers east, decommissioned on paper but operational in practice for at least 15 years. The wave traveled through a network of relay nodes, for currently mapped, possibly more, that served dual purposes as propagation infrastructure and city monitoring assets. The monitoring function was the part that troubled him most, because it implied intent, not just creating formation events, but watching the response to them. Studying the city's hunter ecosystem. Why study a city's hunter response capacity for 15 years? There were several possible answers, and he'd been running through them systematically. Intelligence gathering for some future operation. The most obvious answer, and the one he kept returning to because the specificity of what they were gathering, response times, deployment patterns, coverage gaps, was exactly what you'd want if you were planning to exploit those gaps. Resource monopolization, using advanced knowledge of formation events to position clients advantageously, which connected to the CRHC and its commercial interests. Or something else, something that the monitoring data would become clear about if he could identify who it was ultimately going to. That communication spike was still the most important data point he had. The spike had occurred during a window when the Bureau's attention was maximally occupied. Something at the facility had transmitted to a receiver outside his sensing range. Something had received it. The receiver was not local. It was not in the metropolitan area, not in the adjacent regions. He'd been thinking about what could lie outside his sensing range, but still exist as a plausible receiver for a dimensional substrate transmission. His abilities range was currently just over 100 kilometers for formation precursor signals. For the carrier wave, his range was different. The carrier wave was a lower frequency, higher power signal, and he could feel its direction from the city even though the source was over 200 kilometers away. The receiver was at a distance where he couldn't track the transmission once it left the relay network. But outside my current range was not a permanent limit. It was an attribute of his current tier. He looked at the development timeline in Project Oracle and thought about the threshold crossing that had occurred on the day of his registration. The previous threshold crossings had each corresponded to a major engagement with the source of the carrier wave, not physical proximity, but informational proximity, logging the signal seriously, filing the report, meeting with Morrow. Each act of deep engagement had advanced the ability. The next engagement was the field deployment. If the pattern held, when the pattern held, the deployment would show him things about the facility that he couldn't see from here, and possibly show him what the relay network was ultimately connected to, on the other side of the range limit he currently couldn't breach. He was 76 days from a midnight in a basement where a computer analyst had pressed his hands flat on a desk and tried to understand why his body had become a tuning fork. The investigation he was building was already larger than anything he'd imagined on that night. And the thing at the other end of the carrier wave, patient, invisible, receiving data from the city for 15 years, would be larger still. He was ready for it. He had spent his life building the patience and the analytical rigor that this problem required. And his ability was still growing, still developing, still, he was starting to believe, specifically calibrated for exactly this, finding the thing that no one else could find, in the dimensional fabric of a world that was much stranger than its surface suggested. And the thing at the carrier wave's far end had been learning that world from the inside for 15 years, which meant it was not going to be surprised by anything it had mapped, and Kai was going to have to be faster, more specific, more dangerous than anything in that map. Chapter 14 Director Harlan Morrow was not what Kai had expected from the bureaucratic title. He was 62, with the physical quality of a man who had spent years in gate zones before transitioning to administration, and he listened to Kai's carrier wave briefing with a stillness that was either practiced or deeply habitual. He had read the registration package before the meeting. Kai could tell because he had specific questions about the facility decommissioning documentation rather than generalities. Elise sat to one side and said nothing. This was her meeting insofar as she had arranged it, but the conversation was between Kai and her father. Bureau Spatial Research Station 7 was decommissioned in year 14, Director Morrow said when Kai had completed the briefing. I was a field operations director at the time. I was not involved in the research division's administrative decisions. I'm not suggesting you were, Kai said. He'd been careful about this. He was not making institutional allegations. He was presenting data and asking for institutional response. The distinction mattered. The correlation between the decommissioning and the cascade start date, Morrow said. You've noted the timing. Yes. I don't have enough information to characterize the relationship. That's what the investigation would determine. If the facility is still operational, it would be unauthorized. The decommissioning removed it from the Bureau's active asset list. He was thinking carefully, visibly. An unauthorized installation running a dimensional transmission system for 15 years would require resources, maintenance, and continued operational control. That implies an ongoing human operation, not just a piece of equipment left running. Yes. Which implies people who know about it. Both the people operating it and, possibly, people who know about the operation and have chosen not to disclose it. He said it evenly. He was a careful man. He was also, Kai noted, not dismissing the possibility that those people might include Bureau personnel. I want to formally report the carrier wave data through the regulation division, Kai said. And I want to formally request that the facility location be assessed as a potential active installation. I'm prepared to cooperate fully with whatever investigative process follows. Your ability provides the only sensing capability currently available for the carrier wave, Morrow said. Any investigation would require your participation. I understand and accept that. The regulation division is the appropriate channel. I'll initiate a preliminary assessment today. He paused. There will be institutional resistance. Some of it will be bureaucratic, people protecting their processes, not their secrets. Some of it may be more deliberate. He looked at Kai directly. You should be prepared for that. I've been preparing for that since day one, Kai said. Something moved in Morrow's expression that might have been, if not approval, then recognition. He stood and extended his hand. The meeting was over. In the hallway afterward, Elise fell in a step with him without speaking until they were outside. He believed you, she said. I know. He doesn't say that readily. I wasn't looking for ready belief, Kai said. I was looking for the right process initiated through the right channel. If he believes me, the process is better. But the process is what matters. She looked at him sideways. They walked for a block in a silence that was not uncomfortable. What does your ability tell you about the facility? Right now. He checked. The carrier wave was there, its bidirectional quality now unmistakable. It's active. The signal is continuous. There's something happening at that installation that's been happening for 15 years, and it's ongoing. And you can't tell what. Not yet. He paused. I think I'll be able to. If my ability's development pattern holds, if the next threshold crossing corresponds to the next major engagement with the source, then when the investigation reaches the facility, I'll sense things I can't sense from here. That's an interesting way to develop an ability, she said. It grows to match what you're investigating. Una thinks it's responding to understanding. Each time I understand more, the ability shows me more. Like a reward system. Or like a map that adds detail as you explore it. She considered that. The CRHC, she said. They've gone quiet since your registration. But they'll have read the registration filing. The filing doesn't mention the carrier wave. That's in the supplemental documents that were submitted directly to the regulation division, not through the public registry. They'll figure it out eventually. The CRHC has connections inside the Bureau. I know. That's one of the reasons I went to your father directly rather than through the standard research reporting channel. She nodded slowly. She understood the move. Getting to the right institutional actor before the CRHC's connections could intercept the information or frame it unfavorably. He had been positioning carefully. What do you need from me now, she asked. Keep running on Oracle's standard predictions through liminal analytics. Don't change anything about how we've been operating. Visible stability is protective right now. He paused. And if your father's investigation runs into institutional resistance, I'd appreciate knowing. I'll tell you what I can, she said. They parted ways at the corner, and Kai walked home through the city's late afternoon light, and the carrier wave hummed its patient two-way signal through everything. And somewhere in the geological uplift east of the city, something old and deliberate was going to have to answer for what it had been doing for 15 years. He was ready for that answer, whatever it was. He had been getting ready since 3:51 a.m. when the awakening had first come and the world offered him a capability he hadn't asked for and couldn't refuse. He left Director Morrow's building and stood on the step for a moment, feeling the changed shape of things. He had walked into that building with a registration card and a provisional legal status and a set of data about an anomalous signal. He was walking out with a formal investigation initiated, a regulation division report on record, and a meeting with the person who ran the Bureau division that would oversee any enforcement action against an illegal installation. Elise fell in a step with him, and they walked for a block before either of them said anything. The city moved around them in its ordinary way, people going to work, traffic, the usual dimensional background hum. Two new formation signatures appeared at the outer edge of his awareness as he walked. Both E-class, both routine, both already logged in his mental oracle queue. He'll move on this, Elise said. He doesn't move slowly when the data is clear. How long? He'll have a preliminary assessment request filed today. Field authorization takes 2 to 3 weeks under standard protocols. She paused. He'll push for the fast track. Call it 10 to 14 days. 10 to 14 days. He ran the scenario against what he was currently sensing from the facility's carrier wave. The signal was consistent, not escalating, not showing signs of change in response to yesterday's registration filing. The facility's operators might not have access to the registration system, or might not be monitoring it, or might have seen it and decided not to respond yet. Or they were watching and waiting, the same way Kai had watched and waited for months before acting. He needed to be ready for any of those possibilities, and readiness required that every person in his Oracle network was informed, aligned, and had their operational posture calibrated appropriately for the next 2 weeks. Not panic. Nothing that would create visible signals of agitation that could be read by the monitoring node he'd identified near the city. Just quiet, careful readiness. I'll brief the network today, he said. All of them, including the Rift-adjacent group? Especially them. They've been building toward this analysis for longer than any of us. They deserve to know where it's landed. He spent the afternoon doing exactly that, going through each Oracle relationship with care, explaining what the investigation meant, what the next 2 weeks looked like, what each person's role was in the operational picture. Every conversation was different because each person had a different relationship to the risk, the stakes, and the information. Fun listened and asked 2 operational questions. Elise was already briefed. Yuna asked 4 theoretical questions and then immediately went back to refining the carrier wave model. Sora's network, when he finished his briefing, sent him a joint message. We've been working toward this for 18 months. Tell us what to do. He told them. And then he went home and sat with the carrier's signal threading steadily through the dimensional substrate. And he understood for the first time since the awakening that he was not running ahead of something dangerous. He was running directly at it, by choice, with preparation, with a network of people behind him who understood what was at stake. That was either the right approach or it was a mistake he wouldn't understand until it was too late to correct. He'd run the probabilities. He was committed to the former. He updated Project Oracle one more time and put the laptop away and tried, without complete success, to sleep. And his ability ran warm and steady through the dark, reading a city that was, without knowing it, being read in return. Chapter 15. The Bureau's preliminary assessment request went out 4 days after Kai's meeting with Director Morrow. He knew because Dex, still plugged into Bureau communications through her network of former colleagues, saw the internal routing slip and sent him a single encrypted message, assessment request filed. Routing through regulation. Counterweight routing noted, research division copy flagged. The counterweight routing meant someone in the research division was receiving a parallel copy, which could be standard procedure or could be the institutional resistance Morrow had warned him about. He logged it as ambiguous and continued monitoring through the channels he had. He was also monitoring something more immediate. His ability had been showing him an escalation in the cascade pattern for 3 days. Not a new event yet, but a build-up. The dimensional stress in the northeastern grid sector was accumulating faster than the cascade model predicted, as though the carrier wave's output had been increased. The carrier wave itself felt stronger than it had a week ago. He called Yuna with the observation. She cross-referenced it against the historical cascade data. The previous escalations in signal strength, she said, have each corresponded to a major cascade event within 72 to 96 hours. Agreeing with my current projection, he said, 71 hours from now, plus or minus 6, there will be a significant formation event in the northeastern grid. Class. He checked the texture. It was complex, more complex than anything he'd classified before. Not just one gate, not just one dungeon. I don't have a clean classification yet. The texture is mixed in a way I haven't seen. It might be a cluster event, multiple formations in rapid succession rather than a single event. A cascade cluster, she said. That would match the signal escalation. If the carrier wave is being deliberately amplified, the output would be a concentrated cascade rather than a single formation. He passed the warning through all Oracle channels simultaneously. Finn got it for operational positioning. Elise got it with a recommendation to coordinate with her father's investigation. The cluster event might be evidence of the facility's active operation. Timing correlated with the assessment request that had just been filed. Sora's network got it for cascade tracking. And he sent one more message, through Elise, to Director Morrow's direct contact. Carrier wave signal strength increasing. Formation cluster predicted, northeastern grid, 71 hours. correlates with escalation following assessment request filing. May represent operational awareness at signal source. He sent that last message and sat with its implications for a long time. If the facility's operators had detected the assessment request and were escalating output in response, it meant they were watching. It meant they had some way of monitoring Bureau communications. It meant the institutional resistance Morrow had warned about was not bureaucratic inertia, it was active. The cluster event formed at 69 hours. Not a single gate, not a single dungeon. 3 simultaneous formation events in a 2-kilometer radius, staggered by 8 minutes, forming a triangular pattern that was geometrically too precise for natural dimensional stress distribution. A C-class gate, a D-class gate, and a dungeon breach point that the Bureau initially classified as B-class, but that Kai's texture sense told him was something different. The combined response resource draw was enormous. Every guild in the metropolitan grid scrambled. The Bureau's coordination system was at maximum load for 14 hours. Hunter teams from 3 adjacent regions were called in for support. And while the northeastern grid consumed every available response asset, the carrier wave's secondary signal, the receiving component he'd first noticed after his registration, showed a spike of activity that lasted 40 seconds and then disappeared. 40 seconds. Someone at the facility had transmitted something and received a response during the 14-hour window when the Bureau's attention was entirely elsewhere. He documented every detail of that 40-second spike in Project Oracle and composed a detailed briefing for Director Morrow. He had been planning a careful, managed engagement with the institutional process. The cluster event and that spike had just told him that the other side was not operating carefully or slowly. They were operating in response to him. They had been watching the investigation from the moment it started, and they were not going to wait for the Bureau's assessment process to reach them at institutional speed. He needed to move faster. And he needed allies who could move faster with him. He called Elise on the secure channel that night. He gave her a 30-second summary of the cluster event's aftermath, the 40-second spike, the archive transmission, the facility's evident awareness that it was being investigated. He heard her take in a measured breath. They're going to escalate before the assessment team reaches them, she said. That's my read too. The cluster event was a probe, testing whether the Bureau would pull resources from other priorities to respond to a multi-site event. It did. Now they know our response capacity for exactly that type of incident. So they're either going to use that information to plan a larger diversion, or they're going to use the communication window they just bought to transmit everything they have and go dark. Yes, 2 scenarios, 2 very different timelines. If it's the larger diversion, we have days to weeks. If it's transmission and shutdown, we have hours to days. He paused. Either way, the standard assessment timeline is too slow. I'll talk to my father tomorrow. Early. She paused. And Kai, the CRHC situation. Torres outside the Institute, the acquisition inquiry at Metrodata. The CRHC is going to move on you directly if the investigation looks like it's advancing. They have interests in the outcome. He'd been aware of this. The CRHC's commercial model depended on gate formation intelligence products. An investigation that exposed the source of 15 years of formation manipulation would reshape the entire intelligence market. Some of the products they'd been selling were based on formations that were engineered, not natural. That created legal exposure for them. They had every reason to disrupt the investigation or create enough confusion about the facts that no clean conclusion could be drawn. I need the public record established before they can act, he said. The cluster event prediction is already in Morrow's investigation file. I need to get it into the public record. The cluster event assessment report, she said. If the regulation division publishes it with your prediction attributed, that's on public record the CRHC can't suppress. Can you get that attribution included? I'll ask. It's my father's division. He'll understand the reason. You're moving fast, Kai. Faster than you planned. The situation is moving faster than I planned. She accepted that without further comment, which was one of the things he'd come to value about her. Give me until morning. I'll have an answer on the report attribution. He ended the call and looked out his window at the city's nighttime geometry, and his ability showed him the carrier wave running steady beneath everything. And somewhere at its source, 212 kilometers east, something old and patient was deciding whether to run or fight. And Kai needed to make sure that when it made that decision, he was already in position for whichever answer it chose. Or that was what he told himself as he hung up the call and looked out at the city and felt, for the first time since that early morning moment on that Thursday, genuinely afraid. He sat with the fear for a few minutes without analyzing it, because fear was data too, and analyzing it immediately was how you missed what it was actually telling you. You'd be driving toward an unknown installation operated by people who are monitoring Bureau communications, Sora said, who know an investigation has been filed. Yes. That's a significant personal risk. I know. He looked at her steadily. The 4 hunters who died in the dungeon they engineered didn't know there was a risk because no one had the ability to see the engineering. I have the ability to see it now. Accepting personal risk to use that ability correctly is what the ability implies. Silence. Then Dex, what do you need from us? Continue cascade tracking and data analysis. If there are additional events in the cluster aftermath, I need you to document them. I need Yuna to continue the carrier wave modeling. Specifically, I need a better model of the receiving end signal, because that tells us who they're communicating with. He paused. And I need Sora to reach out to her contacts in the northeastern grid's hunter community. The hunters who responded to the cluster event. If any of them sensed something unusual during the formation, any kind of anomalous signal, any sensing ability that picked up something other than standard mana, I want to know. The network dispersed to its tasks. Kai walked home and ran his ability across the full scope of what he could currently sense. The carrier wave, slightly stronger than it had been a week ago, the formation aftershocks from the cluster event, fading. The ordinary dimensional background of a city with 20 years of gate formation history embedded in its soil and stone. And something new, at the outer limit of his sensing, far to the east. Not the facility. Something in between, a secondary point, an intermediate node in the carrier wave's path that he hadn't been able to distinguish before. It had been there all along, probably, too subtle for his previous sensitivity. Now it was visible, like a relay station in a communication network. He documented it immediately, coordinates and signal quality, and sent it to Yuna with a single line. New node. Carrier wave relay. Between city and source facility. Her response came back in 4 minutes. Adding to model. This changes the propagation analysis significantly. They have infrastructure. Infrastructure. Not a single rogue facility, but a network. A network that had been built over 15 years and was still running. And that had noticed when someone started looking at it. And that had responded with a cluster event designed to consume the Bureau's attention while it used its communication channel. Kai stood at his apartment window and looked out at the city and thought about the shape of what he was up against. And for the first time since day one, he felt something that was not quite fear, but was adjacent to it. The specific sensation of realizing that the problem you've been solving was larger than the problem you thought you were solving, by a factor you hadn't yet calculated. His ability hummed. More nodes were out there. He could feel them beginning to resolve at the outer reach of his perception, like a network coming into view one connection at a time. He went to his desk and opened Project Oracle and began mapping what he could see. The map was growing. He had the source facility at Station 7, 212 kilometers east. He had 4 confirmed relay nodes, each now visible to him as a distinct point in the carrier wave's propagation path. He had the city's grid as the destination, with its monitoring node reading the metropolitan hunter ecosystem's formation responses. And now, at the far eastern edge of his sensing range, a 5th node that might be more than a relay, a way station, maybe, where the signal left the relay infrastructure and began traveling in a way that was harder for him to track. He extended his ability along the vector and tried to feel what happened past that 5th point. The signal traveled. It changed quality. It left the dimensional fabric of the terrestrial geology and entered something else. Something that his sensing described as a threshold space, a zone of different dimensional physics from everything else he'd mapped. He'd felt threshold space once before. The interior of a gate, during a clearance run that Elise had included him in as an observer 3 weeks ago, specifically to give him the experience of post-breach dimensional space, so he could calibrate his texture sense against known gate interiors. The interior of a gate felt different from ordinary space, thinner, in some way, more permeable, as though the dimensional rules were slightly negotiable. The 5th node opened into something with that quality. Someone had built infrastructure connecting the terrestrial carrier wave network to what felt like a gate's threshold space, which meant the transmission didn't end at Station 7's relay network. It ended somewhere that was accessible through a gate. He stared at that observation for a long time. Then he pulled up the Bureau's public gate formation historical data for the regions east of the city and ran a search. Any formation events in the grid sectors between Station 7 and the eastern edge of the metropolitan influence zone that had occurred in the last 15 years. There were 7. 3 had been cleared. 4 had been flagged as collapsed or exhausted gates. Formation events that had opened and then closed without being cleared. He ran those 4 collapsed events through his texture sense analysis framework and felt, even through historical data, the frequency match with the carrier wave. They hadn't collapsed. They hadn't been exhausted. They had been opened and maintained and used as signal conduits, and then deactivated when they were no longer needed. and the Bureau had logged them as natural gate collapses because there was no other category in the official system for a gate that was deliberately opened and held open for signal transmission purposes. He added the 4 events to project signals documentation and sent a message to Yuna marked urgent. Then he sat back in his chair and looked at what the map was telling him. The carrier wave ended in a maintained gate space. Something was beyond that dimensional threshold, receiving everything the facility had been transmitting for 15 years. Something that had infrastructure on both sides of the dimensional boundary. Something that was, by the nature of gates, in a different dimensional space from the one Kai lived in. He thought about what kind of entity planned 15 years ahead. What kind of entity had the patience to build a transmission network, engineer formation cascades, monitor hunter responses, and receive data through a held-open gate over 15 years? What kind of entity was interested in understanding the defensive capacity of a city full of hunters? He updated Project Signal with a single annotation at the bottom of the document. Primary hypothesis: we are being assessed for invasion. He stared at that sentence for a moment. Then he saved the document and called Director Moro's emergency line, because some hypotheses were too dangerous to sit with alone, and this was one of them. Chapter 17. Torres appeared outside Yuna's institute on the morning of day 83. Kai was crossing the street toward the building when he saw the parked car and, behind the wheel, the familiar gray jacket figure. He kept walking. He passed the car without slowing. He went around the building to the service entrance and called Yuna on the secure line. Don't use the front entrance today. CRHC surveillance vehicle on the street outside. They traced you to me. They've been building a picture of my contact network since my registration filing. You're the most publicly visible connection. The institute has a physical address, and you're a named researcher. What do we do? Nothing different for now. Use alternate routes. Don't meet me at the institute until this passes. I'm going to address the CRHC situation. He'd been putting this off because addressing the CRHC required a direct engagement he hadn't wanted to have before the Bureau investigation was further along. But Torres outside Yuna's building meant the CRHC's information gathering was threatening the investigation's operational security. If the CRHC built enough of a picture of Oracle's structure and participants, they could either disrupt the investigation by making the data visible to the wrong people or leverage the information directly against Kai through the registration process. He went to see Elise that afternoon and laid out the CRHC threat analysis. She listened and said, when he finished, the CRHC has a contact in the regulatory review chain. Someone who can access registration filings and see the supplemental carrier wave documentation. He felt something go cold in his thinking. That documentation is supposed to be restricted to the investigation team. It should be, but the CRHC has done this kind of access before. It's why they've stayed ahead of the anti-monopoly provisions. If they have the signal data, they know what the investigation is about. And if they know what the investigation is about, they'll try to position themselves as a stakeholder, Kai said. He worked through the logic fast. Commercial interests in gate formation events. An investigation into systematic gate formation manipulation would affect every commercial relationship built on formation intelligence products. The CRHC has a financial interest in how that investigation is resolved. Yes, they'd want to either suppress it or control its outputs. Or they'd want leverage over you specifically, Elise said. You're the sensing asset the investigation depends on. If they can compromise you, create legal or contractual complications, or simply make you dependent on their protection, they neutralize the investigation by neutralizing you. He sat with that. The CRHC had never been just a commercial inconvenience. They'd been a strategic threat from the moment they'd first sent Torres to watch him. He'd managed them as a nuisance because managing them as a threat would have required more resources than he'd had. He had more resources now. I need to get ahead of them before they complete the picture they're building, he said. I need to do something that establishes my position publicly enough that moving against me becomes counterproductive for them. A public demonstration of your ability. In a context that the CRHC can't control or suppress. Something that puts my prediction accuracy on record through an institutional channel they don't have access to. She thought about it. The cluster event aftermath. The Bureau is going to publish a public assessment of the northeastern grid events. Standard formation report. If your predictions were formally logged with the investigation team before the cluster formed, they were. I sent Director Moro the 71-hour prediction 4 hours before the first formation. Then there's a documented record. In the investigation file. Under the regulation division, not the research division. The regulation division is your father's. Yes. She met his gaze. If the cluster event assessment report formally attributes the advanced prediction to a registered hunter using documented ability outputs, that goes into the public record. The CRHC can't suppress a public formation assessment report. He thought through it. It would identify me publicly. Yes. Earlier than I'd planned. Yes. He looked at the city through her office window. The cascade pattern in the eastern and northeastern grids was still active, the aftershocks from the cluster event fading, but not gone. The carrier wave was running. The network of relay nodes he was still mapping was out there, connected to a facility that had been running for 15 years and was aware it was being investigated. He had been managing his exposure timeline carefully for nearly 12 weeks. The timeline had just been forced. Ask your father to include the prediction attribution in the cluster event assessment report, he said. Full attribution. Named ability, registered hunter, liminal analytics as the operating entity. Once that's public, the CRHC can't use anonymous leverage against you. No, they can still be a problem, but they can't be that particular kind of problem. It also establishes you as the most accurate gate prediction asset in the country, on a documented record that anyone can check. That changes the negotiating dynamic for every institutional relationship going forward. Yes, she said. Is that what you want? He thought about the night at his desk when his body had turned into a tuning fork and he'd pressed his hands flat on the desk and tried to understand what was happening to him. He thought about Project Oracle and the 43 predictions logged before he walked into the bureau building and filed his registration. He remembered the 4 people who had died in an engineered dungeon and the 40-second communication spike and the network of relay nodes that was becoming visible at the edge of his sensing range. It's what the situation requires, he said. Elise nodded and made the call. He sat across from her while she spoke with her father's assistant and waited, and he used the waiting time to run the risk matrix one more time. The cluster event prediction was already documented in the investigation file. If the regulation division included it in the public assessment report, it would be on the record before the CRHC had time to position against it. That was the sequence he needed. The report had to come out before the CRHC made their next move. He also used the waiting time to think about the public position he was about to occupy, because it would be very different from anything he'd occupied before. An anonymous prediction service was one thing. A publicly attributed prediction record, with his name and liminal analytics attached, in a bureau assessment report, that was a different kind of visibility. Every major guild in the country would have someone reading that report. Every commercial intelligence operation, including the CRHC, would have it analyzed within hours. Every researcher in Yuna's field would note the accuracy parameters and try to understand them. He was about to become, effectively, public. Not just known to the people in his Oracle network, but known to the entire Hunter ecosystem, which was approximately 2 million people nationwide, and a substantial media apparatus that covered Hunter activities the way the general press covered professional sports. He had prepared for this moment. He had prepared very carefully. But preparation and arrival were different, and he was aware of the gap between them as Elise ended her call and turned back to him. He'll include it, she said. Attribution to a registered hunter acting through liminal analytics, specific accuracy parameters, formal acknowledgement. The report publishes in 4 days. For days. He had 4 days before the visibility shifted. He needed to use them correctly, not to build more barriers, but to make sure the position he was about to occupy was as strong as possible when the attention arrived. Strong position meant clear legal structures, clear communication to his network partners about the change, and clear operational protocols for handling the inquiries that were going to come. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me yet, she said. The CRHC is going to read that report, and they're going to know that their leverage over you just evaporated. People who lose leverage have a tendency to do something impulsive. I know. Watch your back. He nodded and stood to leave, and his ability showed him the carrier wave running its steady signal, and the monitoring node near the city pulsed once. A brief, specific pulse that didn't match the standard carrier wave rhythm, and that he filed immediately in his mental log as anomalous, possible responsive event, and then returned to its normal frequency. The facility knew something had changed. He was out of time to prepare. He needed to be ready for what came next starting now, and the monitoring node's anomalous pulse hung in his memory like a door clicking shut behind him. Chapter 18, the Cluster Event Assessment Report, published 11 days later with a single line in the advisory section that read, Registered Hunter, Support/Sense Class, Spatial Precognition Forward Active, Liminal Analytics, provided advanced prediction of formation cluster event, Northeastern Grid, 71 hours prior to first formation. Prediction accuracy, location within stated margins, class within 1 tier, timing within 6 hours. Bureau Regulation Division formally acknowledges this prediction in the public record. Kai read it 3 times. Then he set down his phone and went back to work. The response to the assessment report's publication was immediate and proceeded in 3 parallel tracks. First track, every major hunter guild in the country filed formal data requests to Liminal Analytics within 48 hours. The The requests ranged from consulting inquiry to partnership proposal to outright acquisition offer. He had his lawyer acknowledge receipt of all of them and respond to none immediately. Second track. 3 national publications ran stories about the assessment reports advisory section, 2 treating it as an interesting footnote about rare sensing abilities, and 1 running a more substantive piece that correctly identified the strategic implications of 71-hour advanced prediction for gate formation response. Third track. The CRHC went completely quiet. Torres disappeared from his surveillance rotation. No contact, no communication, no further approach. The absence of CRHC pressure was more informative than its presence had been. They were reassessing. A registered hunter with a documented public prediction record and formal bureau acknowledgement was a different problem from an anonymous analyst. The leverage points they'd been building no longer applied cleanly. They were recalculating their options. He gave them time to recalculate. He had other work to do. The carrier wave network was resolving with increasing clarity. He had mapped 4 relay nodes between the city and the source facility at Station 7. The network was more sophisticated than he'd initially assessed. Each relay was positioned to create a propagation corridor that followed the city's dimensional stress topology, meaning the signal traveled efficiently through pre-existing high-stress zones rather than requiring its own infrastructure to maintain transmission strength. It was elegant. 15 years of operation, maintained through what appeared to be a minimal physical footprint. The relay nodes were probably small, automated, and placed to minimize visibility. He brought the updated network map to the joint briefing with Director Morrow and the investigation team lead, a methodical woman named Supervisor Chun who had spent 12 years in field operations before moving to regulation. She reviewed the relay node map with the careful attention of someone calculating a practical problem. If we approach the source facility directly, Chun said, what happens to the signal? Kai had modeled this. If the approach triggers a shutdown response, the carrier wave stops. The relay nodes go dark. We lose the ability to track the network retroactively. He paused. If the source operators choose to run the signal up before shutdown, a final high-intensity transmission, the energy release would create a major formation event, potentially multiple simultaneous events if they can overload multiple relay nodes, like the cluster event. Larger, if they put full power into it. The cluster event was mid-intensity. A full-power shutdown transmission could produce A-class events. Chin took it in. We can't approach the facility without either preventing that response or having sufficient response assets prepositioned for the worst case. That's my assessment, Kai said. What's the timeline for the regulation division's approach? Current estimated schedule: 3 weeks to complete the legal authorization for a facility assessment, 2 weeks for response team positioning. He paused. 5 weeks total. And your sensing tells you the signal is escalating. Not clearly escalating, but the 40-second spike and the cluster event suggest the facility operators are responsive to investigation activity. 5 weeks of investigation proceedings may prompt further responses. Chun and Morrow exchanged a brief look that Kai couldn't fully read, but that conveyed professional agreement on something they'd already discussed privately. We're going to run the investigation on 2 timelines, Morrow said. Official, at standard pace, for the record, and an accelerated assessment, which requires your direct participation. Field deployment, Kai said, within the legal framework of your provisional registration. You'd be attached to a regulation division assessment team as a sensing consultant. Morrow looked at him directly. The accelerated timeline is 10 days. We move before the facility operators have time to implement a full shutdown protocol. 10 days. Kai had prepared for the possibility of field deployment, but not at this timeline. He thought through his current sensing range, the relay network map, the things he would be able to read that no one else on the assessment team could. I need Unicho's carrier wave model to be complete before we move, he said. And I need my Oracle network on high alert monitoring for any cascade activity during the operation. Reasonable requests, Morrow said. And I want a senior combat class hunter on the assessment team. Someone who knows how to extract personnel from a dimensional event scenario. Another brief look between Morrow and Chun. Elise Morrow has already volunteered for that role, Chun said. Of course she had. Kai thought about the arc of the last 83 days, the basement, the spreadsheet, Torres, Fawn, the chaos rift, the registration, the cluster event, this room. Everything had been building toward a specific kind of moment, and that moment was 10 days away. I'm in, he said. He spent the 10 days with a focus he hadn't reached since the very beginning of the awakening period, when everything was new and he was running full capacity to understand what was happening to him. Now, as then, he was working at the edge of what he could process. Ability observations, carrier wave modeling sessions with Una, cascade prediction outputs for the Oracle network, briefings with Chun and Moro as the investigation team assembled, and his own continued mapping of the relay network as his ability's sensitivity kept improving. He was in a higher tier now. The registration threshold crossing had started a cascade of smaller developments that were still running. Each day, he could read slightly more of the carrier wave structure, slightly more of the relay node's specific functions, slightly more of what the monitoring node near the city was transmitting back toward the source. He was learning the signal's grammar, and the grammar was revealing things about the entity transmitting it that were more complex and more deliberate than anything he'd imagined when he'd first noticed the low-frequency carrier wave beneath the city's dimensional background. He told Yuna about the invasion assessment hypothesis on day 3 of the 10-day period. She processed his reasoning in silence. When she spoke, it was with the careful precision of someone who had been modeling the same data from a different angle and had arrived at a conclusion she hadn't wanted to reach. The carrier wave's content, she said. Not just the formation events as signal carriers. The specific formation types over 15 years. I've been analyzing their geographic pattern against response time data. She pulled up a chart on her display. They aren't just testing response capacity in general. They're specifically testing dimensional seal response. How fast the Bureau can stabilize a breached area, how effectively formation events can be contained once they're open. They're testing exactly the capabilities that would matter if you were planning to open a large number of gates simultaneously. He looked at the chart. The pattern was clean once you knew what to look for. They need to know if we can close gates faster than they can open them. If the answer is no, if they can open gates faster than we can close them, then an invasion through multiple simultaneous gate openings would be sustainable. He said it quietly, because saying it at full voice made it more real than he was ready for. The monitoring data they've been collecting is a viability assessment. They're deciding whether we're a target worth attacking. Yuna looked at the chart for a moment longer, and the 40-second transmission spike during the cluster event was the final report. Yes. They sat with that in silence for a moment. Then we don't have years, she said. We have however long it takes whoever received that report to make a decision. He nodded. He said nothing. He picked up his phone and called Chun to report the new analysis, because there was nothing else to do with information like this except make sure the right people had it immediately, and then wait, and think, and try to calculate whether 73% of a 15-year invasion assessment was enough to act on, or whether it left enough gaps that whoever received it would hesitate. Chapter 19. The 10 days were intensive. Yuna completed the carrier wave model in 6 days, working continuously with the data Kai provided on daily sensing sessions. The model confirmed 4 relay nodes and identified a 5th, previously invisible to Kai's unassisted sensing, that Yuna had inferred mathematically from the propagation patterns. The 5th node was positioned closer to the city than the others, a 10-kilometer radius from the urban center, embedded in the industrial zone's dimensional stress topology. He went to that location and held his hand against the utility corridor wall and felt the node's signal directly. It was not a passive relay. It had a distinct signature, slightly different from the others, that suggested a monitoring function. It was not just passing the carrier wave through, but reading the dimensional activity in the metropolitan grid and reporting it back toward the source. The network was not just transmitting into the city. It was watching the city. He reported this to Moro and Chin immediately. The implication was precise. The facility operators had been monitoring the city's hunter ecosystem for 15 years. Gate formation responses, guild deployment patterns, bureau assessment activity, everything that manifested as dimensional energy in the urban grid was visible to them. This was how they'd known to escalate during the cluster event when the assessment request was filed. This was how the CRHC contact in the review chain might have known the investigation was active, not through a bureau source, but through the monitoring node. The network watched the city, and the city's hunters had been performing for an audience for 15 years without knowing it. He spent the remaining 4 days doing 2 things in parallel: running the highest frequency prediction output Oracle had ever produced, sending Fun, Elise, and Sora's network detailed predictions for every formation event he sensed, creating a documented record of his sensing accuracy immediately before the field deployment, and sitting with Yuna to map exactly what he expected to sense when the assessment team reached the facility. At this distance, I sensed the carrier wave as a sustained signal and the relay nodes as discrete transmission points, he told her. What I can't sense is the source machinery, the mechanisms that generate the signal, power it, and direct it. When you cross the threshold into the source location, she said, if your ability's development pattern holds, you should be able to sense those mechanisms. That's the theory. Are you concerned about what you might find? The 4 hunters who had died in the engineered dungeon stayed with him. The 40-second communication spike and the network monitoring the city were there in his thinking, the 15-year operation running beneath everything. I'm concerned about the people behind this, he said, not about sensing them. What do you think the communication is? Who are they talking to? He had been running scenarios on this for days. The carrier wave transmits into the city's dimensional fabric. The formation events it produces are not random. They're patterned. They follow a deliberate spatial and temporal structure across 15 years. That structure is not maximally destructive. If the goal was maximum damage, they could produce far more formation events than they have been. The pattern is more like testing, calibration. Testing what? The city's response capacity. How fast guilds respond to B-class events. How the Bureau coordinates multi-site incidents. Where the gaps are in the metropolitan hunter coverage. He paused. They've been mapping us. Not just watching. Building a model of our response capability. Yuna turned the observation over before speaking. The communication spike during the cluster event. The receiving end. Yes, he said. Someone received the model they've been building. Someone outside the city, outside my sensing range, received 15 years of data about the metropolitan hunter ecosystem's response capacity. He let that sit in the air. Yuna didn't fill the silence, which was one of the things he'd come to value about working with her. So the 40-second spike wasn't a distress signal, she said finally. It was a report. That's my best current hypothesis. And whoever they reported to has just received a complete picture of everything this city can do in response to a dimensional emergency. The assessment team moved on day 10. 7 people, Kai, Elise, Supervisor Chun, 2 Regulation Division investigators, and 2 combat class hunters Chun had seconded from the Sovereign Corps. They left the city in 3 vehicles at 4 a.m., running under the radar of anything that monitored institutional activity during business hours. Kai sat in the back seat of the middle vehicle with his ability extended to maximum range ahead of them and his Project Oracle notebook open on his knee. At 65 kilometers out, the carrier wave signal strengthened noticeably. He noted it in the log. The relay nodes they passed felt like beacons, each one distinct in its signal character. The 4th relay, the one he'd felt through the utility corridor wall during the city survey, hummed with its monitoring function signature as they passed its location. At 150 kilometers out, something changed. The signal was not just stronger. It had texture now. Texture he hadn't been able to read from the city. The source facility wasn't just a transmitter. It was a complex, multi-component system, and each component had a different dimensional signature that was beginning to resolve into individual reading as they got closer. He opened his notebook to a fresh page and started writing, because whatever his ability was going to show him in the next hour, he was not going to be able to keep it in memory alone. At 65 kilometers out, the carrier wave began resolving into something more textured than he'd sensed from the city. He wrote, 65 km, signal character change. Not just carrier wave, but structure within it. Multiple concurrent frequencies, lower amplitude than primary wave. Possibly individual subchannels within the main signal. He paused and sensed more carefully. Subchannels have different timing signatures. Not all running at same schedule. One is constant. 2 are intermittent. 1 is currently inactive but has a resonance quality suggesting recent activity. He underlined recent activity and kept writing. At 90 kilometers, the source facility's dimensional signature was fully present in his sensing. Not just the carrier wave emanating from it, but the physical installation itself, its underground infrastructure producing a constant low-level spatial distortion that was unmistakable once you were within sensing range. He described the distortion in as much detail as he could manage while the vehicle moved. The installation was old, not run down, maintained, actively, with what felt like significant ongoing operational investment. But the underlying structure was decades old, built in a different era of dimensional research, with the layered quality of something that had been modified many times. They modified it. Whatever its original purpose, it had been adapted. The original Bureau research installation had been repurposed into a dimensional transmission system, and the adaptation was visible in the signal architecture. Old equipment running new functions, engineering improvised around constraints rather than designed from scratch. At 140 kilometers, he felt the first relay node they'd be passing. A small, precise point of dimensional regularity in the geological substrate beside the road. He called it out to Chun. The 2 investigators in the rear vehicle logged its location with geological survey equipment. 3 minutes later, the second node. Then the third. He was reading the relay network in real time now. Each node distinct and legible, the carrier wave connecting them like a string. And at the end of the string, that precise distance from the city, growing larger and more specific with every kilometer. The source, running at full power, and something he hadn't expected. On the carrier wave's receiving subchannel, the one he'd logged as recent activity, a signal was incoming. Something was transmitting toward the facility from the far end of the network. They're receiving something, he said. Right now, something from the far side of the network is transmitting back. Chen's voice was level. The invasion decision. Possibly. He kept writing, getting every detail he could. Or orders. Instructions for what to do when the assessment team arrives. He looked up from his notebook at the road ahead. The geological uplift was visible on the horizon, gray-brown against the sky. Whatever they're receiving, they're going to complete the reception before we arrive. We have maybe 45 minutes. Will the reception change what we find when we get there? He sensed as carefully as he could. The signal quality at the facility, the distortion pattern of the underground installation, felt steady. Not preparing to shut down. Not ramping toward an output burst. Steady, like a system continuing its normal function while also receiving new instructions. I don't think they're going to run, he said. I think they're going to keep operating until we're physically at the facility. He paused. Which means whoever is managing this installation is not afraid of us. They're confident that what they've already transmitted is enough. The archive is out, the mission is complete, and whatever happens to the physical installation now is acceptable loss. Chen relayed this to the Sovereign Core hunters in the lead vehicle. He heard them acknowledging. He went back to writing, because they were 43 kilometers out now, and the facility was resolving into sharper and sharper focus with every passing minute. And he was going to document everything he could read about it before the meeting he'd been moving toward for more than 3 months finally arrived. And the carrier wave went silent at the same moment, and in the silence was something that felt, unmistakably, like held breath. Chapter 20. The facility was not abandoned. From the road, it looked exactly like what the decommissioning record said it was. A collection of low concrete buildings in various states of weathering, surrounded by a perimeter fence that had partially rusted, set against the geological uplift's gray-brown terrain. No vehicles, no visible personnel, no obvious signs of activity. Kai sat in the vehicle and held his ability fully open and read the place like a document. The carrier wave source was underground, not in the main buildings, beneath them, in a structure that the original facility's construction documents had listed as a deep geological monitoring array. Which it was, but it had been modified. Significantly, the array had been repurposed as a dimensional resonance amplification system. And what was running through it was not geological monitoring data, but the carrier wave signal, sustained, precise, and currently operating at higher output than anything he'd sensed during his months of cityside observation. They were running at full power. They knew the assessment team was here. Stop the vehicles, he said. Chun, in the front seat, relayed the order immediately without asking why. The vehicles stopped. He could feel the dimensional stress ahead of them building with a speed that was not natural. Not the slow accumulation of organic formation pressure, but the sharp, directed escalation of a system being deliberately ramped up. They're powering up for a final transmission, he said. If they reach full output, they'll trigger a formation event large enough to. I don't know the classification yet. It's building. How long? Chen said. He checked. 20 minutes. Maybe less. Can we stop it? Not from here. The source is underground, below the main structure. If someone can reach the array access point. He checked his map of the facility, the dimensional picture that was resolving with every passing second of proximity. Below the easternmost building, there's a sublevel access. The array's emergency shutdown is there. He was reading a building's interior through its dimensional signature. This was not a capability he'd had before. This was the threshold crossing he'd been waiting for. The ability showing him what direct engagement with the source made visible. Elise, Chen said. On it. Elise was already moving. Out of the vehicle before Chun finished speaking, 2 Sovereign Core hunters moving with her in the practiced formation of people who had done rapid entry under pressure before. Kai stayed in the vehicle and kept reading. The carrier wave was still building. Somewhere, deep in the relay network, the monitoring node near the city was transmitting outward, sending a final report to whoever was on the receiving end. Not a measured 40-second spike, but a sustained transmission. Everything in the data buffer, 15 years of compiled information going out, in one last push. He felt the transmission like a sound that was too large for the room, resonating in his chest, in his teeth, in the precise place behind his sternum where his ability had first spoken to him, at 3:51 in the morning in a basement beside a server room. They're sending the complete archive, he said. Everything they've observed about the Metropolitan Hunter ecosystem. All of it going out right now. Chen relayed the information to Moro via the secure line. He heard Moro's response, acknowledged. Can we identify the receiving end? Kai extended his ability along the carrier wave's transmission vector, pushing his range further than it had ever reached, trying to find the other end of the signal. He felt the relay nodes pass in sequence, felt the signal strengthening as it traveled, felt it past the edge of his previous maximum range. I can feel where it's going, he said, surprised by his own voice. I can feel the receiving end. Location. He held the sensation still enough to read it. Not a city. Not a facility like this one. Something larger. Something that existed at a different scale entirely. Something that the signal was reaching through means that he didn't yet have the vocabulary for. I don't have a geographic location, he said. He searched for words. It's not receiving from a physical installation. It's receiving through a gate. A gate that hasn't formed yet. A gate that's being held open from the other side. The silence on the line lasted 3 seconds. Then Elise's voice came through, sharp and clear. Array shut down complete. Signal terminated. The carrier wave stopped. Not faded, stopped, instantaneously, like a signal cut midway through a word. The dimensional fabric around the facility rang with the abrupt silence of it, like the moment after a loud noise when your ears are still processing that the sound is gone. Kai sat in the vehicle and let his ability read the aftermath. The relay nodes going dark, one by one, each one ceasing its transmission as the source signal died. The formation pressure that had been building, dissipating, not completed, the energy dispersing back into the dimensional background rather than crystallizing into an event. They had stopped it in time. But the archive had been transmitted. Not completely. There had been data still in the buffer when Elise reached the shutdown. But most of it had gone out. To a gate held open from the other side. From something that was not inside his world. He closed his Oracle notebook and sat in the sudden quiet of the facility's stopped carrier wave and thought about what came next. Not the investigation that had just concluded its first phase. Not the institutional consequences that would follow from what Chun and Morrow had just observed. Not even the CRHC and their now irrelevant leverage. The gate held open from beyond stayed in his mind. About whatever was out there that had been receiving 15 years of data about this city's hunters and their response capacity. About what you called an entity that had been studying your defenses for 15 years and had just received a complete report on what it had learned. His ability had just crossed another threshold, the one that had let him read the carrier wave's destination across a distance that should have been impossible. And the same ability that had detected the first gate formation from his office at 3:51 in the morning had just touched something that existed on the other side of a dimensional boundary, and that the ability was still growing, and that whatever was on the other side of that gate had just been interrupted before it received its complete report. Interrupted, and therefore aware that someone had interrupted it. Aware that someone on this side of the boundary had the ability to find it. His ability hummed with something that was not quite a warning, but was the sensation that preceded one. And the question that the carrier wave had been asking for 15 years, what are you capable of, when pushed, had just received a new and troubling answer. Kai Duran, registered hunter, operator of liminal analytics, architect of Project Oracle, stepped out of the vehicle into the cold air of the geological uplift and looked at the silent concrete buildings and understood that Arc 1 was over, and Arc 2 was beginning, and the thing across the gate's threshold had just learned that someone could find it. He was going to find it first. He stood there for a moment while Chun organized the extraction processing and the investigators documented the underground installation with every sensor they'd brought. The Sovereign Core hunters were running a perimeter sweep. Elise was overseeing the documentation of the array system itself. Everyone had a task, and everyone was working. He was standing in the cold with his ability extended to its full range, reading the aftermath of the transmission that had been cut at 40 seconds. He could feel the shape of what had been sent. Not the content, not the message, but the structure of it. How much data had moved, how complete the transmission had been relative to the data buffer he'd sensed in the carrier wave architecture. 73%. 27% of the 15-year archive had not been transmitted before Elise reached the shutdown. 27% remained. He didn't know what specific data was in that 27%. He didn't know if it was the most critical data or the least critical. But whatever had been received, the receiving entity now had an incomplete picture. And an entity that had been planning for 15 years and had just received an incomplete final report was an entity that was going to need to make decisions with imperfect information. He could use that. An incomplete report meant they didn't know exactly what the city could do. They had 73% of the assessment. The gaps might be significant. In any planning operation, gaps in intelligence forced assumptions, and assumptions introduced error. He needed to know what was in the 27%. What the receiver hadn't gotten needed to be determined. And he needed to communicate that information to Morrow and Chun and everyone else who was now working this problem, because the question of what the incomplete report meant for the threat timeline was the most operationally important question in the entire investigation. Chun appeared at his elbow. The installation is clean. No personnel found. Automated operation. Looks like it's been running without human presence for at least 8 years. I need access to the array's data logs, Kai said. Whatever they didn't transmit in the last 40 seconds, it's still in the buffer. I need to know what it contains. That's a technical forensics question. I'll get the investigators on it. It's also a sensing question. He turned and looked at Chen directly. My ability shows me the residual structure of the buffer. 27% of the archive didn't transmit. Whatever the receiving end got, they didn't get that. I need to know if what they're missing changes their threat assessment or confirms it. Chen looked at him for a moment with the focused attention of someone who was recalibrating the scope of the asset she had on her team. We'll get you access, she said. Full access. He nodded. He turned back to look at the silent facility one more time. Behind the concrete walls, in the deep geological array, the transmission system was completely offline now. No signal, no carrier wave, nothing. The city, 90 kilometers away and more, would be feeling the sudden absence the same way you felt the cessation of a background noise you'd stopped noticing. Quiet where there had been a signal. Space where there had been presence. The investigation had shut down a 15-year operation. It had interrupted a final transmission. And whatever was on the other side of the gate, patient and old and interested in this world's defenses, had just received 73% of the data it had been building toward. What happened next was going to depend on what that entity decided to do with an incomplete report, and on how fast Kai could develop his ability to the tier where he could reach across that dimensional boundary and read what was waiting on the other side. He was going to be fast. The clock was already running, and he had never yet missed a deadline that mattered, but he was uncomfortably aware that this one was not set by him. Chapter 21. The drive back to Meridian took 4 hours, and Kai spent all of them working. He had the rear seat of the extraction vehicle to himself. Moro had taken the second row, and Chun was in front, and for the first 2.5 hours, while the dark farmland scrolled past the windows and the radio traffic from the Sovereign Core sweep team filled the silence in short professional bursts, Kai sat with his Oracle notebook open and his ability extended back toward the facility they'd left behind. Station 7 was cold now, completely offline. Elise had executed the shutdown with the precision of someone who understood that a clean shutdown was more informative than a rough one, and the result was that the array had gone dark systematically, node by node, from the outermost relay points inward toward the primary transmission assembly, each one ceasing its signal as the source died. He could still read the echo of it. 15 years of continuous high-intensity transmission left a mark in the dimensional fabric of the surrounding geology, the way a road worn into stone left its mark long after the traffic stopped. The relay nodes were cold, but their positions were still visible to him, impressed into the rock, and he cataloged them with the same methodical care he applied to gate formation data. 14 primary nodes, 6 secondary relay points, 2 deep anchor installations that he'd only partially mapped during the on-site reading. The secondary anchors went below the depth he could resolve at the distance he'd been standing from them, and he'd noted the gaps in his logs. He filled in what he could from memory as the distance increased, and by the time he was 60 kilometers from the facility, the signal had faded below his current threshold, and the gaps remained gaps. He closed that section of the notebook and opened a new one. The 27% mattered. That was the operational fact he kept returning to. Of the 15 years of data Station 7 had been accumulating, 73% had transmitted before Elise reached the shutdown panel. 27% had remained in the buffer. The entity that had been receiving the transmission for 15 years, building toward this final report, had received a document that ended abruptly 40 seconds before completion. What was in the last 40 seconds? He didn't know yet. The forensic team had the buffer data. It would take them time to extract and translate it. But he could already tell, from the structural read of the transmission architecture at the facility, that the buffer was organized. This wasn't a system that accumulated data randomly and transmitted it in bulk. The archive was structured, with specific data categories arranged in a specific transmission sequence. The 40 seconds of data that hadn't transmitted were the final 40 seconds of the sequence, which meant they were either the highest priority data or the lowest, depending on how the sequence was organized. He needed to know which. The answer would tell him how complete the entity's picture was, and therefore how actionable its assessment of Meridian's hunter capacity was before it decided its next move. "You're quiet," Yuna said from the front passenger seat. She had a tablet in her lap and was reviewing the Station 7 documentation images, her expression focused but not tense. She was good at her job in a way that expressed itself as competence without drama, and he'd come to depend on that quality without ever having said so directly. "Calculating," he said. "Useful calculation or spinning?" He thought about it honestly. "Useful. I have a question I can half answer, and I'm working on the half I can answer before the data comes in for the other half." "What's the question?" Whether the entity considers its assessment of us complete enough to be actionable, or whether the 27% gap creates uncertainty that changes its timeline. He paused. And underneath that, whether the assessment was ever about threat planning at all. Yuna was quiet for a moment. She knew the parameters of what they'd found. She'd been on the Oracle team from the beginning. You still think the profile structure points to something other than threat assessment? I think the profile structure is inconsistent with threat assessment as we define it. I could be wrong. But the criteria being measured aren't the criteria you measure if you want to know how hard a target is to neutralize. They're the criteria you measure if you want to know who would be effective at managing a complex transition. He watched the dark highway. What kind of transition? I don't know yet. That's the other half of the question. Morrow said from the row behind him, not looking up from his own work. The CRHC is going to push for a threat response framework regardless of the profile interpretation. They're institutionally committed to external dimensional contacts being classified as threat-level events until proven otherwise. I know, Kai said. I'm not trying to eliminate the threat response framework. I'm trying to make sure we're also running a parallel track that tests the alternative hypothesis before we've committed resources and staked our institutional credibility on a single interpretation. He looked at the back of Morrow's seat. If I'm wrong about the alternative hypothesis, the threat response track has lost nothing. If I'm right, and we don't have the parallel track, we've potentially foreclosed the actual solution. Morrow said, that's either good analysis or extremely motivated reasoning. I know which it is, Kai said, but I understand why you can't. The highway curved north, and the city's light pollution was beginning to haze the horizon ahead of them, and his ability had been pointing east for the entire drive. The carrier wave was gone, its transmission axis dark, but the direction itself had been imprinted into his sensitivity in a way he didn't yet understand, but was going to test as systematically as he tested everything else. They reached Meridian at 6 in the morning. He went directly to the Oracle office, made a pot of coffee, opened the analysis log, and began the formal documentation of what he knew and what he needed to know. He was going to have answers on the 27% within 24 hours, once the forensic team finished their work. He was going to run the directional calibration tests before the end of the week to characterize the range expansion that Station 7 had triggered. He was going to build the threat track and the alternative track in parallel, with equal rigor and equal documentation, so that when the data came in it could be applied to both. And he was going to find where the carrier wave had been transmitting to. He was increasingly certain it was within his range. Whatever was on the other end of 15 years of dimensional data, it was close, in dimensional terms. He could feel the direction of it every time his ability reached toward the east, like a door in a dark corridor that you couldn't see yet, but could feel the air moving through. He was going to find the door. What he did with it after that was going to depend on what he found, and he was going to approach that with the same rigor he applied to everything else, and he was not going to let the stakes make him sloppy. The stakes were too high for sloppiness. That was exactly why the methodology had to hold. He opened the Oracle database and spent 2 hours reviewing every formation event from the past 8 months with fresh eyes, looking for patterns he might have initially attributed to natural variation. The carrier wave context changed what he was looking for. Natural formation events clustered in specific geological zones, followed seasonal pressure patterns, distributed across the metropolitan area without strong directional bias. Events that had been guided from outside would show a different character. Timing correlations that didn't match the geological calendar, directional biases that aligned with external transmission axes, pressure buildup signatures that were slightly too consistent to be natural. He found 11 events that looked different in the new context. They were spread across the 8 months, distributed well enough in time that they hadn't triggered any clustering alert in the Oracle monitoring system. But read against the carrier wave axis, they showed a subtle directional bias. Not conclusive, but consistent enough with the hypothesis that he flagged them in the Oracle database with updated annotations and added them to the alternative track analysis. 11 events. 8 months. The entity had been influencing gate formation in Meridian since before he'd started Oracle, and the influences had been subtle enough and well-timed enough that the existing monitoring system hadn't caught them. His system had caught some of them but attributed them to natural variation because his system was optimized for prediction, not for source analysis. He added a new analytical module to Oracle, Source Attribution. The module would run every stored event through a directional bias analysis relative to the carrier wave transmission axis and flag events that showed statistically significant alignment. He'd run it on the historical data and then keep it running prospectively. If the entity was continuing to influence formations, even after Station 7, even after the carrier wave was cut, he'd see it. At 2 in the morning, he closed the laptop and sat back and looked at the city through the office window, 43 gates active in the early morning quiet, the dimensional background noise of a city going about its overnight routine. Somewhere in the middle distance, his ability was reading a new kind of structure, a directional orientation that hadn't been there 3 months ago, pointing east along the transmission axis towards something that was waiting, patiently, for whatever came next. He was going to find out what that was. And if the answer was what his ability was already suggesting, nothing would ever be the same afterward, and some part of him already knew it. Chapter 22. The forensic analysis of the buffer data took 14 hours, and the results were not what anyone in Chen's conference room had expected. Kai had been awake for 31 hours by the time the full preliminary report landed on the table. He'd spent the waiting time productively, running the range calibration tests that confirmed his ability had expanded significantly along the carrier wave's transmission axis, building the parallel analysis tracks in Oracle, reviewing every piece of formation data from the past 8 months with fresh eyes looking for patterns he might have initially attributed to natural variation. He found 11 additional events that, with the post-station 7 context, looked different than they had at first reading. He filed them in the Oracle database with updated annotations and held the implications for the full analysis rather than acting on them prematurely. The forensic lead was a woman named Hay who had been working gate system forensics for the Bureau for 7 years, had the reputation of someone who found things other people missed, and had clearly not slept in the same 31 hours he hadn't slept. She presented the buffer data analysis with the focused economy of someone who knew exactly what the important findings were and was not going to bury them in methodology. The buffer contained 14 individual profiles, she said. Each profile is approximately 900 kilobytes of compressed structured data. The profiles cover 14 registered hunters from the Meridian metropolitan area, with a coverage period extending from each individual's earliest documented Bureau activity through to approximately 4 days before the transmission date. She pulled up a summary table. Each profile had a series of metrics, organized in columns whose labels were in the proprietary schema that Hay's team had been working to translate. Most of these metric labels we can approximate from context, she said. 3 are still unclear, but the ones we can read tell us something significant about what these profiles were designed for. She highlighted a column. This one tracks decision outcomes under resource constraints, not combat decisions, administrative decisions, allocation decisions. How effectively did this individual manage competing demands on limited resources? This 1 inch, another highlight, tracks network stability over time. Not the hunter's personal network, but networks they participated in. Did relationships in their professional and operational sphere remain intact and functional when they were under pressure? This one is our best approximation. Cross-group coordination outcomes. When this individual worked across organizational boundaries, different hunter groups, different institutional affiliations, what were the outcomes? None of those are combat metrics, Morrow said. No, none of them are combat metrics. Hay paused. The closest we have to a combat metric is this column here, but when we mapped it against the tracked individual's documented combat records, the correlation is weak. High scorers on this metric don't necessarily have the best combat records, but they do have the best records for managing complex multi-party operations under ambiguous circumstances. She looked around the table. In other words, this column isn't measuring how dangerous they are as opponents. It's measuring how effective they are as organizers of a complicated situation with multiple stakeholders. The conference room was quiet in a way that had a specific quality, the quality of a room full of experienced people encountering information that substantially revised their operational picture. Kai said, the aggregate score for each profile, the single ranking metric at the top that we can't fully translate. Is there any structural feature that tells us what dimension it's summarizing? Hay looked at her notes. It loads heavily on 3 factors: the cross-group coordination outcomes, the resource constraint decision record, and a 4th metric that we've been tentatively labeling as institutional navigation. How effectively did this individual move through complex organizational structures to accomplish goals that required cross-institutional cooperation? High scorers were able to get things done that required buy-in from multiple independent organizations. She paused. The highest scoring profile is for a 43-year-old S-rank hunter who currently leads the Regional Hunter Coordination Committee. The second highest is for the Deputy Director of the Meridian Bureau's Tactical Operations Division. The third highest, she looked up. Her expression was careful. The third highest is for a hunter named Kai Duran, registered level. Currently pulse tier, registered 8 months ago, with a note that the profile's data points are sparse and the score is flagged as preliminary due to limited observation history. The silence in the room changed quality again. Kai had already known this, or strongly suspected it. The profile that didn't fit the pattern, newer, sparser, more dynamic. He'd noticed it in the preliminary data at 4 in the morning and held the observation without acting on it. He was glad, looking at Chin's expression and Moro's and the CRHC liaisons, that he'd had the time to process it before being in this room with it. "I'm on the list," he said. "That means the entity detected my abilities' development trajectory and added me to the assessment within 2 months of my registration. It means my methodology has been in the entity's awareness since before I had a full picture of what I was dealing with." He paused. "It also means the entity's observation coverage is finer-grained than we assumed. It caught someone 8 months in, with a sparse record, and assessed them as the third highest ranked candidate for a coordination role. That's either very good modeling capability or more direct observation than we've been accounting for." Chin said. "What kind of direct observation?" "Dimensional sensing," he said. "If the entity can maintain a carrier wave aperture for 15 years without triggering our formation event monitoring, it can maintain a sensing presence at a level below our detection threshold. It may have been running its own dimensional observation of the metropolitan area in parallel with the carrier wave operation." He looked at the CRHC liaisons. "That would also explain how the profile data is as current as it is. These aren't historical reconstructions from public records. They're based on ongoing behavioral observation." The CRHC liaison who hadn't spoken yet said, "That significantly changes the threat assessment if we treat it as an adversarial situation." "It does," Kai said. "And it significantly changes the contact assessment if we treat it as a preparation for communication situation. An entity that has been carefully studying who would be the most effective liaison for a complex negotiation is an entity that is planning to negotiate." He held the liaison's gaze. "I'm not asking you to reach that conclusion. I'm asking for authorization to run both tracks simultaneously, with equal rigor, so that whatever interpretation the data supports, we're positioned to act on it." The authorization to run both tracks came through that afternoon. He went home for 4 hours and slept, and came back and began. Back at the Oracle office, he opened both tracks in separate notebooks and ran them in parallel for the rest of the day. Threat track on the left. Entity is hostile. Carrier wave was reconnaissance. The 14 profiles are target assessments. The aperture is preparation for a crossing event. Alternative track on the right. Entity is non-hostile. Carrier wave was assessment for negotiation. The 14 profiles are liaison candidates. The aperture is communication infrastructure. He built each track with equal care. He didn't allow himself to weight one more than the other in the analytical phase. That was for the evidence to determine, and the evidence would determine it when he had more of it. What he could already see clearly was that the threat track required more inferential steps. Each step in the threat track had to assume that the entity was behaving contrary to its demonstrated behavioral pattern. 15 years of non-escalation in the threat track was explained as tactical patience. 12 months of aperture maintenance was explained as preparation rather than communication. The 14 profiles' non-combat metrics were explained as a novel form of target assessment rather than what the structure actually looked like. The alternative track required fewer inferential steps. The behavioral record was consistent with the stated alternative hypothesis without requiring explanations that contradicted the surface character of the behavior. The simplest explanation was not always the correct one. But when two hypotheses covered the same evidence, and one required substantially more unsupported inference than the other, the more parsimonious one deserved more weight pending new evidence. He added a formal note to both tracks. The evidence currently available is insufficient to resolve between hypotheses. Additional data points that would meaningfully differentiate. The content of the buffer data's final 40 seconds, available pending forensic completion, a close-range reading of the aperture, pending authorization, and any behavioral change in the aperture's maintenance pattern, ongoing Oracle monitoring. He filed both tracks in the Oracle database at 9 in the evening and drove home and ate a meal he didn't taste and slept for 6 hours and came back. And the morning brought the forensic results, and the forensic results changed everything. Not by resolving the question definitively, but by making the alternative track substantially more detailed and the threat track substantially harder to support with a straight face. The buffer data was not target assessment data. It was something else entirely, and the morning briefing would prove to be one of the more significant briefings he'd run since Oracle began. And the question it was going to force everyone in that room to answer was one that nobody had prepared for, and nobody could prepare for, because the right answer had no precedent. Chapter 23. On the 4th day after the Station 7 operation, Kai drove east into the farm country along the carrier wave's transmission axis. The drive had a different quality than the drive out to Station 7, 10 days earlier. Then he'd been working from incomplete information toward a specific target. Now he was working from more complete information toward a target he expected to find. His ability was oriented east the moment he left the city's dimensional background noise behind, the way a compass oriented north. The carrier wave was gone, but the axis it had traveled for 15 years was still legible in the dimensional fabric, a groove worn into the substrate by repeated directional activity. He followed it. Elise was in the passenger seat. The Sovereign Core escort was 2 vehicles back, Tark herself leading. She'd requested the assignment, which he'd taken as evidence that her professional skepticism about his interpretive framework was compatible with genuine curiosity about whether he was right. Fun was coordinating the remote support from the Oracle office, running the data relay that would receive his readings in real time. He'd built 4 calibration anchors over the past 3 days. Each one was a small formation pressure measuring device built from components he'd sourced through the Bureau's equipment procurement system and then modified using the measurement methodology he'd developed in Oracle's second month. Placed at known distances along a reference axis, the anchors would let him measure his ability's current range and directional sensitivity with quantitative precision rather than relying on internal estimation. He'd been running internal estimates since the ability first manifested, but the expansion at Station 7 had taken him outside the range where his calibration was reliable. He stopped at 20 kilometers, at 30, at 40, and placed the anchors. He drove to 42 kilometers and stopped. His ability found the aperture immediately. He'd been expecting a gate formation signature, the 72-hour precursor pattern that was his primary operational specialty, the characteristic pressure buildup that preceded all the gate events he'd been predicting for Oracle. What he found was different. There was no pressure buildup. There was a stable, sustained aperture, a held-open gap in the dimensional membrane between this world and whatever was adjacent to it, maintained at a precise diameter that had been consistent. His ability read the structural tenure of it as somewhere between 6 months and a year. Someone was holding a gate open. From the other side, the architecture of the maintenance was sophisticated. He'd read partial formations before, in Oracle's logging, events that had started forming and then dissipated before completing. This was different, not a failed formation but a deliberate partial state, maintained at a specific configuration that required continuous active input to hold. The membrane wanted to either complete the opening or close entirely. Holding it at a stable partial diameter was work, and the work was being done from the far side. He sat in the vehicle and read every detail he could reach at this distance. The aperture was approximately 4 meters in diameter. The maintenance mechanism had a specific structure, a framework of stabilizing resonance that he could partially read even at 42 kilometers, though the resolution wasn't fine enough for detail, just for the presence and general character of the mechanism. It was organized, deliberate, competent. This was not a random dimensional phenomenon. This was construction. I found it, he said. Elise looked up from her laptop. The gate. Not a gate. An aperture. Being maintained deliberately from the far side, at approximately 41 kilometers east, 2 kilometers south of our current position. He pulled out the Oracle notebook. Formation type, sustained partial aperture. Maintenance mechanism on exterior, far side of membrane. Single operator or coordinated operator group, based on the consistency of the maintenance pattern. Elise was quiet for a moment, watching him write. Consistently maintained for how long? My structural tenure estimate is 6 to 12 months. The maintenance signature is too consistent to be new. There's a characteristic smoothness to dimensional maintenance that develops with repetition, the way a worn path looks different from a new one. This aperture has been held open for months. He wrote the estimate in the log. The carrier wave's transmission axis runs directly through it. This is where the carrier wave was going, she said. So whatever was on the receiving end of 15 years of data is 41 kilometers east of us and has been maintaining a physical connection to this world for most of a year. Yes, that's either preparation for something, or it's the permanent infrastructure of an established relationship. He looked at her. She was right. Those were the two interpretations, and they led to very different operational responses. I need to know which. I can't read enough detail from here. He looked at the unremarkable farmland through the windshield. And the entity on the other side. It's aware of this reading. My ability has touched the edge of the aperture. That's perceptible. Whatever is maintaining that structure from the other side knows that something on this side just probed the aperture's perimeter. Elisa's expression didn't change, but her voice was slightly more careful when she said, "Are we in a problem?" He extended his ability again, carefully, reading the aperture's state and the dimensional fabric around it. Still stable. No change in the maintenance pattern. No formation pressure beginning to build anywhere in the region. Just the aperture, held open with the same precise consistency it had been held before he'd arrived. No response. No reaction. Not yet, he said. But I think we've just been noticed. and whatever has noticed us is choosing not to respond in any way that creates an incident. That choice is itself data. He closed the notebook and started the vehicle. He had a reading. He had a location. He had data for both tracks. Now he needed to develop his ability to the point where he could read what the far side of that membrane was actually holding, because at his current tier he could see the door, but he couldn't read what was written on it. He drove back to the city with Elise running a remote data analysis in the passenger seat, the calibration anchor relay feeding numbers into the Oracle server in real time, and his ability oriented east until the city's background noise closed in around it. On the highway, he drafted the preliminary field report in his head, organized it by priority, and had it written in the Oracle system by the time they reached the city. The preliminary report: aperture located at 41.2 kilometers east, 2.1 kilometers south of route position, in low scrub farmland with no human infrastructure within visual range. Aperture diameter approximately 4 meters. Maintenance mechanism confirmed on exterior, far side of membrane. Structural tenure estimate 8 to 14 months. Dimensional character on far side, stable, old, organized, compatible density. No formation pressure in observable range. No behavioral escalation following close-range reading. Message structure confirmed in membrane surface. Unreadable at current tier, content unknown. Distance sensitivity consistent with directional range expansion post-station 7. He listed the operational implications. The aperture is within daily monitoring range from the city. The directional expansion gives him reliable coverage of the aperture region without field deployment. Any change in the aperture's maintenance pattern or any formation pressure developing in the region will be detectable in Oracle's remote monitoring. He can watch without being physically present. And below the operational implications, the analytical implication he was going to have to present carefully, but honestly. Whatever is on the other side of that membrane left a message for someone capable of reading it. The message was placed with the expectation that the reader would be operating within the human institutional framework, placed in the membrane of a communication aperture that was maintained along the carrier wave axis, which means the entity knew the carrier wave would eventually be traced, and knew that the person tracing it would eventually develop the capability to read a tier-specific encoding in the membrane. It was not a trap. It was an introduction. And whoever placed it had been modeling the development trajectory of human sensing abilities with enough accuracy to predict that the introduction would eventually be read. He was going to develop the ability to read it, and when he did, everything he currently understood about what was on the other side of that membrane was going to change, and he needed to be ready for all of it. Chapter 24. The briefing that afternoon was larger than any Oracle briefing he'd run before. Chen had brought in 3 Sovereign Core Team leads, the CRHC's 2 liaison officers, and a national authority representative who had arrived from the capital the previous evening. The room had the particular atmosphere of a meeting where the stakes had been formally acknowledged by everyone present, which gave it a different quality than the meetings where individuals privately understood the stakes, but the official frame was still procedural. He presented the findings clearly: location, maintenance structure character, tenure estimate, behavioral observation from the initial reading. He presented them in the format he'd learned to use for high-stakes briefings, which was not the format he'd use in an internal Oracle review. More explicit statement of confidence levels, more careful distinction between observation and inference, more attention to the places where the data could support multiple interpretations. Tark asked, "You said it was aware you'd read it. What does that mean operationally? Does it mean it's now going to act differently?" "I don't know," he said. "What I can tell you is that the awareness didn't trigger an immediate behavioral change. The aperture's maintenance pattern didn't shift. No formation pressure began building anywhere in the 48-kilometer range I can read. Whatever the awareness of my probe produced in the entity maintaining that aperture, the result was nothing, or nothing detectable. Nothing or nothing detectable are very different things." "They are," he agreed. "I don't have the resolution at 42 kilometers to read the aperture in detail. What I observed was the perimeter, not the interior. It's possible that the entity's dimensional activity changed in ways that my current ability can't resolve at distance. I'm working at the edge of my range. What I can say with confidence is that there was no escalation in any format that my current ability can detect." The National Authority representative, a woman named Commissioner Bale, who had the manner of someone with a long institutional memory and the patience to use it, said, "What's your assessment of the probability that this is a communication attempt rather than a threatening structure?" He paused. He'd prepared this answer, but he still wanted to be precise about it. "High, based on the behavioral evidence. 15 years without triggering our formation event monitoring. 12 months of aperture maintenance at a level carefully calibrated to stay below our detection thresholds for most sensors. The buffer data profile structure that I've described. The entity's response to my reading, which was to do nothing, when an entity capable of maintaining that aperture for 12 months has the dimensional capability to do considerably more than nothing. He looked at Commissioner Bale directly. The behavioral profile is consistent with an entity that is waiting for someone capable of reaching it to do so voluntarily. That's a communication strategy. It's not consistent with an entity in the early stages of an incursion. What would change that assessment? Any escalation in the maintenance pattern. Any formation pressure developing in the region. Any attempt to use the aperture as an active transmission vector rather than a passive maintained structure. He paused. I'm going to be monitoring all of those things continuously. My abilities range is now sufficient to read the aperture region from the city. I can give you a 5 to 6 hour warning on any formation event development in that area. If the situation changes in the direction of threat, the warning will come before the threat can manifest. Commissioner Bale nodded. She was already deciding something. He could read the quality of her attention the way he read dimensional fabric, not with certainty, but with meaningful resolution. The meeting produced an authorization for close-range reconnaissance, with conditions that he considered reasonable: Sovereign Core escort, full Oracle team remote monitoring, emergency dimensional suppression equipment on site, and a hard extraction protocol that he accepted without negotiation. He was going to be careful. The carefulness wasn't just procedural. It was because the reading at 42 kilometers had given him a picture of something significantly more capable than him, significantly older than anything in the human dimensional management framework, and patience and carefulness were the only advantages he reliably had. He drove home in the early evening, walked through the eastern quarter of the city, stopped to pick up dinner from a street stand near the Rift Pocket district, and ate it sitting on a low wall looking at the dimensional anomaly that pulsed faintly in the air above the training ground, contained and managed and thoroughly studied. The most complex dimensional structure in Meridian, and he could read it like a familiar text. The aperture 41 kilometers east was nothing like the training ground anomaly. It was older and larger and maintained by something that had been working in dimensional structure for far longer than the Meridian Bureau had existed. He was going to need to be better than he currently was to read it clearly. He was going to need to develop. The entity had left a message in the membrane. He'd sensed the structure of it without being able to read it, which was the dimensional equivalent of knowing there was text on a page, but not knowing the language. The next tier would let him read it. And getting to the next tier meant sustained engagement with exactly the kind of complex structure he would be sitting in front of in 48 hours. He walked back to the Oracle office and worked until midnight and went home and slept. And in the morning it was still there, 41 kilometers east, patient and maintained, and waiting for someone capable of reading what it was saying. That waiting had its own significance. 12 months of aperture maintenance, sustained at a precise configuration, through whatever conditions Origin was experiencing. And Origin was experiencing the beginning of a terminal framework collapse, which meant the collective was maintaining this communication link while simultaneously managing an increasingly unstable home world. The cost of maintaining the aperture was not zero. In a period of increasing resource pressure, maintaining a communication link to a world that had not yet acknowledged the communication attempt was a choice. It was the kind of choice made by entities that were committed to a specific approach and were willing to sustain that commitment over time, even when the results were uncertain. He added this observation to the alternative track in Oracle with a confidence weighting of medium. The aperture's sustained maintenance during an established period of Origin's dimensional deterioration is consistent with a committed communication strategy and inconsistent with opportunistic or tactical aperture maintenance. He also added it to the threat track, where it was weaker but still needed to be acknowledged. The aperture's sustained maintenance could alternatively be evidence of long-term tactical patience in preparation for an event that required a stable crossing point. Both observations were valid. He was doing the right thing by running them both. He drove home that evening by a longer route, through the Rift Pocket district, past the training halls with their active formations visible to his ability through the walls, and then through the residential streets where ordinary people were living ordinary lives in a city with 43 active gates. The gates were infrastructure at this point. Background. So ordinary that a 2-year-old in this city grew up knowing what a gate was in the same way children of his parents' generation had grown up knowing what a cell phone was. 41 kilometers east of this ordinary city, something had been holding a door open for over a year, waiting for someone to notice it and come knock. And he had noticed. And he was going to knock. He was going to do it carefully, with authorization, with the full Oracle methodology behind him. But he was going to do it. He drafted the reconnaissance plan that evening at the kitchen table, 2 cups of coffee growing cold beside him. The Oracle notebook opened to a fresh page where he mapped the approach methodology, and the safety protocols and the authorization conditions he expected Chun to require, and the contingency responses for the scenarios he could model. It took 3 hours. When he was done, he read it through and found 3 places where the protocol was weaker than it needed to be and fixed all 3, and then read it again. The plan was good. It was careful and thorough, and it gave the right priority to safety without sacrificing the quality of information he'd be able to gather. He was satisfied with it. He filed it in the Oracle system and sent the pre-authorization notice to Chun and went to bed. In the dark, his ability pointed east. Not because he directed it. It just did. The way you turned toward a sound in the dark, automatic and precise. At 41 kilometers, the aperture was stable. The maintenance mechanism was cycling through its regular refresh interval. Whatever was on the other side was still there, still waiting. He closed his eyes. The aperture's steady presence registered in the background of his awareness like a light left on in a distant window, and the question of what the message in its membrane said was the last thing in his mind before sleep finally came, hours later, pulling him under just before dawn. And the question was still there when he woke up, unchanged, pointed east, and for the first time he understood that the question was already answered, that his ability already knew, that what was left was only the work of making him able to hear it. Chapter 25, he ran 12 sessions at the aperture over 18 days. He went every morning, in most cases alone with the Sovereign Core escort, taking the same route, stopping at the same marker, extending his ability to the aperture's perimeter, and working at whatever the maximum resolution of his current tier allowed. The sessions followed a consistent pattern. He would arrive, run the calibration anchor readings to confirm his Oracle instrumentation was reading correctly, extend his ability toward the aperture, and hold the extension for as long as it was productive, typically 2 to 3 hours, after which the quality of the reading stopped improving and fatigue in the ability's focus began introducing noise. He recorded every session in Oracle with the same methodical detail he applied to gate formation readings. The entity was present at every session. Not responsive, present. The quality of its attention at the aperture was a consistent feature of every reading, the same directed awareness he'd first noticed at 42 kilometers. On day 3, he began to characterize it more precisely. It wasn't passive attention, the way an aperture is simply there to be read. It was active attention, the kind that directed itself specifically at the reading and held there. On day 7, he was confident enough in this characterization to log it formally. The entity is aware of these sessions and is attending to them with what I'm characterizing as deliberate presence. It is not interfering with the readings. It is not escalating in any detectable direction. It is watching. And within that watching, there is a quality that my ability is translating as expectation, not demand, but the kind of patient waiting that comes from knowing something specific is going to happen. He also ran the calibration tests in other directions. The range asymmetry was confirmed and quantified, 48 kilometers along the carrier wave's transmission axis, 31 in the perpendicular directions, 26 directly opposite. The shape of his expanded ability was not a sphere, but an elongated form, narrower to the west and broader to the east, precisely oriented along the axis that Station 7 had been transmitting along for 15 years. He documented this thoroughly and filed an updated registration with the Bureau that described the expansion and the directional asymmetry. The Bureau's Ability Assessment Office wrote back asking him to come in for a formal evaluation session, which he scheduled and attended, and which produced a tier reassessment to a level the evaluation officer described, looking slightly uncertain, as expanded pulse, with range characteristics that fall outside our standard assessment rubric. He suggested they might need to update the rubric. She agreed, in the tone of someone who had been thinking the same thing but hadn't wanted to say it first. On day 18, sitting at the 41-kilometer marker in the early morning with his ability extended to the aperture's perimeter, he felt the tier threshold cross. It wasn't a dramatic event. The Oracle notebook was in his lap, and his pen was uncapped, and when the shift happened he wrote the time, 8:47 a.m., and then sat with it for a moment before he wrote anything else, because the experience of crossing a sensing tier threshold was something that took a moment to integrate. The world didn't look different, but the fabric of it became more legible in a specific way, the way a language becomes more legible when you learn a new grammatical rule that unlocks structures you've been seeing without understanding. The membrane of the aperture became readable. He read the message that was embedded in its maintenance structure. He read it 4 times before he moved, making absolutely certain he was reading accurately and not projecting interpretation onto patterns. He'd made that mistake in Oracle's early months, twice, and both times had caught it in the validation phase. He was not going to make it here. It said the same thing all 4 times. We are not your adversary. We are a population-seeking passage. Our world has limited time. We wish to speak with a representative of your governing authority. We are prepared to wait for an appropriate window. We mean no harm to your population. He closed the notebook. He started the vehicle. He called Chen from the road. First contact has occurred, he said. The entity left a message in the aperture structure. I've just crossed the tier threshold required to read it. He paused. They're describing themselves as a population-seeking passage. Their world is running out of time. They want to negotiate. The silence on the phone was 8 seconds. Then Chen said, "Don't stop for anything. Come directly to the office." He drove to the office. He didn't stop for anything. Chen had the room ready before he arrived. She'd sent him the conference room code in a text at the same time she'd said come directly, and he used it to let himself in because she was in the middle of 3 simultaneous calls. The conference room had a whiteboard on the wall, and he used it while he waited, writing out the membrane message transcription in black marker and the key analytical implications in blue and the authorization questions in red. By the time Chen arrived with Moro and 2 of the CRHC liaisons, the whiteboard was full, and he was sitting at the table with the Oracle notebook in front of him and his ability still running its background red of the eastern horizon. He talked for 40 minutes. He showed them the membrane message transcription, walked through the analytical framework for reading dimensional encodings at the tier he'd reached, explained what structural features of the encoding indicated intentional construction versus noise, and answered every question that was asked about his methodology's reliability. He was used to these questions by now. He answered them accurately and without impatience because the questions were legitimate and the people asking them needed the methodology explained in enough detail to evaluate it rather than just take it on faith. Then he talked about what the message said and what it implied. A population seeking passage. Their world had limited time. They wanted to negotiate. They meant no harm. The CRHC liaison said, 7 words. We mean no harm to your population, conveyed through a dimensional encoding technique we have no independent means of verifying. The encoding is independently verifiable, Kai said. The methodology is documented in the Oracle system. The specific structural features that distinguish intentional encoding from noise are quantifiable and replicable. Any sensing ability operator who developed to this tier could run the verification. My tier assessment is current and can be independently confirmed by the Bureau's evaluation office. He paused. The content is 7 words of summary. The actual encoding was substantially more complex. 7 words is my translation of a dimensional structure that my ability read across a 15-minute period. The structure itself is available in the Oracle log if anyone wants to review my methodology on the specific reading. There was a silence that had the particular quality of a room full of people who had prepared for a specific kind of briefing and were now recalibrating to a different one. Chen said, "What's your recommended next step?" He said what he'd been thinking since he drove back from the aperture. Develop the response methodology and seek authorization to respond. Then respond. Then see what comes back. He looked at the whiteboard. We have a message. The correct response to a message is a response. If the message is what you say it is, the CRHC liaison said. Yes, he agreed. And the way to find out whether it is what I say it is to respond and see what comes back from the other side of a dimensional membrane that has been patiently maintained for over a year. He looked at the liaison. The entity has been patient for 12 months. I expect it will remain patient for however long our authorization process requires. But the authorization process has a cost, which is time, and time is the constraint on this situation that I can't control. I'd recommend we move as quickly as the process allows. The authorization process was going to take 11 days. He already knew the institutional machinery well enough to know it wouldn't be faster than that. But 11 days was manageable. He could use 11 days. He had uses for every hour of them, because the entity on the other side of the membrane had been waiting for precisely this response, and he was not going to make it wait 1 day longer than the authorization process required. Chapter 26 The authorization to respond took 11 days, and Kai used every hour of them. He designed the response message the day after the first contact reading, while the institutional machinery was beginning to turn through the authorization process. The design took 12 hours. The response needed to convey 4 things: that he had read the message, that he was authorized to communicate, that he was requesting more information before committing to a specific communication framework, and that the communication was being conducted under the oversight of a governing authority. Conveying 4 things in a dimensional encoding format he'd never used before, in a medium where errors could be read as hostility or confusion, required the same kind of careful precision he applied to Oracle's quantitative analysis. He built a test substrate in the Rift Pocket Training District with Elise's help, a low-intensity partial aperture, maintained by a standard formation management team, that served as a practice surface for encoding attempts. He ran 15 encoding tests over 3 days, analyzing each one afterward to assess clarity and structural integrity. By the third day, he was satisfied with the methodology. The encoding was clean, and its structure would be unambiguous to an entity reading it with the kind of capability that had maintained Station 7's carrier wave for 15 years. On day 5, Finn came to the Oracle office and sat in his usual chair and said, "The CRHC defense faction is threatening to invoke the external threat protocol. If they do, Chen loses authorization chain authority, and the CRHC controls the response framework directly." Kai asked, "What's preventing them from invoking it now?" "They're calculating their position. They know that invoking the protocol gives them control of the framework, but also makes them responsible for the outcome. If the outcome is a successful contact that reveals a viable alternative to a hostile response, they've spent their political capital on the wrong move." Finn paused. "They want to be in the room. They want to have representation in whatever contact framework gets authorized, so that if it succeeds, they get credit, and if it fails, they can argue they had reservations. Tell Chen to offer them 2 seats on the contact team with full access to the Oracle documentation, in exchange for not invoking the external threat protocol," Kai said. 2 seats with access is better than control of a framework they don't understand. Frame it as a partnership, not a concession. Finn looked at him for a moment. That's the kind of framing that requires Morrow to deliver it, not Chen. Then have Morrow deliver it. He thought about it for another second. Actually, have Morrow float it informally to the CRHC lead, and let the CRHC lead bring it to Chen as their own proposal. That way they feel they extracted something rather than were managed. Finn made a note. "You've been thinking about institutional politics. I've been thinking about probability trees," Kai said. "The CRHC's cooperation for the next 6 months is worth more to this operation than making them feel they lost a negotiation. I need them functional, not humiliated." The authorization came through on day 9. On day 11, at the 41-kilometer marker with the Sovereign Core escort and the full Oracle remote team online, he delivered the response. He pressed the encoding into the membrane surface of the aperture, carefully, with the same structural precision he'd used in the test encodings, holding each element of the message in place while he constructed the next one, building the full structure over approximately 4 minutes before releasing it. The response came in less than a minute. Not a message in the membrane layer. A shift in the aperture's maintenance structure. An expansion of the channel that he could read as increased bandwidth, as if the entity had been maintaining the minimum connection needed to hold the message and was now opening it wider for a more complex exchange. It was the dimensional equivalent of someone who has been leaving notes on a door opening the door to talk. He had not expected the response to come that quickly. He had not expected it to be that clear. He put the Oracle notebook down and gave his full ability to the membrane, and the first real-time exchange began. What he felt when the exchange opened was difficult to describe in retrospect. Even with the full session log in Oracle and the contemporaneous notes he'd written in the 10 minutes after the exchange concluded. The closest analog was the experience of reading a text in a language you've studied intensively and have functional proficiency in. The meaning arrived directly, without the conscious translation step, but there was a quality of slight strangeness in the arrival, a reminder that the channel was not native. The entity's first encoding said, "Without preamble, we recognize your signal. You have read the message. You are authorized to speak for your governing structure?" He had prepared for this question. He encoded back, "I am authorized by my governing structure to receive communication and to relay your communication to the appropriate authorities. I am not authorized to make commitments on their behalf. I am authorized to negotiate the terms of further communication." The entity said, "This is understood and acceptable. We wish to describe our situation and our request. We recognize that authorization for the response will require time. We are prepared to wait." He said, "I am ready to receive." And they began. He would record later that the exchange had changed him in a specific way that went beyond the tier advancement and beyond the operational information. What the exchange changed was his working model of what a dimensional contact event could be. Every formation event in Oracle had been a thing happening to his world, a natural process managed through Hunter response. This was a thing being communicated about, a situation being described, a request being made, a relationship being proposed. The difference was categorical. And sitting at the edge of that aperture in the cold farmland 40 kilometers along the transmission axis of his city, reading a population's description of its own extinction timeline and its request for help, he understood that the Oracle project had always been pointing toward this, that finding patterns in dimensional events was the same discipline as finding meaning in dimensional communication, and that he had been training for this specific moment for the entire duration of the project. He was ready. He had always been ready. He had just needed the right problem to be ready for. The encoding from the entity opened in layers. The surface reading came first, then deeper structure, then the full depth with everything it implied. He read each layer carefully, cross-referencing between layers, making sure consistency held across the full depth before he logged anything in Oracle. The surface said, "We are a population of approximately 400,000 entities in need of a new world." Beneath the surface, the world we come from is failing because of dimensional framework degradation, and we have been searching for viable destinations for 20 years. Beneath that, selection criteria for viable destinations required compatibility in dimensional density, territorial scale, and institutional capacity to manage the integration. And beneath that, the deepest layer, requiring the most careful cross-referencing to confirm. We have been studying your world for 15 years because it is the best viable destination we have found, and we studied it with care because we could not afford to approach the wrong representatives at the wrong time and lose the option entirely. For 100,000 entities, 20 years of searching, 15 years of careful study. He ran the first exchange for 3 hours at the aperture, encoding responses and receiving the entity's further encodings, building a picture that grew more complete with every exchange. The Chiron Upland as the proposed integration territory, a geological formation he would need to study. A 30-year timeline that was achievable but required the human institutional system to make decisions faster than it usually moved. A migration coordinator on the far side who had been working this problem for 12 years and communicated with the compressed precision of someone who had rehearsed this conversation in every available detail. When the exchange concluded, he held the ability read for a few minutes in the silence of the farmland and felt the weight of what he now knew and what it required of him. It required everything. It required doing the work exactly right, from the first briefing to churn through to whatever the end of the 30-year framework looked like. 400,000 lives depended on the first exchange being handled well enough to produce a second one, and the second producing a third, and so on through every institutional and technical and relational challenge between here and a stable integrated population in the Chiron Upland. He was ready for that. He had been made ready for it, step by step, since the morning his ability first showed him the carrier wave, and the readiness felt like exactly what it was, not comfort, but clarity. The path was clear. The work was his, and the exchange that was about to begin was going to show him exactly how much work lay ahead. But he put the notebook down and let his full ability open to the membrane, because the only way forward was through, and he was not going to learn what was on the other side of it by standing back. Chapter 27. The exchange ran for 3 hours and covered more ground than he had prepared for. The entity communicated through dimensional encoding that carried concepts directly rather than through words or images. His ability translated the structures into understanding in a way that was precise and fast, bypassing the ambiguity of language translation. He wasn't guessing at meanings. The structures were clear in a way that was almost disorienting in its directness. The entity was a collective, a population that communicated through a shared dimensional medium, a network of individual entities with distinct identities and perspectives linked by a shared sensory and communicative field. He read the distinction between collective and hive mind carefully because it mattered. A hive mind had no individual decision-making, no individual variation, which would make negotiating with it a fundamentally different process. This was not that. Individual entities within the collective had perspectives that could diverge, positions that could conflict, voices that could be in tension. The collective had a coordinating structure, a council that managed high-stakes decisions, but the rank-and-file population was as variable as any human population. There were 400,000 of them. Approximately. The world they called origin was failing. The dimensional anchoring framework that gave a world its structural integrity, the deep substrate that kept a world's internal physics stable and its boundaries intact and its space coherent rather than fragmenting into incoherence, had been degrading for 30 years. The degradation was now in a terminal phase. The collective's best estimates gave origin 5 to 7 years before the framework collapsed to the point where habitation was no longer sustainable even with intensive maintenance. Beyond that point, the entities who remained would not survive. They had been searching for a viable destination for 20 years. The dimensional architecture of most adjacent spaces was incompatible with the collective's biological requirements. Their entities existed in a specific dimensional density range, and most spaces fell outside it. This world, his world, had the right density, the right scale, and, after 15 years of careful study, a demonstrated capacity for dimensional management that suggested it could handle an integration event of this complexity. The integration they proposed was not conquest and not simple immigration. It was a managed process that would require territory, approximately 400 square kilometers, in a region compatible with both their anchoring requirements and human habitation and time. 30 years, minimum, for the full transfer and integration cycle. He asked, why the secrecy? Why stations 7 and 15 years of carrier wave operation rather than direct contact? The response came with a quality of careful honesty that he appreciated precisely because of how it would be received by the institutional framework he'd be reporting back to. The collective had attempted more direct contact approaches in their first 5 years of searching. Every attempt had produced a defense escalation response from the human dimensional management systems that classified external contact as threat level. The collective had determined that the human system, as then structured, lacked the institutional capacity to process a non-hostile external dimensional contact. They had decided that the path to successful communication ran through finding and developing human contacts who could bridge that institutional gap. In other words, they had been waiting for someone like him. Not him specifically, but someone with the perceptual and institutional capacity to understand what they were saying and navigate the human authorization structure toward a viable response. He filed this exchange verbatim in Oracle in the 3 hours after he returned to the city, while the specific precision of each encoding was still fresh in his abilities recall. He filed the full exchange and the analysis and the implications for both operational tracks, and then wrote a 2-page summary for Chun and the commissioner, and sat back in his chair and looked at the Oracle map on the wall. At the Aperture site, a population of 400,000 entities in a world with 5 to 7 years left. A proposal for managed integration that required political authorization he didn't have, territory he didn't control, and a coordination framework he would have to build. He wrote at the bottom of the summary, in the section for recommended next steps, the situation is viable and the communication is in good faith. Recommend national authorization process for response framework. Timeline is limited. Delay cost is higher than authorization risk. He submitted the summary and went home to sleep for the first time in 36 hours, and the Oracle notebook on his desk said everything he'd learned and the world outside was still ordinary, and in the direction of the Aperture a door was being held open by someone who had been waiting a very long time for someone to knock. He sat at the kitchen table with the Oracle notebook open and read back through the exchange summary 3 times, looking for the places where his translation might have been imprecise, where the structural encoding might have carried a meaning different from what he'd read. He found 2 places where the encoding had been slightly ambiguous, and he'd resolved the ambiguity by choosing the interpretation most consistent with the surrounding context. Both times, the surrounding context strongly supported the interpretation he'd chosen, and both times, there was no interpretation consistent with hostile intent that fit better. He was not being credulous. He was applying the same analytical standards he applied to everything else, and the analysis was producing the same result every time he ran it. He added the ambiguous encoding notes to the Oracle session log with explicit confidence flags so that anyone reviewing the log could see exactly where he'd made interpretive choices and what his reasoning was. Then he sat with the weight of the information for a while. 400,000 entities in a dying world. A 20-year search that had ended here. A 15-year study of his city, and he'd been part of it for 8 months without knowing. And the study's purpose had not been to find weaknesses, but to find the right people. He was one of the right people. The assessment said so. The work he'd been building for 3 months, Oracle, the methodology, the systematic approach to dimensional pattern analysis, had been the factor that moved him into the assessment. He'd been doing the right work, in the right direction, and it had been noticed by someone on across the membrane from a dimensional membrane who needed exactly that work done. He would not be paralyzed by the weight of it. That was not how he operated. He acknowledged the weight, let it settle into his awareness clearly, and then planned forward from where he was. The next step was the response to Chun. After that, the authorization process. After that, the close-range encoding exchange. After that, everything that followed from it. Step by step, the same way every complex analytical problem was managed. You looked at the full scope, you understood the weight, and then you took the first step with full attention. He closed the notebook. He was going to take the first step in the morning. Tonight, he was going to sleep. He almost didn't. The ability kept reaching east, the way it had been reaching east since Station 7, the directional alignment that Station 7 had imprinted into his sensitivity. At 41 kilometers, the aperture was still there. The maintenance mechanism was cycling through its regular refresh interval, smooth and precise, the same as it had been for however many months it had been maintained before he ever found it. He let his ability read it for a few minutes from the Oracle office chair. Not analyzing, just reading. Familiarizing himself with the specific signature of this specific structure, the dimensional equivalent of learning someone's handwriting. Not the content, just the character of it. The maintenance mechanism had a specific rhythm. The stabilizing resonance had a specific density. The membrane's translucency had a specific gradient from center to edge. He was going to need to know all of this to the point of automatic recognition before the work in the Chiron upland began, because the work would require him to read dozens of variations on this structure simultaneously, in real time, and detect deviations from baseline. The baseline had to be fully internalized. He read the aperture for 20 minutes. Then he put his ability at rest and closed his eyes and slept. And what he dreamed about was not the aperture but the question of what 400,000 individuals felt like, waiting in a world that was running out of time. And when he woke up, the clock was still running, and it was time to begin, and whether he was ready or not, the next phase had already started. Chapter 28. The second exchange, 3 days after the first, lasted 4.5 hours. He'd requested the longer session based on the authorization from the national authority, which had come through in 72 hours with conditions he'd accepted without modification. The conditions required that he present a specific request to the collective for detailed terms. What territory, what timeline, what adaptation requirements for both populations, what coordination framework structure. The national authority needed enough detail to assess whether a response framework was even structurally possible within existing legal and territorial systems. He drove east with the full contact team for the first time. Chun, Morrow, Commissioner Bale, 2 CRHC representatives, and Tarkus Sovereign Corps lead. He was the interpreter for all of it. No one else on the team could read the collective's encodings at the detail level required. He would read, translate verbally, receive the team's questions and responses, encode them, transmit, read the response, translate again. The session would be operationally intensive. He'd prepared for it by spending the previous 2 days running encoding practice sessions, specifically working on the challenge of encoding questions and requests. The initial exchange had been primarily him receiving, and encoding a response message was a different cognitive load than encoding a real-time back and forth. He was ready, not comfortable. The stakes were too clear for comfortable, but ready. The collective's representative for this session was not the same perceptual presence he'd encountered before. This was something larger, more structured, more weighted. He could feel the difference the moment his ability engaged with the aperture. A different individual, a specific role in the collective's coordinating structure. He encoded a question: "Who am I speaking with?" The response was a title that translated, in the closest English approximation, as Migration Coordinator. This individual's specific function within the collective's council was the management of the transition operation. Had been managing it, the encoding implied, for more than a decade. The Migration Coordinator provided the detailed terms. Territory: the Chiron Upland region, a geological formation 80 kilometers northeast of Meridian with dimensional properties, specifically a naturally occurring formation potential concentration that was uniquely compatible with the collective's anchoring system requirements. Approximately 420 square kilometers. Current human population, approximately 3,000 individuals, in small settlements. The collective was explicitly proposing that the existing human population be retained, informed, and integrated as participants in the transition framework rather than relocated. The territorial proposal was for cohabitation, not exclusive use. Timeline: 30 years for full transfer and stable integration. 5 years for initial anchoring establishment, 10 years for population transfer and staged cohorts, 15 years for integration stabilization and assessment. If any phase encountered significant complications, the timeline could extend. The collective was not proposing a hard deadline. They were proposing a minimum timeline with flexibility built in. Adaptation requirements. The collective's physical presence in this world was not identical to a human presence. They existed in the dimensional medium, anchored to specific locations by the anchoring system infrastructure, with a physical manifestation that the migration coordinator described in terms that he translated as distinct from human physicality, but compatible with human environmental cohabitation. They would be present. They would have a physical reality in the territory, but they would not require exclusive possession of the physical space, and their presence would not be environmentally toxic to human habitation. He translated all of this in real time, with Chun asking clarifying questions and him encoding the questions and reading the responses for 4.5 hours, until Commissioner Bale had the detailed framework she needed for the national authority's assessment. On the drive back, the vehicle was quiet for the first 40 minutes. Then Commissioner Bale said, "The territory question is workable. The Chiron Upland has been federal management territory for the past 20 years, since the industrial decommission. The 3,000 residents have formal agreements with the Federal Territorial Management Office. It's not simple, but it's within existing legal structures." Chen said, "The legal category is the problem. What category of entity are we recognizing? What rights framework applies? These are novel questions. Novel questions get novel legal frameworks, the commissioner said. It's been done before with novel situations. It takes time. The question is whether the timeline gives us enough time. Kai said, 5 to 7 years from Origin's current degradation assessment. That's the available window. And the initial anchoring establishment needs to happen in year 1. The first phase is the critical path. After the anchoring infrastructure is established in the Chiron upland, the rest of the timeline is more flexible. He looked out the window. The migration coordinator can't start the transfer without the anchoring infrastructure. We need to authorize the construction phase before we need to resolve all the legal questions. Bill was quiet for a moment. That's probably the correct framing for the national authority. Authorize phase 1, continue legal framework development in parallel. He wrote in the Oracle notebook, phase 1 authorization as the critical path item, legal framework as parallel development. He already knew this was the right structure. Hearing it reflected back from someone with the commissioner's institutional authority was useful confirmation. The proposal was viable. The situation was workable. He'd known that since the first exchange, and now the people who needed to make the decisions were starting to reach the same conclusion from the evidence. That was good. That was what he needed. The people who were going to make the decisions needed to look at the evidence and reach the conclusion the evidence supported, not have it handed to them as a conclusion to accept. He'd seen what happened when institutional decision-making was driven by conclusions rather than evidence. The conclusions calcified, the evidence became selectively applied to support the conclusions, and the system became brittle in exactly the conditions where it needed to be flexible. He didn't want brittleness in the framework that was going to manage a 30-year migration. He spent the drive back reviewing the proposal documentation in his head, looking for places where the framing was weak or the evidence was thinner than he'd represented it. He found 2 places and added notes to the Oracle log that he'd flagged those points explicitly in the next briefing. Not to undermine the case was strong, but to show that he'd seen the weak points and had considered them, because institutional trust in analytical work was built partly on the analyst's willingness to name the places where the work was less certain. At the city's edge, he took a different route than usual, through the northeastern quarter where the density of active gates was slightly higher than the median. 6 gates within 3 kilometers, active contracts running on all of them. He read each one briefly as he passed. Standard signatures. Normal formation states. Nothing anomalous. The city's dimensional background was as familiar to him as his own reflection. He'd been mapping it for 3 months, building the Oracle database that let him notice when anything changed. The foundation of everything that came next was that he could read this background accurately and detect changes before they became problems. He had been doing that. He intended to keep doing it. The proposal was viable. The institutional pathway was workable. The people who needed to say yes were starting to reach the point where they could say it. What came after yes was a separate problem, and he'd been building his approach to that problem since the first exchange, and he was ready to start working on it in earnest. He spent the evening reviewing the Chiron upland survey data that the government team had produced. The territory was 80 kilometers northeast of Meridian, a geological formation that the survey described in standard geotechnical terms, but that his ability, reading the survey's dimensional data, registered as having an unusual natural concentration of formation potential, not a gate and not a precursor to one, but a kind of latent dimensional energy that the collective's anchoring system could use as a foundation substrate. He marked this in the Oracle database with a note. The geological formation point is a strategic asset for the construction phase. The collective's proposal identifies it as the primary anchor location. My ability reads it as having approximately 3 times the natural formation potential of the surrounding geology. This is likely why the Chiron upland was selected as the primary integration territory over other options in the region. He also ran the first of what would become a regular monitoring check on the Chiron upland region, extending his ability northwest toward the territory and building a baseline reading of its dimensional character before the construction began. Once construction started, he'd need the baseline to distinguish between changes caused by the anchoring installation and any anomalous changes that needed attention. The baseline was clean. The territory was quiet. 43 active gates in the city behind him, 40-plus kilometers of farmland ahead, and somewhere beyond the horizon, the most important construction project in the history of his world was about to begin. He filed the baseline reading in Oracle and went to bed. And in the morning, he was going to be at the aperture at first light, because the migration coordinator had a detailed territorial proposal ready, and every hour the national authority waited was an hour that Origin was getting closer to its hard limit, a limit that was fixed and real and not interested in the pace of human institutional processes. Chapter 29. The National Authority Review took 3 weeks, and Kai spent them in the Rift Pocket Training District. He'd been granted access to the district's enclosed partial aperture, a maintained dimensional structure used for advanced ability training at the Bureau's request for extended practice sessions. The aperture was significantly weaker and smaller than the 41-kilometer marker aperture, and its dimensional character was different in the specific ways that made it an imperfect proxy. But it was available continuously, and the practice sessions were doing what he needed them to do. He was working on a specific capability. The Collective's anchoring system, when installed in the Chiron upland, would create a dimensional field substantially different from anything that currently existed in Meridian's dimensional background. His ability would need to be calibrated to read it, to distinguish between the field's normal operation, which he'd never encountered before, and deviations from normal operation that indicated problems. Reading something you'd never encountered before required a kind of flexible calibration that was different from the pattern recognition he'd been using in Oracle's gate formation work. He ran the calibration development methodology systematically. He built a theoretical model of the anchoring field's expected dimensional signature from the technical details the migration coordinator had provided in the second exchange, and he used the practice sessions to train his ability to read novel dimensional structures by first building a model and then testing his abilities reading against the model rather than against prior experience. It was a more abstract approach than anything in the official ability development curriculum. He wasn't sure it was going to work, but the alternative was arriving at the Chiron upland anchoring site and discovering that his ability was calibrated for the wrong kind of reading, and that was not acceptable. By day 12 of the review period, he had preliminary confidence in the methodology. By day 19, he was running the calibrated readings against the practice aperture and getting consistent results that matched the theoretical model well enough to be operationally useful. He also, on day 14, got a call from Director Commander Yasi. She identified herself as calling in an unofficial capacity, which in institutional terms meant she was calling without a formal record, which meant she was either about to tell him something the official framework wasn't ready to hear, or she wanted to understand something the official framework wasn't asking the right questions to learn. "I'm on the list," she said, without preamble. "I assumed you'd been told," he said. "I was told. I'm calling because I want to know what you think it means." A pause. "Not the official interpretation. What you actually think." He considered how to answer. She was the third highest-ranked candidate on the list after him, and she had the most relevant institutional authority of anyone who'd been assessed. What he thought about what the list meant was operationally significant to her in a way it wasn't to most people. "I think the collective assessed us accurately," he said. "The criteria they use to build the list are the criteria that actually matter for managing a complex multi-party transition. The list isn't a coincidence. It's the output of a 15-year study by entities that were specifically trying to find the right people for this work." He paused. "What I think it means, specifically for you, is that you're going to have a significant role in the coordination framework if the authorization goes through. The collective identified you as someone who can be effective across institutional boundaries in conditions of high uncertainty. That's exactly what the next 2 years of this are going to require." She was quiet for a moment. "You're already thinking about the coordination framework." "I've been thinking about it since the day after the first exchange. The authorization process is going to conclude. The question of what happens after authorization is the question that determines whether this actually works. And you've included me in your model." "You included yourself," he said. "You were on the list before I was." She made a sound that might have been a short laugh. "Come see me when the authorization comes through." "Officially." "Yes," he said. She hung up. He went back to the training district aperture and ran the rest of the day's calibration sessions and thought, between readings, about the framework that was going to need to exist and the people who were going to need to be in it and the kind of work that was going to be required from all of them. He was looking forward to it. He hadn't expected to be looking forward to it. But the scope and complexity of the problem was exactly the kind of problem that made him feel most precisely alive, and the people who were going to be working on it were, apparently, the people that a 15-year assessment had identified as the right ones. He could work with that. He drove back from the training district on the last day of the review period with the calibrated monitoring methodology finalized, and his ability in better shape for the Chiron upland work than he'd started the review period expecting to be in. The 3 weeks had been productive in ways the institutional timeline hadn't accounted for, but that he had used deliberately. He stopped at Sora's apartment on the way home. She was still working at her kitchen table, blueprints spread across it, the structural analysis for a load-bearing installation in the zone district. He sat across from her and told her what had happened with the authorization process and the Yasi call and the calibration methodology development, and she listened the way she always listened, with the specific focus quality that meant she was hearing what he was saying and also what he wasn't saying. She said, "You're going to be in the Chiron upland for a year. Yes, starting in approximately 2 weeks, pinning the authorization's implementation phase. Then I'm going to finish the geotechnical translation of the anchoring specifications before you go. I'll have it done in a week. She looked at him. I already started. He looked at her. She had already started. Without being asked. Because she'd read the Oracle filings and understood the construction timeline and calculated that the specification translation was going to be needed and had begun it on her own initiative. He said, "Thank you." She said, "Come back and tell me how it's going. Come back when you can." She looked back at the blueprints. The Zone District project is going to run for 8 months anyway. I'll be busy. He went home and packed for a field deployment for the first time in 3 years, and the packing was methodical and thoughtful and included 6 Oracle notebooks. And the next morning the authorization came through, and the morning after that the implementation phase began, and 2 weeks later he was at the field station in the Chiron Upland, and the work that he'd spent his entire adult life preparing for, without knowing what it was, had begun. What came next was the hardest and the most important thing he would ever do. He had been ready for it since before he knew what it was. And now that he knew, the readiness felt exactly like what it was. Not comfort, not certainty, but the absolute absence of any desire to be anywhere else, doing anything else. That was what the right work felt like. He'd known it was the right work since the morning Oracle first showed him the carrier wave signature, and he knew it now with the same clarity and none of the same uncertainty. He thought about the calibration methodology he'd developed during the review period. The Chiron Upland work was going to require him to read novel structures at high resolution continuously, not the intermittent deep dives he'd been doing at the communication aperture, but sustained ambient monitoring of an active construction site, where every day brought new structural elements that hadn't existed the day before. The calibration methodology needed to be fast enough to update continuously as the construction progressed. He ran a final test of the methodology on the Rift Pocket Practice aperture and confirmed that it handled dynamic updates correctly. The test took 2 hours and produced results within the acceptable error margin at every time step. He filed the test results in Oracle and flagged the methodology as field ready. There was one more thing he needed to do before the field deployment began. He called Director Commander Yasi through the official channel, not the personal call from week 3 of the review period, but a formal contact, and requested a meeting. She agreed to see him the following morning. The meeting lasted 40 minutes and produced an agreement about the coordination structure that he intended to propose to the national authority in the implementation planning phase. He filed the meeting notes with Oracle and drove to Sora's apartment to tell her he was leaving in 2 days. She had already packed a bag of things she thought he'd find useful at the field station. She handed it to him when he arrived, which told him, without either of them saying anything else, that she'd read the authorization announcement and done the math. He stayed for 3 hours. He came back from the Chiron Upland, months later, and the first thing she said when she opened the door was, "Tell me everything." And he did. And what she told him, months later, looking at him from across the table in the field station's small common room after a long day at the construction site, was that he looked like someone who had finally found the problem he'd been built to solve, and the problem refused to let him rest until it was done. Chapter 30. On day 21, the national authority issued its response. Conditional authorization for negotiation of a managed integration framework. Conditions attached. The conditions were detailed and the legal language was careful, and several of them were going to require interpretation, but the core answer was yes. He read the document twice that morning, standing in Chin's office while she watched him. When he finished the second read, he said, "They authorized Phase 1 site access for the collective's construction team as a separate approval pathway from the legal framework. That's the critical path item. They separated it. The legal framework consultation is going to take 6 months minimum," Chin said. Commissioner Bale recommended the separated pathway to keep the construction timeline intact while the legal questions are being resolved. He filed this under, "The people in the authorization chain have understood the operational priority correctly." That didn't always happen. When it did, it was worth noting. He drove east the next morning and delivered the authorization response to the migration coordinator. The coordinator's acknowledgement was the most structured encoding the migration coordinator had sent him. It wasn't merely confirmation. It was a layered response that carried several distinct elements. There was assent, clearly. There was relief, in the dimensional quality of relaxed structural tension that he'd learned to read over the past weeks. There was something that functioned like gratitude. And underneath all of that, visible if you were reading with full ability extension, there was the distinctive quality of an entity releasing a long-held alertness. The dimensional equivalent of someone who has been braced for bad news for a very long time, finally hearing something different. The collective had been waiting for 30 years for a world that would say yes. Today they had won. He spent the rest of the morning in a formal exchange with a migration coordinator that covered coordination protocols, communication schedules, the Chiron Upland site access request process, and the initial construction timeline. The coordinator provided the details of the construction team, 37 stabilization specialists, individuals whose functional role in the collective was dimensional infrastructure construction and maintenance. They would arrive through the secondary aperture that the coordinator intended to open at the geological formation point in the Chiron Upland within 2 weeks of the site access authorization clearing the federal territorial management process. On the drive back, Fun was riding with him. Fun had been quiet through most of the exchange process, doing his institutional intelligence work, running his read of the political landscape. He said, at about 15 kilometers from the city, the CRHC's threat level assessment came back. They classified it at capability level red, behavioral threat level green. Split assessment, Kai said. Yes. The defense faction wanted to classify behavioral threat level higher, but the behavioral record analysis carried the argument. 15 years of zero incident. The dissent is noted in the appendix. Fun paused. The split means the authorization is politically fragile. If anything happens in the next 6 months that looks like it supports a higher behavioral threat level, the CRHC will reinvoke the threat protocol and the authorization framework could unravel. I know. He thought about it. The monitoring continuity is the most important variable. If I can maintain continuous oracle readings of the aperture region and provide early warning on any behavioral change before it becomes a policy trigger, the political fragility is manageable. The problem isn't the situation is stable. The problem is the institutional response to the situation, and the institutional response is calibrated to exactly the kind of event my ability is designed to monitor. You're saying your ability is the political stabilizer. I'm saying my ability is the evidence base that keeps the political environment correlated with the actual operational situation rather than with theoretical threat models. He paused, which is what it's always been. Oracle was built to give the operational response system accurate information about what was actually happening with gate formations rather than working from statistical averages. This is the same function at a larger scale. They drove the rest of the way back in silence, and when they reached the city, Kai went directly to the Oracle office and began the documentation work for the coordination framework, because the authorization was in place and the construction was beginning in 2 weeks, and what happened next was going to require meticulous attention to detail at every stage. He had the detail. He had the attention. He had the ability, pointing east, finding the edges of the secondary aperture that the migration coordinator had just opened at the Chiron Upland formation point, steady and precise and clear. The secondary aperture was larger than the communication aperture. He could read it at this distance, 31 kilometers from the city's edge in the direction of the Chiron Upland, within his ability's current operational range in that direction, and the scale of it registered as substantially larger than the communication aperture's 4-meter diameter. The migration coordinator had opened a construction aperture. The character of the maintenance mechanism was different too, less like the minimalist precision of the communication aperture and more like the organized infrastructure of a working installation. The collective's construction team was already there, on the far side of the Chiron Upland aperture, ready to begin. He logged the secondary aperture's baseline measurements in Oracle. Diameter approximately 22 meters, 49 maintenance anchors, compared to the communication aperture's 27. Maintenance frequency at a higher cycle rate consistent with a larger active structure. The dimensional character on the far side was the same as the communication aperture, Origin's old stable space, but the bandwidth of the secondary aperture was substantially larger, designed to allow physical passage rather than just signal exchange. The first of the collective's stabilization specialists would come through this aperture when the anchoring foundation installation was ready to begin. 37 specialists, the coordinator had said. 37 entities who had spent their professional lives building dimensional infrastructure, coming through a 22-meter aperture into a field in the Chiron Upland to build the most significant dimensional structure in his world's history. He was going to be there when they arrived. He was going to monitor every element of the construction. His ability was his contribution to this phase. Not the institutional work, which was substantially done, and not the legal work, which was running in parallel, but the sensing work that only he could do, reading the construction's dimensional character in real time and catching problems before they became crises. That was his role. That was what he had been developing his ability toward, though he hadn't known it until recently. He looked at the Oracle map on the wall of the city bureau office and found the Chiron Upland region, 80 kilometers northeast, a geological formation with natural formation potential, about to become the site of something that had never been built in his world before. He ran the final calibration check on the Oracle instrumentation kit he'd packed for the field deployment. Everything was reading correctly. He filed a departure notice with the Bureau's operational records system, transferred the city-side Oracle monitoring responsibilities to Una with a detailed handoff document, and drove to the Chiron Upland Field Station in the morning. He was ready, and everything that came after was already in motion. The drive to the field station took an hour and 40 minutes from the city. He drove it in the early morning with the Oracle instrumentation in the back seat and 6 notebooks in a stack beside them, and his ability already reading the Chiron Upland's dimensional character from 30 kilometers out, the familiar gradient of the formation potential becoming more detailed as the distance closed. At the 30-kilometer mark, he logged a new reading. The secondary aperture's maintenance pattern had shifted slightly since the previous day's reading, a change consistent with the construction team completing their initial site survey on Origin's side and recalibrating the aperture's bandwidth for the active construction phase. He filed the reading in Oracle and continued driving. At 20 kilometers, he could read the formation point directly, the geological concentration of natural formation potential, the 37 specialists on the far side of the secondary aperture, the specific quality of their dimensional presence that his ability was beginning to distinguish from one another as it grew more detailed. Individual specialists. Individual capability signatures. He'd need to learn them all well enough to track their work accurately. He reached the field station at 7:23 in the morning. The security coordination team was already in position. The formation specialists were running their first site check. Yosef was reviewing the operations plan at the field station's main table. Kai set down the notebooks and the instrumentation and walked to the station's observation point and extended his ability to the full construction zone and spent 40 minutes running the initial baseline reading that would anchor all future monitoring against a clean 0 point. The reading was clean. The territory was ready. The construction was about to begin, and what he had built, and what the collective had built, and what the institutional framework had been shaped into over the past months. All of it was pointed at the same moment, and the moment was here. And tomorrow, the first specialist would come through the aperture, and the construction would begin, and the only question left was whether they would be good enough at the work that needed doing. And that question would be answered not by plans or preparations, but by the work itself. Chapter 31. The Chiron Upland Field Station was established in 3 weeks. Kai moved there on a Tuesday morning that was cold and clear, with the Chiron Upland's dry grassland and rocky outcrops laid out around the facility and the secondary aperture clearly visible to his ability 30 kilometers northwest at the geological formation point. The facility was modest, working space, data relay connection, bunk rooms, a meeting room that doubled as the Oracle Analysis Center when he needed wall space for formation maps. The government construction team had built it from the collective's structural specifications, which Sora had translated from dimensional structural format into buildable engineering plans over 10 days of work that she'd done while he was finishing the authorization documentation, and she was doing it on top of her regular project work, without being asked to do it faster or told it was urgent, because she understood the operational timeline from the Oracle filings she'd been reading. He hadn't asked her directly to translate the specifications. He had mentioned that the specifications needed translation and that he was trying to find an appropriate resource in the Bureau's engineering consultation system. She had said she could do it. He had looked at her and understood, again, that she had already been thinking about the shape of this problem from outside the aspects he'd been focused on, and that her perspective was not redundant with his. It was adjacent and complementary. The security coordination team arrived before he did. 12 hunters under Yosef, who had been specifically selected and who greeted Kai with the professional directness of someone who had read all the Oracle documentation and had arrived with a clear understanding of what the assignment required. The 8 A-rank formation maintenance specialists arrived in sequence over the following 3 days. Elise arrived Thursday. Fun arrived Friday. He ran the baseline readings the morning after he arrived, before anyone else was working, in the pre-dawn quiet of the Chiron Upland with the stars still visible and the horizon beginning to lighten in the east. His ability extended to the secondary aperture at the formation point, the 22-meter aperture that the coordinator had opened precisely at the geological formation, maintained with 49 anchors compared to the original communication aperture's 27. He read it for 40 minutes without logging, just absorbing the structure of it, building an intuitive model of how the collective's aperture maintenance worked at this scale, learning the character of what he would be monitoring for the next 12 months. The secondary aperture was beautiful in a dimensional sense. The collective specialists had placed each maintenance anchor at an exact resonance interval, creating a structure that maintained itself with minimal active input, not because the collective wasn't paying attention, but because they'd built it well enough that it required only monitoring rather than constant correction. It was the dimensional equivalent of a well-designed structure. The design did the work, and the maintenance kept the design intact. On the Wednesday of his second week, the first formal joint session with the migration coordinator took place. He spent 4 hours as interpreter, translating the coordinator's encodings into language the full site team could work with, encoding the team's questions and responses, building the operational vocabulary for a partnership that would run for 12 months minimum. At the end of the formal session, after the team had dispersed, he sent a personal transmission he'd been holding for 2 weeks. I read the introduction you placed in the original aperture membrane. I know you adjusted the carrier wave schedule to avoid triggering Oracle. The coordinator's response was immediate and carried a quality of raw acknowledgement that translated clearly even across dimensional encoding. We were aware you would eventually find this. It seemed important that you understand our choice was to cooperate with your investigation rather than evade it. A distinction we considered significant. He sent back, I understand. I'm noting it in the formal record. The coordinator sent, we assumed you would. That was also part of the calculation. He ended the session and walked back through the Chiron upland's dry grass, and the coordinator's final encoding stayed with him, part of the calculation. 15 years of operation, 12 months of aperture maintenance, 8 months of careful adjustment to avoid triggering Oracle, all of it calculated toward a moment where the person on the other side could look at the behavioral record and make the inference the behavioral record was designed to support. Deliberate, patient, honest, in the sense that the behavior was designed to be accurately read by someone with his ability. He had been reading them accurately all along. That was both satisfying and slightly unnerving, in the way that precise predictions always were after the fact. He walked back from the secondary aperture to the field station by a slightly different route than usual, through the section of the Chiron upland that he'd been calling the integration zone informally, the area between the geological formation point and the nearest human settlement. Approximately 6 square kilometers of low grassland and rock outcroppings that the survey team had flagged as likely to be within the anchoring field's initial perimeter. He read the dimensional character of this specific ground as he walked through it. His ability found the natural formation potential that the survey had noted, distributed in a gradient across the territory that was stronger near the geological formation point and gradually decreasing in the direction of the settlement. The gradient was the right shape for a construction foundation. The specialists could anchor the installation's primary nodes in the region of highest natural potential and allow the outer edges to extend into the lower potential zone, where the installation's own generated field would provide the required density. He made notes as he walked. The field station's whiteboard turned out to be full by the end of the first week. The walk also showed him 3 things about the physical territory that the survey data hadn't fully captured. The gradient's directionality was slightly rotated from what the survey predicted, suggesting a subsurface geological feature that the survey's depth limitation had missed. The low rock outcroppings in the central section were positioned in a way that was going to create dimensional diffraction patterns once the anchoring field was active, which would need to be accounted for in the construction design. And the boundary between the high potential and low potential zones was sharper than the survey gradient had shown, which would affect the specifications for the peripheral node placement. He transmitted all 3 observations to the migration coordinator through the communication channel that afternoon, along with the detailed measurements from his walkthrough. The coordinator acknowledged the observations and sent them to the construction team for review. The first joint technical interaction, him providing direct field sensing data to the construction team, the team using it to refine their construction plan. It was a small interaction, procedurally, but it established a working pattern. He was not just the monitor, not just the interpreter. He was a contributing technical participant in the construction process. His ability had information the construction sensors couldn't provide. He filed the interaction in Oracle and updated his model of his role in the construction phase. The role was larger than he'd planned for, and that was good. That evening, he ran a full monitoring review of the day's construction work. The first node placements, the initial anchor connections, the structural tests that the collective's lead had transmitted as complete. He cross-referenced everything against his calibrated model and found 0 deviations. Day 1 of the active construction phase was a clean day. He added a note to the monitoring log. First construction day, clean. 0 deviations from design specifications. Calibrated model performing within expected parameters. Construction team's execution quality is exactly as the pre-deployment assessment suggested it would be. Below that, he added, in the personal notes section, the migration coordinator left its profile in the aperture membrane before the formal exchange began. It told me who it was and what it had done before I could ask. That was a choice to be transparent proactively, to give me information that might have been operationally useful to withhold. I flagged it at the time as a significant positive indicator. 3 months in, the behavioral record across every interaction has been consistent with the same choice. Proactive transparency, when withholding, would have been easier. I am taking that behavioral record at face value. The alternative is to assume that a 15-year operation designed to produce a credible non-hostile contact has succeeded too well, and I am being manipulated. I am not dismissing that possibility. But the probability-weighted response to the evidence I have is to proceed with the collaborative framework and maintain the monitoring sensitivity that will let me detect if the evidence changes. The evidence has not changed. The monitoring is running. The construction is clean. Day 1 complete. The work is good, but the migration coordinator's note of acknowledgement at the end of the first transmission had carried a quality of contained anxiety that told him Origin's timeline was running faster than any of the official estimates had captured, and he needed to know by how much. Because the gap between the official estimate and the real number was the gap in which 50,000 lives were waiting. Chapter 32, the first construction challenge, arrived in week 4, and the way it was resolved changed the character of the project. The anchoring foundation's third primary node was encountering unexpected resistance. The migration coordinator transmitted the problem description at 6:47 in the morning, and Kai was at the formation point by 8:15. He stood 30 meters from the secondary aperture and extended his ability into the dimensional substrate of the Kairin upland geology, looking for what the specialists had encountered. He found it in 40 minutes, a naturally crystallized dimensional density concentration, embedded approximately 60 meters below the surface at the node placement site. His ability estimated its formation age at several thousand years, well before any human habitation of the region, a geological feature in the dimensional substrate the way a granite intrusion was a geological feature in the physical substrate. Not dangerous, not unstable, but its dimensional density was substantially higher than the surrounding rock, and the anchoring node's construction equipment wasn't calibrated for that density differential. He called Sora while he was still reading the structure, describing what he was finding in dimensional structural terms while she translated it into load distribution analysis from the geotechnical side. They worked through the characterization for 2 hours, him at the formation point with his ability extended into the substrate, her at her desk in Meridian with the relevant survey data and her engineering knowledge. She said, "The structure's not an obstacle. It's an asset if the construction tolerances can be adjusted. What's the load-bearing capacity of the natural structure relative to the node's anchoring requirements?" He asked the migration coordinator, "What are the node's anchoring requirements in terms of density tolerance and load capacity?" The coordinator's response included the technical specifications. He relayed them to Sora. A pause while she ran the numbers. Then, the natural structure's density is approximately 3 times the node's minimum requirement. It's overqualified for the anchor role. If the specialist can adapt the node to couple with the natural structure as a secondary anchor rather than working around it, you'd actually be improving the node's specifications above the original design. He encoded this analysis and transmitted it to the migration coordinator. Can the node be redesigned to incorporate the natural structure as a secondary anchor? The coordinator's response came with a quality of careful consideration, not standard methodology. But the proposed modification is consistent with anchoring principles. One of our specialists would need to run a joint assessment with your sensing-capable operator to verify the adaptation is structurally sound. He said, "I can do that." When? The coordinator said, "Now, if you're available." He stood at the formation point and worked with one of the collective stabilization specialists for 4 hours. The specialist's dimensional presence was different from the migration coordinators. The coordinator had the weighted authority of someone with strategic responsibility, while the specialist had the attentive focus of someone whose expertise was the details of construction, the specific textural qualities of dimensional materials, and their behavior under various conditions. The specialist was curious about his abilities operation in the same way an expert craftsman would be curious about an unfamiliar tool, and he made the effort to communicate the methodology clearly because the specialist's understanding of his ability would make their collaboration more effective. The joint assessment concluded that the adaptation was sound. The natural structure could serve as the node's secondary anchor with modifications to the node's coupling configuration. The modification would take 2 days. The result would be a node with better stability characteristics than the original design. He filed the event in Oracle. Construction challenge, natural formation. Joint assessment with collective specialist. Outcome, adaptation successful, original specifications exceeded. He filed it in his personal notes too, with a different emphasis. The way the challenge was resolved mattered as much as the resolution itself. The collective specialist and I worked the problem together, using each other's different knowledge, and the result was better than either of us would have produced alone. That's the model for the next 12 months. If we can maintain that quality of collaboration at every challenge, the construction will produce something better than what was designed, and the design was already well above anything in the human dimensional management framework. He was learning from the specialists, not just observing, learning. The tier development was happening faster than he'd expected, and the direction it was developing was exactly the direction the work required. He spent the afternoon of the joint assessment day documenting what he'd learned from the 4-hour collaboration with the specialist. Not the operational findings. Those were in the formal assessment report. The methodological findings. How the specialist's approach differed from anything in the human ability development literature. What principles were generalizable from the specific technique to the broader field of dimensional structure work. What the interaction had shown him about his own ability's current ceiling and what was just beyond it. He wrote 4 pages of notes and filed them in a dedicated Oracle subproject that he'd labeled Technique Acquisition. It was not a project he'd planned when the field deployment began. It had grown out of the first joint assessment, when the specialist's approach to the natural formation analysis had shown him a dimensional structural concept he'd never encountered before. He'd recognized it, characterized it from the reading, and found that having the concept had immediately expanded what he could do with his own ability in that specific domain. The expansion was not dramatic, individually, but it was real, and it was additive, and 4 months of regular collaborative work with 37 specialists who each had deep expertise in specific aspects of dimensional construction was producing cumulative development that the Academy rubric had no framework for describing. He added a research note to the Oracle database. The collaborative model with the collective specialists is producing ability development outcomes that are not predicted by the existing tier progression framework. The mechanism appears to be concept acquisition through direct observational contact with advanced practice. Watching someone work at a level beyond your current ability, with sufficient resolution to understand what they're doing, produces rapid integration of the underlying principles. This is different from the practice on difficult targets mechanism that drove the initial tier development. It is a faster mechanism, and it compounds. He flagged the note for eventual inclusion in the ability development methodology documentation he intended to write at the conclusion of the field deployment, because what he was learning about how his ability developed proved to be relevant to anyone who came after him in sensing ability development, and the more clearly he documented it, the more useful it would be. The foundation was 68% complete. The work was going well, and every day he understood it better than he had the day before, which was exactly the kind of progress that mattered most in a project that would run for 30 years. He called Elise in the late afternoon and talked through the joint assessment methodology for an hour. Elise was good at this kind of technical review. She would ask the specific questions that identified the places where his analysis was loose or where he was filling in gaps with assumption rather than data. The call produced 3 clarifications to the assessment report that made the report more precise without changing its conclusions. After the call, he walked to the secondary aperture and ran a passive read. Not an active monitoring session, just an ambient read, the kind that let the ability settle into the dimensional environment without directing it at a specific target. He'd been doing passive reads in the evening for 2 weeks, since he'd noticed that the passive mode produced different information than the active mode. The active mode was looking for specific things. The passive mode noticed everything in the ambient field without prioritizing. In the passive read that evening, he noticed something for the first time that he should have been noticing for weeks. The collective's entities, not just the 37 specialists currently in residence on Origin's side of the aperture, but the collective as a whole, had a background dimensional presence that he could read faintly through the secondary aperture. Not individual entities, but the distributed field of the collective's shared dimensional medium. The presence had been there the whole time. He'd been so focused on the construction data that he'd been filtering it out as background noise. He stopped filtering it out and read it carefully for 20 minutes. It was not noise. It was information, a baseline reading of the collective's aggregate dimensional state that his monitoring methodology would need to include going forward. He added it to the Oracle monitoring protocol and went back to the field station to write up the day. And what he wrote in the personal notes section was a question he'd been holding for 3 weeks. Was the collective telling him everything about Origin's actual timeline, or were there numbers they were managing to avoid triggering a panic response? Chapter 33. By the end of month 2, the anchoring foundation was 42% complete. Kai ran 3 monitoring sessions daily, morning, midday, and evening. Each session was 30 to 60 minutes of extended ability reading, covering the full active construction area and the surrounding dimensional substrate. He logged everything. He tracked every node placement, every connection between nodes, every change in the surrounding dimensional fabric as the anchoring infrastructure grew. He was building an Oracle-style dataset for the anchoring construction that would, when complete, be the most detailed record of how a collective-type anchoring system was built that any human ability operator had ever assembled. He also ran regular calibration checks against the Oracle home-based data, which Yuno was maintaining in the city. The calibration confirmed that his abilities development was continuing. By week 6 of the field station deployment, his resolution at the 30-kilometer construction site was better than his resolution at the original communication aperture site had been at 41 kilometers. The ability's sensitivity was increasing faster than its range was extending, which was a development pattern the Academy rubric had no model for. He was developing in a direction the system didn't have a category for. He filed an updated registration report with the Bureau and suggested, again, that the rubric needed updating. The Ability Assessment Office wrote back to schedule a formal evaluation session, and he wrote back that he was currently deployed on a 12-month field assignment and would come in at the conclusion. The evaluation officer wrote back that this was acceptable and she was looking forward to it in a tone that he read as genuine professional curiosity. In month 3, he caught the first quality issue from the construction monitoring. It was minor, a stress concentration in the dimensional substrate 3 meters from node 7's secondary anchor coupling, caused by a resonance interference between two adjacent nodes whose interaction the original design hadn't fully accounted for. The concentration was too small for the specialist construction sensors to register at their current detection threshold, but his ability could read it clearly, and his calibrated model of the anchoring system's expected behavior flagged it as a deviation from normal. He notified the migration coordinator through the communication channel. He described the stress concentration's location, magnitude, and probable cause. The coordinator transmitted the information to the relevant specialists. The specialists investigated and confirmed the finding. The correction was a minor adjustment to Node 7's coupling orientation, 2 hours of work that prevented a structural issue that would have emerged, unchecked, after the full anchoring field was activated. Caught early, it was a minor correction. Caught late, it could have required significant remediation work in an area that would by then be under full operational load. The migration coordinator transmitted a formal acknowledgement through the communication channel. Your monitoring contribution prevented a structural issue of non-trivial consequence. This is consistent with the collaborative model we anticipated. He encoded back, I'm developing the calibrated monitoring framework further. The early detection capability will improve over the construction period. The coordinator responded, we are aware. We consider your development trajectory a project asset of significant value. He logged the exchange and went back to the monitoring session he'd been running. In month 3, the 37 early transfer entities who had been given emergency status on origin had not yet arrived. The Foundation needed to reach 60% before the initial receiving capacity was available, but he could read, through the communication channel, the dimensional state of their situation on Origin's side. They were maintained, carefully, by the collective specialist team there, but the maintenance effort was increasing month by month as Origin's degradation continued. They were stable. They were not comfortable. The situation had an urgency that was becoming harder to suppress in his awareness of it. He was building toward being able to help them. Every calibration session, every monitoring reading, every construction quality check was building toward the moment when the Foundation was complete enough to receive the first transfer. He kept that in the clear part of his awareness, not the urgent panicking part, because the clear part was what did useful work. The monitoring data from the end of month 2 had a quality he'd started to recognize as characteristic of the collective's construction. Consistent improvement across every measured dimension, no degradation in any parameter, the kind of performance profile that only came from practitioners working well inside their capability rather than at its edge. He thought about that a lot. The specialists were not working at the limit of their ability. They were working at a level that was, for them, comfortable and controlled. The foundation they were building was excellent, and it was excellent the way excellent things were excellent when they were being done by people who had done this before and knew exactly what they were doing. He was working at the limit of his ability. That was what the monitoring required, staying at full extension for 3 sessions per day, reading structures he didn't have an existing conceptual framework for, developing the framework in real time from the observations, and calibrating the monitoring sensitivity against a theoretical model that he was building simultaneously with the system it was supposed to monitor. It was technically demanding such that the Oracle City monitoring work had not been, and the tier development that was coming from it was correspondingly faster. He ran the month 2 monitoring review in the evening and compiled the summary for Chen's regular report. The summary was 12 pages. Construction timeline update, quality verification data, the 2 stress concentration catches and their corrections, the natural formation incorporation outcome, the dimensional character of the partially completed anchoring field, and how it was developing. He included a section on his own ability development because Chun had requested it specifically, and because the monitoring capability was a strategic asset and its development was operationally relevant. He wrote in the ability development section, current tier assessment, not yet classifiable within the existing framework. The tier I reached in month 3 of the city deployment, membrane resonance, represented the ability to read structural composition of dimensional membranes directly. What I'm developing now goes further: direct reading of formation and progress dynamics, real-time structural analysis of active construction, and what I'm tentatively calling resonance coupling, the ability to develop accurate calibration for novel dimensional field types through extended contact rather than against pre-existing reference patterns. He paused before sending the report and added one more note. The monitoring capability that these developments are producing is significantly beyond what the initial project gateway authorization assumed would be available. I want the national authority to understand that the strategic asset value of the sensing capability in this operation has increased substantially from the initial assessment and is likely to continue increasing throughout the construction phase. He sent the report and went to bed and slept for 7 hours and woke up to a clear morning in the Chiron upland and went straight to the construction zone for the first monitoring session of month 3 because there was no other place he'd rather be. Month 3 opened with the foundation at 44% complete and the tier development showing no signs of slowing. He updated the Oracle ability development log at the beginning of every month, tracking the specific changes in his capability against the calibration anchors that provided the quantitative baseline. The log entry for month 3 opening read: range stable at current levels. Resolution continuing to improve in the dimensional substrate reading domain. Can now resolve features at 6 cm scale within a 30-meter radius of active monitoring position, compared to 14 cm scale at field deployment start. Membrane reading capability has expanded to include passive ambient field monitoring of collectives' distributed presence through secondary aperture. New tier designation pending. Current capability exceeds membrane resonance classification on 5 of 6 defining criteria. He flagged the log entry for the Bureau's Ability Assessment Office with a note: I will come in for formal tier evaluation within 60 days of field deployment completion. The current development trajectory appears to be producing capability that will require a novel classification. I am documenting it in Oracle as it develops. The morning monitoring session was clean. The foundation was exactly where it should be. The construction team was working. His ability was clear. He had work to do, and the work was good. And the morning was clear and cold and exactly what he'd needed it to be. And somewhere in Origin's failing dimensional substrate, 50,000 entities in emergency status were waking up, if they slept, to another day of waiting for a transfer that was getting closer but had not yet arrived. And the weight of their waiting was something he carried in every monitoring session, in every construction quality check, in every hour of every day. Chapter 34, Month 3, Day 19. The migration coordinator transmitted an additional disclosure that he had not been expecting. He was at the construction site for the morning monitoring session when the communication channel registered an incoming transmission. He read it and then stayed still for a moment, processing. Origin's total population was not 400,000. The non-habitable zones, the regions of origin where the dimensional framework degradation had already progressed past sustainable habitation levels, contained a further 150,000 entities who had been excluded from the original population estimate because they existed in emergency status. Their habitation maintained by intensive specialist effort rather than by Origin's native dimensional integrity. They were alive, but the infrastructure supporting their continued survival was consuming significant specialist resources and was approaching a capacity limit. Total population, 550,000. And the 50,000 in the initial transfer cohort were required him to be the entities in the most acute emergency status, not a representative sample of the general population. He sat with this information for 10 minutes. He ran the math. The compressed timeline had already been the constraint. The revised 3 to 4 year window from Origin's degradation estimate was the outer bound of the construction and transfer schedule. Adding 150,000 entities to the population estimate and changing the priority order of the initial transfer cohort to emergency status entities changed the operational parameters but didn't change the fundamental timeline. It was harder. It wasn't impossible. He called Chun. Chun called the national authority. He drafted the operational analysis while Chun was on the call, covering the revised parameters and the implications for the construction schedule and the transfer sequencing. He sent the analysis to Chun before she was off the call, so she had it immediately. 3 days later, the national authority issued an emergency amendment to the authorization. The initial construction and transfer protocols were amended to reflect the revised population and the priority transfer of emergency status entities. The migration coordinator received the amendment with the same quality of deep relief he'd learned to recognize. There was something in the encoding that carried the weight of individuals waiting in deteriorating conditions and the specific relief of someone responsible for those individuals learning that the situation was being addressed. He wrote in Oracle, "The coordinator is not just administering a migration. It is responsible for specific individuals in specific danger." The abstract population figure of 550,000 entities is also 550,000 specific situations, and the coordinator knows each of them with the intimacy of someone who has been managing the evacuation planning for 12 years. He paused, and then added, "This is useful to remember when the institutional work becomes abstract. The abstraction is correct for some kinds of reasoning, but the stakes are specific, and the coordinator is specific, and what we are building here is infrastructure for the specific situation of specific entities in specific danger." He closed the Oracle notebook and ran the midday monitoring session, and the foundation was 48% complete, and the work was still going well. That evening he ran the analysis that the revised population figure required. 550,000 entities instead of 400,000 changed the final construction scope, not the initial anchoring phase, which was sized for the priority transfer cohorts, but the full infrastructure build-out that would be needed over the 30-year integration timeline. He built the revised model in Oracle and compared it to the current construction plan. The revised model was still within the territory's dimensional capacity. The Chiron Upland could support the anchoring infrastructure for the full 550,000, based on the natural formation potential readings he'd been building since week 1. It would require a longer construction phase in years 2 through 5, additional node placements, expanded network connections, higher capacity maintenance systems, but the territory had the substrate for it. He filed the revised model with the flag, "Construction scope expansion required, territory capacity confirmed." This was a problem that had a solution. The solution required more work and more time and more resources, but it had a solution. He also ran the implications for the priority transfer cohort. The 150,000 entities in emergency status were not all equivalent in their urgency. Some were in acute crisis, maintained by specialist effort at its current limit, while others were in a more stable emergency status with a longer safe window. The migration lead had provided this breakdown in the additional disclosure transmission. Kai built a priority model that ranked the emergency status entities by urgency and matched them to the construction phases, expanding receiving capacity over time. The model showed that the transfer sequencing worked if the construction maintained its current pace and the specialist capacity remained intact. The critical path was the specialist team on Origin's side, whose maintenance capacity for the emergency zone was the binding constraint. He needed to monitor both the construction completion rate and the specialist capacity status simultaneously, and alert the national authority if either showed signs of approaching its limit. He added both metrics to the Oracle monitoring dashboard and set the alert thresholds. Then he ran the full analysis through one more time, looking for the worst-case scenario he hadn't accounted for. He found one. If Origin's degradation accelerated beyond the current revised estimate, faster than 3 to 4 years, and the specialist team reached its maintenance capacity limit simultaneously with a gap in the construction schedule, there would be a window where the emergency status entity's survival was at risk from both ends simultaneously. The probability of this scenario was low, given the current trajectory, but it existed. He added it to the risk register with a probability estimate, a trigger condition that would activate the emergency protocol, and the specific Oracle monitoring signals that would give him advance warning if the scenario was developing. He wrote the emergency protocol specification and sent it to Chun. He had no intention of letting an identified risk sit unaddressed. That was the Oracle methodology. You found the risk, you characterized it, you built the monitoring to detect it, you prepared the response before it was needed. The foundation was 48% complete. The work was going well, and he was going to keep it going well with every tool he had for as long as it needed. The emergency protocol specification he'd sent to Chun came back approved within 48 hours with a note from Commissioner Bale. The risk register approach was exactly what the national authority needed, and they were requesting quarterly risk register reviews as a formal part of the Project Gateway oversight structure. He wrote the first quarterly risk register review the following week. It covered the construction timeline risk, the specialist capacity risk, the worst-case scenario he'd identified, and 3 additional risks that he'd been tracking more informally. Each entry had a current status assessment, a trigger condition, and a monitoring methodology. The risk register was 8 pages and represented the most systematic risk documentation he'd produced in his career. He sent it and went back to the monitoring sessions. The work didn't stop because there was documentation work to do. The monitoring was the foundation of everything else, and he ran it with the consistency he'd been running it with since day one. That afternoon, Elise called from the city with a question from Yuna about a formation event in the northeastern quarter of Meridian that Oracle's remote monitoring had flagged as unusual. He pulled up the event data through the relay and read the signature for 20 minutes. It was unusual. The timing was slightly off the standard geological calendar, and the pressure distribution had a directional bias he hadn't seen in the city before. He ran it through the source attribution module he'd built in week 1 of the city deployment. The result came back in 11 minutes. 87% probability of natural origin, 13% probability of externally influenced origin. The external influence probability had been declining since Station 7. The carrier wave had been cut, and the influence patterns he detected in the historical data weren't being refreshed. But the 13% wasn't zero, and he noted it in the Oracle database and added it to the monitoring watch list. He would not miss something because the probability was below 50%. The Oracle methodology required tracking every anomaly, regardless of probability weight, until it resolved definitively. That was the standard. He was going to maintain it. But the risk register he'd just built had one entry that kept pulling his attention back regardless of its low probability. The window where both ends of the timeline could fail simultaneously, and the 50,000 would be caught in the gap. Chapter 35, the legal framework consultation, was running in parallel with the construction, as Commissioner Bale had structured it, and Kai attended the monthly review sessions by video call from the field station. The lawyers working on the framework were building a new legal category, not adapting an existing one, because the existing ones didn't fit. The collective's entities would need legal standing in the national legal system, which required defining what kind of entity they were, what rights framework applied, and what obligations they bore under national and international law. The territorial arrangement required a new form of land use agreement that acknowledged human and non-human cohabitation. The governance structure for the anchoring zone required a new kind of oversight body. Kai's contribution to the legal consultations was primarily technical. He was the person who could describe what the collective's anchoring system actually did, what the collective's entity's physical reality in this world actually was, and what the operational requirements of the 30-year integration process actually entailed. The lawyers needed accurate technical information to write legal language that was workable, and he was the only person in the framework who had the ability-based understanding of the dimensional reality to provide it. He contributed 3 written technical briefings to the legal consultation over the first 2 months of the field deployment. The third one, on the specific nature of the collective's physical presence and the environmental implications for human cohabitation in the anchoring zone territory, required 2 weeks of work and consultation with the migration coordinator to get the technical details right. He also, on day 42 of the field deployment, received a formal request from FUN, 2 Chiron upland residents, a couple who had been farming in the territory for 30 years and had attended the community information sessions that the Federal Territorial Management Office had run in the first weeks of the Project Gateway announcement. Wanted to meet with someone from the Oracle team directly. He met with them at the nearest small settlement, a 45-minute drive from the field station. They were straightforward people with practical concerns, and they asked practical questions. What would it feel like to live in the anchoring zone once the collective's infrastructure was operational? Would there be changes to the physical environment? Would their farming operations be affected? He answered as accurately as his current knowledge allowed. He said, the anchoring infrastructure would create a dimensional field in the territory that human beings could live in without adverse effects. The collective's biology was not in conflict with human biology in their dimensional density range. The physical environment would not change in ways that affected farming operations. The most significant change would be the presence of the collective's entities in the dimensional medium, which most humans would not be able to perceive unless they had sensing abilities, but which would be there. He described it as accurately as he could, an inhabited space, but the inhabitants were present in a dimension of the space that most humans didn't have direct sensory access to. One of them said, so it would be like sharing a neighborhood with people you couldn't see. Approximately, he said. She said, that sounds lonely for them. He had not thought about the experience from the collective side in those specific terms before. He said, they communicate in their own network. They're not isolated within the anchoring zone. But the limitation of human sensory access to their presence is real. Yes. She said, we'll need to figure out how to be good neighbors anyway. He drove back to the field station thinking about that. Being good neighbors, across a sensory and dimensional barrier that most humans couldn't cross. What that required in practice. What structures would make it work. It was not a question he had the full answer to yet, but it was the right question to be asking, and the fact that it was being asked by a farmer in the Chiron upland 42 days into the field deployment suggested that the human side of the integration was going to have resources the formal framework hadn't fully accounted for. He stopped at the farm on the drive back and knocked on the door. He hadn't planned to. He'd been driving past and had pulled over and knocked. The couple who answered were the same ones he'd met 6 weeks before, the farmers who had come to the community information session. She remembered him. He introduced himself again anyway, because she'd met him once and people met a lot of people at community events. She invited him in for coffee. He accepted. They talked for an hour. He explained the construction progress in terms that didn't require dimensional physics to understand. Percentages, timelines, the specific changes they'd notice in the territory once the anchoring field was active. He was honest about what they'd experience and what they wouldn't. He was honest about the uncertainties. He answered the questions they asked directly, and when he didn't know the answer, he said so. Her husband, who had been quieter in the conversation, asked toward the end, "Will the collective's entities be able to hear us? Like, if we're out in the field, will they know we're there?" "Yes," Kai said. "The collective's shared sensory medium extends through the anchoring zone. They'll be aware of human presence in the territory. Not in a surveillance sense. Their perception is dimensional, not visual or audio. But they'll know the territory is occupied, yes. And we'll know they're there. Only if you have a sensing ability developed enough to read the dimensional medium. Most people won't have that. But some people in the territory may develop it over time. Extended residence in an active anchoring zone creates conditions that have historically produced sensing ability development in some individuals, based on what the migration coordinator has told me about parallel processes on origin." The couple looked at each other. Then she said, "So some of our grandchildren might be able to actually talk to them." "That's possible, yes. It's happened in other integration processes the collective has participated in." She nodded slowly. "That's a long game." "Yes," he agreed. "The whole framework is a long game. 30 years, minimum." She said, "Then we'll be part of it for as long as we can, and then someone else will." He drove back to the field station thinking about that. Being part of it for as long as you could, and then handing it to someone else. The 30-year framework wasn't one person's work. It wasn't his work. It was a structure designed to run longer than any individual's involvement, handed forward from one set of people to the next. That was the right way to think about it. He filed the thought in Oracle under the framework development section, because it was going to matter for how the coordination structure was designed. The coordination structure was currently a single-point system. Him as interpreter, the Oracle team as technical support, the Bureau as the institutional framework. That was appropriate for this phase, when the communication complexity was high and the human capacity to engage directly was limited. But the 30-year framework was going to need distributed coordination over time, with multiple human liaisons capable of engaging at various levels with the collective's presence in the Chiron upland. He had started thinking about how to build that distribution. The farm couple's conversation had clarified one mechanism: natural development of sensing capability through extended residence in the anchoring zone over a long enough time horizon. That was a passive mechanism. It would produce results, but not on a predictable timeline, and not for everyone. The active mechanism was ability development training within the anchoring zone, using the zone's dimensional character as a development substrate. If his own development had been accelerated by proximity to complex dimensional structures, Station 7, the communication aperture, the secondary aperture, and now the active construction, then the anchoring zone's dimensional field, once operational, would be a powerful development environment for any human with latent sensing capability. He built a preliminary model, an ability development program housed in the Chiron upland settlement, using the anchoring zone as its training substrate, producing sensing-capable human liaisons over a 5 to 10-year development timeline. Not a large program. The natural incidence of sensing ability was low, but enough to distribute the coordination function beyond himself. He filed the model with a note: preliminary only, implementation planning for year 3 or later. But the planning had to start early for the infrastructure to be in place when it was needed. He ran the evening monitoring session and logged the foundation at 72%, and went to bed thinking about the people who would do this work after him, and knowing that building the path for them was as much part of his current work as the monitoring was. But first he had to get through the part where the construction was still incomplete, and the 50,000 were still waiting, and Origin's degradation was still running on its own accelerating schedule. And the question was not whether the work would get done, but whether it would get done fast enough. Chapter 36. The public-facing work continued throughout the construction period, and Kai found the rhythm of it gradually becoming less effortful. He gave a monthly public briefing, coordinated with the Bureau's communications office, that covered the construction timeline status, the Oracle monitoring data, and the answers to the most frequently submitted public questions. The format was a prepared statement followed by submitted questions, no live journalists, no spontaneous press conferences. A format he'd negotiated specifically because the operational demands of the field deployment made the spontaneous press conference format incompatible with the work he was doing, and because his actual communication strengths were in structured formats where he could be precise rather than in formats that rewarded the appearance of ease. The Oracle public documentation was being read. He knew this from the volume of the submitted questions, which were often more technically detailed than the standard public briefing format was designed for. He began supplementing the monthly briefings with a written technical digest, published through the Bureau's documentation system, that covered the same material at greater depth. The digest was designed for people who wanted to understand the dimensional mechanics and were willing to work through technical notation to get there. It had a smaller readership than the public briefing but a more engaged one, and several of the questions in the monthly briefing submitted from digest readers were significantly better questions than the standard ones. He enjoyed writing the digest, which was surprising. He had not expected to enjoy public communication. He enjoyed the constraint of explaining complex technical material to an audience that had some, but not complete background knowledge. It required him to identify which parts of the technical picture actually mattered and what the accurate simplified version of each concept was, and the process of finding accurate simplifications consistently produced insights about his own understanding. Sora had been reading the digest since the first issue. She was not the only person who knew him who had been reading it, but she was the one whose specific engagement with it was most useful. She caught two places where his geotechnical analogies for dimensional structure were misleading rather than helpful, and her corrections improved the third issue substantially. She visited the field station in month 2 for 3 days to do a site review of the construction engineering from the geotechnical perspective. The review was formally for the legal framework consultation, which needed an engineering assessment of the anchoring foundation construction to include in the land use agreement documentation. Practically, it was 3 days of her working in the same space as him in the way she had started in the Oracle office, applying her specific expertise to the specific problems the project presented. On the second day, she said, standing at the edge of the construction zone with the secondary aperture visible to his ability behind her and the Chiron uplands open sky above, "You're different here than you are in the city." "How do you mean?" She considered it. "In the city, you work against the background of the work that needs doing. Here the work is the background, and you work inside it." She paused. "You seem like you're in the right place." He looked at the construction zone, at the anchoring foundation under construction, at the dimensional landscape his ability extended across continuously now, familiar and legible, and full of the details he'd been building his capacity to read for months. "I think I am," he said. She nodded, in the way she nodded when she'd heard an honest answer. She went back to her review notes. He went back to the monitoring session. The foundation was 73% complete. He ran the session with the particular focus he brought to the sessions when the completion percentage crossed a threshold milestone. 75% was the minimum viable receiving capacity for the 37 emergency status entities. They were at 73. In 2 days at current construction pace, they'd be at 75. The coordinator had already been running daily checks on the construction status, and Kai had been transmitting the daily percentage to the coordinator at the end of each evening session. Tomorrow's transmission was going to say 74. He ran the evening session with the anchor calibration at maximum precision. He wanted the 73% figure to be accurate to a decimal point, not a round number. The precision read came back at 73.4%. He filed it and encoded the day's update to the migration coordinator, 73.4% complete. Current pace projects 75% in approximately 48 hours. The coordinator's response came back in under 10 minutes. Understood and tracking. The priority cohort's acute status entities are confirmed ready for transfer at your signal. He read the encoding's emotional undertone carefully. The coordinator had been waiting for this signal for months. The priority cohort represented the collective's most urgently endangered members, entities whose survival had been sustained by specialist effort that was itself running at its maintenance limit. Every day the transfer was delayed was a day of continued strain on the specialist team. He filed the exchange and went to find Sora at the field station's small common room, where she'd been working on the geotechnical review documentation all day. She was still there, the technical drawings spread across the table, a cup of cold coffee beside her. 73.4, he said. She looked up. 2 days. Approximately. She nodded. She knew what the 75% threshold meant because she'd been in the same briefings and had read all the Oracle documentation and had built the geotechnical analysis that had confirmed the territory could support the transfer. She knew exactly what was at stake. She said, Are you going to be able to sleep tonight? He considered the question honestly. Probably not well, but I'll try. She said, go try. The monitoring can run without you for a few hours. He went. The ability kept finding the construction zone in the background, the familiar 73.4% signature of a mostly complete anchoring foundation, steady and holding. He slept, eventually, with the construction zone's dimensional character in the background of his awareness and the clock running and the first transfer 48 hours away. The next morning the reading came in at 74.1%. The morning after that, at 5:47 a.m., the reading crossed 75%, and he filed the transfer-ready notification immediately, before the morning session was even complete, because the coordinator had been waiting for this notification since before the field deployment began, and he refused to make it wait 1 hour longer than he had to. The transfer-ready notification went through the communication channel at 5:53 a.m. The migration coordinator's acknowledgement came back in 3 minutes. The transfer was authorized for the following morning, 1 day's preparation time, as both sides had planned. He spent the day running the transfer protocol check. Every element of the receiving setup was verified against the protocol specifications he'd built in the 3rd week of the field deployment. Yosef's security coordination team was at their designated positions in the morning dry run. The 8 formation specialists ran the receiving protocol drill and completed it within the time window. His own ability monitoring was calibrated to the transfer-specific sensitivity that would let him track each entity's dimensional presence from the far side of the aperture through the crossing and into integration with the anchored zone. He ran the drill himself once, practicing the monitoring sequence he'd performed during the actual transfer: aperture read, entity tracking, integration confirmation, anomaly detection. 22 minutes for a simulated 37-entity transfer at the protocol pace. The drill came in clean at 21 minutes and 40 seconds. That evening, the 36 entities whose transfer was on the schedule for the next morning were visible to his ability through the secondary aperture, organized on Origin's side in the structured grouping the coordinator had described in the transfer protocol documentation. Real entities, real danger, real names that the coordinator had provided in the formal documentation. He read their dimensional presences for a few minutes before he went to sleep. He was going to read them again in 7 hours when the transfer began, and if anything deviated from the integration protocol, he would know it within seconds, and the whole framework that 37 lives were depending on would come down to whether he could catch the deviation in time. And he had not once missed a deviation since the monitoring began, and he had never planned to start now. But he had never been tested at the scale of 37 individual entities simultaneously, and the next few hours would prove whether the scale mattered. Chapter 37, Month 5, and the first emergency status entities were preparing to transfer. The anchoring foundation had reached 68% completion in Month 4 and 79% in Month 5, and the collective's lead had been monitoring the completion trajectory daily. When 75% was reached, the coordinator had transmitted a formal query through the dimensional channel. At current completion rate, when will receiving capacity for the priority cohort be available? Kai had run the analysis and responded. At current construction rate, minimum viable receiving capacity for 37 entities would be available in 3 weeks. At the same rate, capacity for the full 50,000 initial cohort would be available in 2 months and 1 week. The coordinator responded. The 37 entities in the most acute emergency status cannot wait 2 months and 1 week. Can the minimum viable capacity be accelerated? He had brought this to Chun and the national authority. The answer was yes, with additional formation maintenance specialist support. For more A-rank specialists could accelerate the relevant section of the construction by 10 days. The national authority authorized the resource increase in 48 hours. The 37 entities transfer was scheduled for the morning of Month 5, Day 23. He was at the construction zone at 6 in the morning, running the preparation readings. The security coordination team was at their perimeter positions. The formation specialists were in their monitoring positions. The site team had run the emergency transfer protocol drill twice in the previous week, and everyone knew their role. The migration coordinator organized the transfer from Origin's side with the methodical precision that characterized everything the collective did. The 37 entities moved through the secondary aperture one at a time, guided by specialist support on both sides, the collective specialists managing the crossing from Origin's side, while Kai and the formation maintenance team managed the receiving end. He had run the receiving protocol in simulation. The actual event was different in the way all actual events were different from simulation: more dimensional texture, more detail, more weight in the awareness that what was happening was real and its consequences were real, and the structural integrity of the receiving zone was all that stood between these entities and a journey that ended badly. It didn't end badly. Every one of the priority cohort crossed without incident. Their dimensional presence integrated with the partially completed anchoring foundation cleanly and without stress concentrations. His ability tracked each one through the crossing and confirmed the integration at each step. He logged each successful integration in Oracle in real time. When the 37th entity had crossed and integrated, and he had confirmed the stability of the zone, he wrote in Oracle, "Transfer complete. The initial residence and residence. Foundation holding at current construction completion level. All integration readings nominal." The migration coordinator transmitted a brief and uncharacteristically direct encoding. "Thank you." He didn't encode a response immediately. He stood at the construction zone in the morning light with the Chiron upland grassland stretching out in all directions and the dimensional presence of the emergency transferees recently arrived from a failing world registered steadily at the edge of his abilities field, stable and present and alive, and let himself know that this was what the work was for. Then he went back to the monitoring session, because the foundation was 79% complete, and he had a 2-month window to reach 100%, and the first arrivals were in residence and stable, but the 50,000 were still waiting. He drove back from the aperture after the transfer in a different state than he'd driven to it. The work had been finished, not the project, not the framework, not the 30-year integration process. But the specific task of receiving the transferred entities into the anchored zone had been completed, and the completion had a quality that was different from the completion of any Oracle gate formation prediction, from the Station 7 operation, from the authorization process. Those had been analytical and institutional and strategic. This had been immediate and concrete, and specifically alive. The priority cohort, each one distinct in his abilities reading, each one with a specific dimensional character that distinguished them as individuals within the collective's shared medium. He had tracked each one from Origin's side through the crossing to the integration confirmation. He had a monitoring signature for each one. He knew their baseline states. He would know if anything changed. He filed the transfer completion report immediately, because the first thing after a successful event was the documentation, because the documentation was what made the event part of the record, and the record was what the framework built on. He wrote the report with the same precision he brought to every Oracle log, and sent it to Chuan and the commissioner before he reached the field station. Then he ran the post-transfer monitoring session, the first monitoring session with the initial residents and residents, building the baseline for their integrated state. They were stable. Their dimensional presence was integrating with the anchored zone's incomplete foundation sufficiently that his calibrated model predicted accurately at every point. No anomalies. No adaptation difficulties. Clean integration. He wrote in Oracle, post-transfer monitoring session, day 1. The emergency transferees in residence. All integration signatures nominal. Foundation responding as expected at 79% completion. Entity dimensional presences stable and integrating. The first arrivals were alive, and they were stable, and they were in the anchored zone, and the 50,000 who were still waiting on Origin's side were going to get here too, because the foundation had become completed, and the construction was going well, and the work that had been pointing toward this moment for his entire career since that first formation alert at 3:51 a.m. was still pointing forward, still running, still capable of what it needed to do. He ran the morning monitoring session for the following day at 5:30 a.m., while the Chiron upland was still dark, and the transferred entity's presence registered clear and steady in the anchored zone, and the construction site was quiet with the pre-dawn stillness of a site where the work would begin again in 2 hours. Everything was exactly where it needed to be. The clock was running. The work was going well. And somewhere on Origin's failing dimensional substrate, 50,000 entities were waiting for the work to get done, and he was going to get it done. He added a monitoring metric to the Oracle dashboard specifically for the priority cohort in residence. Integration Stability Index measured every monitoring session, tracking whether each entity's dimensional presence was maintaining its expected parameters or showing any drift from baseline. The metric was new. He developed the concept for it during the post-transfer monitoring session when he realized that the integration state needed a quantitative tracking mechanism, not just a qualitative assessment. The ISI came in at 98.7 on day 1. On day 3 it was 99.1. On day 7 it was 99.4. The entities were adapting. The adaptation was going in the right direction. He reported the ISI trend in the weekly status transmission to the migration coordinator. The coordinator's acknowledgement carried a quality of relief that he was learning to distinguish from the coordinator's baseline, a specific loosening in the structural precision of the encoding, the dimensional analog of a held breath released. The coordinator had been monitoring the initial resident status on Origin's side for months, maintaining their emergency status stability with resources it couldn't spare. The ISI data showing progressive stabilization was the first real evidence that the transfer had worked, not just in the physical sense of the crossing being completed, but in the deeper sense of the entity's dimensional integrity being sustained in the new environment. They were going to be all right. The data was saying they were going to be all right, and the data was reliable, and the work was good. He filed the Week 1 ISI report in Oracle and put it in the formal record as the first long-term integration stability dataset from the Project Gateway Transfer Program. In 30 years, when the full integration was complete, this would be the first data point in the archive. He was going to keep running the ISI monitoring. Every session, every day, for however long it mattered, which proved to be for a very long time. But the 50,000 still waiting were the reason none of the long-term thinking could ever become more important than the immediate work, because the 50,000 were waiting right now, not in 30 years. Chapter 38. The second construction challenge arrived in month 5, 6 days after the emergency transfer. It was more complex than the first. The anchoring foundation's central load distribution structure, the network of reinforced connections between the primary node clusters, was developing a systematic resonance at a frequency that his calibrated monitoring had flagged as inconsistent with the theoretical design model. Not a structural stress, like the first challenge. A dynamic issue. The resonance was at a frequency that would interfere with the anchoring field's operating frequency when the field was fully activated. He identified the issue during the morning monitoring session and spent the afternoon running diagnostic readings to characterize it fully. By evening, he had enough data to describe the problem precisely, and he transmitted the full characterization to the migration coordinator with his analysis of what it was and what it would cause if uncorrected. The migration coordinator took the characterization to the construction specialist team. They needed a full day to develop a proposed solution, which was longer than the response to the first challenge had taken. This was a more fundamental issue, and the proposed solution was more technically complex. The solution involved modifying the central load distribution structure's resonance damping, which required dismantling and rebuilding approximately 8% of the network connections in a specific sequence that would avoid creating additional resonance artifacts during the rebuilding process. Estimated time, 4 days. The 4 days were in the available window. They set the completion date back by 4 days, which was within the buffer the construction timeline had built in. He ran monitoring sessions twice a day throughout the 4-day rebuild. The specialists executed the modification sequence exactly as designed, and at each step he provided readings that confirmed the modification was achieving the expected effect on the resonance frequency. By the end of day, for the central network's resonance was within the operational tolerance band. He had been monitoring closely enough, consistently enough, to catch the issue before it was too late to fix it without major disruption. That was the point of the monitoring methodology. He logged the second challenge and its resolution. Construction challenge. Resonance interference. Identified at early development stage. Collaborative diagnostic and repair. Outcome. Central network resonance corrected. Then he ran the full monitoring session that confirmed the correction, and the full structure came up clean. And he sat in the early morning outside the construction zone with the Oracle notebook on his knee and thought about the fact that both of the construction challenges he'd caught had been detected through the monitoring capability he'd developed over 6 months of systematic engagement with dimensional structures unlike anything in the human framework. He was developing towards something. He didn't have a name for the tier he was at now. The existing classification system had nothing that matched what he was reading at the resolution and range he was reading it. He had to find the language for it eventually. For now, the capability was what mattered, and the capability was good, and the work was good, and the foundation was 87% complete. He had 3 weeks remaining before the foundation reached 100%, assuming the construction pace held. He was running the daily pace analysis as a separate monitoring metric now. Construction velocity, measured in percentage completion per day, tracked against the project schedule. The velocity had been remarkably consistent since the second challenge resolution, 0.48% per day on average, with a range of 0.41% to 0.54%. He built a completion projection model and ran it forward from the current 87%. At 0.48% per day, the completion date was 17 days from now, plus or minus 2 days for variation. He filed the projection in Oracle and transmitted it to the migration coordinator. The coordinator responded. The initial cohort of 10,000 entities will be organized for transfer beginning the week of the projected completion date. Transfer to proceed at a pace that the receiving capacity supports, estimated 2 to 3 weeks for the full 10,000. He built the receiving capacity schedule, not just the anchoring zone's current capacity, which would be at full initial specification when the construction completed, but the graduated capacity curve as the integration field expanded to accommodate successive cohorts. The first 10,000 were going to come through over 2 to 3 weeks. The next 20,000 over 6 to 8 weeks after that. The pace was going to increase as the anchoring system matured. He turned out to be monitoring all of it. The full first cohort's transfer, the ISI tracking for 10,000 entities simultaneously, the construction team's transition from installation to maintenance mode, the protocol shift from construction phase monitoring to operational phase monitoring. The operational phase was going to require a different monitoring configuration than the construction phase. Less focus on the formation dynamics of new structural elements and more focus on the long-term stability of the full operational field. He started designing the operational monitoring protocol in the evenings. He had 3 weeks. He was going to use them. Elise, who had been watching him work on the protocol design for 2 evenings in a row, said, "You know you're allowed to stop working for 1 night." He said, "I know. But the protocol needs to be ready before the foundation completes. Once it completes, the operational phase starts, and I need the protocol to be running, not still being designed." She thought about this for a moment. "When did you last take an afternoon off?" He tried to remember. He couldn't immediately. "I don't take afternoons off during active monitoring phases." She said, "That's not sustainable for a 30-year project." He said, "You're right. I'll address it in the post-initial transfer phase." She said, "I'm putting that in the Oracle log." She wasn't, but the point was valid, and he knew it was valid, and he was going to address it. After the initial cohort transfer was complete, after the operational monitoring protocol was running, after the first significant milestone was behind him, he was 3 weeks from the first significant milestone. He could wait 3 weeks. He ran the evening monitoring session at 88.2%. The construction pace was holding exactly where it had been for the past several weeks, 0.48% per day, with the same narrow variance. The collective specialists were consistent at a level that reflected deep experience. They were not being careful because they were uncertain. They were being consistent because consistent was how they worked. He added an entry to the technique acquisition subproject, consistency as craft. The specialist's construction velocity had been within a 13% band for the entire 5-month active phase. That level of consistency required not just technical mastery, but a stable internal state, not distracted by Origin's deteriorating situation, not rushing because of the timeline pressure, not varying because of the natural psychological effects of working under sustained pressure. They were doing it by managing the work rather than the anxiety about the work. He had been doing the same thing. The monitoring was consistent. The logging was consistent. The analysis was consistent. He hadn't let the timeline pressure push him into rushing any part of the process, even in the weeks when the urgency of the emergency transferee situation was at its most acute. That was the right approach. He was needed to maintain it for much longer than 5 months. He was required to maintain it for years. He wrote a note to himself in the Oracle Personal Notes section. The consistent approach is not the absence of urgency. It's the management of urgency into productive work rather than into error. The timeline is real. The pressure is real. The way to honor the pressure is to do the work well, not to do it faster and worse. He would read that note again in difficult moments over the next 30 years, he suspected. He wrote it carefully so it would be worth reading, and then went back to the monitoring session, because the construction pace was holding but the 3-week window was tight, and he would not let it slip. Chapter 39, Month 5, Day 29. The Chiron Upland Compact was formally ratified. The ratification ceremony, such as it was, happened in 2 places simultaneously. At the National Authority offices in the capital, the Minister of Dimensional Management signed the document under the National Authority's seal, with Commissioner Bale and Director Commander Yassi and 3 other senior officials as witnesses. At the Chiron Upland Field Station, Kai certified the dimensional signature that the migration coordinator transmitted via the aperture channel as authentic. Not a visual signature or a digital signature, but a dimensional encoding that he was the only person in the framework who could verify. He certified it and filed the certification with the legal framework record and sent the confirmation to the National Authority signing ceremony. The ceremony concluded. The compact was ratified. He wrote in Oracle, Chiron Upland Compact ratified. Legal framework for Project Gateway complete. The foundation that makes the full migration legally viable now exists. Then he ran the regular monitoring session, because the legal ratification didn't change the physical work, and the physical work was still running and still needed monitoring. That evening, through the established channel, the migration coordinator initiated a transmission that was not on the scheduled communication protocol. The encoding was different in character from the standard operational communications, less structured, more direct, carrying a quality of personal communication rather than official exchange. The coordinator said, in dimensional encoding, "We have been working toward this moment for 12 years. There were many points where the outcome was uncertain. You and your colleagues created the conditions that made this outcome possible. The Collective's Council wishes to formally acknowledge this contribution to the record of the transition process." Kai read the encoding 3 times to make sure he was reading its character correctly, the quality of it, not just the content. He was reading it correctly. This was as close to a personal expression of gratitude as the migration coordinator's formal communication style could get. He had learned the coordinator's style well enough over 5 months of regular communication to recognize the difference. He encoded back. The work was collaborative throughout. The Collective's restraint and clarity of communication made the human side's response possible. "We acknowledge your contribution to the outcome equally." The coordinator responded, "That is an accurate account." He smiled, slightly, at the dry precision of it. Then he filed the exchange and went back to the monitoring session. The foundation was 91% complete. The first full cohort transfer was 6 weeks away. The compact was ratified. The work was going well. He was in the right place, doing the right work, with the right people, and the foundation, in every sense, was holding. He called Director Commander Yasi through the official channel that afternoon to give her the compact ratification update and the construction timeline briefing. She listened to the full briefing without interrupting, which was characteristic. She gathered information completely before she responded to any of it. When he finished, she said, "I've been reviewing the coordination framework proposal you sent last month. I have questions about the transition of the liaison function after Year 5. Year 5 is when the initial anchoring phase ends and the mass transfer phase begins," he said. "The liaison function at that point needs to be distributed across a larger team. The scale of the transfer is going to exceed what a single sensing-capable operator can monitor effectively. Who is that team going to be? I've been building a preliminary model for the ability development program in the anchoring zone territory. Extended residence in an active anchoring field is a development substrate for sensing ability. If we establish a training program in Year 2 or 3, we could have a cohort of zone-resident sensing-capable liaisons ready for the Year 5 transition." Yasi was quiet for a moment. "You're planning for your own replacement. I'm planning for a distributed and sustainable coordination function," he said. "I'll still be operating during the Year 5 transition. But the coordination function can't be dependent on one person indefinitely. The project runs for 30 years, and I need to be building the infrastructure for continuity from Year 1. She said, "Put together a formal proposal for the development program. Include the Year 5 transition criteria and the training methodology. I want to take it to the Senior Council. I'll have it in 3 weeks." He built the proposal alongside the operational monitoring protocol over the next 3 weeks. The 2 documents were related. The operational monitoring protocol defined the capability requirements for sensing-capable liaisons in the operational phase, and the development program proposal defined the pathway to produce liaisons with those capabilities. Together, they formed the framework for a project gateway coordination function that could run for 30 years without becoming dependent on any single person. He was building the framework for the work to outlast him. That was the right work to do. It was what you did with something important. You made sure it could continue without you, because the important thing was the work, not your place in it. The ratification ceremony happened on schedule. He certified the dimensional signature. The compact was official. 5 weeks later, the foundation would be complete. He worked on the monitoring protocol and the development program proposal and the operational framework and the ISI tracking for the first arrivals and residents, and all of it was part of the same thing, building something set to last and making it strong enough to hold the weight of what was coming. The foundation held. That was the first evidence. Everything that followed proved to be built on that evidence, and he was going to make sure it held. The development program proposal that he'd been building alongside the operational monitoring protocol was complete. He read it through one more time in the late evening after the ratification transmission confirmation had come through, looking for the places where the framing was weak or the implementation plan was too vague. He found 2 places and tightened them. Then he sent it to Yasi as he'd promised. The proposal was 12 pages. It covered the sensing ability development methodology for anchoring zone residents, the candidate identification process, the Year 2 to Year 5 development timeline, the capability criteria for Year 5 liaison certification, and the transition protocol for when the first certified liaisons were ready to take on coordination functions alongside him. It was the most significant organizational design document he'd produced since the Oracle system design. It was also the most forward-looking. The Oracle system had been designed for a 3-month horizon, and he'd extended it to a 12-month horizon, and then to an operational horizon that was open-ended. The development program was designed for a 30-year horizon, with specific phase milestones at Years 2, 5, 10, 15, and 30. Yasi responded to the proposal the next morning. The senior council meeting was scheduled for 2 weeks from now. She was putting the development program on the agenda. She wanted him to present it personally via video call. He confirmed the date. The ratification was done. The development program was drafted. The construction was 5 weeks from completion. The first cohort was organized and waiting. Everything that needed to be in place before the operational phase began was either in place or on a defined timeline to be in place. He ran the evening monitoring session and the foundation was 91% complete. He filed the daily report and the ISI tracking for the transferred entities and residents, and went to bed. And the Chiron upland was quiet around the field station, and the dimensional fabric was steady, and the work was very close to a significant threshold. He had become ready when it crossed that threshold. He had been building toward being ready since the moment the work began, and the building was almost complete. He set an alarm for 5 a.m., 30 minutes before he usually started the morning monitoring session, because the day the foundation completed was going to start before the sun came up, and he wanted to be at the construction zone when it happened, because the foundation completing was the moment that everything before it had been building toward, and he turned out to be present for it, because some moments required a witness, and this one was his to witness. Chapter 40. On the morning of month 6, day 7, the anchoring foundation reached 100% completion. He was at the construction zone before dawn, running the pre-dawn monitoring session that had become his regular practice. The early morning readings, before the site team was active, when the dimensional fabric was quietest and the monitoring had the highest signal-to-noise ratio. He was reading the final structural elements of the central network, cross-referencing against his calibrated model for the expected completed foundation signature, and at 5:23 a.m. the readings settled into a pattern he recognized. Complete. Not approaching complete. Not 99% complete with edge case finishing work remaining. The anchoring foundation was complete, and its structural integrity across every monitoring dimension was within the design tolerance band. And in 3 places it exceeded the design specifications because of the improvements made through the challenges in months 2 and 3. He sat in the pre-dawn quiet of the Chiron upland and read the completed foundation for 22 minutes before he wrote anything. He wanted to read it fully before he did anything else. He wanted the reading to be complete. The foundation was extraordinary. He had been watching it being built for 5 months, from the first node placements through the central network development, through the 2 challenge resolutions, and the completed structure was more complex and more precisely balanced than anything in the human dimensional management framework. The collective specialists had built it at a speed that reflected 12 years of evacuation planning and a level of construction expertise developed over generations. He had monitored every phase of it. He had contributed to its quality. 2 critical corrections identified through his monitoring, 1 joint adaptation that improved the original design. The foundation was not his work, but it had his contribution in it, and that was the collaborative model he'd been working to build since month 1. He opened the Oracle notebook and wrote, Month 6, Day 7. Anchoring foundation complete. Structural integrity confirmed across all monitoring dimensions. Design specifications met or exceeded throughout. Construction phase finalized on schedule. Then he called Chun. The foundation is complete, he said. There was a pause on the line. Then Chun said, the first cohort is cleared to proceed. He called the migration coordinator through the contact channel and transmitted the formal notification. Primary anchoring foundation complete. Receiving capacity confirmed for initial cohort of 10,000. Phase 1 of the transfer protocol can proceed at the collective's readiness. The migration coordinator's response was immediate. Initial cohort ready. Transfer can begin at any time in the next 72 hours at your coordination. He organized the transfer schedule with the site team. He briefed Yosef and the security coordination team. He ran the formation specialists through the enhanced protocol for a transfer at this scale, different in several parameters from the 37-entity emergency transfer. He confirmed the Oracle monitoring configuration that would cover the full receiving zone at the resolution his ability could now sustain continuously. He went to bed that night with the Foundation's completed structural signature steady in the background of his awareness, the way the Oracle gate formation data had been steady in the background of his awareness for months. Something built well was an anchor in the dimensional fabric and in the mind simultaneously, and this was the largest structure he had ever helped to bring into being, and it was sound. In the early morning of the first transfer day, he was at the construction zone again before dawn. The site team was assembling in the structured quiet of people who understood the weight of what they were about to do and were channeling it into careful attention to their specific roles. The security coordination team was at perimeter positions. The formation specialists were in their monitoring positions. The Oracle instrumentation was active and feeding to the remote relay. He extended his ability to its full current range and felt the picture it gave him. Origins fracturing stability, clearly legible through the formal channel. The secondary aperture's perfect maintenance. The anchoring zone's complete and steady structural signature. The 10,000 entities beginning to move toward the transfer point on Origin's side, organized with the careful precision that characterized everything the collective's migration coordinator had planned for 12 years. The sun came up over the Chiron upland. He could see it with his eyes, and he could read its light on the dry grass and the rocky outcrops and the field station and the construction zone and everything the past 6 months had built here. He wrote in the Oracle notebook, for the last time before the transfer began, Phase 1 ends here. Foundation complete. First cohort incoming. Everything we built was for this, and everything worked. He put the notebook in his pocket and looked at the aperture and was ready. And what was ready was not just him, but the whole structure he'd helped to build. The team and the framework and the foundation itself, all of it pointing toward the same thing and capable of doing it. The first entity of the initial cohort crossed at 7:14 a.m. He tracked it from the far side of the aperture, a dimensional presence that had been waiting in Origin's organized transfer queue since before dawn, through the crossing protocol, into the anchored zone, and through the integration confirmation. 22 seconds from aperture entry to integration confirmation. Clean. The second crossed at 7:17. The third at 7:20. The spacing was deliberate. The protocol allowed 3 minutes between crossings for monitoring confirmation at each step. He confirmed each one in real time and logged each confirmation in Oracle with the timestamp and the ISI baseline reading for the newly integrated entity. By 9:45 a.m., 23 entities had crossed. The formation specialists were rotating through their monitoring positions with the smooth efficiency of people who had drilled the protocol twice and were executing it well. Yosef's security coordination team was at perimeter positions with the steady attentiveness of people who understood the assignment. By noon, 61 entities had crossed. His ability was tracking all 61 simultaneously, not with individual detail on each one, but with the aggregate awareness of a monitoring system that could flag anomalies automatically and direct his full attention to any specific entity that deviated from its integration baseline. Nothing deviated. Every entity that crossed integrated cleanly. The anchored zone's completed structure was doing exactly what it had been built to do, and it was doing it as well as anything he had ever monitored in 3 years of dimensional sensing work. At 4:30 p.m., the coordinator sent the Day 1 summary from Origin's side. 127 entities transferred, all confirmed through their own sensing network as successfully integrated. The migration coordinator's encoding carried the specific quality of relief that he had learned to read over 5 months of regular communication, and it was deeper than any relief he'd read before. 127 entities. Of the 10,000 in the initial cohort. Day 1 complete, with 19 days of scheduled transfer remaining. He filed the Day 1 transfer report in Oracle with every metric at nominal and went to stand at the observation point in the late afternoon light and let his ability rest on the anchored zone's operational field. 61 new dimensional presences, integrated and stable, residents of the Chiron upland. The ISI for the original 37 was still running at 99.4. The construction was complete. The legal framework was ratified. The team was functioning. Everything was working. Everything they had built, from the first formation alert at 3:51 a.m. through Station 7 and the aperture and the authorization process and 6 months in the field. Everything had been pointing here, and here was working, and the 50,000, and then the 550,000 were going to get here too. He looked at the open sky over the Chiron upland and felt the weight of the work ahead and the clarity of the work done and understood, without sentimentality, that this was what he was for. Not the data analyst, not the hunter, not the Oracle operator. All of those, all the way through, pointed at this, standing at the threshold of the most important coordination project in his world's history, with his ability reading every element of it in real time, making sure it held. He was going to make sure it held, throughout the duration that it needed. Phase 2 starts now, and the scale of what Phase 2 required made everything he'd done in Phase 1 look like preparation, and the preparation was over. Chapter 41. The first cohort transfer took 22 days. Kai tracked every crossing. Not because the protocol required it. The formation specialists were qualified to run the receiving end without his involvement in each individual crossing, but because his monitoring capability was the project's early warning system, and the early warning system needed continuous coverage. He watched each entity come through the secondary aperture, tracked the dimensional integration, confirmed the ISI readings, and logged everything in Oracle with the timestamp precision he'd been applying to every Oracle data point since the system's inception. The 10,000 entities arrived in groups that averaged 450 per day. The pace was determined by Origin's coordinating structure and by the receiving capacity of the anchored zone as it expanded with each arriving cohort. More entities in residence meant a slightly larger and more stable dimensional field, which meant incrementally more bandwidth for the next crossing. The migration coordinator had modeled this positive feedback loop into the transfer sequence and designed the staging, so each day's cohort was sized to keep the zone's expansion within structural tolerances. He confirmed the zone's expansion against the migration coordinator's model every morning. The model was accurate. It was accurate to within 3% at every step, which was the precision of the collective's planning capability, not a rough estimate, but a detailed projection that had been developed over the years of preparation before the transfer began. By day 10, 3,400 entities were in residence in the Chiron upland anchored zone. By day 15, 5,900. By day 20, 8,200. The ISI tracking for the resident population was showing a consistent integration curve. Initial readings in the 94 to 96 range, improving to 98 to 99 within a week of crossing, stabilizing at 99.2 to 99.7 after the first month. The early transfer emergency status entities, the original 37, and the subsequent 300 who had followed them in the initial priority transfer phase before the full cohort began, were now showing ISI readings in the 99.5 to 99.8 range. They had been in residence for 5 to 8 months. The longer-term data was confirming what the theoretical models had predicted. The anchoring zone's dimensional environment was not just compatible with the collective's entities, but actively beneficial for their stability. The entities weren't just surviving in the new environment. They were stabilizing in ways that hadn't been possible in Origin's deteriorating framework. He wrote in Oracle, Month 7, Day 10. Integration data showing consistent improvement trend across all cohorts. 6-month ISI data for priority entities supports long-term projection of full integration stability within 2 years. This exceeds initial model predictions. The finding mattered strategically. The national authority had built the authorization framework around worst-case integration models. The possibility that the collective's entities would struggle to integrate with the Chiron uplands environment and that additional intervention would be required. The actual data was showing a better outcome than the worst case. That was important to document, because the political sustainability of the Project Gateway framework depended on the institutional stakeholders seeing evidence that the actual outcomes were tracking within or better than the authorized range. He transmitted the 6-month ISI analysis to Chun with a summary note for the National Authority's review file. He included a projection forward. At current integration rates, the receiving zone would be stable enough to support the second cohort of 20,000 entities within 8 weeks of the first cohort's completion. The National Authority's response came back in 4 days, second cohort authorized, subject to the 6-week stability review that the authorization framework required between transfer phases. 6 weeks. He could work with 6 weeks. He had 4 weeks of the first cohort transfer remaining, 6 weeks of stability review, and then the second cohort. During those weeks, he had the operational monitoring, the ability development program proposal that Yasi had approved, and that was now in implementation planning, and the ongoing legal framework consultation that was drafting the formal Chiron upland governance structure that would eventually let the human residents and the collective's entities manage their shared territory jointly. He also had, starting in the middle of the first cohort transfer, a problem that had been building for weeks and that he had been tracking in the Oracle risk register but had hoped wouldn't trigger. The CRHC's defense faction had requested an independent assessment of the Project Gateway framework, not a formal threat protocol invocation. They'd learned from the earlier negotiation that invoking the protocol gave them less than working within the authorization framework. What they'd done was petition the National Authority for a structured review, a formal evaluation of the migration coordinator's claimed timeline, the integration data's reliability, and the long-term dimensional stability implications of the anchoring zone for the surrounding region. The review was reasonable, technically. The problems were in the framing and the timing. The framing. The CRHC's petition characterized the Project Gateway framework as an unverified commitment made on the basis of unverified sensing ability assessments, which was a technically accurate description that carried a political valence very different from the standard technical assessment language. The sensing ability assessments weren't unverified. They had been documented, methodology reviewed, and independently cross-checked by the Bureau's evaluation office. But unverified was the word in the petition, and words in official documents had lives of their own. The timing. The review was timed to land during the first cohort transfer, when the political stakes of any negative finding were highest. If the review produced a critical finding during the transfer, the national authority would face a choice between continuing the transfer in the face of official criticism or pausing it and leaving entities mid-process. He filed the timing analysis in Oracle and transmitted a note to Chun. The review is a political event as much as a technical one. The appropriate response is to provide full access to the Oracle data and documentation, engage with the review process directly, and let the technical record speak for itself. Attempting to delay or deflect the review would validate the implicit criticism. Engaging directly from strength is the better position. Chun replied, agreed. You're the primary technical witness. He spent the last week of the first cohort transfer preparing the technical documentation package for the independent review. He pulled every relevant Oracle dataset, compiled the ISI analysis, prepared a full methodology review for his abilities sensing assessments, and wrote a 40-page technical summary that addressed every specific claim in the CRHC's petition directly and in detail. The 40 pages took him 6 days of evenings and early mornings to write, around the monitoring sessions and the transfer operations. When he was done, he read it through twice and found 4 places to tighten and tighten them. Then he submitted it and went back to monitoring the transfer, and on day 22 the 10,000th entity crossed the aperture and the first cohort was complete, and the review was still ahead, and the stability window was running, and origin was still declining, and the next phase was already beginning. He stood at the observation station that evening and let himself acknowledge what had happened. 10,000. That was not an abstraction. That was 10,000 individuals with their own dimensional signatures, their own histories, their own continuities, and every one of them had cleared integration confirmation. Every one of them was stable and whole inside the anchored zone. He had run the monitoring for every single crossing. 22 days without a failed session. The capability had performed exactly as he needed it to, and the models the formation specialist had built from his data had tracked the zone's expansion within the predicted tolerances at every step. He wrote in his personal log, first cohort complete. System performing above baseline. Formation specialist calibration, excellent. Zone expansion, within 2.1% of model. No integration anomalies. No calibration drift. The review will take 3 weeks. Then the second cohort, 20,000, begins. Then he closed the notebook, looked east at the anchored zone glowing faintly in the dry dark, and thought about the 520,000 still waiting. He went back to the monitoring. The window was still running, and origin was still declining. He was going to use every hour of it. Chapter 42, the first cohort's completion was marked by a formal notification in the project gateway record, a summary transmission from the migration coordinator confirming all 10,000 entities integrated and stable, and a 3-paragraph note from the coordinator to Kai specifically that carried, in dimensional encoding, the weight of 12 years of planning reaching its first major milestone. He logged the coordinator's note in Oracle. He spent 5 minutes reading the dimensional encoding's emotional undertone, the specific qualities of the coordinator's encoding style that he'd learned over 8 months of regular communication. The coordinator's characteristic precision was there, and beneath it a quality that he'd learned to read as satisfaction, but which his ability registered as something more complex. Satisfaction alongside the specific awareness that 10,000 entities were now in the Chiron upland and 540,000 more were still in origin. The coordinator was not celebrating. It was accounting. The milestone was real and significant, and the coordinator acknowledged it as such. But the 540,000 remaining was a number that didn't permit extended celebration, and the coordinator's encoding made clear that it wasn't permitting it. He respected that. He logged the note and went back to the monitoring. The stability review began on schedule, 1 week after the first cohort completion. The migration coordinator had been briefed on the review process and had transmitted the collective support for full technical disclosure. If the human institutional framework needed an independent technical review of the project gateway data, the collective would participate in the review process by providing direct access to Origin's timeline data and the anchoring zone's technical specifications through the communication channel. The independent review panel included 3-dimensioning specialists from the National Authority's Technical Advisory Board, 2 representatives from the CRHC, and Commissioner Bale's representative from the Oversight Office. Kai was the primary technical witness, as Chun had said he would be. The first session lasted 6 hours. He presented the Oracle data in full, walked through the methodology for every claimed finding, answered questions about his abilities' reliability and the calibration process, and demonstrated the live monitoring feed that showed the Chiron upland anchoring zone's current dimensional state in real time. The CRHC's 2 representatives spent most of their question time on the sensing ability methodology. The questions were designed to find gaps, not malicious, but adversarial in the technical review sense, The way any rigorous peer review was adversarial. He answered every question directly and without defensiveness, because the methodology was sound and the data was clean, and the best response to adversarial questioning was accurate answers. The Technical Advisory Board specialists spent their time on the integration data. They challenged the ISI methodology, the calibration baseline assumptions, and the projection models. He walked them through every challenged element. He showed his work at each step. 2 of the 3 specialists were satisfied by the end of the first session. The third had a substantive methodological question about the ISI baseline that was genuinely good, a question he hadn't fully resolved in his own thinking, and he acknowledged it as a valid question, explained his current approach and its limitations, and proposed a methodological refinement that addressed the concern. The specialist said, "You're proposing to modify the baseline methodology mid-review. I'm proposing to refine it in response to a valid critique," Kai said. "The core finding doesn't change with the refinement, but the refinement makes the methodology more robust, and a more robust methodology produces more reliable data for the decision-making process. That's not a weakness in the review. It's the review working as intended." The specialist looked at him for a moment. "That's a defensible position." "It's an accurate one," Kai said. The first session concluded with the review panel requesting 2 additional documentation packages: the full Oracle sensing log from the 6 months of the communication aperture monitoring phase, and the technical specifications for the anchoring zone construction as provided by the migration coordinator. He had both ready. He submitted them that evening. The review was going to take 3 weeks. He had the stability window running simultaneously, and the second cohort waiting, and the ability development program implementation beginning in the Chiron Uplands small settlement with the first 2 candidate residents who had expressed interest. He had the CRHC's political maneuvering to manage, and the legal framework consultation's final stages, and the ongoing monitoring that didn't stop for any institutional process. He managed all of it. He was good at managing multiple simultaneous things. The key was keeping the monitoring at the center and letting everything else be managed from that center, not letting the political complexity pull him away from the work that made everything else possible. The monitoring was the center. Everything else was management around it. He developed a system for managing the dual demand. Morning monitoring session, 90 minutes, full suite, before any other obligations. Evening monitoring session, 60 minutes, summary scan, before sleep. The interval between was when he took calls from the CRHC review team, met with the formation specialists, answered Yassi's status questions, and handled whatever logistical items had accumulated. The CRHC reviewers were thorough. They came in 2 waves, a field team that spent a week at the station observing operations, and an analysis team that worked from the Oracle exports he provided them. The field team asked the right questions. They understood dimensional field mechanics. They understood integration confirmation. They understood what the monitoring data represented. Their report was going to be accurate. He was confident of that. What he was less confident about was the external political dimension the review had to satisfy. The Bureau's authorization of Project Gateway had drawn attention from 3 other governmental bodies, 2 international monitoring organizations, and a parliamentary subcommittee that had jurisdiction over large-scale dimensional operations. None of them had any direct authority over the project, but all of them had influence over the Bureau, and the Bureau's continued support for Project Gateway depended on the CRHC review coming back clean. He explained this to Lena when she asked why he seemed more focused than usual during the review period. "The work is the same," he said. "The stakes of the work being documented accurately are higher for this stretch. That seems like a lot of pressure. It's not pressure if you know the work is sound." He paused. "It becomes pressure if you don't. That's the difference between confidence and anxiety. I know what the monitoring data says." She absorbed that. He could see her filing it in whatever framework she was building for her own ability practice. The way she observed the senior practitioners, noted what worked, built her understanding from concrete examples rather than abstract principles. She was a good student. More than a good student. She was someone who was going to be good at this. He went back to the monitoring. The anchored zone's field read exactly what it should read, and the crossing schedule was on track, and the review was proceeding, and there was nothing to manage except staying present and accurate for as long as it needed to be managed. The review team's final briefing to the Bureau came 2 days after the second cohort completed. He wasn't present for the briefing. It was above his clearance level and handled entirely by Yassi, but she reported back that the CRHC's findings were unambiguous. Project Gateway was operating within all established protocols, the dimensional integration quality was high, and the field station team had demonstrated exceptional technical competence. Authorization for the 3rd cohort came through 18 hours later. 40,000 individuals. He went to the aperture at dawn, the morning the 3rd cohort staging began. The secondary aperture was a fixed feature of the landscape now. A stable dimensional interface at the edge of the anchored zone, its boundaries marked by the containment lattice the formation specialists had installed 6 months ago. He stood close enough to feel the field differential at its edges, the subtle pressure of two-dimensional environments touching. 40,000. He let the number mean what it meant. Then he ran the morning monitoring session and confirmed the zone was ready, and the third cohort began its crossing. And the work was what it had always been, exactly as precise and exactly as necessary as every day before. And for 40,000 more, it was only beginning. Chapter 43. 3 weeks into the stability review, the independent panel issued its preliminary findings. Kai was at the construction zone for the morning monitoring session when the notification came through on his secure tablet. He read the preliminary findings in 15 minutes, standing in the Chiron uplands morning quiet with his ability monitoring the anchoring zone behind him and the familiar pattern of 10,000 entities' dimensional presences stable and integrated in the zone's field. The preliminary findings were: the Oracle sensing methodology is technically sound, and its outputs are consistent with the physical evidence of the anchoring zone's actual state. The integration data is reliable within the stated methodology limitations. The projection models are within acceptable accuracy bounds for the available data. The anchoring zone's dimensional impact on the surrounding region is within the safety parameters established in the authorization framework. One finding was negative. The CRHC's concern about independent verification of the sensing ability methodology had not been fully resolved. The panel recommended that the Bureau establish an independent sensing ability verification protocol for high-stakes assessments of this type, staffed by ability operators with no institutional affiliation with the assessed operation. The recommendation was reasonable. He'd been thinking about the same problem since the review began. The limitation of a single operator as the sole technical authority was real. He drafted a response to the preliminary findings the same day, acknowledging the reasonable finding and supporting the recommendation with a proposed framework for the verification protocol. He suggested 3 independent sensing operators from the Bureau's National Registry, with a methodology review conducted by the Ability Assessment Office. He sent the response to Chun with a note: the independent verification recommendation is correct, and we should implement it, not resist it. Having independent verification will strengthen the framework for the long term. Chun sent back: agreed. I'll push the recommendation forward as a Bureau initiative rather than a response to CRHC pressure. Framing matters. The final review report, issued at the end of Week 3, endorsed the preliminary findings and formally recommended the continuation of the Project Gateway framework subject to the independent verification protocol and a set of quarterly reporting requirements. The CRHC's representatives dissented on 2 points but signed the final report, which meant the dissent was noted rather than blocking. The national authority accepted the review's recommendations within 4 days. The independent verification protocol was established as a standing Bureau procedure. 2 of the 3 independent sensing operators he'd suggested were confirmed as available, and the third was in process. The political challenge that had been building for 6 weeks was resolved with a stronger framework than had existed before the review. He filed this in the Oracle Risk Register as resolved with positive outcome, systemic improvement. The second cohort authorization had been technically pending the review's completion. With the final report issued, the authorization cleared within 48 hours. He transmitted the authorization notification to the migration coordinator. The coordinator's response came back in under 10 minutes. 20,000 entities organized and ready to transfer. Staging beginning immediately on Origin's side. He extended his ability to the secondary aperture and read the dimensional state of the staging area on Origin's side. 20,000 individual presences, organized in the precise staging formation the coordinator had developed for the first cohort and was now applying at double the scale. The formation was orderly. The entities were stable, each one maintaining their individual coherence within the collective's shared medium. The coordinator's 12 years of planning were visible in the organization. This wasn't improvised. This was the execution of something that had been prepared for and rehearsed and refined. He logged the staging read in Oracle and began the second cohort transfer protocol check. The second cohort was going to take longer than the first. 20,000 entities at the same pace would be 40 days, and the zone's expanded receiving capacity allowed some increase in daily crossing pace, so he estimated 32 to 36 days. He built the receiving schedule and shared it with the site team. Yosef updated the security coordination team's rotation schedule. The formation specialists ran the protocol refresher drill. On the morning of the second cohort's first transfer day, Kai was at the observation point at 5:30 a.m. as usual, and the first entities began crossing at 6:47, and the process that had become, over the first cohort, almost routine, Almost, but not quite. Because there was no routine where each entity represented an individual life with an individual dimensional presence and an individual integration confirmation that mattered, began again at double scale. He tracked every crossing. He always did. The second cohort's 20,000 arrived over 44 days, exactly twice the first cohort's timeline, as the migration coordinator had projected. The zone's expansion dynamics behaved precisely as modeled. Each arriving entity contributed fractionally to the dimensional field's total stability, and the stability's increase expanded the aperture's throughput, which allowed the crossing pace to accelerate incrementally through the middle of the cohort before leveling off near the end as the zone approached the structural limits of the current anchoring grid. He tracked the expansion curve against the model daily. On day 12, he noticed a 1.3% deviation, slightly faster expansion than predicted. He flagged it to the formation specialists. They recalibrated the receiving protocols. By day 14, the deviation had resolved. He filed the recalibration in Oracle as a model refinement event. The collective's model was accurate, but the real-world parameters had micro-variations that required adaptive adjustment. That was normal. That was how precision systems operated in the field. You caught that fast, the lead formation specialist told him after the recalibration. Her name was Specialist Finn, and she had been working dimensional fields for 11 years. Most operators would have let it run another week before flagging. The model said 1.0. The reading said 1.3. That's the threshold. That's what the protocol says, yes. She looked at him with the expression people got when they were reassessing something. But reading the protocol and doing the protocol are different things. He understood what she was saying. He went back to monitoring. On day 38, the 20,000th entity cleared integration confirmation, and the second cohort was complete. The CRHC review issued its positive findings 3 days later. The framework was authorized for expansion, and the third cohort, 40,000 individuals, began staging at origin. The pace was escalating exactly as planned. He kept the monitoring running. Every session, every day, the third cohort brought the zone population to 90,000. The zone's dimensional field at 90,000 entities was measurably different from the field at 10,000. More stable, more self-sustaining, less dependent on the anchoring grid's external reinforcement. Specialist Finn had predicted this. The theoretical model said that above 80,000, the collective's own dimensional coherence would begin contributing positively to the zone's structural integrity. The model was right. He could feel it in the monitoring data. The field was settling, deepening, becoming something that had its own weight and presence rather than being a structure held up entirely by external support. It's becoming its own place, he told Lena during a development practice session. He was trying to describe the change in qualitative terms, which was harder than the quantitative description. Because there are people in it, she said. Because there are people in it, he agreed. The collective has a dimensional signature. 90,000 of them together have a larger signature. And that signature is reinforcing the zone. She absorbed that. So the more successful the transfer is, the more stable the receiving environment becomes. The more complete it is, the more stable. Partial populations in an incompletely anchored zone would be the worst outcome. The stability requires both the technical infrastructure and the population it's designed to hold. He paused. That's why we can't slow down. A partial transfer that stalls is more dangerous than not starting. He had not said that to her before. He watched her process the implication, the non-negotiable nature of the project's completion once it had begun. She didn't look alarmed. She looked like someone who had suspected something and had just had it confirmed. Then we don't stop, she said. We don't stop, he said. Not for anything. Not for politics. Not for opposition. Not for anything that wasn't the actual physics of the situation. Chapter 44. By the middle of the second cohort transfer, the Chiron Uplands human population had begun to change. The change was small, and it was exactly what he'd modeled in the development program proposal that Yasi had taken to the senior council. Extended residence in an active anchoring zone was a development substrate for sensing capability. He'd proposed it theoretically, based on what the migration coordinator had described about parallel processes in other integration contexts, and the migration coordinator had confirmed the mechanism was real, but hadn't been able to give him a precise timeline for when the effect would manifest. The answer, apparently, was 7 months. 7 months of residence in the anchoring zone's operational dimensional field, and 3 of the human residents in the Chiron upland territory were showing the early indicators of sensing ability development. Not trained ability, not Oracle-level pattern recognition or formation analysis. The emergent awareness stage, when the dimensional field started becoming perceptible as a sensory phenomenon rather than just a physical environment. The stage that, for him, had preceded the Bureau registration and the Oracle system's inception by about 2 months. He discovered this through his ability, not through any report from the residents. He'd been running the operational monitoring and had noticed, during a midday session, 3 human presences in the territorial zone that registered differently than the others. Not differently in a way that would concern him, but differently in a specific way that his ability recognized as the structural signature of emerging dimensional sensitivity. Similar to how a developing crystal formation registered differently in a geological survey than surrounding rock. He checked the Oracle Ability Development Database for documented cases of emergence in residential proximity to active dimensional fields. The database had no equivalent cases. No one had ever lived for 6 months in an active dimensional anchoring zone before. He checked the theoretical models he'd built for the program proposal and confirmed his interpretation. What he was reading was consistent with the predicted emergence mechanism, just at the earlier end of the timeline range. He called Chun. 3 of the Chiron upland residents are showing emergence indicators, he said. It's happening faster than the conservative end of the model predicted. We're going to need to activate the development program timeline sooner than planned. Chun asked, how confident are you in the identification? Very high. The structural signature is distinctive, and I've cross-referenced it against my own pre-registration records in the Oracle database. The character is consistent. He paused. I want to approach the residents directly, explain what's happening, and offer the development program. The program is voluntary. They need to know what they're experiencing and be able to make an informed choice. Approved. Handle it carefully. These are permanent residents of the territory with established lives. We want partners, not complications. He handled it carefully. He drove to the primary settlement the following morning and asked to speak with the 3 individuals, having obtained their contact information through the community liaison office that the Federal Territorial Management System had established for the project gateway development. He met with each one separately, in their own spaces, at their convenience. All 3 had noticed something. One described it as a kind of thickness in the air near the formation point. Another described it as a feeling of being watched that wasn't unpleasant. The third, the farmer's wife from his earlier visit, said, I've been dreaming about the people I can't see. He explained what was happening to each of them, accurately, completely, without minimizing either the significance or the implications. He described the development trajectory, what the ability was, what it could become with training, what it required in terms of ongoing engagement with the dimensional environment. He described the development program, the voluntary nature of it, the support structure the Bureau would provide. All 3 were interested. None was afraid. They'd been living in the anchoring zone for 7 months with entities they couldn't see, and whatever their relationship with that presence was, it was not fear. He filed the development program activation report with the Bureau and began the initial assessment protocols for the 3 new candidates. He sent a note to the migration coordinator. 3 human residents in the Chiron upland territory have entered the emergent stage of sensing ability development, consistent with the mechanism you described for extended anchoring zone residents. I am activating the development program. This is earlier than projected, but within the predicted range. Thought you should know. The coordinator's response was brief and carried the quality he read as genuine pleasure. This is a positive development. It accelerates the long-term integration trajectory. Your world is adapting to our presence in exactly the manner we hoped, and 7 months is faster than any previous integration context we have participated in. He read that last clause carefully. Any previous integration context. There had been others. This was not the first time the collective had sought migration through negotiation. He filed that information for a future conversation and went back to the monitoring. But the question of what the other integration contexts had looked like and what they could learn from them was now on his list. The 3 Chiron upland residents with emerging sensing abilities changed the security picture. He spent 2 days reworking the protocols in consultation with Yasi. Before, the security model assumed the project's unique visibility risk came from Kai himself. One individual with a known unique ability, operating from a known location, generating detectable dimensional data. Managing that was straightforward. Operational security, vetted personnel, limited external communications, controlled information channels. Now there were 3 additional sensitives living in a civilian residential area 7 kilometers from the field station. They couldn't control their ability. They weren't concealing it. They were noticing a difference in how the air felt, asking neighbors if others felt it, mentioning it in conversation. And in a community of several thousand people, anything unusual gets talked about. We need to absorb them into the project's support structure, he told Yasi. They're civilians. They didn't consent to be part of this. They didn't consent to develop abilities either. That happened because the anchored zone is influencing the local dimensional field. We did that. He paused. Which means we have an obligation to them. and also a security requirement to keep them close. Yasi was quiet for a moment. You're describing a recruitment. I'm describing giving them resources, training, and context, so they understand what they're experiencing and don't talk about it in ways that attract attention. And so they're useful to the project rather than a gap in our information picture. It took 3 weeks to arrange. One of the three, a retired logistics coordinator named Boris, was enthusiastic. The other two, a young teacher and a middle-aged farmer, were cautious but ultimately willing when Yasi personally explained the situation. All three were integrated into the project's peripheral monitoring network as auxiliary observers. Boris, as it turned out, had strong directional sensitivity. He could tell where the zone's field was strongest from any point within a 15-kilometer radius. That was a capability the project hadn't had before. The collective's coordinator had not predicted this, but the coordinator had predicted that human sensitivity emergence would occur, just not the specific individuals or their specific capabilities. The pattern was right. The details were new data. He filed it all in Oracle and thought. The collective had been doing this for a very long time, and they still hadn't cataloged every way the process surprised people. Boris, the retired logistics coordinator who had been the most enthusiastic of the three new sensitives, came to the field station 10 days after his integration into the project's peripheral monitoring network. He wanted to understand his capability better. He sat across from Kai in the conference room with the careful posture of someone trying not to seem nervous and said, "I've been pointing east for 3 months, and I didn't know why. East is where the zone is strongest. I know that now." He paused. It helped, knowing. Some things are less frightening when they have names. Kai thought about the moment 2 years ago when he had understood that the pressure sensitivity he'd been experiencing since his 20s was not a chronic condition, but a real signal pointing at a real phenomenon. The relief in that understanding. The way it retroactively reorganized the previous years from inexplicable burden to coherent, if unasked for, capability. "Yes," he said. "They are." He assigned Boris to the Eastern Observation Post. Every morning, Boris confirmed the zone's field direction and intensity from the peripheral position, cross-referenced against Oracle's sensor network, and reported any deviations. The reports were almost always nominal. But the almost was the reason the post existed, and Boris understood that without needing it explained. Chapter 45 The development program activation triggered a response from Director Commander Yasi that Kai hadn't anticipated. She wanted to be in the Chiron upland, not as an official visit, as a sustained presence. The senior council had discussed the development program and had concluded that having one of the 14 buffer data profiles present in the territory during the development program's initial phase would strengthen the program's institutional credibility and provide a coordination capability in the territory that currently didn't exist at her level. She arrived 3 weeks after the development program activation with a modest 2-person support team and moved into temporary housing in the primary settlement. She didn't replace any existing institutional structure. She added a senior coordination function above the field station's level, which was the level at which certain decisions about the integration framework had been requiring escalation to Chun in the city and then to the national authority. Kai had a direct conversation with her on her second day about their respective roles. She was straightforward about it. She was there to make decisions that were above his operational authority and below the national authority's threshold, and to build the direct relationship with the Chiron upland community that would be necessary for the 30-year governance framework's long-term legitimacy. He said, "The monitoring, the communication with the migration coordinator, and the ability development program are mine. The governance structure development, the community coordination, and the external political representation are yours." "That's a clean division," she said. "I prefer clean divisions. They're efficient." She looked at him with the focused attention he'd first noticed in the authorization briefing months ago. "You don't like the political management." "I'm competent at it," he said. "I don't prefer it. The monitoring and the communication are where I'm at my best, and the project needs me at my best there." "Then that's where you'll be," she said. "The political management is where I'm at my best. We'll be more useful with a clear division than with overlap." He agreed. The division held throughout the second cohort transfer and the weeks that followed, and it proved to be exactly as efficient as he'd expected. Decisions that had been taking days through the escalation chain were being made in hours with Yasi on site. The community coordination work that he'd been doing as a secondary function alongside his primary work was now handled entirely by her team, at a depth and quality that his secondary function approach hadn't been able to match. He had more hours for the monitoring. He used all of them. On day 21 of the second cohort transfer, he caught the second quality issue in the anchoring zone's operational field. Not a construction issue this time. The construction was complete. An operational field calibration drift in a section of the central network that was handling a higher-than-projected dimensional throughput from the second cohort's arrival pace. The drift was subtle, a 0.3% deviation in the zone's field uniformity across a specific 200-meter section. His calibrated monitoring detected it because he'd been tracking field uniformity at 0.1% resolution since the first cohort arrived. The drift was below the detection threshold of any standard dimensional monitoring equipment. He transmitted the finding to the migration coordinator. The coordinator acknowledged the finding and confirmed that the collective's own specialist team had also been tracking the drift, had, in fact, detected it 2 days earlier, but had been developing the correction methodology before reporting it. The correction was a minor adjustment to 3 of the maintenance anchors in the affected section, taking 4 hours to execute. After the correction, the field uniformity returned to specification. The coordinator noted in the post-correction transmission, "Your monitoring detected this finding at approximately the same time as our own specialists. This is consistent with our assessment of your development trajectory. Your ability's sensitivity to field calibration data is now operating in a range that is operationally equivalent to a junior specialist-level dimensional monitoring system." He read the encoding 3 times to make sure he was reading the comparison correctly. Junior specialist level. In the collective's capability framework, which had been developed over generations. 8 months after his initial ability had been assessed as a novel tier without classification. He filed the coordinator's assessment in the Oracle Ability Development Log and spent the afternoon thinking about what it meant for the long-term trajectory of his development and how that trajectory interacted with the project's needs over the next 30 years. What it meant, concretely, was that he was developing faster than any model in the human ability development literature predicted, and that the direction of his development was toward exactly the capabilities the project needed most. Whether the development would continue at the current pace, or whether it would plateau, or whether there were upper limits he couldn't currently see, none of that was clear yet. But the current trajectory was good. He filed that assessment too. Director Commander Yasi had been operating with a kind of contained urgency since her arrival. She understood the stakes, the accelerating timeline, the scale of what the 8th and 9th cohorts would require, the political sensitivity of operating a project of this magnitude without full public authorization. She was competent at all of it. She was also clearly dealing with pressures that came from above the project level. "There are people in the Bureau who want to slow this down," she told him 3 weeks after her arrival. They were in the field station's conference room, the 3rd cohort transfer running in the background according to the monitoring data on his tablet. "What kind of slowing?" "A second independent review before the 4th cohort. A public information release about what we're doing. A joint oversight committee with the Meridian Hunter Coordination Committee." She paused. "These aren't unreasonable requests in principle, but our timeline doesn't have room for them in practice." He thought about the Origin's declining stability index, currently at 72.4% and falling by approximately 0.6% per month. They were 27 months from uninhabitability at the current rate, but the rate was not constant. The delamination process was accelerating. "Walk me through the 4th cohort timing," he said. She pulled up the schedule. 4th cohort, 80,000 individuals. Projected duration, 70 days. Earliest start date, contingent on 3rd cohort completion plus 14-day zone stabilization period. "If we insert a second full review, we lose 3 to 5 months, he said. "Yes. And if the delamination accelerates further during those months, then the timeline compresses further." She set down the tablet. "Which is exactly what I've told them. They don't entirely believe me. Some of them think the urgency is being overstated to avoid oversight." He looked at her steadily. "What would change their minds?" "Evidence they can see directly. Not through our reports, through independent observation." She met his eyes. "I'm considering requesting that a small observer delegation from the Oversight Committee be embedded at the field station for the duration of the 4th cohort transfer. They would see everything in real time." He thought about that. Outside observers at the station during active operations was a security expansion he'd been carefully avoiding. But she was right that it might be the only way to establish trust sufficient to keep the project moving at the pace the timeline required. How small? 3 to 5 people. Vetted. Bound by the same confidentiality protocols as project staff. And they'd see the monitoring data? Aggregated. Not raw Oracle exports. "Agreed," he said. "But I want to run the vetting." She nodded. That had been her expectation. He went back to the monitoring. The 3rd cohort was on track. The 4th cohort was going to need everything he had. And then the question was going to be whether the people above Yasi understood what was actually at stake. 3rd cohort completion came on day 61. 40,000 entities integrated, ISI steady at 94.8. Field uniformity at 88.1%. The zone's self-reinforcing stability was measurable now. Specialist Finn had developed a metric for it, which she called the cohesion coefficient. At 90,000 population, the cohesion coefficient was 0.71. By her projections, it would reach 1.0, full self-sustaining structural stability, somewhere between 250,000 and 300,000 population. That was still ahead, but it was coming. He filed the third cohort completion metrics, scheduled the zone stabilization period, and began the preparation sequence for the fourth cohort. The observer delegation from the Oversight Committee was arriving in 3 days. He had a briefing to prepare, not for the Bureau, for people who had never seen a dimensional integration operation up close. He needed them to understand what they were looking at, so the data could mean something. The stakes were too high for the data to not mean something, and in 3 days, the observer delegation would see that for themselves. He was counting on it. Chapter 46. 6 weeks after the second cohort transfer completed, Origin's migration coordinator transmitted the quarterly timeline update. The news was not good, but it was not catastrophic. Origin's dimensional framework degradation had continued at the accelerated rate from the revised estimate. It had not further accelerated, which was the primary concern, but it had not slowed either. The revised window was now 2 years and 8 months from the transmission date. He calculated the math immediately. The second cohort was complete. 30,000 entities and residents in the Chiron upland. The remaining population on Origin's side was 520,000. The third cohort was authorized for 60,000 entities over 50 days. After that, the rate needed to increase significantly to reach the full transfer within the remaining window. He built a revised transfer timeline model and ran it against the anchoring zone's current capacity and projected expansion. The model said, achievable, with 3 conditions. First, the third cohort transfer would need to proceed without interruption and without significant challenge events. Second, the fourth cohort would need to begin within 30 days of the third cohort's completion rather than the standard 6-week stability review window. Third, by the fifth cohort, the transfer pace would need to increase to 2,000 entities per day, which required a zone expansion that would take until month 10 to complete. He submitted the model to Chun with a note. The timeline is achievable, but requires the national authority to approve a compressed stability review window for the fourth cohort and a pre-authorization of the zone expansion construction. Recommend requesting both as a package. He also transmitted the revised model to the migration coordinator. The coordinator's response was one of the longer encodings he'd received outside of a formal technical exchange, a detailed acknowledgement of each condition in his model, with the collective's assessment of feasibility from Origin's side. The coordinator's assessment aligned with his on all 3 conditions. The collective was already preparing the third cohort staging. The stabilization specialists were ready to begin the zone expansion construction as soon as the authorization cleared. Yasi handled the national authority communication. She framed the compressed stability review request as a risk reduction measure. The longer the window between transfer phases, the more entities would be waiting in Origin's deteriorating framework, and the pre-authorization request as operational planning, not a commitment. The national authority approved both within a week. He spent the week of the approval process running the third cohorts, receiving protocol preparation, and beginning the assessment of the zone expansion construction requirements. The expansion was more complex than the initial installation. The existing infrastructure needed to be extended rather than built from scratch, which required integration with the active operational field rather than construction in a dimensional substrate. The migration coordinator assigned 3 of the most senior stabilization specialists to the expansion work, entities with the longest track records in active field integration construction. He ran joint technical sessions with them through the communication channel, reviewing the expansion methodology and developing the monitoring protocol for the construction phase. The joint sessions were different from the initial joint assessment. He was operating at a higher development tier now, and the specialists could communicate more complex technical concepts with him directly, at a higher bandwidth, because his ability could resolve the encoding at a resolution that hadn't been available in the early months. The sessions were faster and more detailed and produced better outcomes than the equivalent sessions in the first 6 months. He logged the difference in the Oracle Ability Development Notes. Direct technical exchange with collective specialists has qualitatively improved with development tier advancement. Sessions that required extensive simplification and repetition in months 1 and 2 now proceed at specialist-to-specialist bandwidth. This is consistent with the junior specialist level assessment from the coordinator, not a comparison of power, but of communication resolution. On the day the third cohort transfer began, 60,000 entities staged and ready on Origin's side of the aperture, Yasi was at the field station's meeting room for a joint coordination session. She had been running the community coordination meetings with the Chiron Upland residents for 3 weeks. Her assessment was that the community was adapting well, that the 3 development program candidates were progressing steadily, and that the primary human concern in the territory was practical rather than political. The residents wanted to know what the collective's entities looked like, in the sense of what their presence felt like in the physical environment, in ways that were accessible to non-sensing-capable people. He thought about this for a day before he had an answer. The answer he eventually transmitted to the migration coordinator was, is there a way to make the collective's presence in the territory more perceptible to non-sensing-capable humans? Not visible. He wasn't asking for a visual manifestation, but some quality of presence that communicated neighborliness without requiring dimensional sensitivity to perceive. The coordinator's response took 3 days to arrive and was more complex than he'd expected. A detailed description of a dimensional resonance pattern that the anchoring zone could be tuned to produce, a pattern that was below the perception threshold of standard sensing ability, but was perceptible to human sensory systems at a neurological level as a subtle qualitative change in the experience of physical space. Not quite a sound, not quite a feeling, something at the edge of human sensory detection that registered as presence. The coordinator called it the welcome register. It was something the collective used in early integration contexts to communicate non-hostility to human equivalent species who didn't have sensing ability. He transmitted the description to Yasi. She read it twice and said, "Can we authorize this?" "It's within the anchoring zone's operational parameters," he said. "The welcome register doesn't change the zone's structural integrity or its ISI performance for the resident entities. It's a tuning adjustment that uses existing field capacity for a communication function." "Then let's authorize it," she said. "But ask the coordinator to give us a week's notice before activating it so we can brief the residents." He transmitted the request. The coordinator agreed. 1 week later, the welcome register was activated. He was at the primary settlement when it activated. He couldn't perceive it through his sensing ability. His ability was calibrated for the dimensional fabric at a structural level that was above the register's frequency. But he watched the residents' faces as the activation began, and 3 of them looked up from what they were doing, and one of them, a child of about 8, said, "It feels like someone said hello." He filed that in Oracle and in his personal notes, separately, and thought that if there was a moment that captured what Project Gateway was supposed to be, it might be this one. The 4th cohort, 80,000 individuals, began its crossing 12 days later. The observer delegation Yasi had arranged was 3 people, a senior analyst from the parliamentary subcommittee, a technical representative from one of the international monitoring organizations, and a retired formation specialist who now worked as an independent consultant. All 3 passed Kai's vetting. All 3 were briefed by Yasi on the confidentiality protocols and signed the full authorization agreement before their first day at the station. The senior analyst, a tall, careful woman named Dr. Voren, asked Kai on her first day whether she could observe a morning monitoring session. He said yes. She sat across the room and watched him work through the full suite without asking questions, which he appreciated. Afterward, she asked him to walk her through what the Oracle data meant. He did. She was technically literate, not at the level of formation theory, but enough to follow the dimensional field mechanics if he chose his explanations carefully. By the end of the 2nd week, she had stopped needing many explanations. "You were right about the timeline," she told him on day 11 of the 4th cohort transfer. "I've now seen what the origin readings actually look like. I've seen the rate of change. I know. We're going to recommend the committee grant the framework expanded authorization. Cohorts 4 through 8, without additional review requirements." He nodded. He had expected this from her. The evidence was the evidence. "There is one condition," she said. "What condition?" "We want a permanent observer position embedded at the station for the duration of the project. Not oversight, observation. Someone who can tell the committee directly what they're seeing, in real time, without it going through the Bureau's reporting chain." He thought about it. A permanent observer was a security cost, and also a trust-building mechanism. Their planning contact had told him, in one of their communication exchanges, that external legitimacy infrastructure was not optional for projects of this scale. The more complex the operation became, the more important it was that someone outside the project's direct chain could verify its integrity. "Agreed," he said. "Under the same protocols as your current delegation." Dr. Voren extended her hand. "Then I think we understand each other." The 4th cohort's 80,000 crossed over 71 days, 1 day over projection, due to a minor calibration adjustment in week 8 that Kai caught, and specialist Finn corrected within 3 hours. The zone expanded to accommodate the new population. The ISI average at 4th cohort completion, 94.1. The dimensional field uniformity, 88.6%. Still well within operational tolerances. And now the framework had expanded authorization for the next 4 cohorts. He filed the 4th cohort completion in Oracle and Thought, 230,000 total, 150,000 transferred in these 3 months, and 500,000 still waiting at origin. Chapter 47, the 3rd cohort, took 53 days. It was 3 days longer than the model had projected because of a zone calibration event in week 6 that required a 2-day construction pause. The event was minor, a maintenance resonance interference that the specialists corrected without disruption to the resident entities, but the conservative operational protocol required the pause. 60,000 entities in the Chiron upland. 30 months from now, if the timeline held, 550,000. He ran the quarterly origin timeline assessment. The degradation was holding at the current rate, no further acceleration. 2 years and 2 months remained. The transfer was on track. He also ran his own ability assessment for the Oracle records. It was now month 13 of the field deployment. The ability development had continued at a pace that the Bureau's evaluation office, which had been receiving his monthly development logs, described in a formal assessment as exceptional and unprecedented in the documented sensing ability development literature. The assessment included a note that the Bureau was developing a new ability classification rubric specifically to accommodate his trajectory. He appreciated the acknowledgement and filed it in the development log and went back to the monitoring. His current capability, in the terms he developed for the Oracle documentation, direct structural reading of active dimensional fields at 50-meter resolution within a 300-meter proximity field, extending to regional scale field awareness at lower resolution through the ability's expanded range. Real-time comparative monitoring of the collective's entities' dimensional states against their individual baselines. He could track, with a 2-minute lag, any deviation in any individual entity's integration state. Communication channel operation at specialist bandwidth, enabling him to receive technical encodings from the collective specialists at a resolution that allowed him to understand and respond to methodology-level detail. And one developing capability he was still characterizing, something the collective's representative had called cross-field resonance reading. The ability to perceive, through the anchoring zone's field, the dimensional state of origin itself, not in detail, not with the resolution he had in the Chiron upland zone, but enough to track the macro-scale degradation indicators without requiring a dedicated communication exchange. It was like a weather sensor that read atmospheric pressure indirectly through the state of the field it was embedded in. The cross-field resonance reading was what had caught the calibration drift in the 2nd cohort's transfer before the coordinator's team flagged it. It was also what was going to give him the earliest possible warning if Origin's degradation rate changed. Not just the coordinator's quarterly assessments, but ongoing ambient detection of the dimensional pressure shifts that indicated rate changes. He logged the new capability in the Oracle development records and added it to the formal assessment he was preparing for the Bureau's evaluation office. Then he checked in with the 3 ability development candidates in the Chiron upland settlement. Their development was proceeding. The farmer's wife, her name was Lena, and she'd given him permission to use it in the program documentation, was the furthest along. She'd been running the basic formation reading exercises he'd assigned for 4 months, with a self-discipline that impressed him. Not because he'd told her it was important, but because she'd decided it was. She came to the weekly sessions with notes. She'd built her own observation log, by hand, in a notebook she'd bought at the settlement's small general store. He didn't mention the Oracle comparison, but he thought it. Lena's current capability was what he classified as pre-registration tier, not yet at the level where Bureau registration was appropriate, but advanced enough that the Bureau's evaluation protocol should begin within 2 months. The other 2 candidates were 2 to 3 months behind her in the development trajectory. He'd modeled the program to produce its first certified liaison within 18 months of activation. Lena was tracking to meet that timeline. He updated the program assessment and transmitted it to Yasi and to the Bureau's ability assessment office. Then he ran the morning monitoring session, and the anchoring zone's field read clean across all dimensions, and 60,000 entities were integrated and stable, and Origin was still holding within the window, and the work was still good. The Ability Development Program's formal assessment structure had been Lena's design. She had proposed it to him 3 months into the program, when it became clear that informal observation wasn't generating structured enough data to know what they were actually measuring. He had approved it, and she had spent 2 weeks building the assessment framework before running the first formal evaluation. He sat in on Lena's first formal assessment session with Arno. Arno was the most technically capable of the 3 development candidates. He had the strongest raw sensitivity and the most precise calibration, but he had a tendency to overextend during active sessions, pushing past the point where his readings were accurate in pursuit of stronger signal. Lena had built an assessment that tested exactly that, a series of readings taken under progressively higher ambient field intensity, with accuracy measured against the Oracle baseline data. At the third intensity level, Arno's accuracy dropped from 96% to 81%. You're pushing, Lena told him. I can see it in how you're holding the session. You're reaching instead of receiving. The signal is stronger at that level. The signal is noisier at that level. Those are different things. He watched Arno process that. The younger man had the slightly unsettled expression of someone encountering a distinction that rearranged something they believed. Kai recognized the expression. He'd had it himself, early in his capability development, when he'd first understood that sensitivity and accuracy were separate skills that could diverge. Receiving, Arno said. Exactly. The field tells you what it tells you. Your job is to hear it correctly, not to hear more of it than there actually is. After the session, Lena gave Kai her assessment summary. Arno was at pulse tier, solid, but with an accuracy instability that would limit his operational usefulness until resolved. She was at signal tier, steady, with an unusually strong baseline uniformity across all reading modes. Kai himself was firmly in the wave tier now. The formal assessment confirmed what his daily practice had been suggesting for 2 months. You're close to resonance, Lena said. Maybe 4 to 6 weeks if the daily practice continues. He filed that estimate. Then he went back to the monitoring, because the ability development was secondary infrastructure and the monitoring was the project's core, and the project's core needed to run every day until the last entity was through, and there were still 580,000 waiting. 2 weeks later, he reached resonance tier. He had been expecting it. Lena had predicted the timeline, and she was accurate, but expectation and experience were different things. The transition happened during a morning monitoring session between the third and fourth scan positions in his standard sweep. He was tracking the zone's field at depth, reading the dimensional pressure layers below the surface integration level, and something shifted. Not dramatically. It wasn't a sudden expansion or an overwhelming flood of new data. It was more like focus resolving into clarity. The same field he had been reading every day, but now with a sharpness that let him see structural details he had been catching only at the edges before. He stayed with it for the rest of the session, tracking carefully, not pushing, just receiving exactly what the field was telling him. When he finished, he wrote in his log, resonance tier confirmed. Reading depth improved. Structural layer visibility at approximately 3x previous baseline. No anomalies detected. Zone status nominal. Then he called Lena. I noticed, she said. Her voice was warm, but not surprised. About 12 minutes into the session. You were monitoring me? I monitor everyone during their sessions when I can. Development data. A pause. How does it feel? He thought about it. Like the difference between a map and being in the place the map describes. Yes, she said. That's exactly right. There was something in her tone. Something that sounded like recognition. Like she had said those words to herself once and was hearing them come back to her from outside. He filed the resonance tier confirmation in Oracle and returned to the monitoring. More accurate now. More capable. The work the same, and better, and the 6 cohorts 200,000 were still waiting. Chapter 48 in month 14, Kai received a request from an unexpected direction. The Meridian Regional Hunter Coordination Committee, the body chaired by the S-rank hunter who had been the highest-ranked individual in the buffer data's 14 profiles, above Yasi and above Kai himself, requested a formal briefing from the Project Gateway team. Not from the National Authority Liaison. From the Project Gateway team specifically. From him. He discussed the request with Yasi before responding. The Hunter Coordination Committee's relationship with Project Gateway had been formally neutral since the authorization. The committee had acknowledged the framework without endorsing or opposing it, which in institutional terms was the standard response to a major governmental decision outside the committee's jurisdiction. The request for a briefing suggested that the neutrality was shifting. Are they moving toward endorsement or toward opposition? Yasi asked. I don't know yet, he said. The request doesn't indicate direction. But the timing is interesting. The independent review panel issued its positive findings 3 months ago. The third cohort completed successfully, and the development program activation has gotten coverage in the hunter community's news channels. If the committee is tracking the public evidence base, the evidence is consistently positive. He paused. The likely interpretation is that the committee wants to understand the operational implications before the framework becomes large enough that they can't ignore it. What does that mean for what they'll do after the briefing? It means they're not yet decided. They're gathering information. He thought about it. The committee chair was ranked highest in the buffer data profiles. If the migration coordinator's assessment is correct, that the profiles were designed to identify the most effective coordination partners, then she's the single most valuable human institutional asset for the long-term framework. Having her actively engaged rather than neutral is worth significant effort. Yasi said, brief them, and brief them well. He briefed the full committee, 12 members, representing the regional hunter organizations across the Meridian metro area, in a 4-hour session that he structured around the technical evidence first, the operational implications second, and the long-term framework third. He used the Oracle visualization system for the technical section, showing the actual monitoring data in real time rather than just describing it. He answered the committee chair's questions about the dimensional implications for hunter contract operations with specificity. Yes, the anchoring zone would affect gate formation patterns in the Chiron upland region, and here was how. No, the zone's field would not affect formations in the metropolitan area at any measurable level. Yes, there would eventually be collective associated dimensional activity in the zone that would register differently than gate formation events, and here was how. To distinguish them. The committee chair, her name was Commander Sarah Ito, and she had the focused intelligence of someone who'd spent 20 years at the top of a complex profession and had learned to read organizational situations quickly, said, after 2 hours, you're describing a new category of dimensional event. Not a gate formation, not a threat event, something that requires a different response framework. Yes, he said. The hunter certification system's existing categories don't accommodate what the Chiron upland zone is going to look like once the full integration is complete. I've been documenting the new category for the Bureau's operational framework review. The hunter organizations are going to need updated protocols for activity in the zone's vicinity. How soon? The third-year transfer phase is when the zone's dimensional signature will become significant enough to affect adjacent area patrol patterns. I'd recommend beginning the protocol development now, before the effect is large enough to cause operational confusion. Commander Ito made a note. Then she said, the hunter community has been skeptical of Project Gateway. Most of that skepticism comes from the unknown capability calculation. An entity that can do what the migration coordinator has demonstrated is beyond the existing threat response framework, and the existing threat response framework is what the hunter community is trained for. I understand that, he said. The behavioral evidence over 15 years, and in the 13 months since direct contact began, is that the capability is not being used in a hostile direction. But I understand that behavioral evidence is not the same as structural incapacity for hostility. I don't have an argument for why the collective couldn't be hostile if it chose to be. My argument is that it has chosen not to be, consistently, across every measured dimension, and that the framework I'm operating is designed to detect any change in that choice before the change produces an incident. She looked at him. You're betting the regional security on your ability to detect a change before it becomes a problem. Yes, he said. I'm also betting that the alternative, treating the migration coordinator as a threat actor and responding to the migration request as a hostile event, would have foreclosed the one viable outcome and produced a confrontation with an entity that has the capability to make that confrontation very bad. The question is never whether there's a safer option. The question is which available option produces the best outcome. This is the best available option. There was a silence in the committee room. Then Commander Ito said, we'll need to be part of the protocol development. I was planning to ask you to lead it, he said. Your organization has the operational experience in the Chiron upland region that the Bureau's framework doesn't have. The protocol that works is going to be built by people who know the territory. The committee's formal position shifted from neutral to actively engaged within 2 weeks of the briefing. Commander Ito was named the Regional Coordination Liaison for Project Gateway, which put the highest-ranked individual from the buffer data profiles into the framework in exactly the role the buffer data had suggested she would be suited for. Kai filed this in Oracle under prediction validation, positive. The migration coordinator's 15-year assessment had been accurate not just in identifying the right people, but in characterizing them correctly. The implication he kept returning to. The liaison had assessed the individuals in the buffer data while they were still in early career, in some cases before they had demonstrated the specific capabilities that made them valuable. The coordinator had been projecting forward based on trajectory, personality structure, and the kinds of problems each person was drawn toward, not based on demonstrated achievement. That was a different kind of prediction than he had been practicing. His Oracle system was empirical. He predicted based on detected signals, confirmed against outcomes, refined the model. The collective's coordinator had been working with something more like a predictive theory of human development, an understanding of how certain types of people evolved over time that was accurate enough to identify the right individuals 14 years before they would be needed. He brought this to the migration coordinator during one of their scheduled communication exchanges. The buffer assessment was not fully predictive, the coordinator replied. The communication interface translated the concepts with its usual slight delay. It was probabilistic. Approximately 60% of the individuals identified in the 14-year profile have become relevant to the project in the ways anticipated. The remaining 40% developed differently than projected or are not yet in a position to become relevant. 60% over 14 years is a strong result. It is an acceptable result. The methods were developed over several hundred previous migration operations. We have had time to refine the model. He sat with that for a moment. Several hundred migrations. Each one was a population-scale operation. The coordination, the logistics, the political negotiation, the technical infrastructure. The collective had done this enough times that they had a predictive model for which humans would become relevant partners. How many of those operations were successful? He asked. Successful completions, 412. Partial completions, 67. Failed operations, 31. 510 total. 412 complete successes. That was a success rate that implied genuine mastery, not guaranteed outcomes, but a body of knowledge and methodology that had been tested against reality repeatedly enough that the failures were understood and the successes were systematically reproducible. He filed all of this in Oracle. Then he ran the evening monitoring session, and the 5th cohort's transfer was on track, and he thought. The collective had been doing this for longer than any human institution had existed, and they were trusting him with their 413th attempt, and he was not going to be one of the 31. Chapter 49 Month 15 brought two developments simultaneously. The first, the Ability Development Program's first formal assessment session for Lena. She passed at the pre-registration tier level, as projected, and her development trajectory was tracking toward the Bureau's registration threshold within 3 months. He prepared the Bureau evaluation request and submitted it. The evaluation office scheduled her formal assessment session. The second, an incident in the Chiron Upland territory that required the security coordination team's active response for the first time since the field deployment began. It was not an incident involving the collective's entities. It was a group of 12 individuals, unaffiliated with any registered hunter organization, who had entered the Chiron Upland territory through a non-monitored access point in the territorial boundaries western section. The group was carrying dimensional interference equipment, not weapons grade, but equipment that could disrupt a dimensional field at limited range if deployed. Yosef's security coordination team detected the intrusion through the standard perimeter monitoring system and responded with a containment protocol. No use of force was required. The group was intercepted before they reached the active zone boundary. They were detained, their equipment was confiscated, and the Federal Territorial Management Office was notified. Kai ran an immediate assessment of the anchoring zone state during the incident response. No disruption had occurred. The intrusion was intercepted well outside the range where the equipment could have affected the zone's field. The zone's operational state was fully nominal throughout. He filed the incident report and ran the cross-field resonance check to verify origin state. Origin state read as expected. The incident in the Chiron Upland hadn't been perceptible at origin scale, and the coordinator had not been notified through the communication channel. Then he spent 2 hours thinking about the incident, because the incident was significant beyond its operational outcome. 12 individuals with dimensional interference equipment, organized enough to locate and use a non-monitored access point in a federal territorial boundary, had attempted to reach the anchoring zone. This was not a spontaneous action. It was coordinated, prepared, and targeted. Someone had organized it. He discussed the incident with Yasi. She had already been in contact with the Federal Territorial Management Office and the Bureau's Security Division. The individuals who'd been detained were being processed. The equipment's provenance was being traced. This is going to happen again, she said. Yes, he agreed. The project has been running for 13 months. The independent review concluded positively. The first 3 cohort transfers have been successful. The political opposition is losing the evidence-based argument, and when the evidence-based argument is lost, the options are to accept the outcome or to escalate to direct action. We need to reinforce the boundary monitoring. Yes, and we need to communicate with Commander Ito's committee about the incident, because her regional hunter organizations have better local intelligence about organized groups in the territory than the Bureau does. Yasi said, and we need to decide how to communicate this to the migration coordinator. He thought about this. The migration coordinator needed to know that there had been an organized attempt to disrupt the zone. Not because the attempt had come close to succeeding. It hadn't. But because the coordinator was making decisions about the transfer pace and the zone expansion based on an assumed security environment, and that environment had just shown itself to be less stable than the authorized framework assumed. He transmitted the incident report to the migration coordinator that evening. With the full operational details, and his assessment of the threat landscape. The coordinator's response came back in 2 hours and was one of the more significant exchanges they'd had in months. The coordinator said, "We have encountered this pattern in previous integration processes. The organized opposition is a predictable response to the middle phase of an integration when the framework has accumulated enough evidence to foreclose the theoretical argument against it. The operational risk is real but manageable. We have experience with this phase. Our recommendation is that we continue the transfer at the current pace and address the security environment as an operational factor rather than a reason to pause the transfer." He read the encoding carefully. Previous integration processes. There it was again. He asked directly, "What have you learned from previous integration context that is relevant to managing this phase?" The coordinator's response was the longest encoding he'd received in weeks. It covered the organizational patterns of opposition and integration processes, the typical escalation trajectory, the responses that had been effective in previous contexts, and the specific characteristics that made this integration different from previous ones in ways that were relevant to the opposition dynamic. The key differences. This was the first integration the collective had pursued on a timeline compressed by terminal world collapse, and the compressed timeline meant the opposition's window for effective interference was shorter than in previous cases. In previous integrations, the opposition had sometimes had enough time to build institutional momentum. Here, the timeline was too short. He filed the full exchange in the Oracle database and the risk register. Then he read it again, and what he was reading was the kind of institutional wisdom that came from doing something difficult many times over a very long time, and he was getting to benefit from that wisdom, and that was its own kind of remarkable. The internal security breach had come from a board member of one of the international monitoring organizations, not from Project Gateway's direct authorization chain, but from Dr. Voren's permanent observer reports, which she submitted to the Oversight Committee through a secure channel that had apparently been less secure than believed. Someone on the committee had been sharing portions of those reports with a network Xianxia's security office had been tracking for 4 months, a coalition of entities and individuals who opposed dimensional entity migration on ideological grounds. The breach was contained. The board member was removed. The secure channel was replaced. But the information that had leaked, zone population figures, cohort completion schedules, total entity count projections, was now in the hands of people who wanted to stop the project. What can they actually do with it, he asked Xianxia. Politically, quite a lot. They can use it to argue the project has expanded beyond its original authorization scope, which is technically true. The authorization was for a pilot program of 20,000, and we're at 490,000. The expanded authorization was formally granted, formally by a subcommittee with jurisdiction over large-scale dimensional operations, not by the Bureau's full administrative council. There's a procedural argument they can make. He thought about Origin Stability Index, 68.2% and falling. The timeline was not political. The timeline was physical. The delamination didn't care about procedural arguments. What's the mitigation? 2 things. Xianxia set her tablet on the table. First, accelerate the authorization review. Get a formal bureau-level clearance before they can file a procedural challenge. Second, brief the parliamentary subcommittee chair personally, not through Dr. Voren, not through the reports, directly. Show them the origin data. He had been avoiding the direct briefings outside the project's normal authorization chain. The fewer people who had seen the raw Oracle data, the fewer vectors for additional leaks. But Xianxia was right that the alternative was worse. Arrange it, he said. Already in progress. She paused. The migration coordinator's projections included this. The second stage opposition scenario. I know. Does it help? He looked at her. It helps know what it is. It doesn't change what it requires. He ran the evening monitoring session, and the zone's field read clean, and the 5th cohort's transfer was still on schedule, and somewhere outside the project's carefully managed information structure, people were already deciding what they were going to do with the data they had. He was going to find out what they decided soon enough. He ran the morning monitoring session. The zone was clean. The 5th cohort was still transferring on schedule. Whatever the opposition network had decided, they had not yet decided to act. And every day they did not act was a day more of the 5th cohort's 160,000 that crossed safely to the other side. But the right question was not whether they would act. It was when. Chapter 50, the 4th cohort authorization cleared with the compressed stability review, as the national authority had pre-approved. 100,000 entities. The zone expansion construction had been running for 3 months and was 60% complete when the 4th cohort transfer began. The transfer pace had increased to 1,200 entities per day, below the 2,000 per day that the model required for the 5th cohort, but achievable with the current zone capacity. The zone expansion would complete before the 4th cohort was done, and the expanded capacity would support the higher pace for the fifth cohort. He was monitoring two things simultaneously for the first time: the active transfer of the fourth cohort and the construction of the zone expansion. The monitoring bandwidth required had increased substantially. He was running 5 monitoring sessions per day instead of 3, each focused on different aspects of the combined operational picture. The sessions were shorter individually, but more targeted. He developed the ability to extract the critical information from a focused 30-minute read rather than requiring the full 60-minute sessions of the earlier phases. The ability development candidates were helping. Lena had passed her formal bureau assessment 2 weeks earlier and was now a registered ability operator, not yet at the level where she could contribute to the primary monitoring, but able to run baseline checks on the outer zone sections that freed Kai's attention for the critical center field and expansion construction monitoring. He'd been careful about how he structured Lena's involvement. She was new to registered ability operation, and the anchoring zone was an unusual environment for developing practice. He gave her the outer zone baseline monitoring because it was important but not critical path, and because it gave her sustained contact with the zone's dimensional character at the ambient level while building her confidence and methodology. He reviewed her logs every evening and provided calibration feedback. She was good, not at his level. The difference in tier was significant, but methodical and attentive and developing steadily. More importantly, she was developing in an environment that was different from any training environment the Bureau had. The anchoring zone's dimensional character was teaching her things about dimensional stability that the standard training apertures couldn't replicate. He noted this in the development program documentation. The Chiron Upland Anchoring Zone is a superior development substrate to any existing Bureau training facility for the specific capability profiles relevant to integration monitoring. Recommend establishing the zone as a formal Bureau development site when the project reaches the appropriate maturity. The opposition activity that had begun with the intrusion in month 15 continued through the fourth cohort transfer. 3 more organized intrusion attempts, 2 of which were more sophisticated than the first. The security coordination team stopped all 3 before they reached the zone boundary. The Federal Territorial Management Office had reinforced the boundary monitoring with the resources Yassi's coordination had secured through the National Authority, and Commander Ito's regional hunter organizations were running informal intelligence tracking that had provided advance warning on 2 of the 3 attempts. The third attempt had not been detected in advance. It had been stopped at the boundary by the security coordination team. After the fact, Kai's cross-field resonance monitoring showed that the interference equipment in the third attempt would have affected the outer section of the zone's field if deployed, not critically, not enough to disrupt the resident entity's integration, but enough to create measurable calibration drift that would have required specialist correction. He filed the post-incident analysis with a risk register update. Opposition capability is improving with each attempt. The security perimeter is holding, but the margin is decreasing. Recommend additional security resources before the 5th cohort begins. Yassi secured the resources. The boundary monitoring was extended. The perimeter was reinforced. The 4th cohort completed after 90 days. 130,000 entities now in residence in the Chiron Upland. The zone's expanded field was stable, and the expansion construction had been finished for 2 weeks. The cross-field resonance monitoring showed origin state. 2 years and 1 month remaining. He called Chun. "We're on pace," he said. "Barely, but on pace." Chun said, "Define barely." The 5th cohort needs to begin within 2 weeks and transfer at 2,000 per day for 60 days. If anything delays or disrupts the 5th cohort transfer, we'll need to compress subsequent timelines to compensate. He paused. The security situation is the primary operational risk for delay or disruption. The opposition is not going away. Before the 5th cohort begins, we need to resolve the boundary security question permanently. What does permanently look like? A hunter presence in the territory that is capable of active deterrence rather than just response, he said. Commander Ito's organizations. A formal assignment with Federal Territorial Authority rather than informal intelligence support. Chun was quiet for a moment. That's going to require political work. That's why I'm telling you now, he said, rather than after the 5th cohort is already at risk. The political work took 11 days. At the end of it, Commander Ito had a formal authorization for 6 hunter teams from her regional organizations to operate within the Chiron Upland territorial boundary as a dimensionally coordinated response force, under the Project Gateway security framework rather than the standard hunter contract system. The authorization was the first time the Hunter Coordination Committee had been formally integrated into a federal dimensional management framework. It was, in its small way, a precedent. He filed it in Oracle under Integration Framework Expansion, Positive Development. The 14 buffer data profiles had predicted this specific kind of integration between the institutional hunter system and the project gateway management structure. The prediction had been accurate. He was going to keep finding that the prediction had been accurate at every step. That was both reassuring and unsettling, in the way that accurate long-range predictions were always both those things. Because if the migration coordinator's assessment of 14 years ago was proving accurate this consistently, the question became, what else had the coordinator predicted that he didn't yet know about? He was going to ask. At the right time, after the fifth cohort was safely transferred, he was going to ask. The fifth cohort was 160,000 individuals. He had known the numbers intellectually for months. But there was a difference between knowing a number and watching it arrive. Watching the aperture readings each morning and seeing the count increment, one day at a time, for 1,000, 5,000, sometimes 6,000 in a day when the zone's expansion and the origin staging aligned well. Day 8, 42,000 arrived. Day 15, 79,000 arrived. Day 22, 116,000 arrived. He ran double monitoring sessions on the high-throughput days. The morning session before the bulk of the crossings, to establish the baseline and confirm the zone's current capacity. The evening session after, to verify integration quality across the day's arrivals. Specialist Finn had upgraded the receiving protocol for the fifth cohort based on the calibration refinements from the third and fourth cohorts. The new protocol allowed the aperture to maintain throughput accuracy at higher crossing velocities, up to 600 individuals per hour in optimal conditions, compared to the 450 per hour in the first cohort. The improvement was real. Finn had earned it through methodical calibration over 8 months of field work. You built the data foundation, she told him when he acknowledged the improvement. I just used it. The system worked because you used it correctly. The system worked because you noticed the 1.3% deviation on day 12 of the second cohort. She paused. That's not nothing, Kai. Most people would have let that run. He filed the exchange in his memory and returned to the monitoring. Finn was right in the way she was always right about field mechanics. She understood the relationship between data and action, and she didn't separate them artificially. The fifth cohort completed on day 58. 160,000 integrated and stable. Total zone population, 490,000. ISI average, 93.7. Field uniformity, 87.4%, slightly lower than the fourth cohort's completion reading, which was expected given the larger population and the increased complexity of the zone's field structure. The sustainability modeling showed the zone could sustain a population of approximately 800,000 before reaching the structural limits of the current anchoring grid. That meant the sixth cohort could be transferred. And the sixth cohort was 200,000 individuals, which would bring the total to 690,000. After that, the seventh and eighth cohorts together were 540,000. The math was becoming urgent in a way he felt in every monitoring session. He asked the migration coordinator about Origin's current status the morning after the fifth cohort completed. The answer came back with the translation delay, and it was not the answer he had been hoping for, but it was the answer he had been prepared for. Chapter 51. The fifth cohort transfer began 12 days after the fourth cohort completed. 2,000 entities per day. He was at the observation point for every crossing day's first and last sessions, and he was running 3 monitoring sessions per day with Lena handling the outer zone baselines. The spatial resonance monitoring was running continuously, integrated into the Oracle dashboard, so any significant change in origin state would appear in his awareness immediately. On day 14 of the fifth cohort transfer, the change he'd been dreading appeared. Origin's degradation rate had increased. Not by much. The dimensional field resonance reading showed a 6.3% increase in the rate, which translated to approximately 3 weeks less in the remaining window. The remaining window was now 23 months instead of 26. He transmitted an immediate notification to the migration coordinator through the communication channel. The coordinator confirmed the reading within 8 minutes. The rate change was real and had been detected by Origin's own monitoring systems within the past 24 hours. The coordinator was already calculating the revised transfer schedule. He called Yasi and then Chun simultaneously, conference call, both lines, and walked them through the implications. The transfer schedule needed to accelerate. The fifth cohort was already at 2,000 per day. To recover the 3 lost weeks, the sixth and seventh cohorts would need to transfer at 2,500 per day. That was the current zone's maximum capacity. If the rate changed again, there would be no further capacity for acceleration. What if the rate changes again? Chen asked. Then we look at the emergency transfer protocol, he said. The migration coordinator and I have been developing that protocol for 2 months. It's not ideal. It uses the zone's field beyond its rated capacity for a limited time, but but it's viable for the specific scenario where we need to complete the transfer faster than the rated pace. How much faster? 3,000 entities per day for 45 days. The zone takes damage, temporary field instability, but the structural integrity holds and the entities survive the transfer. It's a tool of last resort, not a normal operating procedure. Chen said, briefed the national authority on the emergency protocol this week, before they hear about the rate change from the CRHC and have to respond without context. He briefed the national authority 2 days later. The briefing was calm and methodical, and he presented the emergency protocol as a responsible operational contingency rather than a crisis response. The national authority's reaction was measured. They noted the briefing and authorized the protocol as a last resort measure pending specific activation criteria. The fifth cohort continued at 2,000 per day. He ran the monitoring with the focus of someone who was going to catch any deviation before it became a problem, because the margin was narrower than he'd had before, and he was not going to let the narrowing margin produce an error. On day 22, he ran the formal assessment question he'd been holding for 2 months. He transmitted through the communication channel to the migration coordinator. In previous integration contexts, what did the middle phase of an integration typically look like, and what was the outcome? The coordinator's response took 4 hours to arrive and was the most personal encoding the coordinator had sent him since the introduction in the aperture membrane. It described 4 previous integration processes across 4 different world populations over a period that his ability translated as approximately 300 years of the collective's history. 3 had succeeded. 1 had failed, not because of opposition or technical failure, but because the world population's institutional response had been too slow, and the transfer window had closed before enough entities crossed. The failed integration's loss count had been 60,000 entities. He read the encoding 3 times. The coordinator was telling him this not as a warning, but as a record, as the factual history of what had happened before, stated clearly and without dramatization. The record was, the collective had done this before, 3 times successfully and once unsuccessfully, and the difference between the successful outcomes and the unsuccessful one was whether the human institutional response moved fast enough. He transmitted back, "Thank you for telling me this. I understand what you're saying." The coordinator responded, "You have been the fastest human institutional response we have encountered in 4 integration contexts. We believe this integration will succeed." He filed the exchange in Oracle and sat with it for a few minutes. Then he returned to the monitoring, because the 5th cohort was at day 22 and there were 38 days left, and the work was what it had always been. The thing between the outcome and the failure, running consistently, every session, every day, pointed east. The bureau-level clearance came through 6 days later, faster than Yassi had projected. The parliamentary subcommittee chair had been persuaded by the direct briefing. He had looked at the Origin Stability Index data for 3 minutes in silence, and then asked, "This is the real rate?" "That's the real rate," Kai had confirmed. "And this is independently verified?" Specialist Finn's formation team can verify the zone-side readings. The origin data comes from the migration coordinator through a validated communication interface. The Bureau's Technical Assessment Office reviewed the interface architecture 3 months ago and confirmed its integrity. "You're saying we have no direct way to verify what's happening on Origin?" "We have no way to visit Origin. The communication interface is the verification method. It's the same interface the collective used to transmit the technical specifications for the anchoring foundation, specifications that proved accurate to within 1.4% when we built from them." He paused. "If the interface is lying, it's been lying consistently in ways that are self-confirming across thousands of independent data points. That's not a likely failure mode." The chair had looked at him for a moment. Then, approved. The procedural challenge never materialized. The opposition network, deprived of their most useful political lever, shifted tactics, not to direct action, but to a media campaign arguing that the project's information management had been deceptive. Yassi handled the communications response. She was good at it. He monitored the 5th cohort's final weeks. 160,000 individuals over 60 days. The zone reached 490,000 total population at completion. The cohesion coefficient was 0.89, 17 points above the 3rd cohort's completion reading. The zone was becoming more stable with each cohort because the population itself was doing structural work that the external anchoring grid had been doing alone in the beginning. He spent an afternoon with Specialist Finn reviewing the projections for the 6th cohort. 200,000 individuals. The largest single cohort yet. "Zone will handle it," Finn said. She said it the way she always said things she was confident about. Flat, direct, no hedging. Cohesion coefficient at 0.89 means we're well past the threshold where the population's coherence is doing more work than our anchoring grid. The sixth cohort will actually be easier than the fifth from a structural stability standpoint. It won't be easier from an operational standpoint. 200,000 is a different logistics scale. No, she agreed. But our protocols are built for it. A pause. Are you ready for it? He thought about the resonance tier, settled now, sharpened over weeks of daily practice. The structural depth he could read that he hadn't been able to read before. Yes, he said. I'm ready. She nodded. He refocused on the monitoring. The sixth cohort's 200,000 individuals were going to require the highest sustained daily throughput the project had run. The aperture at its current geometry, 8,000 per day maximum. The modification to 11,000 was going to have to be initiated immediately after the sixth cohort completed, or during the stabilization period, if Finn believed the geometry could be modified without disrupting the zone's expansion recovery. He asked her that evening. She said yes, with care. They would start the modification planning the next morning, and the math made it clear. There was no alternative that didn't cost them months they didn't have. Chapter 52, Day 30 of the fifth cohort transfer, and the cross-dimensional resonance monitoring registered a second rate change. This one was larger, 11.4% acceleration, bringing the remaining window to 19 months from the current date. The gap between what the transfer schedule required and what the window allowed had just narrowed significantly. He transmitted the notification to the migration coordinator. The coordinator confirmed the reading and added a critical piece of information. The rate acceleration was concentrated in Origin's eastern hemisphere, the region that contained the highest density of emergency status entities, the second tier of acute care maintenance cases that had not yet been transferred but were the priority for the next cohort. The eastern hemisphere concentration meant the rate acceleration was effectively worse than the 11.4% figure suggested for the population that most needed rapid transfer. The entities in the eastern hemisphere had less time than the aggregate figure implied. He ran the revised model. The emergency protocol was now not a last resort contingency. It was a necessity for the sixth and seventh cohorts if the revised window held. He called the emergency protocol activation meeting immediately. The meeting included xianxia, Director Commissioner Bale's representative, the migration coordinator through the translation interface, and Commander Ito. It was the largest joint decision-making session Project Gateway had run. He presented the analysis. The emergency protocol, 3,000 entities per day for the sixth and seventh cohorts, totaling 240,000 entities across 2 phases. The zone would operate beyond its rated capacity for approximately 90 days total across both phases. The structural consequence was a predicted 15 to 20% reduction in field uniformity in the outer sections of the zone, recoverable within 6 months of the emergency phase's completion. The resident entities would experience minor integration quality fluctuations. ISI readings would drop from the 99+ range to the 96 to 97 range during the emergency phases, then recover. The ISI drop is safe? Chen asked. Below 95 is where clinical concern begins, he said. The 96 to 97 range is uncomfortable for the collective's entities. The migration coordinator described it as approximately equivalent to reduced atmospheric pressure in humans, noticeable and stressful, but not dangerous for a finite period. The migration coordinator, via the dimensional interface, confirmed this characterization. The alternative, he said, is that the sixth and seventh cohorts attempt to transfer at the rated pace of 2,500 per day, which does not complete the transfer within the revised window. The entities remaining in Origin's eastern hemisphere at the end of the window face what the migration coordinator describes as unsurvivable conditions. The meeting authorized the emergency protocol. The decision was unanimous and came in 42 minutes. He called the migration coordinator through the encoded channel immediately after the meeting. The coordinator was already organizing the sixth cohort staging. He said, "The emergency protocol is authorized. Sixth cohort beginning in 3 days." The coordinator said, "Understood. We will have the sixth cohort ready. Thank you for the speed of this decision." In a previous integration context, a comparable decision took 11 days. The 11-day delay cost us 8,000 entities. He read the encoding and understood why the coordinator had told him about the failed integration, not as a warning, but as a baseline. And he understood, reading the coordinator's encoding, that the coordinator had been afraid, not in the human sense, but in the dimensional structural sense that the coordinator's encoding carried when it touched on its deepest concerns, that this decision would take longer than the window allowed. It had taken 42 minutes. He filed the exchange and went to the observation point and extended his ability to its full range and let the picture settle in. The Chiron Upland Anchored Zone. 230,000 entities in residence. The field at 93% capacity about to be pushed to 105% for 90 days, the security perimeter reinforced, the hunter teams on patrol. The 3 development program candidates at various stages of their own trajectories and origin, 19 months away from uninhabitability, accelerating. And between all of this and the outcome was the monitoring and the work, and his ability pointing east across the dry grassland at 520,000 individuals who were still waiting. He was not going to let them wait in vain. The 6th cohort began its crossing on a gray morning in what the Chiron upland locals called the shoulder season. Too cool for summer clothing, too warm for winter gear, the dry grassland a particular shade of amber brown that Kai had come to associate with the long middle sections of operations, the stretch between the dramatic early events and the dramatic final ones, when the work was just the work and nothing interrupted it. 200,000 individuals. He had expanded Oracle's tracking architecture 3 weeks before the 6th cohort began to handle the higher throughput data volume. The new architecture allowed him to process incoming integration confirmation data at 3 times the previous rate without any reduction in perennity verification quality. He had not told anyone he had done this. It was a technical upgrade to his personal monitoring system, not to the project's shared infrastructure. It was also the kind of thing that was hard to explain to people who weren't practitioners, that the monitoring was not just a matter of checking data, but of holding a particular kind of extended attention across a large and complex field, and that attention had a capacity limit that could be expanded with the right preparation. The 6th cohort's pace, 6,000 per day in the first week, climbing to 8,000 in the second, as the zone's expanded cohesion absorbed the incoming population with minimal structural stress, plateauing at 7,000 in the final weeks as the zone's upper capacity margin approached. Day 34, 150,000 arrived. Day 41, the 6th cohort completed. 690,000 total. Cohesion coefficient, 0.97. He ran a full assessment session the morning after completion and felt, for the first time, concretely rather than theoretically, what a zone near its self-sustaining stability threshold felt like. The dimensional field was deep and even, its structural layers aligned in ways that required no correction, no recalibration, no active support from the anchoring grid at all. The grid was still there, still powered, but the zone didn't need it the way it had needed it 3 months ago. It's becoming independent, he told Lena. She was running her own assessment beside him, her ability now comfortably in the wave tier, accurate and steady in ways that would have seemed impossible 18 months ago. She nodded. I can feel the self-reference in the field structure. It's referencing itself rather than the anchoring points. That's right. And when the cohesion coefficient reaches 1.0, the external grid becomes redundant. The zone sustains itself. He paused. Which means even if the anchoring infrastructure were somehow compromised in the final cohorts, the zone would survive. She looked at him. That's not an accident. No, he agreed. The collective planned for it. The architecture was always designed so the population's own coherence would eventually be the primary structural support. He filed the assessment results and thought, whatever happened in the final 3 cohorts, the 690,000 already in the zone were going to be all right. And that was not nothing. And the remaining 540,000 were why the monitoring needed to keep running every day without interruption until the last entity crossed. He filed the cohesion coefficient assessment in Oracle and ran the standard evening session. The zone's field read exactly what it should read at 690,000 population. Deep, even, self-referential in the structural layers, requiring no active calibration from the anchoring grid. The anchor grid sat dormant at the perimeter. Backup infrastructure for a zone that had outgrown its need for it. He felt a specific quality of satisfaction in that reading. Not pride, something more precise. This was what their planning contact had planned for. And the plan was working for now. But the delamination rate was not standing still, and neither was the opposition. Chapter 53. The emergency phase of the 6th cohort transfer began at 6:30 a.m. on a cold morning in month 19 of the field deployment. 3,000 entities per day. The zone's field responded to the increased throughput exactly as the model predicted. The outer sections showed a 4.2% calibration drift in the first 3 days, stabilizing at 6.1% by day 7. The ISI readings for the resident entities dropped to 97.3 in the outer sections and 98.6 in the central zone. Within projected parameters, he logged every reading. The 6th cohort was 120,000 entities. At 3,000 per day, the transfer would take 40 days. He was running 6 monitoring sessions daily now. The sessions were all shorter, 20 to 30 minutes each, but collectively they gave him coverage across the full operational picture at the granularity the emergency phase required. Lena was handling the outer zone monitoring at full operational responsibility, not just baseline checks. The third candidate, a young man named Arno who had registered with the Bureau 4 weeks earlier, was beginning supervised monitoring sessions under Lena's guidance. The development program was running faster than the model had predicted. The anchoring zone's dimensional environment was compressing development timelines in the same way it had compressed Lena's emergence timeline. Arno had reached the registration tier in 3 months instead of the projected 8. He noted this in the development program documentation and updated the model. The revised model showed, at the current development pace, the Chiron Upland would have 6 registered ability operators within 2 years, enough to run a distributed monitoring team that could manage the zone's operational monitoring without requiring his direct daily involvement. That was the development program's objective. He was building toward his own operational redundancy, because the most important thing for the framework's long-term health was not his continued central role, but the distributed capability that would allow the work to continue and improve after him. He had years left in the project, but the design of the project had to be for decades, and decades required institutional depth rather than individual excellence. He transmitted this framing to Yasi in a coordination memo, and she responded, "Agreed, this is the right approach, and we should formalize it in the Year 2 framework review." He put it in the agenda for the Year 2 review, 14 months away. On day 12 of the emergency phase, the security coordination team intercepted an organized intrusion attempt that was larger and better equipped than any previous attempt. 17 individuals with commercial-grade dimensional interference arrays, attempting to breach the territorial boundary at 3 simultaneous points. The 3-point simultaneous approach was new. The previous attempts had been single-entry events. 3 simultaneous points suggested coordination at a level and a planning investment that exceeded anything they'd seen so far. Commander Ito's hunter teams, operating from the formal authorization that had been in place for 2 months, intercepted all 3 entry points simultaneously. No breach occurred. The equipment was confiscated. The individuals were detained. He ran the post-incident analysis. The interference arrays that had been confiscated were capable of disrupting the zone's outer field at a level that, during the emergency phase's elevated throughput, could have caused a cascade failure in the outer section's calibration structure. Not the whole zone. The central zone had independent maintenance systems. But the outer section failure would have required an immediate emergency evacuation of the 23,000 entities currently resident in the outer section into the already stressed central zone. The attempt had been specifically designed for the emergency phase. Someone with knowledge of the zone's operational state had designed this attack for the moment when the zone was most vulnerable. He filed the incident with the highest risk register classification he'd used in 19 months. He transmitted a full incident report to Chun, Yasi, the national authority, and the migration coordinator. To the migration coordinator, he added a direct observation. Someone with operational knowledge of the zone's state is coordinating the opposition. This is no longer unorganized resistance. This is organized intelligence-informed opposition. The risk profile has changed, and he needed to know if this pattern matched what the coordinator had seen in previous integration contexts. The coordinator's response was immediate. Yes, this pattern matches the second stage opposition in 2 of the 3 successful previous integrations. In both cases, the opposition had access to institutional intelligence from within the framework's authorization structure. The pattern was always the same. Early opposition was ideological, later opposition became operational with intelligence support. The internal access concern. He brought it to Yasi immediately. Yasi's response was fast and methodical. Within 48 hours, she had identified the 2 individuals in the framework's authorization structure who had access to both the information that had been used in the opposition network's organized intrusion attempt and the operational schedule data that the attackers had clearly referenced in their timing. One of them was a junior analyst who had been hired through a standard bureau recruitment process and whose background check, on review, had 3 gaps that should have prompted additional scrutiny. The junior analyst was removed and debriefed. The information he had shared was mapped. Yasi's assessment. He had been approached by the opposition network 8 months ago and had been providing low-level operational data, nothing that directly compromised security, but enough to allow the network to time their actions with precision. The good news, Yasi told him, is that the information he shared didn't include the Oracle methodology or the monitoring data quality metrics. They know our operational schedule. They don't know how we detect an interference attempt, which means they don't know what we can see. Exactly. He thought about that. The monitoring capability was the project's most sensitive information, not because knowing it existed was dangerous, but because knowing its specific detection parameters would allow a sophisticated actor to operate just below the threshold. The fact that the junior analyst hadn't had access to those parameters was a genuine advantage. He spent 2 days reviewing the project's information compartmentalization structure with Yassi's security office. They identified 7 other points where compartmentalization could be tightened without affecting operational efficiency. He implemented 6 of them. The 7th would have required restricting Arno's and Chi's access to the zone's monitoring summary data, and he decided the development program's progress was worth the marginal security cost. Arno had, in the past 3 months, resolved the accuracy instability that Lena had identified in his formal assessment. He was now operating at consistent 94% accuracy across the full range of field intensities, steady enough to be genuinely useful as a backup monitor during high-throughput transfer periods. Chi was slower in her development, but had an unusual spatial resolution capability. She could distinguish fine-grained field variations across a wider area than either Kai or Arno, which made her particularly valuable for perimeter mapping. The security improvement, the ability development progress, the zone's advancing cohesion coefficient. These were all real. What was also real? The opposition network's operational intelligence capability had been better than anyone had expected, and they had demonstrated they could coordinate a timed physical intrusion attempt against the field station's perimeter on the same day as a targeted interference attempt on the aperture calibration system. The 7th cohort was going to require every monitoring capability he had developed, every security improvement Yassi had implemented, and every bit of institutional wisdom the migration coordinator's communications had provided. He was going to be ready for it. And the part of readiness that was most important was that he didn't stop running the monitoring for a single session every day between now and the moment it began. He ran the morning session. Zone clean. The 6th cohort's final weeks were proceeding at specification. Bari's reported nominal from the Eastern Observation Post. Arno's coordination run at the midday position had flagged a micro-variation at 0.4%, well below the threshold, but noted and logged. Chi's perimeter sweep, clean at all 27 markers. This was the full team now, coordinated, practiced, reliable, and ready for whatever the 7th cohort required. Chapter 54. The internal access investigation took 3 weeks and produced a finding that was uncomfortable but not surprising. One of the National Authority's Technical Advisory Board members, one of the 3-dimensional specialists who had participated in the independent review panel, had been sharing operational briefing documents with an organized opposition network. The documents shared included the zone's capacity specifications, the emergency phase authorization details, and the timing of the cohort transfer schedule, enough to design the 3-point simultaneous intrusion attempt. He filed the finding in the Oracle security log and transmitted the incident summary to the migration coordinator. Their response was measured. This pattern of internal access loss in institutional frameworks was known and manageable. The critical question was whether the breach was limited to the one individual or whether there were other compromised access points. He spent a week reviewing the Oracle incident logs against the shared documentation, looking for correlations between what had been in the shared documents and the operational details of each opposition attempt. The analysis suggested that the breach had been active for approximately 4 months, beginning around the time of the 4th cohort transfer. The pre-4th cohort attempts had not shown the operational intelligence that the later attempts showed. He identified 3 other documents that had been accessible to the compromised board member and that contained information that hadn't appeared in the opposition's operational profile yet. He transmitted those documents to the Security Division for priority review. The national authority handled the political dimension of the breach. The compromised board member was removed from the advisory panel, and the matter was referred to the appropriate oversight body. The breach was contained, as far as the analysis could determine. He spent a day thinking about whether he should tell the migration coordinator about the specific nature of the breach, that a human institutional representative had been sharing operational information with an opposition network. He decided to tell the coordinator, because the coordinator's trust in the framework depended on accurate information, and accurate information included the failure modes. The coordinator's response to the disclosure was the most significant encoding he'd received from the coordinator in weeks. It said, "This kind of disclosure, acknowledging a framework failure to a partner rather than concealing it, is what distinguishes integrations that succeed from integrations that fail. In the failed integration we described, the framework concealed similar failures from us. By the time we learned about them, the window had closed." He sat with that encoding for a long time. Then he filed it in Oracle under Framework Trust, Positive Indicator, and he resumed the monitoring. Day 22 of the emergency phase. 1,800 entities crossing per session. The zone's field was holding at 6.3% calibration drift, within the projected range. The ISI readings had settled at 97.5 and were not declining further. The outer section residents were stable, if experiencing the dimensional equivalent of what the coordinator had described as mild altitude effects. He ran the evening monitoring session with the particular precision he brought to sessions when the accumulated stress on the system was at its peak, because the peak stress was when errors were most likely and most consequential. The session read clean. He filed it in Oracle and went to sleep, and the work was good and the clock was running, and he was going to keep them both running, because the only failure mode he could not manage was running out of ability, and he was not going to do that. Origin Stability Index at the start of the 7th cohort's staging, 58.7%. The delamination rate had accelerated in the 3 months since the 6th cohort completed. The migration coordinator's revised projections placed uninhabitability at 14 months rather than the 19 months calculated after the 5th cohort. The 3rd delamination front had activated, a 3rd area of the Origin's dimensional membrane beginning to separate from its underlying structure, and the 3-front delamination pattern was behaving nonlinearly. Each front was accelerating the others. He had a clear-eyed conversation with the migration coordinator about this. The 7th cohort is 270,000 individuals, he said. At our current transfer pace, that takes approximately 90 days. After the 7th cohort, the 8th cohort is 270,000. Another 90 days. The zone capacity is sufficient, the coordinator confirmed. If both cohorts transfer at the current pace, the total population will be approximately 1,230,000. The anchoring foundation was designed for 1,400,000. The timeline concern is origin, not the zone. Yes, the current delamination projection places the uninhabitability threshold at 14 months. The 8th cohort completion, at current pace, is approximately 20 months from now. 6 months of gap. 6 months in which origin would be uninhabitable, but the 8th cohort wouldn't have been transferred yet. The pace needs to increase, he said. Yes. By how much? To complete both cohorts within the stability window, a minimum of 40% increase in average daily throughput. He thought about the technical constraints. The aperture's current maximum sustainable throughput, 8,000 individuals per day. A 40% increase would require 11,200 per day. The aperture physics didn't currently support that without infrastructure modification. He called Specialist Finn that afternoon. He explained the numbers. She was quiet for longer than usual. It's possible, she said finally. The aperture geometry can be expanded. It requires a significant modification to the containment lattice, 2 to 3 weeks of work. The station would need to operate in reduced capacity mode during the modification, but the theoretical throughput ceiling is around 16,000 per day with the expanded geometry. What's the risk profile for the modification? Low for the modification itself, moderate for the transition period. During the reconfiguration, the aperture will need to operate at reduced capacity, around 2,000 per day, while the new geometry is being installed. How long is the transition period? 10 to 12 days. He ran the math. 10 days at 2,000 per day was 20,000 individuals who would cross more slowly during the transition. After the modification, 11,000 per day or more would more than compensate. The 7th cohort's total timeline with the expanded aperture, approximately 75 days instead of 90. The 8th cohort, 75 days. Total from now, approximately 160 days. Well within the 14-month window. Do it, he said. Finn paused. This is the biggest single infrastructure change we've made since the initial anchoring foundation. Are you sure? The alternative is not completing the 8th cohort before origin becomes uninhabitable. Yes, I'm sure. Then I'll start the modification planning tonight. He ran the evening monitoring session. The zone's field read clean at the reduced throughput level that would be necessary during the transition. And then he looked east at the aperture and thought, 14 months, and the 7th and 8th cohorts still waiting. And the work was not just the daily monitoring sessions anymore. The work was also this, making the right call, when the call needed to be made, fast enough to matter. The aperture modification schedule was set. 16 days beginning 2 days after the 6th cohort completed. During the modification, reduced throughput at 2,000 individuals per day. After, 11,000 minimum, potentially higher as Finn optimized the new geometry. He informed the migration coordinator. The reply was immediate. We will adjust Origin's staging schedule to reduce throughput during your modification period. We have been expecting this request. They had been expecting it. Of course they had. The physics of the situation made the modification the obvious move once the timeline was clearly understood, and the collective had been running this kind of calculation for much longer than he had. Your planning models predicted the aperture geometry change, he said. They predicted the need. We did not know you would act on it quickly enough. He let that sit. Then, how quickly did the previous successful operations act? Variable. The median time from timeline recognition to infrastructure modification decision, 47 days. Your time, 6 days. He filed that, not as a point of pride, as data, and the data said, 47 days is too slow. 6 days is what success requires. Chapter 55, Day 38 of the emergency phase, and the 6th cohort transfer was 40% complete. The zone was performing better than the model had predicted under the emergency throughput. The 6.3% calibration drift had not increased further. The ISI readings for the resident entities had stabilized and were showing slight improvement. 97.7 average, trending toward 98.0. The outer section field was holding. He filed the Day 38 monitoring report and added a note. Emergency phase field stability better than modeled. Revised projection. Zone will exit the emergency phase with less field wear than the initial estimate, reducing the recovery timeline from 6 months to approximately 4 months. The migration coordinator received the field stability report and responded with revised staging for the 7th cohort. If the zone was in better shape at the end of the 6th cohort transfer, the 7th cohort could begin earlier than the conservative estimate. He ran the revised schedule. If the 6th cohort completed cleanly and the 7th began within 1 week rather than 2, and if the zone held its current performance through the 7th cohort, the full transfer would complete with approximately 3 weeks of margin against Origin's revised window. 3 weeks of margin. Not comfortable, but present. He also ran the analysis of what would happen if the opposition made another sophisticated attempt during the 7th cohort transfer. The 3-point intrusion in week 2 had been the most dangerous attempt so far. If the opposition had the capability to mount a 4-point or 5-point attempt, or a more technically sophisticated interference approach, the 3-week margin became 0. He brought this analysis to the security coordination meeting with Commander Ito and Yasi. The conclusion was that the current security perimeter was not sufficient for a 7th cohort emergency transfer against an opposition that had demonstrated commercial-grade interference capability and organized multi-point coordination. The security enhancement required 6 additional hunter teams from Commander Ito's regional organizations, continuous perimeter monitoring at 100-meter intervals instead of 500, and a rapid response protocol that could redirect all forces to any breach point within 4 minutes. The resources were not immediately available. Commander Ito had the hunter teams, but deploying them in the Chiron upland for the duration of the 7th cohort transfer required federal authorization for the extended deployment and logistical support funding. He wrote the authorization request with Yasi. It was a 10-page document that covered the threat assessment, the security requirements, and the operational plan. The request included Commissioner Bale's endorsement. The national authority approved the request in 6 days. The hunter teams deployed to the Chiron upland 2 weeks later, before the 6th cohort transfer completed. He watched the teams take their perimeter positions through his abilities monitoring range, not dimensionally, just visually, from the observation point, and felt the familiar certainty that was not comfort, but was working settle into him. The perimeter was solid. The zone was holding. The 6th cohort was 40 days from completion. Everything was going to depend on the 7th cohort. He intended to make sure it went well. The aperture modification took 16 days, not 10 to 12. 3 of the additional days were due to a material incompatibility that Specialist Finn identified during installation of the new containment lattice geometry, an interaction between the expanded lattice supports and the ambient field density that required a different anchoring configuration at 2 specific junction points. She fixed it, but it took 3 days. The other day was because of a second organized intrusion attempt on the station perimeter on the 13th day of the modification work. This one was larger than the first. Commander Ito's security teams intercepted 12 individuals at the outer perimeter, all of them carrying equipment that was consistent with dimensional field disruption, not the high-end technology that would have been dangerous to the anchoring infrastructure, but sufficient to have damaged the aperture calibration systems during the vulnerable transition period if they had reached the inner perimeter. They did not reach the inner perimeter, but it was closer than the first attempt. Ito's assessment afterward was straightforward. They know about the modification. They know the aperture is in a reduced capacity configuration. They know this is the most vulnerable period for the project. The information compartmentalization breach from the junior analyst. Partially, but this is better coordinated than what his information could explain. They have an additional source inside the framework or inside one of the oversight bodies. He looked at Ito steadily. The commander had the direct manner of someone who delivered assessments without softening them, because softening them was a disservice. How long to identify the source? Unknown. Could be a week. Could be 2 months. These things don't resolve on a set timeline. A pause. My recommendation is not to wait for identification. My recommendation is to compress the operational timeline as much as possible and complete the 7th and 8th cohorts before another opportunity for interference presents itself. The aperture modification extends the timeline, not compresses it. The aperture modification compresses the 7th and 8th cohort transfer duration. The net effect is still timeline compression if the modification completes successfully. He looked at the monitoring data from Finn's team, the modification at 89% completion, 3 days from full installation. The zone's dimensional field holding stable during the reduced throughput period. The 6th cohort population integrating with the steady, self-reinforcing coherence that the high cohesion coefficient represented. 90 days of reduced throughput had passed without any structural degradation. The zone was fine. The modification was almost done. He ran the evening monitoring session from the observation point rather than the station, his ability sweeping east across the full expanse of the anchored zone, reading every layer down to the base structural level. Everything held. The zone was quiet and stable and full of 690,000 individuals who had made it to safety, and the 270,000 still at origin, waiting for the 7th cohort's beginning, were why he was still here, still running, every session, every day. 3 days to modification completion. Then the 7th cohort would begin, and the real test of everything they had built would start. He spent those 3 days running the highest precision monitoring sessions he had run since the project's beginning. Not because the zone needed it. The field was stable, the cohesion coefficient was at 0.99, there was nothing to correct. He ran the high-precision sessions because the 7th cohort was going to require peak performance, and peak performance was a skill that required maintenance. Lena joined him for the 2nd session. She ran her own pass alongside his, and afterward they compared notes. Your structural layer depth is better than it was 3 months ago, she said. Resonance tier practice. It's not just practice. You're developing the foresight approach. I can see it in how you orient to the deeper layers. The angle of attention is different. He had noticed this himself. The foresight tier had begun as theoretical, a capability description Lena had given him when he first asked about the development trajectory. Now it was something he could feel at the edge of his current range, a different way of relating to the dimensional field, not just receiving what it told him, but beginning to understand the structural logic beneath the surface. How long, he asked, to full foresight? 3 weeks, if the 7th cohort doesn't pull you away from the practice sessions. Maybe 2. He filed that projection. He was not going to let the 7th cohort pull him away from the practice sessions. The development was part of the operational readiness. The better his monitoring capability, the safer the transfer. The 3rd day of waiting passed. The aperture modification completed at 4:17 p.m. Specialist Finn ran the geometry validation. All parameters nominal. Maximum throughput, 11,400 per day. He ran a full monitoring session on the modified aperture that evening. New geometry, new signature, new baseline to learn. He learned it in 90 minutes. The 7th cohort began the next morning, 270,000 individuals at the aperture, and he was ready. Chapter 56. The 6th cohort's transfer concluded on day 41, 1 day behind schedule, due to a minor aperture maintenance event on day 22 that had required a 4-hour pause. 350,000 entities in residence. Origin's Western Hemisphere, the region the migration coordinator characterized as more stable, had transferred almost entirely. The concentrated Eastern Hemisphere emergency status population was the primary remaining concern. He ran the post-6th cohort monitoring assessment with the full suite of metrics. The zone's field uniformity had recovered to 98.3% in the 3 days since the transfer pace had been reduced between cohorts. The ISI readings for the resident entities were back at 98.6 average across all resident cohorts. The emergency phase had left the zone in better shape than the model had predicted, not good shape, but better. The migration coordinator transmitted the formal 7th cohort staging report. 170,000 entities, primarily from Origin's Eastern Hemisphere, including all remaining emergency status entities and the most acutely affected populations. The staging was complete. The coordinator was ready when the zone was. He ran the zone readiness assessment. The zone needed 3 more days to reach the minimum field uniformity for the emergency transfer pace. He transmitted the readiness date to the migration coordinator. 3 days. He spent those 3 days in preparation review. He ran the security perimeter check with Commander Ito's expanded teams. He reviewed the emergency protocol operational details with the formation specialists. He briefed Lena and Arno on their specific monitoring responsibilities for the 7th cohort. More autonomous responsibility than he'd given them before, because the scale of the 7th cohort required him to focus his full monitoring capacity on the Eastern Hemisphere entities in the zone's central field, and he needed the outer zone and secondary field monitoring to be handled by other operators without constant supervision. Lena was ready. Her 18 months of development had produced capability that was appropriate for the assignment. She had the methodological precision that good monitoring required and the specific calibration to the Chiron upland zone's character that came from 18 months of daily contact with it. Arno was ready at a more limited scope. He could manage one monitoring domain at a time with confidence. He was assigned the far outer zone, the area of lowest operational risk, where his developing capability was appropriate. He told them both in the briefing 2 days before the 7th cohort began. The 7th cohort is the hardest phase of everything we've done. The entities coming through are the ones who have been in the worst conditions longest. The zone is going to be running at capacity for 45 days. If anything deviates, I need to know immediately. Not after you've thought about it. Immediately. Lena said, "Understood." Arno said, "Yes." He looked at them both for a moment. A registered ability operator who had been farming in the Chiron upland 6 months before her ability emerged, and a young man who had been a construction laborer in the settlement and who had developed at a pace that even his revised model hadn't fully predicted. 2 people who were part of this because they'd chosen to be part of it, who lived in the territory and had decided that living in it meant being responsible for it. He thought they were going to be all right. The morning of the 7th cohort transfer's first day, he was at the observation point before the sun came up, with his ability extended to the secondary aperture and the staging area visible in Origin's dimensional space. 170,000 individual presences, organized in the careful precision of 12 years of evacuation planning's final stage. The coordinator was present at the aperture, its attention as focused and as patient as it had been the first time he'd read it at 41 kilometers from the city, over a year and a half ago. He stood there for a few minutes and let the full picture settle into his awareness. Then he picked up his Oracle notebook and wrote, 7th cohort, Day 1. This is the last major phase. Everything before this was preparation for this. And then the crossing began. The expanded aperture performed exactly as Specialist Finn had projected. The first day's throughput, 11,422 individuals. He ran a full verification pass on each hour's crossings. Not because the protocol required per-entity manual verification at that scale, but because Day 1 of the 7th cohort was the first operational test of the expanded aperture configuration, and he wanted to know its actual accuracy performance, not just its theoretical performance. Accuracy rate, 99.2%. 2 integration anomalies detected across the full day's crossings. Both minor, both resolved within 90 minutes of detection. Both were consistent with the kinds of micro-calibration variations that appeared in any high-volume period and resolved through the standard adjustment protocol. He wrote in his log, Day 1, 11,422 crossings. Accuracy 99.2%. 2 anomalies, resolved. Aperture modification performing within projected parameters. Zone stable. Cohesion coefficient 0.99. The cohesion coefficient had reached 0.993 days before the 7th cohort began, 1 point below full self-sustaining stability. He watched it during the morning's monitoring session and knew that at some point in the next few days, as the 7th cohort's population began adding to the zone's total, the coefficient would tip past 1.0. He was present for it. 48 hours into the 7th cohort's transfer, during the morning monitoring session on Day 3, the structural layer readings shifted. Not dramatically, no spike, no visible change in the zone's field characteristics. But the numbers, cohesion coefficient 1.01. He stopped the session and ran it again from the beginning. Confirmed, 1.01. The zone was now structurally self-sustaining. The external anchoring grid was no longer providing primary support. It was providing redundancy, backup, safety margin. The zone's own population coherence was doing the work. He called Specialist Finn. She looked at the readings and said nothing for a long time. "We did it," she said finally. "The migration coordinator designed it to work this way." "Yes, but we built it." She paused. "This is real. This is something that exists now that didn't exist 3 years ago." He let himself feel that for a moment. Not as satisfaction, which was premature, but as a fact. A dimensional zone capable of housing over 1 million individuals, structurally stable by the coherence of the population it held, built by people who had never done anything remotely like this before, following plans developed by entities who had done it 412 times before in other circumstances he couldn't fully imagine. The 7th cohort had 260,000 individuals still to cross. He turned back to the monitoring. The zone at cohesion coefficient 1.01 was different to monitor than the zone at 0.97 had been. Not because the structural readings changed, The field was stable, the layers clean, but because the quality of the stability was different. Before 1.0, the zone had been a structure maintained by external support and growing internal coherence. Above 1.0, it was a structure that supported itself. The monitoring at this stage was less about catching problems and more about witnessing the zone functioning as designed. He had expected to feel some reduction in urgency when that threshold was crossed. He didn't. The 7th cohort was still transferring. 260,000 individuals who were still on origin, still depending on the aperture, still depending on the monitoring, still waiting to be on the other side. The stability of the zone that already held 160,000 was confirmation that the plan was working. It was not permission to reduce attentiveness. He ran 2 more monitoring sessions that day. The second was at midnight, when the day's crossings had completed and the zone had its nightly integration period, the quiet 12 hours between active transfer sessions that the formation specialist used for recalibration and that he used for the deepest structural assessments, when the field was still and he could read it from foundation to surface without the active crossing interference patterns. It was clean, every layer, all the way down. He wrote in his log, Day 3 of the 7th cohort. Zone status, nominal. All structural layers clear. The plan is working. Back to monitoring. And there were still 260,000 to bring through. Chapter 57, Day 15 of the 7th cohort transfer, and the zone was performing. The field calibration drift had reached 8.1%, higher than the 6th cohort's peak, as the model had predicted, because the 7th cohort contained a higher proportion of entities whose dimensional requirements were more demanding due to their emergency status condition. The ISI readings had dropped to 96.1 in the outer zone and 97.8 in the central zone. The 96.1 reading was the lowest the outer zone had registered since the transfer program began. It was above the 95.0 threshold where clinical concern began, but it was close enough to the threshold that he was running monitoring readings at 45-minute intervals in the outer zone, not the standard 3-session daily schedule. He was running 10 monitoring sessions per day. Lena was running 6. Arno was running 4. Their combined coverage gave him effective continuous monitoring across the zone. No deviations had triggered the emergency protocol. The zone was stressed, and the stress was visible in the monitoring data, and it was holding. Commander Ito's expanded security teams had intercepted 2 opposition probes in the first 15 days, organized surveillance attempts, not interference attempts. The surveillance suggested the opposition was assessing whether another intrusion was viable under the enhanced security posture. The conclusion the surveillance apparently reached was that it wasn't. No intrusion attempt had followed either surveillance event. He filed the security status in the Oracle Risk Register. Opposition activity reduced from intrusion to surveillance following enhanced security deployment. Threat level elevated but managed. No immediate operational risk. On day 17, the migration coordinator transmitted an origin status update outside the normal quarterly schedule. The rate of degradation in Origin's eastern hemisphere had increased again, this time 14.8% acceleration from the previous reading. He ran the calculation immediately. The remaining window was now 16 months from the transmission date. The 7th cohort was 15 days in and had 30 days remaining. After the 7th cohort completed, there would be 320,000 entities still on Origin's side. 320,000 entities, 16 months, Origin continuing to deteriorate. The 8th and 9th cohorts would need to run back-to-back at emergency transfer pace without the stability review window. The zone would be operating above its rated capacity for approximately 4 months. He called the emergency planning session. The session lasted 4 hours. The migration coordinator participated via the communication link at full technical bandwidth. The updated transfer model required 8th cohort at 3,000 per day for 50 days, immediate start after 7th cohort completion, stability assessment suspended, 9th cohort beginning 10 days after 8th cohort completion at 3,000 per day for 60 days. The zone's predicted state at the end of this revised schedule. Field uniformity at approximately 87% of design specification, requiring a full recovery phase of 6 to 8 months. The resident entities during the recovery phase would experience ISI readings in the 94 to 96 range, the equivalent of the mild altitude effect the coordinator had described, sustained for longer than any previous period. Is 94 to 96 safe for 6 to 8 months? Commissioner Bale's representative asked. The migration coordinator's response, encoded and translated in real time. Survivable, not ideal. The comparison in human terms would be living for 6 months at moderate altitude, not dangerous, but perceptible and fatiguing. The collective's entities are robust for this range. The national authority authorized the revised schedule within 12 hours of receiving the planning documents. 12 hours. The previous authorization of comparable scope had taken 6 days. He noted the improvement in the Oracle records. The institutional framework was learning. 13 months of operation, 3 successful cohort completions, and the framework was now responding to new information at a pace that matched the operational tempo. He transmitted the authorization notification to the collective's migration coordinator. The reply came, "We are ready." And then, 320,000 entities are ready. And then, with the specific encoding quality that his ability read as the coordinator speaking personally rather than institutionally. I have been managing this evacuation for 14 years. 14 years of planning and preparation and waiting and doing this without knowing if the right people would be on the other side when the window arrived. You were on the other side. We are going to finish this. He read the encoding 3 times. Then he filed it in Oracle and went to the monitoring. Day 17 complete. 28 days remaining in the 7th cohort. The message from the collective's representative had been the first direct personal communication in 8 months. Their standard exchanges were technical, status reports, data confirmations, parameter adjustments. This one was different. He spent 2 hours composing his reply, not because the words were difficult, but because he wanted to get them exactly right. "We will complete this," he wrote. "The zone is structurally stable at cohesion 1.01. The 7th cohort is on pace. The aperture modification is holding at 11,000 daily. All monitoring systems nominal. I have been here every session, every day, since the first cohort began, and I will be here for every session until the last individual crosses. I understand what you built over 14 years. I understand why this works. I am going to finish it." The coordinator's response came the next morning. It said, "We know." 2 words. He filed them in Oracle under communication log, personal, and thought about what it meant to be known by a 14-year-old assessment that had turned out to be accurate. Not because he had performed up to a prediction, but because the prediction had been built from something true about who he was. He had been running monitoring sessions every morning and evening for over 2 years. He had not missed a session due to illness, fatigue, external obligation, political complexity, or any of the crises the project had navigated. That consistency was not willpower. It was not discipline in the way people usually meant the word. It was that the monitoring was the difference between the outcome and not the outcome, and he understood that, and so there was no other choice. The 7th migration group was at day 17. The zone held 270,000 new arrivals plus the original 190,000, 960,000 total, approaching the first million. He ran a full structural assessment that afternoon and found the field as clean and deep as it had been on day 3, when the cohesion coefficient first passed 1.0. The zone was stable. The population was integrated. The work was proceeding. He wrote in his personal log, day 17, 184,000 of the 7th cohort have crossed. 86,000 remain. 28 days at current pace. I can see the end of this phase clearly. The 8th cohort is the final phase. After the 8th cohort, it is done. Then he closed the log and ran the evening session, and the monitoring was exactly what it had always been. Present, accurate. The difference between the outcome and not pointed east across the dry grassland at the anchored zone and at everything it held. 2 days after logging day 17, the foresight tier arrived. Not as a sudden expansion, but as a deepening he had been approaching for weeks. The dimensional field structural logic becoming visible beneath the surface-level readings, the way a shoreline becomes visible from the air as altitude increases and the water becomes transparent. He was not just reading what the field was. He was beginning to understand how it worked, why it was configured as it was, what its internal patterns meant about what had happened and what was coming. He spent an entire monitoring session simply learning the new range. Not analyzing, not diagnosing. Just receiving. When he finished, he called Lena. "Foresight," he said. A long pause. Then, "Yes. I can hear it in your voice." Another pause. "Hold it carefully. The first 2 weeks at a new tier are the most important for establishing accurate baseline reception." He agreed. He moved back to the monitoring, holding the new capability carefully, exactly as she had said, because the 7th cohort still had 28 days remaining and every crossing still required everything he had. And he had more now than he'd had when this started. Chapter 58. The 7th cohort completed on day 46. 5 days past the 41-day projection, due to 3 zone recalibration events that had each required a half-day pause. The field performance had been at the edge of stable throughout the final 10 days. ISI readings in the outer zone had touched 95.4 on day 42, the lowest point of the entire program, and he had watched that reading with the focused attention of someone who was aware of the specific number on the other side of it. It had not gone below 95.0. The zone had held 520,000 entities in residence. Origin had an estimated 15 months remaining. He ran the full zone assessment in the 48-hour window between the 7th cohort completion and the 8th cohort's beginning. The assessment showed field uniformity at 91.2% of design specification. ISI average for resident population, 96.3, distributed from 94.8 in the most affected outer sections to 98.1 in the central zone. The zone needed the recovery phase. It wasn't going to get it until after the 9th cohort. He transmitted the assessment to the migration coordinator with the 8th cohort start notification. The coordinator acknowledged and confirmed. The 8th cohort of 160,000 was staged and ready. He also transmitted a personal observation that he'd been holding for 2 days. The ISI readings that the resident entities were experiencing were in the range the coordinator had described as comparable to mild altitude effects. He wanted to confirm from the coordinator that the long-term sustained experience at this ISI level was not producing compounding stress effects. The coordinator confirmed the entities were experiencing the dimensional equivalent of chronic mild stress, which their physiology was designed to manage for this range and this duration. They were not in danger. They were uncomfortable. The coordinator added, they are aware of the reason for the discomfort, and they have chosen to accept it. The Eastern Hemisphere population knows that the 8th and 9th cohorts are their families and communities. He read that encoding carefully. The resident entities knew, and they had chosen to accept an extended period of discomfort to protect the remaining population's ability to complete the transfer on the accelerated schedule. The coordinator had told them, through the collective's shared medium, and they had chosen. He filed the encoding in Oracle and felt the weight of it settle into his awareness differently than anything he'd logged before. Not analytical weight, not operational weight, but the weight of 520,000 entities who had made a specific choice to accept personal cost for others' benefit, and whose individual decision was invisible to every human in the Project Gateway framework except him, because he was the only one who could read their dimensional state. He wrote in Oracle, the resident population is aware of and accepting the current ISI degradation. Their choice should be part of the formal record of Project Gateway's framework. Future coordination frameworks of this type should develop protocols for communicating collective entity decisions of this significance to the human institutional partners. He was building the institutional memory for the next time. There would be a next time. The collective had done this before, and other world populations would eventually need what the collective needed now. The record he was building in Oracle and the institutional knowledge he was accumulating were the foundation for making the next time better. The 8th cohort transfer began in the early morning of the 49th day of the field deployment's second year. He was at the observation point. Lena and Arno were in their monitoring positions. Commander Ito's security teams were at the perimeter. The first crossing of the 8th cohort was registered at 6:58 a.m. He tracked it and logged it and watched the second and third follow, and the monitoring was running, and the zone was holding, and the work was exactly what it had always been. The 7th cohort had completed in 73 days. 2 days under Finn's projection, because the aperture had performed above the 11,000/day baseline in the final 2 weeks, as the zone's expanded field made marginal throughput improvements possible. Total population after 7th cohort completion, 9,160,000. Origin stability index, 52.1%. Delamination progressing on all 3 fronts. The migration coordinator's latest projection placed uninhabitability at 11 months. The 8th cohort was 270,000 individuals. At 11,000 per day average, transfer duration would be approximately 75 days. That put 8th cohort completion at approximately 75 days from now, a 9-month buffer before uninhabitability. Adequate, but not comfortable. The buffer concerns me, Yasi said at the morning briefing on the 8th cohort's first day. The buffer is 9 months at current projections. The delamination rate has been accelerating. If it accelerates further, I know. She looked at the stability index data on her tablet. What's the fastest we could realistically run the transfer? Finn believes the aperture geometry can support up to 14,000 per day with further optimization. Not structural modification, operational optimization. Better staging on Origin's end, better coordination on timing. Can the migration coordinator deliver that on their end? I asked. They said yes, with 2 weeks of preparation. She was quiet for a moment. Do it. He had already been in contact with the coordinator about it. He had not told Yasi because he had wanted to have the answer before he had the conversation, a habit from the early days of the project, when every capability question was an unknown, and he had needed to know the answer before managing the expectations of the people around him. The preparation started 6 days ago, he said. The first optimization pace days begin on day 8 of this cohort. She looked at him. You started this before the 7th cohort even completed. The numbers for the 8th cohort have been obvious for 3 months. She was quiet again, not displeased, reassessing. The same way Specialist Finn had looked at him when he flagged the 1.3% deviation on day 12 of the 2nd cohort. What else have you started that you haven't told me about? She asked. He thought about the foresight tier practice work he had been doing for the past 6 weeks, the next level above resonance, which Lena believed he would reach before the 8th cohort completed. The capability expansion that would, if it developed as projected, give him field reading depth beyond anything he currently had. Nothing operational, he said. Just preparation. She accepted that. And the monitoring ran, and the 8th cohort's crossing continued. And on day 8 the throughput moved to 13,400 per day, and the zone absorbed every entity precisely and cleanly. And the work was still what it had always been. Only faster now, because faster was what the situation required. The Foresight tier's first major operational demonstration came on the 8th cohort's 11th day. He was in the middle of the morning session when the field's structural logic told him something that hadn't been in the surface readings. A calibration drift forming in the aperture's secondary alignment, too small to show on the standard metrics, but visible at Foresight depth as a micro-instability in the geometry's anchor configuration. He stopped the session and called Finn. Check the secondary alignment at junction 7, he said. She checked. A 0.08% geometric deviation, below the standard monitoring threshold, not yet flagged by any automated system. How did you catch that? She asked. New tier. New, she paused. You're at Foresight now. Since day 17 of the 7th cohort. She was quiet for a moment. He could hear her already working through the implications. What Foresight depth monitoring would mean for detection capability in the final weeks. Good, she said finally. We're going to need it. She corrected the deviation. The aperture continued at 13,400 per day, clean. He returned to the monitoring. The 8th cohort was at day 11, 147,000 crossed, 123,000 remaining. The zone at total population 9, the 6th cohort's number, was reading at cohesion 1.04, the highest it had been, still rising incrementally with each new arrival. The Foresight tier was operational. The structural logic beneath the surface field was readable. And in what that logic told him about the field's configuration, its history compressed into its current architecture, the way sedimentary layers told the story of a landscape. He could see that the zone was building something that would outlast the project, outlast him, outlast the anchoring infrastructure that had made it possible. It was becoming its own thing. He kept the monitoring running, and the 8th cohort still had 123,000 individuals to bring through. Chapter 59, Day 20 of the 8th cohort transfer, and the interspatial resonance monitoring registered the most significant event since the project began. The resonance reading from origin showed a qualitative shift that he had never read before, not an acceleration in the degradation rate, but a change in the character of the degradation itself. The membrane between origin and the adjacent dimensional space was showing a new pattern that his ability translated as progressive delamination. He read the pattern for 40 minutes before he transmitted anything. He needed to be certain of what he was reading, because the implications were significant enough that uncertainty in the transmission would be dangerous. He was certain. The delamination pattern was unmistakable at the resolution his ability now operated at. Origin's dimensional membrane was beginning to fail not just in structural density, but in its coherence. The membrane was beginning to separate into its constituent layers. This was a process that, once begun, accelerated geometrically. The timeline that had been 16 months 2 months ago was now, at the current rate of delamination, closer to 8 months. He transmitted the finding to the migration coordinator immediately. The coordinator's response came back in 6 minutes, and it was the most urgent encoding the coordinator had sent in the 14 months of direct communication. We see it. We have been tracking the delamination onset for 3 days, but did not want to transmit until we were certain of the rate. The 8-month estimate is consistent with our own modeling. We need to complete the transfer in 8 months. He ran the numbers. The 8th cohort was 40 days remaining. The 9th cohort of 160,000 at 3,000 per day was 53 days. Total, 93 days. 6 months and 3 days. 2 months of margin. In Origin's deteriorating condition, 2 months felt much smaller than it had when the margin had been 3 weeks against a stable window. He called the emergency planning meeting within the hour. The meeting included Chun, Yasi, Commissioner Bale, Commander Ito, and the migration coordinator through the secure interface. He presented the delamination finding, the revised timeline, and the numbers. The schedule is achievable, he said. The margin is 2 months. Against an accelerating degradation that is now in its terminal phase, 2 months is not comfortable, but it is present. The critical operational requirement is that there are no significant delays or disruptions to the 8th and 9th cohort transfers. Commissioner Bale asked, what does a significant disruption look like in this context? Any security breach that reaches the zone boundary. Any construction event in the zone that requires more than a 2-day pause. Any zone calibration drift that forces a reduction in transfer pace. He looked at the commissioner. I have monitoring coverage that gives me 24 to 48 hours of advance warning on zone calibration drift. I don't have advance warning on security breaches or construction events. Those are the operational risks that are outside my monitoring domain. The security perimeter is currently the most robust it has been, Commander Ito said. My teams have been at full deployment for 40 days. The opposition has been inactive since the surveillance probes in month 1 of the 7th cohort. I believe the enhanced security posture has deterred further attempts. I want to believe that too, Kai said. I'm not confident in it. The opposition had operational intelligence from an internal source. We've identified one compromised access point. I don't know if there are others. The meeting produced 3 outcomes: a full security audit of all Project Gateway access level personnel, additional resources for the perimeter through the national authority, and a direct line of communication between Commander Ito's teams and Kai's monitoring system, so that any unusual dimensional activity detected by the monitoring could be immediately cross-referenced against the security team's ground intelligence. He drove back to the field station after the meeting and ran the nightly monitoring session with the full suite of metrics. The zone read: field uniformity 91.8%, ISI average 96.1, transfer pace at specification, no calibration drift indicators. 2 months of margin. He was going to keep it. The delamination update from the liaison had come at the end of the 8th cohort's 3rd week. The 3rd delamination front had accelerated unexpectedly. The new projection placed uninhabitability at 9 months instead of 11. The 2-month compression was real, but the math still worked. The 8th cohort at 13,400 per day would complete in approximately 57 days, leaving 7 months of buffer. Adequate, but the margin had halved in 3 weeks. He spent an afternoon with Arno and Chi running coordinated monitoring sessions, an experiment he had proposed to Lena 2 months ago, and that she had designed a protocol for. The idea was to see whether 3 practitioners monitoring simultaneously could detect structural variations that a single practitioner missed. The experiment's first formal trial showed that in 12% of cases, Arno's spatial resolution and Chi's wide-field capability together identified microvariations in the zone's field structure that Kai's monitoring had caught only at the edge of detection. 12% was significant. Combined monitoring coverage was better than individual monitoring coverage by a measurable margin. We should run coordinated sessions during the final weeks of the 8th cohort, he told Lena. Agreed. The 3-front delamination creates field interference patterns that are harder to resolve from a single monitoring position. 3 positions triangulating gives us better accuracy. He restructured the monitoring schedule accordingly. Morning session, all 3 practitioners simultaneously, 30-minute coordinated sweep of the zone's structural layers. Midday, Arno and Chi alternating, Kai on call. Evening, Kai primary, Arno and Chi on standby. The Meridian Hunter Coordination Committee, through Commander Ito, had been pushing for more regular briefings as the 8th cohort's transfer accelerated. Ito managed that relationship with the efficiency he brought to everything. Concise briefings, accurate data, no speculation, no political softening. The committee had expanded their security commitment for the 8th cohort to 12 teams rotating through the perimeter positions, more than triple the coverage from the project's first year. They understand what's at stake now, Ito told him. After the second intrusion attempt, several of the committee members asked for a direct briefing from you. I know. Yasi arranged it. Did it help? He thought about the briefing. 6 Hunter Committee representatives, sitting across a table from him, looking at the origin stability data on their tablets. The same data Dr. Voren had looked at 14 months ago in a different room. The same silence. Yes, he said. It helped. The perimeter had held through 2 organized intrusion attempts and a dozen individual probing incidents. The 3rd organized attempt might come during the 8th cohort's final weeks, when the opposition network's window was closing and the project's completion became irreversible. He had told Ito this. Ito had already planned for it. He ran the nightly session. Zone. Field uniformity 91.8%, ISI 96.1, transfer pace above specification, cohesion coefficient 1.04. The zone was deeper and more stable every day. The work was running exactly as it needed to run. 2 months of margin. He was going to keep it. and then he was going to turn it into a completed 8th cohort. And after that, the project would be done, and 1,230,000 individuals would be in a stable zone that was their own, that the collective's coherence sustained, that no external force could unmake. Not if he kept the monitoring running for every remaining day it needed to run. He ran the coordination session with Arno and Chi before sleep. Standard 30-minute coordinated sweep. All 3 positions nominal. Arno's structural layer reading at the midfield position, clean. Chi's perimeter map, 27 markers clear, no anomalies. The coordinated monitoring architecture had been operational for 3 weeks. In that time, the 3-practitioner approach had caught 4 microvariations that single practitioner monitoring would have caught only at the edge of detection or missed entirely. For small things, corrected before they became significant things. That was the whole practice, catching small things early enough that they stayed small. He had been doing it since the first day he had stood at 41 kilometers from the city and written a number in Oracle. He went asleep. The monitoring would run again in the morning, and the margin was 2 months, and 2 months was not nothing, but it was not forever, either. Chapter 60 month 24 of the field deployment, and the 8th cohort was 3 days from completion. 680,000 entities and residents in the Chiron upland. The largest concentration of non-human dimensional beings in his world's recorded history. Integrated and stable and alive. In a territory that had held 3,000 humans 6 months before the project began and now held a cohabitant population that was over 200 times larger. The dimensional character of the Chiron upland had changed. Not in a way that was visible to non-sensing capable observers. The physical landscape was the same grassland and rock and settlement that it had been. But to his ability, the territory now had a depth and richness that no human territory he'd ever read had possessed. The anchoring zone's field, even in its current reduced uniformity state, was the most complex and most alive dimensional structure he had ever been in sustained contact with. He spent time, sometimes, in the evenings when the monitoring sessions were done, simply reading the zone's character as a complete phenomenon. Not looking for deviations or calibration drift or ISI anomalies, but reading it the way you listen to music, taking in the whole rather than analyzing the parts. He had no Oracle notation for this. It was not part of the monitoring methodology. It was the thing that existed outside the methodology, the thing that the methodology served. The zone, when read this way, had the quality of life. Not his kind of life, but life. 680,000 individual dimensional presences, each with their own characteristic signature, embedded in the collective's shared medium, that medium embedded in the anchoring zone's field, that field embedded in the Chiron upland's geology. A nested structure of dimensional vitality that had not existed on this world before they built it. He would not have known how to think about this 2 years ago. He was not sure he had the vocabulary for it even now. He logged it in the personal notes section of Oracle, not the monitoring section, because it was not monitoring data, it was something else, and it was true, and the framework would need to develop the capacity to think about it eventually. The third development candidate, beyond Lena and Arno, a woman named Chi who had been the slowest to develop but was now the most technically precise of the 3, had reached full registration tier 3 weeks ago. She was running the morning outer zone monitoring sessions independently. She had a specific sensitivity to the zone's emotional character. Not emotional in the human sense, but in the dimensional sense, the quality of the collective's shared medium that carried the aggregate of individual entities' states, that neither Kai nor Lena had at the same resolution. He brought this to the coordinator in a communication exchange. The coordinator confirmed that Chi's sensitivity was detecting a real quality of the collective's shared medium that had significance for integration health assessment. The coordinator said, "She is perceiving what we call the ambient harmonic, the aggregate state quality of the collective's medium. A human ability operator who can perceive this is an asset of significant value for long-term monitoring." He updated Chi's development program documentation to reflect the specialized capability and transmitted the finding to the Bureau's Ability Assessment Office. He recommended that her formal tier classification incorporate the specialized capability as a distinct and documented function. The security audit that had been initiated after the delamination finding was complete. It had found no additional compromised access points. The one breach that had been found and contained appeared to have been the sole infiltration. The CRHC's opposition faction was still active institutionally, but had shifted from operational challenge to procedural challenge, filing formal complaints about documentation requirements, requesting additional review sessions, challenging specific technical interpretations in the quarterly reports. He read all the procedural challenges personally and responded to each one with the full Oracle documentation that addressed the specific complaint. Not because the complaints were operationally significant, but because the procedural record mattered for the long-term framework, and because maintaining consistent transparency with even adversarial institutional actors was part of what kept the framework's legitimacy intact. The ninth cohort was staged. The collective's coordinator had confirmed 160,000 entities, primarily from Origin's Eastern Hemisphere, the last of the population that could be organized before Origin's membrane delamination made staging impossible. He ran the ninth cohort's receiving protocol check. Everything was ready. He ran the zone's final pre-ninth cohort assessment. Field uniformity 92.1%, slight improvement over the 8th cohort's completion assessment. ISI averaged 96.5. The zone had been recovering slightly during the 8th cohort's final 2 weeks, as the delamination's effect on the transfer pace meant a slight reduction in throughput that gave the zone a chance to stabilize. On the morning of the 9th cohort's first day, he was at the observation point before dawn. The security teams were at the perimeter in full deployment. Lena and Arno and Chi were in their monitoring positions. The formation specialists were ready. He extended his ability to the secondary aperture and read the staging area. 160,000 individual presences, organized in the final formation of 14 years of planning, ready to cross. On Origin's side, the migration coordinator was present with the focused attention of someone completing the most significant work of their life. He opened the Oracle notebook and wrote, 9th cohort, day 1. The last major transfer. Everything after this is completion and recovery. The first crossing was registered at 6:47 a.m. He tracked it and logged it and watched the second follow, and the third, and his ability read each integration into the zone's field, each one clean and successful and alive. And outside the window of the observation point, the Chiron Upland's early morning was gray and cold and completely ordinary, and the work was everything it had ever been, and the clock was running, and he was keeping up with it. The 9th cohort's second entity crossed. The third, the steady rhythm of something that had been impossible becoming possible became accomplished, became ordinary. He kept the monitoring running. Every session, every day. The preparation was over, and the scale of what Phase 2 required was exactly what it looked like from here, and he was capable of every part of it. And the part that mattered most, today, was this: present, accurate, attentive, running the monitoring that was the difference between the outcome and not the outcome. He was here. He was running. The work was good, and it was going to keep being good for as long as it needed to be. He considered the first day he had stood at 41 kilometers from the city and felt the signal pointing east. The data analyst with a pressure sensitivity he had spent years convincing himself was a chronic condition, standing in dry grassland, feeling the dimensional environment tell him something real. Now, a field station, a formation specialist team, 3 development candidates in the wave and pulse tiers, a security perimeter run by Commander Ito's 12 rotating hunter teams, a parliamentary observer embedded on site, and 680,000 individuals safely in residence in a structurally self-sustaining dimensional zone, with 270,000 of the 8th cohort already crossed, and 200,000 more arriving at 13,400 per day. He had not planned any of this specifically. He had planned the monitoring and the data analysis and the calibration and the framework for thinking about what the signals meant. The rest had followed from the quality of that foundation. The foresight tier, the next capability tier above resonance, which Lena had said was within reach, had been approaching for 3 weeks in the way the resonance tier had approached, not suddenly, but as a gradual sharpening of what he could already perceive. He was not there yet. He might be there before the 8th cohort completed. He was not thinking about that primarily. He was thinking about the monitoring. The 9th crossing of the 8th cohort's current day. The 10th. The steady rhythm of what had once been impossible and was now happening and was in its final phase. Present, accurate, attentive. Each session, each day. That was what the work had always required, and it was what he had given it. And the result was this. The zone was real, the population was safe, and the end was visible from here. But visible was not the same as arrived. The work was still running. Chapter 61. The 9th cohort's first week ended with 43,000 entities crossed. Kai ran the monitoring from the observation post every morning and the station's primary terminal every evening. The dual position practice had been established during the 7th cohort, and he had not deviated. Morning sessions from the east-facing observation post. Ability extended to the aperture and the zone and the distant signal of origin. Evening sessions from the station. All 17 Oracle sensor feeds integrated. The data mapped into the dimensional field picture his ability generated automatically from the combined input. The zone's field at 1,003,000 in residence was different from anything he had read before. Not in kind, but in degree. The same qualities that had been developing since the zone's cohesion coefficient past 1.0, now more pronounced, more settled, more deeply woven into the local dimensional character of the Chiron upland. The zone was not merely stable. It was established. It had the quality of something that had been in a place long enough to belong to it. He wrote that in the personal notes section of Oracle and spent an hour finding more precise language. The best he arrived at. The zone's field had longitudinal depth, not just the vertical depth of the structural layers he could read at foresight tier, but a depth in the dimension that corresponded to persistence, to the accumulation of presence over time. The collective had been at the aperture site for 14 months. The zone's oldest residents, the 37 emergency transfers who had crossed before the first cohort, had been resident for over 2 years. 2 years of dimensional presence in the same location. 1 year for the first cohort's 10,000. Shorter for each subsequent cohort. But collectively, the accumulated presence was substantial, and his ability could read it. He filed the finding in Oracle under zone characterization, field depth, temporal accumulation, cross-reference, theoretical implications for long-term monitoring protocol. Then he ran the day's monitoring sessions and confirmed the 9th cohort's pace was at specification, and the work continued. Commander Ito's morning briefing was brief. Perimeter secure, no incidents overnight. Third team rotation completing on schedule. The opposition network's operational tempo had dropped sharply since the third intrusion attempt had failed. Ito's assessment. They had used their best coordinated resources in that attempt and hadn't succeeded. Reorganizing would take time. How much time? Unknown. Their pattern suggests 4 to 6 weeks between operational cycles when they've had a significant failure. We're at week 3, so 1 to 3 weeks before the next attempt. The 9th cohort was going to take approximately 12 days more at current pace. The math was not comfortable, but it was workable, if Ito's estimate was correct. He went back to the monitoring. Each session was a data point. Each data point refined the picture. The picture, today, was nominal. He was going to keep it nominal for 12 more days. The 9th cohort's 20th crossing day arrived with 140,000 entities in residence, and the remaining 20,000 staging at origin for the final push. Lena found him at the observation post that morning. She didn't say anything for the first several minutes, which was her custom when she was working through something she didn't want to express prematurely. He waited. The zone's ambient harmonic has changed, she said finally. He had noticed it too. The quality Chi was most sensitive to, the aggregate emotional dimensional state of the collective's shared medium, had shifted in the past week. Not dramatically, not in a way that triggered any monitoring protocol, but perceptibly. What's your read on the direction? She thought about it. Anticipation. That's the closest human analog. A pause. They can sense the approach of the end. The full population, through the collective's medium, is aware that the transfer is nearly complete. He sat with that for a moment. 1,040,000 entities aware, through their shared dimensional medium, that the people who had been left behind at origin were almost here. Does it affect integration stability? Not negatively. If anything, the ambient harmonic shift is associated with a 1.2% improvement in ISI average over the past 6 days. She paused. Positive emotional state is a structural advantage. They are a social collective. Social cohesion has dimensional expression. He filed this in Oracle and then stayed at the observation post for longer than his usual session time, his ability resting in the zone's field, reading the qualities she had described. The anticipation was real. He could feel the edges of it, translated through his foresight tier sensitivity into a dimensional signature he didn't have precise vocabulary for, but it was there, real, and it was pointed at the aperture. The final 20,000 were almost through the gate, and the zone's 1,040,000 were waiting for them. Day 31. The 9th cohort's 85th day. Final count, 160,000 crossings, confirmed. The last entity was registered at the secondary aperture at 11:22 a.m. on a clear Chiron upland morning. Kai tracked the integration. Clean. Nominal ISI reading. He confirmed the count in Oracle. 1,200,000 entities. All cohorts complete. He stood at the monitoring terminal for a moment, then walked outside. The Chiron upland looked exactly the same as it always had. Gray-green grassland, rock outcroppings, the field station's modular buildings behind him, the anchoring zone's perimeter markers in the middle distance. There was no visible sign that a population of over 1 million dimensional entities was resident in the land between those markers. But his ability read the zone like a sun. He called Lena. It's done. She was quiet for a moment. Then, yes. I know. Her voice was steady. I've been running the ambient harmonic since 11:10. The full collective knows. The quality of the medium right now is, she paused. There's no adequate word. It's like a chord resolving. He nodded, though she couldn't see him. I know what you mean. He called the migration coordinator. The encoded reply came back interface, and it carried the deepest quality of relief he had read in any exchange in 14 months of communication. And beneath the relief, something that translated as completion. Not just the relief of a task finished, but the specific, settled quality of a species arriving at a place they had been building toward across many years of careful work. Complete, the coordinator said. We are complete. All cohorts transferred. All entities in residence. The crossing is finished. He stayed on the communication line for a long moment without transmitting anything. The coordinator stayed too. Neither of them needed to say anything else. Then, I'll begin the formal completion documentation. Yes, the coordinator said. And then, the work of staying. He went to stand at the observation post. The 9th cohort's first day completion count, 12,432. Well above the projected daily average. Origin's staging efficiency had been at its highest in the final cohort. The coordinator had been preparing the 9th cohort for the crossing for 6 months, and the preparation showed in how smoothly the entities arrived. He ran a full monitoring assessment from the observation post, extending his foresight tier capability through the full depth of the zone's current structure. The complete population, 1,232,432. Each one integrated. Each one stable. The ISI average across the full zone, 95.9, the highest post-cohort completion reading in the project's history. He wrote in his Oracle notebook, 9th cohort day 1, 12,432 crossings. Full zone population, 1,232,432. ISI average 95.9. All metrics nominal. Zone status, excellent. Then he sat with the numbers and let them mean what they meant. 12,432 individuals who had been on Origin that morning were in the Chiron upland that evening. Origin's population was 1,200,000 minus 12,432. The final 147,568 were waiting. He had been tracking this arithmetic for 26 months. It had started at 1,200,000. It had crossed every milestone. First 10,000, first 100,000, first half million, first million. Now it was at 147,000 and counting down. The zone at its current state was reading at the deepest coherence he had ever monitored in active operations. The temporal depth that had been developing over 26 months of occupied residence was now clearly readable at foresight depth. Not just the cohesion coefficient that the standard assessment captured, but the thicker, slower-moving quality of accumulated presence that the cohesion coefficient was a proxy for. He thought about the first time he had stood here, 2.5 years ago, and felt the signal pointing east for the first time in a context that wasn't a gate formation. How unfamiliar the sensation had been. How long it had taken him to understand what he was reading. Now he understood it so precisely that he could navigate its depths the way you navigate a landscape you've walked through every day for years, not by attention, but by familiarity. The zone was known to him in a way no dimensional environment had ever been known to him, and it knew him back, in whatever sense a dimensional field could know a practitioner who had been reading it for that long. He filed the observation in the personal notes section. Then he went to sleep, and in the morning the monitoring would run again, and the zone would tell him more. Chapter 62. The completion documentation took 2 weeks. Not because the documentation was complex. He had been maintaining comprehensive Oracle records for every cohort, every integration, every ISI reading, every anomaly and resolution since day 1. The documentation existed. What took time was the formal packaging. The report structure required by the Bureau's authorization framework, the certification required by the CRHC's oversight protocols, the appendices required by the Parliamentary Oversight Committee, and the separate confidential briefing package required by the international monitoring organizations that Dr. Voren's permanent observer role had brought into the framework. He had written documentation before. He had written the original project gateway proposal. He had written the quarterly framework reports. But the completion documentation was different in kind. It was the formal record of a thing that had been done, and everything in it was permanent. He worked on it methodically. 6 to 8 hours per day of documentation work, structured around the morning and evening monitoring sessions. The monitoring did not stop because the transfer was complete. The completion created a new phase, not an absence of phase, and the zone's long-term stability required ongoing monitoring until the framework for permanent stewardship was established. He had told Lena this from the beginning, and now they were at the beginning of that phase. Arno had been assigned the midday monitoring sessions permanently. He was running them with the steady 94% accuracy that had characterized his practice since he resolved the overextension problem 8 months ago. She was running the ambient harmonic assessments, the specialized monitoring function she had developed, twice daily. Baris was still at the eastern observation post, his directional sensitivity now calibrated to a precision that made him the zone's earliest indicator of perimeter field variations. The team was functional without Kai's direct oversight for significant portions of the day. That was intentional, and it was right. The stewardship framework needed to be able to operate when he wasn't present. But he stayed present for every morning and evening session. The monitoring was still his, and the zone was still speaking through it to whoever would listen carefully enough to hear it. On day 9 of the documentation work, Director Commander Yasi called him into her office. "The Bureau wants to know the transition timeline," she said. "When does the field station become a permanent installation versus a temporary operational base?" "It was always going to be permanent," he said. "The zone can't be unmonitored. The anchoring grid needs maintenance. The aperture needs to stay operational for communication exchanges." The Bureau had not fully understood that. A pause. Some members of the leadership assumed that completion meant project closure and field station decommissioning. He looked at her steadily. "Then they need a briefing." She had already scheduled it. He was presenting in 4 days. The briefing was to the Bureau's full administrative council, 23 people in a secured conference room in the capital. He had prepared a presentation that was exactly as long as the evidence required and not longer. He presented the completion documentation summary, the zone's current stability metrics, the long-term maintenance requirements, and the minimum viable stewardship structure. The questions were of 2 types: genuine technical questions from the members who understood dimensional field mechanics, and political questions from the members who were thinking about budget lines and institutional commitments. He answered both types with the same precision. The technical answers were straightforward. The political answers required him to be clear about one thing: the alternative to permanent stewardship was not closure. It was failure. A zone of this population density, without ongoing monitoring and maintenance, would develop field degradation in a time window that scaled inversely with the zone's total population. At 1.2 million entities, the degradation window without maintenance was estimated at 18 to 24 months. One of the council members: "And if degradation occurs?" "Structural instability. Integration quality declines. At sufficient degradation levels, integrated entities begin to decohere." "Which means?" He held the council member's gaze. "They die." The room was quiet. "The stewardship framework is not optional," he said. "It's the completion of what we built." The council voted for permanent installation status before the session ended. He took the formal authorization letter from Yasi after the session and read it in the vehicle on the way back to the field station. The language was precise and complete. Permanent installation status, ongoing operational authorization, stewardship framework approval pending final proposal review, annual reporting requirement. He had written every word of the justification that had led to this language. He had built every piece of evidence that supported it. The council had read the evidence and arrived at the correct conclusion. He filed the authorization letter in the project's formal documentation archive with the timestamp and reference number, cross-linked it to the completion documentation, and updated Oracle's institutional status field. Then he ran the evening monitoring session, because the permanent installation authorization didn't change anything about the zone's field requirements, and the zone still needed to be read. The 9th cohort was on day 3. 31,000 entities crossed. Zone population, 1,261,000. ISI average, 95.7. He sat with the monitoring terminal after the session for longer than usual, thinking about the council briefing. The council member who had asked what decoherence meant. The silence in the room after his answer. He had given that briefing differently than he had given briefings before. He had given it as someone who knew what was at stake because he had been at the aperture for 26 months and had read every crossing and understood precisely what each entity was and what their integration into the zone meant. He had not needed to perform urgency. The evidence carried the urgency by itself, and his role had been to present it clearly. The council had responded to clarity. They always did, when the evidence was real and the presentation was honest. He thought about the opposition, the 4th phase, the academic paper with fabricated measurements, the parliamentary inquiry, the institutional challenges. All of them had ultimately failed because the project's documentation was complete and accurate, and the evidence was real. The best counter to fabricated evidence was real evidence. The best counter to procedural challenges was procedural soundness. He had known this from the beginning. He had been building the documentary record as carefully as he had been building the monitoring record for exactly this reason. The zone was reading at 95.7 ISI. The authorization was permanent. The work was going to continue. He went to bed. The morning session would run at 5:47 a.m., the same time it had run for 2.5 years. He had thought, when the transfer completed, that the monitoring practice might feel different without the urgency of the completion count driving it. He had been right about the urgency. That was gone, transformed into the steady quality of stewardship attention. But he had been wrong about the monitoring practice itself. It hadn't felt different. It had felt the same in quality, if not in degree. The precision required was the same, the attentiveness required was the same, the consequences of error were the same. The consequences were in fact larger in some ways. During the transfer, a monitoring failure could affect a single cohort's crossing. During stewardship, a monitoring failure left uncorrected over time could allow field degradation that affected the entire population. He was not going to have monitoring failures. But the scale of the responsibility was accurately described by the stewardship framing. This was not a temporary project with a completion date. This was permanent maintenance of a dimensional environment that 1,200,000 entities depended on. The morning session would run at 5:47 a.m. He would be there. The zone would tell him what it had to tell him. He would listen carefully. That was the whole practice, and it was never going to stop being the whole practice, and that was not a burden. It was the definition of work that was worth doing. Chapter 63. The Opposition Network made its final operational move on day 19 of the documentation period. It was the most sophisticated attempt they had made. Not a perimeter intrusion. Those had been the first and second phases, both defeated. Not an institutional challenge. Those were ongoing, but manageable. This was a dimensional intervention, an attempt to introduce a calibrated dimensional field disruption into the anchoring zone's outer perimeter through a mechanism the opposition had apparently developed specifically for the purpose. Commander Ito's security teams detected the delivery vehicle at the perimeter at 3:47 a.m. Kai's ability detected the field disruption signature at 3:49 a.m. The Foresight Tier's structural logic reading, 2 minutes after physical detection, confirmed that what was being deployed was a dimensional destabilizer operating at a frequency tuned to the zone's perimeter layer. He was at the monitoring terminal in 4 minutes. The destabilizer was generating a field interference pattern at the zone's outer perimeter that, left uncorrected, would have introduced a calibration drift in the containment lattice over approximately 6 hours, degrading field uniformity from 92% toward a threshold that would require emergency recalibration during a period when the zone's population was at maximum. He had read this exact threat category in the migration coordinator's historical documentation about previous integration operations. It was a known attack vector. He had prepared for it. He activated the counter protocol he had built 3 months ago and never used. A field shaping response that redirected the destabilizer's interference pattern back through the perimeter at a 90-degree dimensional angle, neutralizing it. The protocol executed in 8 minutes. The zone's field uniformity held at 92.1%. By 4:30 a.m., the field disruption was resolved and Ito's teams had secured the delivery vehicle and its operator. He filed the incident in Oracle and then sat with the monitoring data for the next 2 hours, tracking the zone's field recovery from the attempted disruption. It recovered fully. No lasting effects. He called the migration coordinator in the morning. The opposition used a dimensional destabilizer tuned to the zone's perimeter frequency, he said. They had access to technical information about the zone's field architecture. Yes, the coordinator said. This was anticipated. The opposition's technical capability was projected to reach this level at approximately month 25 of the transfer operation. The counter protocol you developed is consistent with the methodology used in the 407th and 408th completed operations. He processed that. The 407th and 8th. Of 510 total. You provided me the general documentation for that category of disruption 6 months ago, he said. Yes. We were specific about the technical details because we expected you to need them. He filed this in Oracle. Then, is there a 4th phase of opposition that I should be preparing for? The coordinator was quiet for a moment. In previous operations, the 4th phase occurs only when the stewardship framework is not yet stabilized, typically in the 18 months following transfer completion. The 4th phase targets institutional legitimacy rather than operational disruption. The goal is to delegitimize the project in retrospect, to argue that the completed transfer was illegal, harmful, or conducted without proper consent. And the counter to that phase? Documentation. The completeness and accessibility of the formal record. Which is why the completion documentation you are currently preparing is more important than any technical capability. He thought about the 2 weeks of careful documentation work, the detailed appendices, the certifications. I understand, he said. He went back to the documentation. The counter protocol for phase 4 was already running. The documentation work had a rhythm to it now. He worked on it in the 2-hour block between the morning monitoring session and the first daily briefing, after the field data was filed, but before the institutional communications started arriving. The rhythm was similar to the monitoring practice, a fixed window, a fixed set of tasks, full attention on the work rather than on anything adjacent to it. He had written documentation before. He had written the original project gateway proposal, the quarterly framework reports, the expansion authorization requests. Each of those documents had been produced under pressure, time pressure, political pressure, the pressure of a project that needed institutional support to continue. The completion documentation was different. It was retrospective. It was not asking for anything. It was recording what had happened. He found, working on it, that the retrospective record was more demanding in some ways than the prospective documents had been. The prospective documents had needed to make a case. The completion documentation needed to be accurate, completely, precisely, without omission or softening. Every integration anomaly, every calibration error, every opposition attempt, every instance where his projections had been wrong and he had needed to correct them. He had made projections that were wrong. Not many. His accuracy rate was high, but the record showed them. 3 instances in the first 4 cohorts where his formation rate assessments had overestimated throughput capacity by more than 5%, requiring schedule adjustment. 2 instances where his ISI projections had been optimistic. 1 instance, the most significant, where he had underestimated the 6th cohort's timeline by 12 days because he had not adequately modeled the zone's expansion rate post 1.0 cohesion. He documented all of these fully, with the correction methodology and the outcome. The documentation was not a triumphalist record. It was an accurate record. The coordinator had told him, in one of the earlier communication exchanges, that the historical record of previous operations had been maintained with the same standard. Every failure, every correction, every deviation from projection was included. Not because the collective valued honesty as an abstract virtue, though they did, but because future operations depended on accurate historical records. An operation that was documented as perfect provided no useful learning for the next operation. An operation documented accurately, with all its complications, was a genuine contribution to the methodology. He thought about the 413th operation being documented in an archive that would eventually be used for the 414th. He was writing part of that archive. He went back to Section 7, Integration Anomalies by Cohort. He had logged 23 anomalies across all cohorts. Each one had been resolved. Each one was documented with timestamp, response time, resolution method, and outcome. It was a good record. It was his record, and it was accurate, and it was permanent. He had a conversation with the migration coordinator about records during the documentation period. He asked, how did the collective's archive approach the documentation of failure? The coordinator said, with the same precision as success. A failure documented accurately is the most useful historical data an operation can generate. An operation that succeeds perfectly gives you confirmation that a method works in a specific set of conditions. An operation that fails or has significant complications gives you information about the method's limits, about conditions that weren't adequately modeled, about failure modes that future operations need to prepare for. He had been building the Oracle database with this standard from the beginning, not consciously, not because the coordinator had told him to, but because he had always understood that accurate data was more valuable than reassuring data. The 23 anomalies documented in the completion record were the most valuable parts of the record, not the successful crossings. Those were expected. The anomalies were what told the story of the system's limits and how those limits were managed. He spent an afternoon reviewing the anomaly documentation one final time before submitting the completion record. Every one was correctly characterized. Every resolution was accurately described. The final assessment. No anomaly had been unresolved. No resolution had taken more than 92 minutes. No anomaly had recurred. It was a good record. He submitted it. And he went back to the monitoring, which was adding to the record every day. New data, new context, new confirmation that the methodology continued to work. Chapter 64 Specialist Finn submitted her final aperture calibration report in the 3rd week of the completion period. The report was 112 pages. He read every page. It documented the aperture's performance across the full 32 months of transfer operations, the initial installation, the first cohort tests, the calibration refinements through cohorts 2 and 3, the geometry modification for cohorts 7 and 8, the optimization adjustments for the 9th cohort, and the post-completion transition to communication-only mode. The data showed a system that had operated at 99.1% accuracy across 1.2 million individual crossing events. That was better than the theoretical maximum in the original installation design. The design had projected 97.5% accuracy as the ceiling. The 1.6-point improvement was attributable, according to Finn's analysis, primarily to the real-time monitoring feedback that had allowed continuous calibration refinement during operations. He wrote a formal acknowledgement of the report and submitted it to the project's documentation archive. Then he met with Finn in the field station's conference room. "The aperture is in communication mode now," she said. "It can maintain two-way dimensional communication with origin indefinitely with minimal maintenance. The structure is stable. What are the ongoing maintenance requirements? Monthly geometry verification, quarterly resonance calibration, annual structural assessment. None of these require a full specialist team. A single qualified formation specialist can manage the ongoing maintenance." He filed this. The long-term maintenance picture was becoming clear. A permanent stewardship staff of approximately 12 people, with reduced dimensioning requirements compared to the transfer operations peak of 38. He had already drafted the transition staffing proposal. "Are you staying?" he asked her. She looked at him. "Someone has to manage the quarterly calibrations." He nodded. He had expected this answer. Finn had been here for 29 months. The aperture was, in some significant way, her work. She had built its current form through hundreds of calibration cycles. It would have been surprising if she had wanted to leave it to someone else. "The staffing proposal includes a permanent formation specialist position," he said. "I've classified it as the lead technical role for the stewardship framework." "Good." She gathered her report copies. "Because the aperture is going to need care for a long time, and whoever does it should know what they're working with." She left. He sat with the 112-page report and thought. 29 months of work, 1.2 million crossing events, 99.1% accuracy. An achievement that would not be in any public record because the entire operation was classified. He filed that thought in the personal notes section. It wasn't a complaint. It was just true, and the truth of it didn't change the fact of the work, which was real and would remain real regardless of what was recorded where. The formal aperture calibration report, 112 pages, documenting 32 months of aperture operations, was the best technical document he had read since Yuna's mathematical proof that had started the whole formal project years ago. Finn had documented not just what had happened, but why it had happened. Every calibration decision, every protocol revision, every technical improvement, with the causal chain from observation to theory to implementation. She had written it as a practitioner writing for future practitioners, not as an institutional document, but as the kind of transfer of knowledge that required the author to be genuinely honest about what they had learned through error as well as through success. He had written his own formal completion documentation with the same standard, but the aperture report was technically deeper than anything he could have produced for his own domain. Finn had 30 years of formation specialist experience to draw on. Every judgment call she had made was grounded in that experience, and she had documented the grounding. He spent an afternoon going through the calibration refinement section, the 8 months of incremental improvements that had taken the aperture's accuracy from its design 97.5% ceiling to the 99.1% actual performance. The improvements were individual and small, a 0.3% adjustment here, a resonance calibration shift there, a timing protocol change that improved throughput by 4% without touching accuracy. Accumulated over 8 months, they had moved the system a full 1.6% above its theoretical maximum. "How did you know these adjustments were improvements before you confirmed them empirically?" he had asked Finn during one of the review sessions. "I didn't, in most cases. I ran them in limited trials. 3 crossings at the modified setting, comparison against the previous baseline, decision to implement or revert." She had paused. "Formation work is empirical at the calibration level. You don't calculate what the optimal setting is. You feel what it should be, and then you test it." He had understood that. His own ability development had followed the same pattern. Intuition about what to try, empirical test through practice session, assessment of whether the intuition had been right. The methodology was the same across domains, just expressed through different forms. The report documented that Finn's intuitions had been correct in 26 of the 31 significant calibration adjustments she had tested. 5 had been reverted. An 84% success rate for calibration intuitions that she had then confirmed empirically. That was not precision in the mathematical sense. It was the precision of deep, accumulated expertise. He wrote in his acknowledgement, "Specialist Finn's aperture calibration record is both technically comprehensive and methodologically exemplary. It should be incorporated into the permanent stewardship training documentation and considered the baseline standard for all future formation specialist work on the Chiron Upland installation." She deserved that in the record. She had earned it through 32 months of work that had never failed when it most needed to hold. The aperture calibration report also contained a section he had not expected: Finn's personal assessment of the project. Formation specialists rarely included personal assessments in technical reports. The genre convention was technical data, technical methodology, technical conclusions. Fenn had included 3 pages at the end that were not technical in the conventional sense. They were an evaluation, honest, precise, consistent with her character, of what the operation had accomplished and what it had required. She wrote, "The Chiron upland aperture operation exceeded every performance specification in the original installation design. This was not a function of the design being too conservative. The design was appropriate for the conditions it was designed for. The performance improvement resulted from the quality of the real-time monitoring feedback, which allowed continuous calibration refinement that the design had not modeled because no previous installation had had access to that quality of feedback. Then, the monitoring capability that provided this feedback is, in my assessment, a significant contribution to formation specialist methodology, not only for the specific application of this project, but for the general principle that real-time practitioner monitoring integration improves calibration outcomes measurably. I recommend this be studied formally as a methodology advance." He read that paragraph 3 times. He had not thought of his monitoring practice as a methodology contribution to formation specialist work. He had been doing the monitoring because the zone required it. The calibration improvements had been Fenn's work, but her assessment attributed the improvement to the monitoring calibration feedback loop, a methodological integration that was, in her view, novel. He filed the assessment in Oracle under Methodology Contributions, Practitioner Specialist Integration, Formation Calibration Improvement through Real-Time Monitoring Feedback. He noted it for inclusion in Lena's curriculum development work as a supporting case study. The work kept producing things he hadn't planned for. That was the nature of thorough work. It generated knowledge beyond its immediate objectives. He ran the evening session and thought about Fenn's report. The 112 pages sat on his desk because he had not yet moved them to the archive. He had been reading sections of it intermittently for a week, not because he needed to, but because the quality of the work was worth the time. It was a document about doing something difficult well, and documents about doing something difficult well were worth reading carefully. He would move it to the archive in the morning. But that evening, he read the final section again, Fenn's personal assessment, the 3 pages that were not technical in the conventional sense. He thought about what it would mean for future formation specialists to read those pages, not the calibration data, but the practitioner's reflection on what the calibration had required and what it had meant, and that was worth reading carefully, because the work she had described was the same work he was still doing. Chapter 65. The Parliamentary Oversight Committee's formal assessment arrived 6 weeks after completion. It was 14 pages. He read it in 40 minutes. Then he read it again more slowly. The assessment found Project Gateway had operated within its authorized parameters throughout the transfer operation. The Independent Observer Program had provided adequate transparency. The completion documentation met the committee's requirements. The committee recommended permanent installation status for the Chiron Upland Field Station, conditional on annual review. Positive. Officially positive. He had expected the conclusion, but not entirely the tone. The assessment, when he read carefully for the subtext, was written by people who had spent 14 months watching a project that most of them had not fully believed was real, and were now confronted with evidence that it was not only real but successful, and were processing that with the particular care of institutional bodies that don't want to have been wrong about something of this magnitude. Dr. Voren had been the embedded observer. Her permanent reports, which he had read in summary form through Yasi, had been accurate and thorough. The committee had trusted her judgment. She had reported accurately. The assessment was the formal expression of what she had been telling them. He called her. "Thank you for the accuracy," he said. She was quiet for a moment. "That's my job. I know. I'm saying it because it mattered." Another pause. "When I arrived at the field station 18 months ago, I didn't believe the origin data," she said. "I thought it was being overstated to create political urgency." A pause. "I was wrong about that. I want you to know that I know I was wrong." "What changed your mind?" "The monitoring session I watched on my second day. Watching you work through that data, and then watching the numbers behave exactly as you said they would for the next 4 weeks." She paused. "I believe the data because I watched the methodology that produced it. The methodology was rigorous." He filed that in the personal notes section. Then, what's next for the committee's engagement? Annual review. "I'm recommending they accept the transition stewardship proposal as written." "I think they will." He went back to the documentation work. The committee's formal assessment had removed the last major institutional obstacle to permanent stewardship status. The transition stewardship proposal was on Yassi's desk. The Bureau's council had already voted. The pieces were in place. The work of staying had structure now. It was going to hold. He spent the day after the committee assessment arrived reviewing the transition staffing proposal in light of the new permanent authorization. The proposal had been drafted for a conditional approval. The unconditional permanent authorization allowed him to simplify several clauses that had been hedged against the possibility of a more restrictive outcome. The revised staffing structure. Lead monitoring practitioner, Kai Duran, foresight tier, primary zone monitoring, and deep structural assessment. Available for consultation on non-standard findings. Not institutionally bound. Able to operate remotely if circumstances required. Secondary monitoring practitioner, Arno, now at resonance tier. Full independent operational capability. Primary monitoring responsibility for midday sessions and all sessions when lead practitioner is unavailable. Specialized assessment practitioner, Chi, ambient harmonic detection. Twice daily ambient assessments. Unique capability, non-replaceable in the short term. Development program for training additional ambient harmonic practitioners to be initiated if suitable candidates identified. Peripheral observation, BARIs, directional sensitivity, Eastern Observation Post. Continuous coverage, supplementing Oracle Sensor Network. Formation Specialist Team, Specialist Fin, Lead. 2 additional qualified formation specialists from the Bureau's Dimensional Operations Division. Quarterly calibration, monthly geometry verification, annual structural assessment, emergency response capability. Operational support, Director Commander Yasi, institutional liaison and operations management. Bureau Administrative Liaison, to be designated. Permanent observer, Dr. Voren, committee observer. Access to non-classified monitoring summaries. Annual reporting to oversight committee. Total permanent staff, 12. Support staff, 6. Total authorized installation personnel, 18. He had run the 18-person structure past the migration coordinator in an earlier exchange. The coordinator's assessment, sufficient for ongoing stewardship of a zone at this population size and development stage, with the caveat that the ambient harmonic assessment function would become more important, not less, over the next 3 to 5 years as the zone's dimensional imprint deepened, and that Xi's specialized capability should be documented and protected as a project-critical resource. He had incorporated this into the proposal's staffing risk assessment. Xi's ambient harmonic function, identified as single point of failure risk for one specific monitoring capability, mitigation. Initiate candidate development program within 12 months of proposal approval. He submitted the revised proposal to Yasi for Bureau review. The revised proposal was approved 12 days later. 18 people. Permanent installation. The work of staying had its formal structure, and the structure was sound, and the zone was reading nominal at ISI 95.4, cohesion 1.07, ambient harmonic stable, and the framework was ready to carry it forward for as long as it needed to be carried. He ran the first monitoring session under the revised permanent stewardship proposal approval on a Tuesday morning in the Chiron Uplands autumn. The conditions were what they always were in autumn. Cool, some wind from the northwest, the grassland a deeper amber than summer, the sky a specific quality of blue that he associated with this season and this location and nothing else. The zone read, ISI 95.4, cohesion 1.07, ambient harmonic stable. All metrics nominal. Not significantly different from the previous day's reading, or the day before that, or the reading 2 weeks ago. The zone had been in this range for 3 months. It was settled. He ran the session for 64 minutes, slightly longer than the standard 60, because the autumn conditions gave him good access to the deeper structural layers, and he wanted to complete a full imprint layer check. The imprint layer read, growing. Not dramatically. The development was slow and incremental, but measurably advancing from the previous month's reading. The temporal depth of the population's accumulated presence was deepening at the rate the migration coordinator had projected for a zone at 1.07 cohesion with a 1.2 million population. He documented the imprint layer reading in the Oracle monthly summary, added it to the longitudinal imprint development log, and filed both. Then he wrote in the personal notes, Autumn. The zone is settling into the landscape. The monitoring continues to show what the zone is becoming, and what it's becoming is established. The framework had the structure it needed to carry this forward indefinitely. He was going to be here to run the monitoring that the framework required. Month 28 had also brought in unexpected institutional development. 2 foreign hunter organizations had formally requested access to the Chiron Upland monitoring methodology documentation. Not the classified details, the framework-level description of how a sustained dimensional zone monitoring operation was structured and run. He had been expecting this at some point. The Chiron Upland Zone's effects on local gate formation were now visible in regional gate frequency data that was shared across international hunter networks. People were noticing the anomaly. They were asking questions. The questions were going to become more pointed over time. He and Yasi had developed a protocol for responding to methodology inquiries that preserved operational security while being genuinely useful to the requesting organizations. The protocol shared the organizational framework and the monitoring practice structure at the highest level of abstraction, provide no details about the zone's population or the specific dimensional mechanics, attribute the gate frequency reduction to ongoing dimensional stability research. It was true. It was incomplete. It was the most they could share without compromising the project. He responded to both inquiries himself, personally, because the request deserved personal attention rather than a form letter. He described the monitoring practice structure in abstract terms. He described the team architecture. He described the documentation standards. Both organizations responded with appreciation and with follow-up questions he declined to answer. He filed the exchanges in Oracle. The world was becoming more interested in what was happening in the Chiron upland. The project was producing effects that couldn't be indefinitely contained. The stewardship framework needed to be prepared for eventual disclosure. He added that to the long-range planning document he was building. Disclosure readiness, timeline TBD, preparation to begin in year 2 of stewardship, and year 2 was now, which meant the preparation was starting whether or not he was ready for it. Chapter 66, Month 27. The first full structure zone assessment after transfer completion. He had designed the protocol with Lena 3 weeks before completion. A systematic reading of the zone's complete field from every structural layer, using the combined monitoring capacity of all 4 active practitioners. Not a problem detection scan. The daily monitoring sessions were handling that. This was a portrait, a comprehensive characterization of the zone's current state as a baseline for ongoing stewardship comparison. It took 3 days. The findings were extensive, and he documented all of them. The highlights: cohesion coefficient, 1.07. The zone's self-sustaining structural stability continued to increase incrementally as the population's collective coherence deepened. At 1.07, the external anchoring grid was providing less than 8% of the zone's total structural support. The collective itself was providing 92%. Ambient harmonic. Xi's assessment described the current state as settled presence. The collective's aggregate dimensional emotional state, post-completion, was characterized by stability and integration rather than the anticipation and urgency that had been the dominant qualities during the transfer period. The zone felt, in Xi's description, like a community that had arrived. Deep structure analysis at foresight depth. He could read, at the lowest accessible layer, what he had first noticed in week 2 of the 9th cohort. The temporal depth, the accumulated presence of a population that had been in this dimensional location for varying lengths of time. The oldest residents had 2+ years of accumulated presence. The newest had 2 months. The aggregate of this, the dimensional weight of a population in a place, was the most complex single reading he had ever attempted. He spent an afternoon trying to write it into Oracle notation and failed. The notation system was adequate for field mechanics, calibration data, integration quality, and structural assessment. It was not adequate for the quality he was trying to describe. He reached out to the migration coordinator. "The zone has a temporal depth that I don't have notation for," he said. "The accumulated presence of the population over time has a dimensional expression that I can read at foresight tier, but can't precisely quantify." "Yes," the coordinator said. "This is the quality we call dimensional imprint. All inhabited zones develop it over time. It is what makes a migration destination into a home rather than a refuge. The distinction matters at the structural level, not only at the social level. What does it do to the zone's field properties? It increases cohesion coefficient ceiling. It deepens the zone's resistance to external disruption. A zone with significant dimensional imprint is more difficult to destabilize than a zone with the same cohesion coefficient but less accumulated presence. And it creates a dimensional anchor that persists even if the external anchoring infrastructure is removed." He processed that last sentence carefully. Even if the anchoring grid is removed, the zone persists, given sufficient accumulated imprint. The current zone is approaching that threshold. In approximately 3 to 5 years, the dimensional imprint will be sufficient to sustain the zone's existence independently of any external infrastructure. He sat with that for a long time. 3 to 5 years. After 3 to 5 years of continued settlement, the zone would be self-sustaining in the deepest possible sense, not dependent on the anchoring grid, not dependent on the monitoring, not dependent on him or Lena or Arno or Chi or the formation specialist team. It would exist because the collective had made it real by living in it. He filed that in Oracle and in his personal notes, and went to the evening monitoring session, and the zone read, nominal, healthy, increasingly itself, and the work of building the framework that would carry it through the next 3 to 5 years was exactly what it needed to be. He spent the morning after the first full structure assessment writing the summary report. Not the technical appendices, those he handed off to Arno and Chi to compile from the session data, but the interpretive summary, the section of the report that would be read by people who were not practitioners, who needed to understand what the data meant. He had been writing these summaries for 32 months. Early in the project, they had required significant effort. Finding the right language to translate dimensional field phenomena into terms accessible to non-practitioners was genuinely difficult, and he had not been good at it initially. He had developed the skill over time, through iteration and feedback from Dr. Vorin and Yassi, both of whom had been unfailingly direct about when his language was clear and when it was not. The first full structure assessment summary was the best interpretive summary he had ever written. He knew it while he was writing it. The evidence was richer, his understanding of it was deeper, and his command of the explanatory language was better than it had been at any earlier point in the project. He described the cohesion coefficient and what it meant in practical terms. The zone was structurally self-sustaining, no longer dependent on the anchoring grid for primary support. He described the temporal depth, calling it dimensional imprint, the term the coordinator had given him, which was precise and accessible without requiring technical background to parse. He described the ambient harmonic, the collective's aggregate emotional dimensional state, stable and integrated, the quality of a community that had arrived rather than a population that was waiting. He described the comparison to historical data. The Chiron upland zone at month 30 was outperforming the mean for comparable populations at the same stage of development. By every metric available for cross-zone comparison, the integration was excellent. He printed the summary and read it once before submitting it to Yassi. It was accurate. It captured what the data said. It would be read by the committee, by the Bureau's leadership, by Yassi, and in the classified record, potentially by future practitioners who needed to understand what a successful completed integration looked like at month 30. He submitted it and went back to the monitoring. The zone read, Cohesion 1.07, ISI 95.3, Ambient harmonic stable, Deep structure clean. The same reading it had produced at the start of the assessment, and the same reading it would produce at the end of the day. He had built the thing that produced those readings. The assessment confirmed it was working. The work continued. He spent an afternoon analyzing the comparative data from the first full structure assessment against the 26 months of transfer period monitoring. The question he was trying to answer, what had the zone's development looked like over time, and was the current stewardship period rate of development consistent with the transfer period trajectory? The answer, yes, broadly, with one notable deviation. The cohesion coefficient had developed faster during the stewardship period than during the transfer period, at a rate approximately 15% higher than the migration coordinator's standard model projected for zones at this population size. He asked the coordinator about this. This is consistent with what we observe in high-quality integrations, the coordinator said. When the transfer itself is conducted with precision, minimal integration anomalies, consistent field quality maintenance, stable operational environment, the population arrives in a state of high readiness for the receiving environment. The development after arrival is faster because the population is not recovering from integration stress. They are simply settling in. He processed that. The transfer's quality, the precision of every monitoring session, every calibration, every anomaly resolution, had directly affected the zone's post-transfer development rate. The work of the transfer period was still expressing itself in the stewardship period's data. He filed this in Oracle under longitudinal integration, transfer quality effects on post-transfer development, positive correlation confirmed. Then he updated the annual report with the finding. The zone was doing better than expected because the work had been done well. That was the whole story, expressed in a 15% cohesion development rate premium. He ran the evening session and confirmed the current reading. Cohesion 1.07. The next developmental threshold was 1.10, when the gate suppression effect would become measurable. At current trajectory, he estimated 3 to 4 months. He made a note to prepare the Hunter Command briefing before the effect became visible in their gate frequency data, because a surprise in that data was a problem, and he was not going to have that problem. Chapter 67, the Transition Stewardship Proposal, was approved in month 28. Kai had written the proposal over 3 weeks during the completion documentation period. It covered permanent staff structure, ongoing monitoring protocols, maintenance schedules, the emergency response framework, the communication interface maintenance protocols, the development program continuation, and the governance structure for long-term decision-making. The Bureau had reviewed it for 6 weeks, suggested 11 revisions, and approved the revised version with 4 conditions. He had negotiated 3 of the conditions down to monitoring requirements he could meet within the existing operational structure. The 4th, annual reporting to the Bureau's Administrative Council, he had accepted without negotiation. Director Commander Yassi's tenure at the field station was formally designated permanent. She had requested this after the completion. She had not told him she was going to request it, but when she told him she had, he understood immediately. She had been managing the institutional interface of the most significant dimensional project in history for 14 months, and she knew it better than anyone. Walking away from it at completion was not something she was willing to do. He told her. Good, she told him. The staffing proposal includes a formal liaison role between the stewardship framework and the Bureau's Dimensional Operations Division. I'm proposing to fill it. That's the right structure. It also means I'll have the institutional relationships to manage the 4th phase of opposition when it develops. He nodded. She had been reading the migration coordinator's historical documentation as thoroughly as he had. The transition from transfer operation to stewardship operation required a specific kind of adjustment. The transfer operation had been defined by urgency, a deadline, a timeline, a count of entities still waiting, a rate of origins decline against which everything was measured. The stewardship operation had no deadline. It was ongoing, open-ended, defined by maintenance and monitoring and relationship rather than by a specific event to be achieved. He spent a week adjusting his practice. Not dramatically, the daily monitoring sessions were the same sessions they had always been, but the quality of attention required was different. Transfer monitoring was vigilance against specific failure modes within a known operational window. Stewardship monitoring was the broader, less acute attention of someone maintaining something that was functioning well and needed to keep functioning well indefinitely. He had thought about this transition many times during the transfer period. Now that he was in it, he found the adjustment more interesting than difficult. The zone was more complex to read now than it had been during the transfer. The temporal depth, the ambient harmonic, the cohesion dynamics at 1.07, and reading it required more sophisticated capability, not less. The foresight tier, for stewardship monitoring, was well matched to the task. He ran the morning session. Nominal. He ran the evening session. Nominal. He filed both in Oracle with the standard completion timestamps and the full data export to the permanent archive. This was what the work looked like now. Not urgent, not dramatic, not uncertain. Just present. Accurate. Every session. Exactly what it needed to be. He thought about the quality of the adjustment that had been required. The transfer period had been defined by a specific kind of urgency. A deadline in the physical reality of Origin's declining stability, a count of individuals still waiting, a daily rate of arrivals against which the project's success was continuously measured. Every session during the transfer period had been vigilant in a specific, acute way. Alert for deviations from the transfer protocol, anomalies in the integration quality, signs of the zone's capacity approaching its operational limits. The stewardship period had none of those pressures in the same form. The population was here. The zone was stable. Origin was empty. The urgency was gone. What replaced it was something he had no prior model for. Sustained, open-ended attention without a specific outcome to drive toward. Not the vigilance of the transfer, but the presence of maintenance, a different quality of engagement with the same practice. He had found, over the first 3 months of stewardship, that this different quality was not easier than the transfer's vigilance, but differently demanding. Vigilance could be maintained through urgency. Presence had to be chosen differently. It had to be its own motivation, not urgency's product. He had chosen it. He thought about why. The zone was not urgent anymore in the operational sense, but it was not insignificant. Over 1,000,000 entities were living in a dimensional space that existed because of the monitoring practice he maintained every day. If he stopped, the monitoring would still be maintained. Arno and Chi and the Oracle sensor network would continue. But the deep structural readings at foresight depth that only he could currently do would not happen. The zone needed his capability specifically. That was the motivation. And there was the other thing, which he filed in the personal notes and not the operational section. The zone was, in the mornings especially, the most interesting dimensional environment he had ever been in sustained contact with. It was deepening and developing in ways that required increasingly sophisticated reading capability to track properly. It was, in a real sense, teaching him things about dimensional field mechanics that no formal training or prior experience had prepared him for. He was learning from it, and what he learned from it might eventually be the foundation of something that mattered beyond this project and this zone. He filed that thought and ran the morning session. Nominal, as it had been for months, and more interesting than nominal, if you knew how to read it deeply enough. The adjustment to stewardship monitoring had one aspect he had not anticipated, the quality of his own attention was improving. Not because the stewardship monitoring was more demanding, it wasn't, in most sessions, but because the open-ended nature of the practice was forcing him to develop a different kind of attentiveness. The transfer's urgency had been a structure that provided the attention of form. Stewardship required generating the form from within, finding the reason to be fully present in a session where nothing was wrong and nothing was expected to go wrong. He found that reason in the zone's development. Every session had something new if he read deeply enough. The cohesion coefficient's incremental advances. The imprint layer's slow deepening. The ambient harmonics' increasingly complex character as the collective's individual entities became more fully embedded in the zone's shared medium. The gate suppression effect growing as the coherence field expanded. The zone was not static. It was becoming, and watching something become, with the patience and precision to track development that moved at geological speed relative to human daily experience, was a different kind of engagement than the urgent vigilance of the transfer period, but it was equally demanding, in ways that required different skills. He was developing those skills, not consciously designing his development, just running the sessions, noticing what he noticed, trying to understand what he was reading. The practice was teaching him. He filed that observation and ran the evening session. The zone told him what it always told him. It was healthy, it was developing, it was increasingly itself. He listened carefully. He was going to keep listening. The daily monitoring sessions had, over 3 years of continuous practice, produced something he thought of as ambient familiarity with the zone. Not the precise foresight tier structural reading that was active, attentive, requiring deliberate engagement. The ambient familiarity was what happened in between. The background awareness of the zone's field that he carried with him through the station, through the day's work, through sleep. He had not noticed when it developed. Sometime during the second year of the transfer period, the zone had become a permanent feature of his dimensional awareness. Not because he was actively monitoring it, but because after a year of daily monitoring practice, his ability had incorporated the zone's field characteristics into its background model of the local dimensional environment. This was, Lena had told him when he described it, a known phenomenon in long-term practitioners. Prolonged daily practice with a specific dimensional environment created a low-level continuous monitoring state that was automatic rather than deliberate. The practical consequence: he was always slightly aware of the zone, even when he wasn't monitoring it. And that constant background awareness meant that significant changes in the zone's field would reach his attention even outside formal monitoring sessions. He had already benefited from this twice. Once detecting the field disruption from the destabilizer attempt 30 seconds before the oracle alert fired, and once noticing the first signs of the collective's autumn cultural practice before Chi's formal assessment identified it. The ambient familiarity was not a substitute for the formal sessions, but it was an additional layer of coverage that the project had not planned for, and that was genuinely useful. Chapter 68: The first communication exchange of the stewardship period that was not operational in nature arrived in month 28, third week. The migration coordinator sent it through the standard interface, and it was flagged as personal communication rather than technical exchange. He read it carefully. The coordinator said, "I want to describe what the completion means from Origin's perspective, for your record, and for your understanding. I have been communicating with you for 26 months primarily in the technical register because the technical register was what the operation required. Now that the operation is complete, I want to give you a different kind of information." He sat with that for a moment. Then he opened the full communication mode and replied, "I'm listening." What followed was the longest single communication exchange he had had in the entire project. For hours, multiple rounds, the translation interface working continuously. The coordinator described Origin's history, the first signs of dimensional delamination 700 years ago, which had been so slow-moving that 3 generations had lived and died before the rate of decline became measurable. The way the collective's governance structure had handled the recognition, not with panic, but with what the coordinator described as 700 years of grief, which eventually becomes practical. The planning process. The criteria for selecting a migration destination. The prior attempts, the 412 successes, and the 31 failures. The specific conditions that had made Earth a viable destination and the Chiron upland a viable site. The 14-year period of preparation and waiting. And then, the moment the coordinator had first sensed Kai's ability signature at the gate site, over 2 years ago, and the specific quality of recognition, not just that the ability existed, but that the practitioner behind it was the kind of person who would do the necessary work with the necessary care, that had led to the buffer data transmission. He asked, "How did you know?" "From a single gate reading." The orbital resonance a foresight tier practitioner generates is not just a functional signature. It carries the practitioner's fundamental approach to their ability. It carries whether the practitioner is using their ability as a tool or living it as their nature. A pause in the translation. You were living it as your nature. That was what we needed. He sat with this for a long time. What happens to origin now, he asked. Origin will complete its delamination. The process is not painful. The dimensional membrane separates from its substrate without any phenomenological experience for the environment itself. It simply ceases to be a habitable dimensional space. Eventually, over centuries, it will become something else. Another kind of dimensional structure. We don't know what yet. Does anyone stay? No. The last entity crossed in the 9th cohort. A pause. Origin is now empty. Empty. Origin, a 700-year civilization's home, the collective's birthplace, the place this entire project had been built to replace, was now empty. He stayed with that. He did not try to resolve what he felt about it into words. He filed it in the personal notes section, not the operational section, because it was not operational. It was just real. Origin was empty. He ran the morning monitoring session with that fact at the edge of his awareness, not intruding on the session's precision, but present. The session was about the zone, about the 1.2 million entities who were here. But origin was a coordinate in his field awareness from 2.5 years of pointing his ability east toward origin's signal, and now that coordinate was blank. Not absent. Blank. The difference was subtle but readable at foresight depth. Absence was the quality of a location that had nothing at it. Blank was the quality of a location that had had something, and now had the dimensional imprint of that something's departure. Like a room after everyone has left and the furniture has been moved. Not empty in the sense of having been always empty, but empty in the sense of having been occupied and no longer being so. He had read Origin's signal for 2.5 years. The signal was gone. What remained was the imprint of the signal's departure, fading slowly over whatever timeline dimensional imprints took to fade in uninhabited spaces. He didn't know that timeline. He asked the collective's coordinator. The imprint of a habitation, after the last inhabitants leave, fades over a period proportional to the duration and density of the habitation, the coordinator said. Origin was inhabited for 700 years by a population that, at its peak, exceeded 4 million. The full imprint will take several centuries to resolve. Centuries. Origin would carry the dimensional imprint of its civilization for centuries after the civilization had left. He processed that. A place that remembered being inhabited, in the dimensional sense, for longer than the human civilization that currently inhabited Earth had existed in recognizable form. He considered the Chiron upland zone, which was, in this same framework, accumulating its own imprint, building the dimensional character that would eventually be self-sustaining and permanent, and would persist for decades or centuries, or however long the collective continued to live in it. Two places, one ending its imprint, one building it. He was the practitioner reading both. He filed this in the personal notes section with the notation, Origin imprint decay timeline, cross-reference. Chiron upland zone imprint development. Then he ran the evening session, and the zone's field was warm and present and alive, and Origin's coordinate was blank, and the work was here, where the living was, and he was here too. The Origin coordinate's blankness had been fading incrementally over the months since the 9th cohort completed. Not quickly. The migration coordinator had said centuries for the full imprint to resolve, and that process was on its own timeline. But at foresight depth, he could read the fading as a directional change in what had been a stable coordinate for 2.5 years. He monitored it intermittently, not as a formal tracking protocol, but as a periodic check that gave him information about the rate of dimensional imprint decay in an uninhabited location. The data was scientifically significant and had no equivalent in any other human monitoring system. He asked the coordinator, had any previous completed operations maintained contact with Origin after completion to monitor its decay? 3 operations, the coordinator said. In all 3 cases, the practitioner monitoring Origin's decay reported that the process was gradual and non-distressing. Not a loss, but a transition, like watching a fire burn down rather than watching it be extinguished. The form changes. The heat was real while it lasted. He thought about that description. He checked the Origin coordinate every 2 weeks. The reading was consistent with the coordinator's description, gradual, directional, the imprint quality shifting from departed towards something less specific. He filed the bi-weekly readings in Oracle under Origin Decay Monitoring, Supplementary Data Collection. Not primary monitoring. Not urgent. Just true, and worth tracking while he had the capability to track it. The zone was warm and present in the east. Origin's coordinate was fading gently in the northwest. Both readings were part of the picture he held in his foresight tier awareness every morning. The completed thing and the fading thing. Each real, each telling a different part of the story of what had happened here. He filed the bi-weekly origin coordinate check and thought. Origin was blank, fading, transitioning. The Chiron upland zone was warm and full and deepening. Both were true simultaneously. The universe held both without contradiction. He had spent a long time, since the 9th cohort completed, in a state that he described to himself as metabolizing the completion. Not grief, not relief, not any single emotion, but the complex integration of a 3-year experience that had asked everything of him and had received it, and was now present in a different form. The zone was the form it was now present in. That felt right. And Origin's fading coordinate was the form its absence was taking. And that was also right, and both things were true at once. Chapter 69, the first significant challenge of the stewardship period, came in month 29. The opposition network's 4th phase began, as the migration coordinator had predicted, with an institutional legitimacy challenge. A parliamentary member, not from the Oversight Committee, but from a defense committee with adjacent jurisdiction, filed a formal inquiry questioning whether Project Gateway had operated within the scope of its authorization, citing specific passages of the original pilot program authorization that could be read to limit the project to 20,000 entities rather than the 1.2 million that had been transferred. The inquiry was not frivolous. The passages existed. The original authorization had used language that was ambiguous at the scale the project had actually achieved. The Bureau's legal team had been aware of this ambiguity for 18 months and had been managing it through the expanded authorization approvals. But the expanded authorizations were themselves procedurally questionable under the Defense Committee's reading. He had been preparing for this since the migration coordinator's warning. He met with Yassi and the Bureau's legal team on day 3 of the inquiry. The counter-strategy he had been developing, not a defensive legal argument, but a comprehensive historical record that showed the authorization expansion process had been transparent, well-documented, and had involved the specific oversight bodies that the parliamentary framework required. The completion documentation was the foundation. Every expanded authorization was in it, with timestamps, review records, the CRHC's formal findings, Dr. Voren's observer reports, the committee's own prior approvals. The inquiry could read any of this at any time. The parliamentary member who had filed the inquiry had presumably read some of it. What the inquiry's filing suggested was that the parliamentary member had either not read it carefully or had a reason to challenge the project that was not primarily about the legal question. Who is behind this? He asked Yassi. We're working that. Our best current assessment, the Creel network. She paused. Although Creel has been quiet for a year and a half, he didn't disappear. He was building something. He thought about Creel, the man who had submitted the interference report that had triggered the first government pressure campaign against Oracle 18 months ago, before the project had any of the institutional protections it had since developed. Creel had lost that round. He had apparently not stopped. What does he want? What he's always wanted. Control of dimensional intelligence as a commercial asset. If Project Gateway's completion documentation establishes a legal framework for large-scale dimensional operations, that framework has implications for every gate operation in the country. He wants to be a participant in that framework, not a subject of it. He understood. The 4th phase of opposition was not really about whether the project had exceeded its authorization. It was about who controlled what the project had built and what it represented for the future. He would not lose this fight. The documentation was sound, the oversight record was clean, and the opposition was using procedural mechanisms rather than legal substance. He had better lawyers than they did and a better record than they had. But the fight was going to take time, and time was a resource he needed for the stewardship work. He allocated accordingly. Yassi managed the legal and institutional response. He focused on the monitoring and the zone, and the line between those two domains was maintained carefully. The zone was nominal. The inquiry was manageable. Both were true, and he was going to keep both true. The parliamentary inquiry was consuming institutional bandwidth that he would have preferred to allocate to stewardship work. But Yassi was managing the legal and documentation response, and he had agreed with her that his role was to provide the technical evidence package, which was already built, and leave the institutional navigation to her. She was better at it than he was. He focused on the zone. Month 29 was also when Arno ran his first fully independent deep structural assessment. Not the standard monitoring session, the deep structural protocol that Kai had developed during the stewardship period, the one that required foresight tier to execute properly. Arno was at resonance tier, which was one tier below foresight, and resonance tier could read structural layers at a depth that was meaningful, even if not as deep as foresight. He sat in on the session, not to supervise. Arno knew the protocol, but to observe the quality of the reading. Development practitioners benefited from having their work observed by more experienced practitioners. It created data about where the practitioner's reading capability was accurate and where it was operating at its outer edge. Arno's session lasted 60 minutes. At the end, he wrote his summary notation and handed it to Kai. Kai read it. The notation was technically precise and structurally complete. Arno had found every layer that resonance tier could access. He had characterized the ISI distribution accurately, the cohesion gradient within the zone's interior volume correctly, the perimeter layer dynamics properly. What was missing? The temporal depth. The dimensional imprint layer. Resonance tier couldn't read it. It required the deeper access of foresight. Your structural assessment is accurate to the limits of your current tier, Kai told him. The one thing you couldn't read is the imprint layer. That requires foresight. At your current development trajectory, you'll be at foresight in approximately 4 to 6 months. Arno nodded. He had clearly known the imprint layer was below his current range. What does the imprint layer show, he asked. Kai thought about how to describe it. The zone's permanent character. The accumulated presence of the population over time. It's the layer that tells you whether the zone is just stable or whether it's established. He paused. It reads like memory, if dimensional fields could have memory. Arno absorbed that. Then, is that what you read every morning? In the sessions that take longer than mine? Yes. He nodded again. I want to read that. 4 to 6 months, Kai said. Keep practicing. He completed the evening session. The inquiry was running in the background, the institutional machinery grinding through its procedures. And the zone was nominal. And Arno was going to reach foresight in 4 to 6 months. And the stewardship framework was building its own capability independent of any single practitioner, which was exactly what it needed to do. He thought about what the framework's independence meant in practical terms. When he had first arrived at the Chiron Upland, everything was his. His ability, his monitoring methodology, his oracle system, his communication with the coordinator. The project existed because he existed and was running it. If he had been removed from the project at any point in the first 8 months, everything would have stopped. That was a fragile architecture. He had known it was fragile. The solution was not to make himself more central. It was to build the capability infrastructure that made the project less dependent on him specifically. The development program had been the primary mechanism. Lena, then Arno, then Chi, then Baris. A team of practitioners, each with specific capabilities, collectively able to maintain the monitoring function even in his absence. The Oracle sensor network was the secondary mechanism. Automated sensors providing continuous baseline data that could flag anomalies without any practitioner involvement, giving the team time to respond before a monitoring gap became a dangerous condition. The institutional framework was the tertiary mechanism, the Bureau's authorization, the oversight committee, the permanent installation status, the annual reporting requirement. These were the structures that would keep the project funded and supported regardless of personnel changes. He had built all 3 mechanisms simultaneously, over 3 years. The framework was now more robust than any single component. He could take a week away from the field station and the monitoring would continue at an acceptable quality. He could take a month with advanced planning. He could transition the lead monitoring role to Arno when Arno reached foresight tier, without the zone being at significant risk. That had been the goal. He had achieved it. And the zone was better protected for it, which was the only metric that mattered. Chapter 70, Month 30. Arno reached the resonance tier. The development had been building for 3 months. Lena had told Kai in the formal assessment 6 weeks before completion. Arno was at the threshold, held back by the residual overextension habit that had been his primary developmental challenge throughout the program. The habit had been improving steadily. He was catching himself now, pulling back to accurate range when he felt the extension beginning. But the final transition to resonance required something more than corrected habit. It required the integrated practice of receiving the dimensional field as a complete system, not as a series of individual readings. He had been working on this in the extra morning sessions that Lena had been running with him for 8 weeks. The sessions were not monitored by Oracle. They were purely developmental practice, the kind of work that didn't produce usable operational data, but built the practitioner's fundamental capability. Kai was not in the room when Arno reached resonance tier. He heard about it afterward from Lena. He was running the outer zone sweep, she said. Standard midday session. And somewhere in the second position, it resolved. I could see it from the way he stopped moving, the particular stillness that happens when the integration finalizes. What was his response? He sat with it for about 10 minutes without saying anything. Then he turned to me and said, I've been hearing the edges this whole time. I didn't know it was the center that sounds like this. Kai nodded. He had not used those exact words himself when resonance tier arrived. He had described it as the difference between a map and being in the place. But the experience was the same. How's his accuracy reading? 97.2% on the immediate post-transition test. better than my early resonance readings. His baseline uniformity has been strong for months. The transition just integrated it. She paused. He's going to be excellent. He filed the development milestone in Oracle and wrote the formal assessment entry. Arno, resonance tier confirmed, month 30 of field deployment. Then he scheduled a meeting with Arno for the following day. The meeting was brief. He told Arno what the resonance tier meant for his monitoring responsibilities, which roles he was now qualified to run independently, and what the next stage of development practice would involve. He also told him what he had told no one else directly in 2+ year period of this work. The ability is yours. Not the projects, not the programs, not mine. You developed it, and it belongs to you. Whatever the project requires of you going forward, that fact doesn't change. Arno was quiet for a moment. Then, I know that, but I appreciate you saying it. He returned to the monitoring. The zone read nominal. The team was growing stronger. The work was good. The development milestone, Arno at resonance tier, had been followed in month 30 by a different kind of development. Baris had begun to sense the zone's directional qualities at a range beyond his normal 15-kilometer peripheral coverage. Not much further, 2 or 3 kilometers of extension at most, and only in the mornings when the atmospheric conditions were optimal. But the extension was real and consistent. He mentioned this to Lena in one of their weekly communication exchanges. She was at the Dimensional Studies Institute now, 3 months into her teaching position. Her response was immediate. Document it carefully. Peripheral sensitivity expansion in established sensitives is not well studied. He may be developing a modified or adjacent capability. He set up a systematic documentation protocol for Baris's sessions. 5 weeks of data showed the morning range extension was consistent, averaging 2.1 kilometers above the normal baseline on days with low atmospheric pressure and calm conditions, and absent or negligible on days with high pressure or wind. The relationship between atmospheric conditions and dimensional sensitivity range was known in the theoretical literature. But Baris was a naturally emergent sensitive, not a trained practitioner, and the specific pattern of his range